He should have been just a tool person who gives money to save people. A sum of money, a life, a simple transaction, unexpectedly dragged him into the deepest dark vortex in the world of Hong Kong. When others are still hesitating whether to take action or not, he has already leveraged the entire situation with this money. Saving people? Just the beginning. He traded money for life, traded life for game, traded game for power. Step by step, he transformed from a chess piece to a traitor. The mafia is targeting him, the police are probing him, capital is exploiting him, and he, with his backhand, pulls everyone into his own chessboard. From the marginalized people on the streets to the big shot who can eat both black and white, he's not the toughest one, but he's definitely the one who knows how to kill with money. At the beginning, send money to save people, and then harvest the entire martial arts world with a backhand. Money game mafia power strategy, high energy reversal throughout the process. Click in and see how he uses a life-saving money to buy power and climb to the top. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Being unruly and using money to redeem others. Hong Kong Integrated World. In 1989, Quan Wan could withstand the ice room. Su Ran looked exhausted as an EU submachine vehicle slowly passed in front of him. In his memory, he also wanted to become one of them. But now his identity is an inconspicuous 49th child on Hong Kong Island. Every year, the Hong Kong police select suitable candidates from the police academy and infiltrate them as undercover agents. However, after more than half a year of crossing Su Ran, I have not received any instructions from my superiors. The identity of time travel has no choice, since there is no access to public food and no awakening system. Su Ran used the name of He Lianqing to create OEM knockoff clothing, with the women's clothing styles seen everywhere in their past lives. In this era, the trend is directly ignited, and street vendors often sell out of stock. In just 6 months, I earned my first million in life. In the late 1980s, 1 million on Hong Kong Island was equivalent to tens of millions in later generations. Even though Su Ran is the least prestigious among the characters, he has hundreds of people following him to make a living. However, this falls far short of his desired goal. Su Ran wants to drive a luxury car, live in a villa, build a wealthy family, retire at the age of 30, and enjoy life in this chaotic Hong Kong Island. No matter who you are, when you see him, you have to shout "handsome guy" instead of jumping onto the street. When he first crossed over, Su Ran was very uncomfortable with the precarious and constantly anxious life of Si Jiu Zai. Now that I have adapted to this kind of life, I really want to keep up the good work and become a master of the times. Not only the dragon head with the prefix sees him, but also has to shout brother. Even the first brother of the Hong Kong police officer had to call out Mr. Su warmly when he saw him. After the EU assault truck left, Su Ran Gang withdrew his gaze and suddenly heard a cold warning sound in his ear. Ding, system completed, binding successful, please choose a career for the host. Gold medal undercover agent, unknown hero, shattered evil. Career difficulty, danger. 2. Initial speaker, arrogant and domineering, with a hint of dominance. Career difficulty, very dangerous. Billionaires, either making money or on the road to making money. Career difficulty, ordinary. In fact, Su Ran doesn't want to be a person who talks about anything, let alone an undercover agent. Go out and be chopped to death sooner or later. And the fate of Air Wu Zai was even worse. As an undercover agent, of course I have chosen the profession that best suits my identity and temperament. Su Ran clenched his fists tightly and remained determined. System, I choose 3. Ding, billionaire career launch completed. Reward career skill, wealthy big Sunday, wealthy big son. Do you have such a direct skill? Su Ranqing thought for a moment and clicked on the attribute panel. Name, Su Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, trainee of Hong Kong Island Police Academy. He Lianqing 49 Zai, the owner of Tonghe Clothing Factory. Physical fitness, 88, 60 for ordinary people. Intelligence, 93, average person, 60. Strength, 91, 60 for ordinary people. Net worth, 1 million. Career skill, being wealthy and flaunting wealth. Wealthy son, skill activated, body damaged within 1 hour, bleeding converted into money, cooldown time of 12 hours. Haha, I like this skill, it fits my temperament very well. Seeing the explanation of the skill, Su Ran, who originally had a calm face, suddenly laughed. As long as he has money, his life will never be in danger. After the system awakened, Su Ran felt the world tremble for a moment, as if he had entered a Hong Kong film. At this moment, the way he looked at anyone seemed like he was looking at an NPC. In front of Su Ran, there was a man wearing sunglasses, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, shaking his head and shouting loudly at the TV drama. This Manchester United goalkeeper, rush up and eat shit. At this moment, Su Ran, who was in a good mood, pointed to the goalkeeper on the TV and whispered, "Ada, don't shake your head. Look at this Manchester United goalkeeper's rebellious eyes. He must lose." The pale red stick looked displeased at Su Ran and said unkindly, "Shan Zai Ran, I've never seen you bet money before. What do you know? Studying women's clothes every day, like you, a 49-year-old, is already protecting animals. Diao, you scored another goal and are sure to lose tonight. Seeing this, the displeasure on Su Ran's face disappeared instantly, and a hint of unknown joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. He, who was in a good mood, reached out and picked up the cigarette box with the red stick in front of him. He casually tapped the bottom, and a cigarette accurately popped into his mouth. However, it was just holding it, as if waiting for something. Diao, he doesn't have a lighter, so why smoke? The loser in Lianxing Red Staff complained about Su Huo with disdain, then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it for him. At this moment, Su Ran's face remained calm, and he didn't show any politeness as he let the elder brother by Shan light his cigarette. Every month, in addition to submitting the numbers on time, he also privately gives him tens of thousands of pocket money. Rich, even Big Brother has to serve you. At this moment, the owner of the ice room saw this scene and had a very shocked expression on his face. Su Ran often sells goods on the street and knows that he is a character with the prefix 49 foot. But the Big Brother with the prefix red stick lit a cigarette for me. What kind of abilities does this old rascal have? However, he dared not take a second look, afraid of causing trouble for himself. Shan Ziran, Lao Ding asked me to ask you, which one would you choose between Didi and Lu Xiao tomorrow? He Lianxing selects a spokesperson every 2 years, which has already turned the peaceful world into a bloody storm. As an important figure with the prefix, I am currently waiting for Su Ran's answer. Who would believe it if you said it out loud? But who makes him the most profitable? This is no longer a secret in the prefix. At this moment, Su Ran, who was originally holding a cigarette, took a deep breath and looked at the rapidly burning flames, reaching out to extinguish them directly. This dangerous action made the red stick with an expectant gaze suddenly tighten its heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran's cold gaze fixed on his elder brother who was obsessed with gambling. In the memories of his past life, because this guy embezzled 100000. Having offended Big D, he suffered retaliation and was thrown down the hill. 1 death and 1 injury resulted in the entire territory of his hall being seized and all personnel passing through the checkpoint. In the pitch-black field of view, the red stick with the prefix saw that the bustling street outside had quieted down, and several horsemen had already closed their stalls and were walking towards the ice house. Don't be angry. Give me the answer tomorrow and leave first. Su Ran's henchmen came in one after another, and he didn't want to lose face. He had to leave dejectedly with a warning. The word sure run sounds like scenery. But it was the left foot entering the prison cell and the right foot stepping on the coffin. Su Ran has traveled to this port complex world as an undercover agent and doesn't want to be involved. However, if anyone dares to block him from making money, he must be the toughest one. Where there are people, there are not only rivers and lakes, but also gossip. The owner of the ice room brought a bottle of beer and approached Su Ran, softly asking, Shan Ziran, did you choose Didi or Lu Xiao? I choose Chuanbao. The owner of the ice room was also a bit stunned and inexplicably spoke up. Why? Big brother, Chuanbao is already in his 20s. How could you choose him? At this moment, Su Ran's younger brother came in, and upon hearing these words, he was also very surprised and instinctively asked, because the moon is a string explosion. The ice room owner and a few henchmen looked at each other with a sandy expression. Haha. Amidst Su Ran's unrestrained laughter, the ice room owner knew he had played with him. However, there was no immediate outburst of anger, but rather a pale face immersed in laughter. Because Su Ran has money at this time. If you have money, your voice will naturally be louder, especially the initial ones, in case they make him unhappy. If you don't pay and come back often, you'll lose a lot. Play with me. This meal must be charged. In front of the professionally trained ice room owner, Su Ran put down a 100 yuan banknote and returned to the base with a few henchmen. As soon as my front foot stepped in, I heard cries coming from inside. Big brother, your cousin Hozue has been arrested by Big D's people. He asked you to go to a bone and spirit restaurant before 12 o'clock and use money to redeem him. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's calm expression concealed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Redemption someone? If you're not gambling or drifting, how could you owe someone money? Under Su Ran's discipline, relatives who earn money from him must never touch the Underworld DD double spice. This time, it will definitely not be as simple as it appears on the surface. Ding, Rich Life Mission Release. Kill Big D and become a spokesperson for Tsuan. Reward, 10 million. Oh, is this the beginning of the plot for the Hong Kong film Dragon City era? Chapter 2. Kidnapping and extortion, preparing to strike. Hiss, 10 million. Upon seeing that reward, Su Ran gasped. After laboring for over half a year to earn a mere 1 million, his business had been expanding exponentially. It was not just the other factions that were envious. Even within the realm of Hong Kong films, figures from various factions were eyeing his success, eager to encroach upon his territory. Yet, he had resolutely rebuffed all their advances. The clothing he offered, bestsellers released one after another, were so ahead of the curve that even the original creators struggled to replicate them. How could these muscle-bound, simple-minded thugs ever find a way in? This time, however, the task was for Su Ran to become embroiled in the narrative. If the straightforward approach wouldn't work, then they would resort to coercion. They would simply abduct Su Ran and demand a ransom. Within the factions, Big D was the most powerful and brazen figure in Suinwan. Recently, he had been pouring money into his campaign for leadership, offering 200,000 to each uncle, as if money flowed like water. After all, he wasn't a money printer. Thus, he set his sights on Su Ran, who, despite his wealth, lacked significant influence. Within the ranks of Liansheng, Big D had no qualms about discarding Su Ran's elder brothers and top men, so extorting him was hardly a challenge. Those who dared to plot against me, what does it matter if they are Suinwan's leaders? They will only serve as stepping stones for my ascent. Big D had consolidated Suinwan into a singular faction, leaving no room for others to thrive. He was indeed the de facto leader. Su Ran's counterfeit clothing factory could only operate smoothly by basking in the glow of Big D's influence. However, having paid the requisite dues did not imply he would succumb to extortion. With time pressing, he resolved to first visit the Have Guts seafood restaurant to gauge Big D's limits and buy himself some time. Yet, he was already mentally prepared. He intended to seize Suinwan the moment Le Xiao was elected as Liansheng's leader tomorrow, thereby establishing himself as the regional chieftain. This way, he would no longer have to worry about any fool daring to undermine his business. Arriving at Big D's stronghold, the Have Guts seafood restaurant, Su Ran calmly surveyed the few individuals at the entrance and, devoid of any emotion, inquired, "Where's Big D?" Upon hearing Su Ran's disrespectful tone, one individual glared at him with disdain. "Huh, with your stature, you wish to see Big D? You might as well queue up to the moon. It's a mercy from Brother Chung Mao that he is willing to see you. Come with me." Over the past 6 months, Su Ran had garnered much respect. Yet, at this entrance, he remained the lowest-ranking member, scorned at will. Unarmed and alone, he stepped into the most perilous territory of Suinwan without an ounce of trepidation. Should word get out, anyone would admire his bravery. Navigating through the corridor, he arrived at a private room. "Boss, save me." Upon entering, Su Ran saw his cousin Hua Zue, bound and suspended, his feet precariously balancing on a glass turntable meant for serving dishes. "Oh, Shanzai Ran. We've been waiting for you." Upon hearing that derisive voice, Su Ran's expression remained unperturbed, as if the figure hanging above him was merely a pig. Gazing at the average-looking Chung Mao, he calmly asked, "Chung Mao, what has my cousin done to offend you?" "He hasn't offended me. Even if he had, it would be a trivial matter. But since it's a trivial matter, why resort to such measures? We are all from the same faction. Tomorrow, let us have a gathering with a banquet, and I'll prepare a red envelope to apologize." Chung Mao dismissed Su Ran's words with a scoff, responding with a cold laugh. "Hee, offending Big D is a serious matter. Boss, I haven't tea. Who is Big D? I've never even met him." At this moment, Hua Zue, feeling wronged, looked at Su Ran and shouted loudly. He had been minding his own business on the street, only to be forcibly brought here. To be accused of offending Big D was beyond absurd. If he could endure this, he would be less than human. They were merely the grassroots foot soldiers of Liansheng. How could they possibly have the standing to know the infamous Big D? "Silence. If I say you've offended Big D, then you have." Chung Mao barked angrily, spinning the turntable. "Ah!" Hua Zue's hands, bound above him, only tightened further as the turntable spun, causing him to cry out in pain. "What crime are you concocting? Chung Mao, what do you intend to do to release him?" Su Ran could no longer bear to see Hua Zue suffer, and had to suppress his rising anger, refraining from mentioning that this was kidnapping and extortion. "Everyone knows you've made quite a sum lately. Bring 1 million to save him." Upon hearing the demand for 1 million, Su Ran's fury ignited. After toiling from dawn until dusk for over 6 months, he had finally earned that sum, and yet Chung Mao thought he could just take it with a single remark. Internally, he wrestled with immense rage, but his face remained calm as he sought clarity. "Chung Mao, is this your idea or Big D's?" "The money is for Big D to use, given tomorrow's announcement of the new leader." "Shanzai Ran, who do you think is behind this?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran comprehended fully. This was clearly Big D's scheme. The very individuals bold enough to kidnap him and extort his money today would be capable of eliminating him tomorrow. And should he resist, they would swiftly crush him. In that case, he would not hesitate to take the initiative. He would send Big D down to sell salted duck eggs. Seeing Su Ran's unusually calm demeanor, Chung Mao felt a flicker of surprise, but he dismissed it. They had hundreds of men within the Have Guts restaurant. A mere Shanzai Ran could be easily subdued. "Chung Mao, I currently don't have that much money. I'll give you 2 days. If not, you can go to Thailand for organs. Don't harbor any other thoughts, otherwise, your business will be history." "Fine. I'll get the money, just let him down." Since further discussion was pointless, Su Ran reluctantly agreed, striving to secure at least humane treatment for Hua Zue. Put him in a clean room and keep him confined. Chung Mao was primarily after money and did not wish to press Su Ran too hard. The impression he had just received was that he did not care much for his cousin. Nonetheless, this did not affect the outcome. Today, extorting 1 million was merely the prelude. Tomorrow, they could seize 10 million. After all, as long as Big D made a move, Su Ran's business would inevitably fall into his grasp. Departing from the Have Guts restaurant, even under the watchful eyes of Big D, Su Ran began to prepare for action to fulfill his task. Air, discreetly gather our men. Understood, boss. You can count on me. Besides Su Ran, a muscular yet simple-minded figure named Long Air, wearing an excited expression, rushed off to make calls. This day had been a long time in the making. On the surface, Su Ran merely appeared as a lowly foot soldier selling counterfeit clothing with a few subordinates. Yet, beneath the surface, he had already developed a network of no fewer than 500 capable fighters from Showdown. Although it was already past midnight, he could still rally 300 men. However, Su Ran knew all too well that this number was insufficient to sate Big D's appetite. Once the personnel were gathered and properly arranged, he picked up the phone to collect the winnings from the recent bets. Old Y, account 9527, settle up. A dull voice came from the other end, sounding rather displeased. Sean Zyran, you bet on Manchester United to lose by 2 goals at odds of 32. After deducting a service fee of 2, you've won a total of 3 million. Today, upon hearing that his elder brother had wagered on Manchester United to win, Su Ran had bet against it for 1 million. Old Y was a code name within the factions, the largest underground bookmaker on the island, and would never disclose any private information. If Su Ran's sworn brother knew that he won 3 million in a single night, he would undoubtedly kneel with both knees on the ground, exclaiming, Rangu, the moon is yours, take me with you. I need cash. Mountain Boy Ran. Where am I supposed to find such a large sum of cash at this hour? Then what do I need? 3 million. Hire the most formidable enforcers. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the old hand on the other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds. Becoming the largest underground bookmaker in Hong Kong was not merely a matter of earning respect. It was the result of solid effort. Old Y had a cadre of well-trained enforcers at his disposal, a fact that was no longer a secret. 3,500,000 men. Let me know when you're ready to act. All right. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, Su Ran gathered his men, who remained poised and silent, discreetly following the plot cues towards Causeway Bay. Chapter 3, the 50-50 split. Drawing upon the original narrative of Hong Kong films, Su Ran understood that Causeway Bay was the territory of the Hung Hing Triad, one of the 3 major factions in Hong Kong. The newly appointed leader, Leong Kuan, had just taken over and established a new company. Alone and undeterred, Su Ran approached this visually appealing film company, only to be intercepted by 2 gangsters. I'm looking for Leong Kuan. You're courting death, daring to directly utter the name of our Hung Hing chief. Faced with the 2 menacing gangsters, Su Ran remained unfazed, casually flipping his hair and offering a nonchalant smile. You'd best convey the message that it's Mountain Boy Ran seeking him. The demeanor Su Ran had cultivated over the past year was evidently distinct from that of these lowly thugs, leaving them uncertain. Wait, soon. Su Ran found himself in the conference room of the film company. He saw Leong Kuan, the new leader of Hung Hing, reclining casually in his chair, facing the window without sparing Su Ran a glance. Surveying the room, he noticed there wasn't even a chair available, prompting him to chuckle lightly. Hey, Kuan Go. I've come to discuss business, yet there isn't even a chair. Heh, it's the likes of you, Mountain Boy Ran, who dares to approach me. If I hadn't bought those risque outfits of yours during my film production, you wouldn't have dared to come here tonight. Leong Kuan's voice was grating, as if someone were squeezing his throat, making it somewhat unpleasant to hear. Leong Kuan, I'm here to discuss a business deal worth over $1 billion annually. If your vision is limited to this, then consider my visit null and void. With that, Su Ran turned on his heel to leave. Upon entering Leong Kuan's company, he had activated his skills of flaunting wealth. This time, he would surely manage to leverage his financial power to sway Leong Kuan into becoming the leader of Hung Hing. Wait, how much are we talking about? Over $1 billion? Ha! Under Leong Kuan's harsh, duck-like laughter, Su Ran maintained his composure. Leong Kuan, you profit from producing adult films. You must be quite attuned to market trends. Since you agreed to meet with me, you must have some interest in my business. Along a street in Tsuen Wan, I can earn $1.5 million a year. What would be the profit if we considered all of Tsuen Wan, plus Causeway Bay? Over the course of a year? Su Ran's words were not loud, yet they halted Leong Kuan's laughter, who now regarded Su Ran with a serious expression, clearly intrigued by the figures presented. By your calculations, that's at most $20 million a year. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Su Ran's face. What if we include all of Hung Hing's territories along with Lien Sheng's? Wouldn't that figure multiply tenfold? Mountain Boy Ran, you're merely a lowly thug. Leong Kuan, his breathing growing heavier, tilted his head and fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Ran. He had conducted his research and found that Su Ran was indeed correct. That business though a mere imitation, was thriving. Spreading across all of Hong Kong, the profits were not less than 800 million. The foreign companies could only stand aside. They were gangsters. They had no fear of litigation. Such profits were beyond Leon Kuen's reach for 100 years. How could he not be thrilled? However, a prerequisite existed. Mountain Boy Ran must be the man in Tsuen Wan, or even the leader of Lien Sheng, for this to materialize. If Lien Sheng were to elect a leader, and if tomorrow Lu Xiao were to be elected, Didi would surely go mad. At that time, Leon Kuen, you could take advantage of the chaos to seize Tsuen Wan, rallying the entire Lien Sheng to join you in your endeavors. I will seize the opportunity to capture Tsuen Wan, who then could stop our path to wealth. At that moment, Leon Kuen rose and offered his chair to Su Ran. Observing this, Su Ran took a seat without hesitation, disregarding the disparity in their statuses. Leon Kuen circled around Su Ran, looking up at the ceiling, then patted his shoulder, murmuring, "Ran, what if tomorrow it's Didi who sits at the helm?" Leon Kuen, how did you ascend to the position of leader of Hongheng? By bribing Chun Yao and betraying Jiang Sheng, you successfully claimed the title. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Leon Kuen felt as though his inner secrets had been laid bare, his eyes widening in shock. You are associated with Fei Deng of Liansheng. If Fei Deng, the behind-the-scenes bigwig, chooses Lu Xiao as the leader, Didi would certainly not comply. Thus, it is only natural for this elder to recruit Su Ran. If Mountain Boy Ran were indeed Fei Deng's man, assisting Didi after settling the bill, then who would be the next leader of Liansheng? I said nothing. At this moment, Su Ran gazed out the window, a look of confusion etched on his face. He was in the business for profit, and securing Tsuen Wan was merely a means to ensure steady earnings. The intricacies of the underworld were beyond his comprehension. Even if Fei Deng inquired about it later, he could easily shift the blame onto Leon Kuen. At this juncture, Leon Kuen, still staring at the ceiling, spoke gravely, "Mr. Su, I want 60% of this deal. At most, we'll split it 50-50. Deal. Prepare 500,000, and tomorrow I will command 5,000 men to accompany you." Leon Kuen's spirited voice echoed throughout the room. After leaving Causeway Bay, Su Ran returned to his base in Tsuen Wan. Partnering with Leon Kuen was merely a strategic move to attract attention. After all, this fellow wouldn't last long. He would soon be dealt with by the gunmen of Wan Chai. Empty promises could be made freely. To have wealth, one must also have the life to enjoy it. For the sake of the mission, he could only feign compliance. At this moment, the Didi from the original narrative was drinking at a restaurant, celebrating his anticipated election the following day. He was utterly unaware that an uprising was already brewing on his turf. Even if someone mentioned that Mountain Boy Ran was gathering troops, amassing hundreds of men for rebellion, it would sound as absurd as trying to hit the moon. Who would believe such a tale? Long Mao, remember to collect the money before you act. In Tsuen Wan, I, Didi, value loyalty above all. How could I bully my subordinates? Bent over, Long Mao allowed Didi to pat his head. Brother Didi, I understand. You are so loyal. You will surely become the leader. Mountain Boy Ran is so fortunate to offer his meager assistance for your grand ambitions. Haha, I love to hear that. Let us drink. In stark contrast to Didi's revelry, Su Ran remained exceptionally calm. After distributing his entire fortune to the brothers around him, he sent them off to rest. As long as tomorrow morning, Elder Deng elected Lu Xiao, the furious Didi would seize Su Ran's sworn brother, Guanzai San, and the old chief, Long Jinshu, and that would be his opportunity to strike. The next morning, amidst the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, the sleepless Su Ran finally awaited a phone call. The embers flicker in the mountains of Yuan Long, and a cry for help resonates. Save me. The phone call from Officer Sam signifies his hold over Tsuen Wan. Everyone, rally with courage, extinguish the flames. Yes, elder brother. The 300 individuals before Su Ran remain undaunted, marching resolutely into the hidden factory. Grasping the phone, he excitedly dials a few numbers. Old Y, we are at the back mountain of Yuan Long. The 500 mercenaries are assembled and will arrive in 15 minutes. A certain voice on the other end affirms. He then notifies Hongheng's Leon Kuen to stir the atmosphere and draw fire. The new spokesperson for Liansheng is Lu Xiao, Lin Huai-lo. In an instant, upon hearing the news, the heads of other factions across Hong Kong Island instruct their subordinates to exercise restraint and avoid trouble. A palpable tension blankets the streets of Hong Kong Island. Enraged, Big D mobilizes his men from Tsuen Wan, hunting down individuals to vent his wrath. The mobilization of Su Ran's contingent hardly raises any eyebrows. Just after finishing breakfast, Leon Kuen leads 5,000 men, their ranks orderly and formidable, into Tsuen Wan. Consequently, the various heads of Liansheng, unable to congratulate Lin Huai-lo on his election, hastily return to strategize and prepare for Leon Kuen's next move. Speculation arises whether the three major factions of Hong Kong Island are on the brink of war. In Tsuen Wan, Big D's lieutenant, Chung Mao, receives the news and swiftly gathers his subordinates. Damn it, Big D is on the line again. Time is of the essence. And unable to reach Big D, he leads over 1,000 men, armed and poised, in a standoff against Liang Kuan across the street. At this moment, Long Air, who has long received Su Ran's orders, begins to act. With blades drawn, they swiftly dispatch several gatekeepers. Like a force of nature, 300 men coalesce into a gleaming wall of steel, charging into the courageous tavern, successfully rescuing Su Ran's cousin, Hua Zue. At this juncture, Su Ran departs Tsuan as per his mission instructions, hastily driving towards the back mountain of Yuanlong Chapter 4, a rain of blades, selling salted duck eggs. On the bustling streets of Tsuan within the cinematic realm of Hong Kong, Liang Kuan commands a congregation of 5,000. A sea of black looms. Silence enveloping the scene, akin to the oppressive calm preceding a storm, unnerving over 500 police officers. Liang Kuan, what are you up to? It's only 9:30 a.m. Do you think the police have vanished? The scene commander, Senior Inspector Huang Ji-chung, stands on high alert, leading the Hong Kong police in sealing off the streets, effectively partitioning Liang Kuan's Long Mao from Liang Kuan himself. Pointing towards a camera on a distant rooftop, Liang Kuan nonchalantly responds, Sir Huang, I'm filming a movie. Filming a movie requires such a large crowd. A grand production necessitates a grand scene. Liang Kuan's justification leaves Inspector Huang with little room for counterargument. As Huang Ji-chung glances over, he is abruptly interrupted by Liang Kuan. Sir Huang, are you going to accuse us of illegal assembly? Just remember to bring a ruler to measure. Each person is spaced at 110 centimeters, fully compliant with the 1 meter regulation. Huang Ji-chung, momentarily speechless, runs a hand through his hair, suddenly pointing at Liang Kuan's nose. Yet he is cut off again. Sir Huang, are you going to accuse us of obstructing traffic? Just wait and see. We stop at red lights and go on green. My filming has been approved. Can't you even comprehend the permit? Liang Kuan's hoarse voice, akin to a cacophony, vexes Huang Ji-chung, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Sir Huang, focus. A brawl is about to erupt across the street. Without Liang Kuan's reminder, Huang Ji-chung is acutely aware that Big D South Lieutenant across the street is hurling insults. His men brandishing gleaming weapons are locked in a standoff with the police, making it abundantly clear where the law should act. This entire scenario is part of Su Ran's scheme communicated to Liang Kuan. Hong Hing's diversionary tactics serve to ensure that the majority of Big D's forces are apprehended by the police. Liang Kuan flaunts his authority. While the police's detentions are justified, all units, a large-scale brawl is unfolding on Tsuan Street. Apprehend everyone. Please present your identification. Upon hearing Huang Ji-chung's command, police rush towards Liang Kuan. Damn it, over there. Huang Ji-chung swiftly reprimands an oblivious rookie. Clearly, Liang Kuan has come prepared to obstruct the area, and it would be more prudent to apprehend all of Big D's men, preventing any escalation, thus providing the authorities with a satisfactory resolution. Watching the police methodically apprehend offenders, Liang Kuan feels he has ascended to the pinnacle of authority on Hong Kong Island. Previously vilified for betraying the former leader of Hong Hing, Tian Sheng, he yearns to orchestrate a grand spectacle to assert his dominance. Su Ran's plan aligns seamlessly with his ambitions, resulting in significant losses for Big D. On the back mountain of Yuanlong, after relaying the secret signal, Su Ran leads 300 mercenaries up the mountain, leaving 200 behind to secure the road. Upon spotting Big D at the summit, he promptly activates his wealth-flaunting skill. He is acutely aware that this is a narrative mission. He is the undercover agent, while Big D represents the villain, destined to be vanquished for the greater good. Damn it, call Uncle Tang. Hand over the Dragon Head Club. At this moment, Big D squats atop a massive rock. Engrossed in a phone call, his anger boiling as he grapples with his electoral defeat. He vents his frustrations through phone calls, planning to capture individuals to alleviate his rage. Oblivious to the grand display orchestrated by Liang Kuan, he remains unaware that Dragon Jin and Officer Sam have already been captured and confined within wooden crates. Is it done? It's done, Big D. Damn it, you took my money and didn't T-vote for me. As he curses, Big D strides towards the 2 wooden crates. Just as he raises his foot, a roar erupts from behind. Let go of my old buddy, Dragon Jin, and Officer Sam. Damn it. Go take care of him and don't disturb my game. Even upon hearing Su Ran's roar, Big D remains unfazed, accustomed to his arrogance. In the mountainous borders of Yuanlong and Tsuan, who would dare challenge him? Big D, many are charging up. One of his subordinates, upon approaching, witnesses the throng below and is taken aback. Damn it, they dare bring people to block me. Upon receiving the report, Big D marches forward, his fury igniting. With only a handful of men at his side while hundreds loom below, he finds himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, Big D remains undeterred, as his companions are armed with firearms. A dull gunshot reverberates across the mountain, sending sparrows fluttering in panic. Come on, you lot of dead fools. Armed. Big D gazes down at the throng of 300 mercenaries, not only unperturbed but displaying a look of disdain, with a Black Star pistol loaded with 7 bullets. A single round would suffice to dispatch the advancing crowd. Yet, what Big D fails to grasp is that Su Ran possesses a cunning intellect. He is well aware that as a faction leader in Tsuanwan, Big D must be armed. However, the hired mercenaries wield nothing but blades. Yet, these full-time swordsmen, accustomed to their weapons, are unwittingly treated by Su Ran as mere pawns in a game. Upon seeing several opponents approaching with steel plates, he bellows to his comrades behind him. Everyone, throw your knives up into the air. As the command echoed, a dazzling rain of blades erupted from the foot of the mountain. Who on earth are these people? At the steep mountain peak, a dozen individuals surrounding Big D brandished their firearms, believing that a simultaneous barrage would completely repel this group. To their astonishment, the first wave was not human, but a flurry of knives. Faced with the sight of 300 long blades dancing through the air, none possessed the courage to stand their ground, desperately fleeing toward the mountain's rear for their lives. Ah, save me. Unfortunately, despite Big D's arrogance, this deluge of knives swiftly resulted in their utter annihilation, leaving only a chorus of anguished cries behind. How effortlessly they were dispatched. I had thought Big D was formidable. After the sarcastic reflection, Su Ran felt no concern for Long Jin and Brother Guanzai-san being struck by the blades, as they remained securely pinned in their wooden boxes. Treading cautiously along the path littered with sharp edges, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the 2 boxes, bristling with knives like hedgehogs. Uncle Long Jin, Brother Guanzai-san. Su Ran's soft calls were met with precise responses. Mountain Boy Ran, save me. All right, I shall pry open the boxes and free you. As Su Ran prepared to open the box, a figure with a knife embedded in their thigh appeared in the mountain hollow ahead. Under the rain of knives, Big D was fortunate, sustaining only a wound to his thigh. Pushing aside the fallen subordinates who had already met their demise, Big D stared in terror at Su Ran atop the mountain. Who are you? Do I have some deep-seated enmity with you? Why do you wish to eliminate me? Has that scoundrel Allah sent you? Despite the fear gnawing at him, Big D maintained an ostentatious demeanor, seemingly dismissive of Su Ran. Yet inwardly he was terrified, tugging at his injured thigh, desperate to flee. Observing Big D's actions, Su Ran's gaze turned frigid. He mused, goodness, Big D's luck is astonishing. With hundreds of knives swirling above, even the corpses of flies littering the ground cannot seem to claim your life. However, he noticed that directly ahead of Big D's fleeing path was a box containing Brother Guanzai Senator. With a swift thought, Su Ran pried open Longan's box. Before the terrified old man, he offered no words of comfort, but instead moved to pry open another box. Brother son, I shall rescue you now. As Su Ran shouted and ran, he suddenly slipped, losing his balance, causing the crowbar in his hand to fly from his grasp. Whoosh! Big D, wary of the divine weapon that had just obliterated his lackeys, was instantly filled with dread upon seeing the flying crowbar. He quickly dove to the ground to evade it, but accidentally crashed into the box ahead. Bang! The steep cliff sent Big D colliding against the box, which rolled down the mountain with tremendous force, crashing back into him. Ah! The wails echoed through the mountainside. The boss of Tsuanwan and the most arrogant leader of Lianxing, who sought to usurp Su Ran's business, was now rolling down like a mere ball, destined to sell salted duck eggs. Ding! Mission completed 50. Reward of 5 million has been dispersed. Suddenly, a chilling notification rang in Su Ran's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Name: Su Ran. Age: 22. Occupation: student at the Hong Kong Police Academy. Member of Lianxing S49ers. Owner of a clothing factory. Physique: 88. Average person 60. Intelligence: 95. Average person 60. Strength: 91. Average person 60. Wealth: 5 million. Career skills: wealthy display. Mission: become the Tsuanwan boss. Ah, so defeating Big D grants me half the reward. Next, I must deal with Lin Huili. After a moment, Su Ran gazed at the shattered box at the foot of the mountain, his lips twitching slightly as he sorrowfully said, Uncle Long Jin, brother son, I cannot save you. Thank you, Mountain Boy Ran. Hurry and escort me down this mountain. Uncle Long Jin, not wishing to linger here for even a moment. All right, Uncle Long Jin, with your guidance, we shall surely conquer Tsuanwan. Hearing Su Ran's words, Long Jin was taken aback, thinking, when did I say I wanted to conquer Tsuanwan? Chapter 5, Sweeping All Before Us. Once down the mountain, Su Ran merely had someone take Brother Guanzai's son to the nearest hospital to fulfill the plot mission. Alongside Long Jin, charged towards Tsuanwan. Mountain Boy Ran, with Lu Shao newly elected and Big D dead. How can we not seize the opportunity? Long Jin remained unaware that all of this was part of Su Ran's plan to complete the mission. The 3 million borrowed troops. Did they merely disperse after a flurry of knives? Of course not. They must be utilized to their fullest, directly sweeping away Big D's territory. In Suwon, Big D's forces comprised approximately 5,000 individuals, scattered across dozens of venues, each housing nearly 100 men. Out of spite, Big D dispatched several hundred to capture those uncles. Additionally, nearly 1,000 were allocated to seal off the Jordan area, preventing Lu Xiao from seizing control of the Dragon Head Stick. Liang Kuan was directly apprehended, resulting in half of his men being captured. Now, Suwon's forces dwindled to merely 1,000. Divided among each venue, only about 10 remained. Even if a whistle was blown to summon aid, none would arrive in the short term. Seizing this window, Su Ran aimed to sweep through all of Big D's crucial venues and plant his flag. Naturally, it was Longin's flag he planted, while establishing Su Ran's authority. Brother Longjin, this is Big D's largest gelatin stall. I will ensure your name shines here. Su Ran pointed to an old industrial building, his tone icy. In his life, he loathed gelatin the most. How many families had been torn apart by this vice? Upon receiving the order, 300 quickly charged in, each wielding a knife, dispatching the dozen or so individuals inside the venue. Gelatin is best suited for the Pacific. In front of Longjin, nearly $1 million worth of goods was swiftly sent down the drain. With that ashen face, Su Ran pressed on, methodically clearing out a dozen gelatin stalls, several hidden warehouses, nearly dismantling Big D's lifeline in Suwon. Without gelatin, there would be no money, and naturally, the people would be forced to relocate. The rest were of little consequence. As for those in detention, amidst the current fervor, who would spend money to bail them out? By the time they emerged, the flags of Suwon would have already changed. Either they would relocate or reform. Su Ran's final stop was the spirited seafood restaurant. Brother. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a loud call resonated in Su Ran's ears. Glancing at the familiar sign, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Just yesterday, he had stood here, where someone had suggested he wait in line on the moon to see Big D. Now indeed, one would have to wait in line on the moon to encounter Big D, who was now below selling salted duck eggs. The world had changed, and he couldn't help but feel a moment of nostalgia. Brother Longjin, shall we go in for a bowl of shark fin noodles? Ah, Mountain Boy Ran. Your wings have grown strong. I will support you in the matters at the top. If there is money to be made, do not forget to spare me some pocket money. Over the past 6 months, as Su Ran Sr., Longjin certainly knew he was quite the earner. Even fully aware of being used, he could not help but admire Su Ran's audacity in this critical moment. Directly pulling down Big D's flag and establishing his own in Suwon. The audacity displayed here is truly astonishing. What is more remarkable is the success achieved, which has left the venerable Uncle Longjin profoundly stunned. Just as young Master Lu was newly elected, Su Ran managed to handle the formidable D. He is still filled with gratitude and would never complicate matters for him. As for Deng Bo, the most senior figure in Lianxing, even if he aimed to use this situation to pressure Su Ran, it would be far from proper. Su Ran's achievements with D were accomplished under the esteemed title of saving the old boss of Baishan, and thus he was justified. Therefore, Longjin felt confident in alleviating this burden for him. Su Ran understood Longjin's words perfectly. Brother Longjin, do you not know my character? The grand spectacle was merely for the sake of profit. Every penny I earn henceforth will have your share. Upon hearing Su Ran's affirmative response, Longin's face radiated with immense joy. Well, I shall not intrude further. I need to invite a few old friends for tea. Now, what lies ahead for Su Ran is the task of assuming control over the Suwon territory. Otherwise, he would merely be a nominal figure. Longin's implication was clear. He would provide support. You must ensure Brother Longin's safety. He summoned a dozen subordinates and dispatched 2 vehicles to escort Longjin back. Striding in confidently, Su Ran encountered the excited Huazue. Boss, you were so formidable. You took down D in one fell swoop and avenged me. Huazue, true to his name, had a fiery personality and a sharp tongue. Alas, the deceased deserve our reverence. Let us first pay our respects to D and hope he watches over Suwon in peace. Observing his cousin Huazue unharmed, Su Ran smiled broadly. Among his many relatives, he felt closest to this cousin. Haha, boss, I offer you incense. After bowing towards the hills of Yuanlong, Su Ran extinguished the burning incense with his fingers, leaving Huazue utterly astonished. As an undercover, his skills were indeed formidable. The data did not lie. Su Ran's physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary person, though he had never showcased it, preferring to elicit astonished glances from time to time. Clap, clap. While Su Ran was surveying the spirited establishment, he suddenly heard a series of vigorous knocks. Approaching, he discovered Long Air pounding on the door. Ah, Air, what is the matter? Inside is D's young wife. I'm uncertain whether I should break down the door. Typically one to resolve matters with his fists. Long Air's contemplation surprised Su Ran. Leave it to me. All right, big brother, but she has a knife and even bit me. Are you interested in her? Ah, no. I merely wanted to assist you, big brother. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Air's face flushed instantly. Why so? You've dealt with D. You should facilitate their reunion. Then why are you blushing? I'm not. You're nearly 30. Blushing at the mention of a woman. Could it be that you're still a virgin? How could that be, big brother? I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Watching Long Air flee in embarrassment, Su Ran began to doubt the authenticity of his marital status. Gazing at the closed door, Su Ran recalled memories from his previous life. D's young wife was an actress in the film industry of Hong Kong, igniting excitement within him. With a swift kick, he burst through the door, but before he could assess the situation, a piercing scream resonated. Don't come any closer. Upon focusing, he found her to be exceedingly beautiful. D has already gone to sell salted duck eggs. You're talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, call. This is the spirited establishment, now under my control. I don't believe you. D's young wife watched Su Ran approach with trepidation, covering her ears and crouching in the corner. At that moment, a news broadcast played on the television in the world of Hong Kong films. At 9:42 this morning, a hiker discovered a male corpse. D's lifeless face appeared on the screen. D, I'll accompany you to sell salted duck eggs. With that, he brandished the concealed scissors in his palm and plunged them towards his heart. Husbands and wives are like birds of the same forest when disaster strikes. They fly their separate ways. Su Ran had hoped to extract some information from her, thinking it would save him considerable effort, for after so many years beside D, she must possess countless secrets. Yet now, in her unwavering fidelity, he chose to let her be. Why didn't you stop me? What? I am, after all, D's young wife. I hold significant value. Chapter 6, Shock. Within the room of the Hong Kong film universe. 30 minutes later, Su Ran emerged from the room, looking invigorated after his task. Turning to glance at the now damaged door, he remarked, Goodness, why was there so much water? I shan't take this route again. Just moments earlier, under Su Ran's watchful gaze, D's young wife, initially intent on portraying a deeply affectionate spouse, found her act ineffective and began to weep, recounting her past tribulations. It turned out she harbored deep-seated hatred for D. Her family had been slaughtered, and she had been subjugated by D, forced to compromise for survival. The one most delighted by Su Ran's triumph over D was indeed her. With her emotional barriers dismantled, her true feelings poured forth. For her, the demise of D was inconsequential. Countless others like him existed. Simultaneously, to protect her assets, she divulged many of D's hidden secrets to Su Ran, enabling him to fully seize control of Tsuen Wan, thus gaining the upper hand. The grand display of Hongxing Lianquan had left the police thoroughly occupied. After securing all those captured, Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing finally had time to lead his team towards the territory of Lianqing. Fat Deng, what are you and Lianqing up to? Choosing a spokesperson has thrown society into chaos. Do you believe our 30,000 officers are merely idle? Huang Jiqing circled the conference table before slamming his hand down heavily. The spokesperson has been chosen, but who is responsible for D's death? He fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Lin Huailua, seated at the head of the table. As D's rival, he had only just articulated his intention to establish a new Lianqing before he was swiftly silenced. If not him, then who? Not willing to speak. Are we? Then I shall inspect your establishments daily. You want to be opening for business within 3 months. Under Huang Jiqing's stern voice, Deng Bo adjusted his trousers and calmly replied, Sir Huang, our brother has been killed, yet you come here instead of investigating. Do you think Lianqing would turn against one another? Huh. Just as Deng Bo finished speaking, Longan's mocking laughter echoed through the room. Long Zhen, are you pleased that D is dead? Not particularly. Then why are you laughing? Am I? I'm utterly perplexed. Longan's demeanor suggested he was in shock. With 2,000 of your brothers in the precinct, it would be wise to secure bail quickly, otherwise. Huang Jiqing was not particularly concerned about the death of Lianqing's spokesperson. His real purpose was to collect bail money, 3,000 each, amounting to millions in bail. And the foreign police officer was closing in. Dismissed. As the inspector led his team away, a collective sigh of relief swept over everyone. However, Lin Huailu felt as though his heart had been dealt a brutal blow. With the underlings of Liansheng being apprehended, the Big D, as the decision-maker, had already begun to sell salted duck eggs. Thus, the responsibility for this bail amount now fell upon the newly appointed Lu Xiao. If he failed to provide the funds, then the opportunity to partake in the lucrative offerings of Tsuen Wan would be lost. Just half an hour prior, Lu had arrived at Uncle Deng's residence. Before him sat the corpulent Deng, short and stout, who, every couple of years, would stir up turmoil regarding the selection of a new decision-maker. Now, his health had significantly declined. The two were seated in the study, where Uncle Deng poured a cup of tea for Lin Huailo. Lu, drink some tea. Uncle Deng took a sip first, then gestured for Lu to do the same. Thank you for supporting my role as the decision-maker, Uncle Deng. I am truly grateful. Lin Huailu replied, cradling the teacup in his hands, heedless of the steam, and gulped it down in one go. You needn't thank me, Lu. My actions are solely for the benefit of Liansheng. The organization seeks long-term development and will not permit any single entity to dominate. The influence of Big D and Suin Wan is formidable. If he were to assume the role of decision-maker again, we, the older generation, would find it increasingly difficult to maintain our hold, and that would not bode well. Uncle Deng observed Lin Huailu with a calm demeanor, his words unmistakably implying that the elder generation of Liansheng had endorsed him as the decision-maker. Power cannot be claimed through sheer force. Indeed, I understand. Lin Huailu displayed great humility in Uncle Deng's presence. Yet, beneath that smile, his true thoughts remained a mystery. What are your thoughts on Big D's desire to establish his own faction? Uncle Deng squinted, eager to assess the capabilities and mindset of the decision-maker he had chosen. Uncle Deng, I will discuss the matter with Big D. Should negotiations falter, I will certainly intervene. We elect a decision-maker every 2 years in Liansheng. Dissenters are not a new phenomenon, and when the time comes, we shall act. Lin Huailu paused deliberately, gauging Uncle Deng's reaction. However, just at that moment, the ringing of a telephone interrupted the silence. Uncle Deng answered the call, and upon hearing that Big D had gone to sell salted duck eggs, his murky eyes fixated intently on Lin Huailu. Internal strife, where allies turn against one another, is a grave taboo within their organization. Having just been appointed decision-maker, the immediate elimination of dissenters was alarming. Lin Huailu felt uneasy under Uncle Deng's scrutinizing gaze and inquired directly, Uncle Deng, what has transpired? Big D is dead. Long Zhen has claimed Suin Wan. Upon hearing that Big D had gone to sell salted duck eggs at this juncture, Lin Huailu instinctively rose to his feet, exclaiming, that was not my doing. His reaction was genuine, and seasoned as he was, Uncle Deng recognized it was not Lin Huailu's hand at play. Gather all factions. We shall convene. Liansheng has determined the new decision-maker, and the meeting had just concluded. To hold another meeting now, many uncles entered complaining. Only Long Zhen was the first to arrive, hastily rallying support. Long Zhen, Big D's death must be connected to you, otherwise, how could your faction have taken root in Suin Wan? In response to Uncle Deng's skepticism, Long Gu stood abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, and barked fiercely, Uncle Deng. Big D captured both me and Guan Zai-san, trapping us in a wooden crate. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have long since been selling salted duck eggs myself. And now, it was Shan Zai Ran who saved me. Lin Huailu, unfamiliar with Shan Zai Ran, instinctively thought of Su Ran, hoping to avoid Uncle Deng's suspicion that he had a hand in Big D's demise. Although, I only saw Guan Zai-san and Big D tumble down the mountain together. All present learned that Guan Zai-san lay in the hospital, his fate uncertain. Big D had turned on his own, bullying the weak, and met his untimely end. Now, with Guan Zai-san gone, the two of them would be down to sell salted duck eggs together. So what more was there to say? With the reason now known, Uncle Deng no longer wished to pursue the matter of Big D's death. To cling to it further would bring embarrassment to Liansheng. Long Zhen's earlier cold laughter had already slapped him in the face. All right, the circumstances surrounding Big D's death are clear. Now, Long Zhen, what exactly does your claim over Suin Wan signify? At this juncture, the paramount concern for Liansheng was the territory of Suin Wan. You captured me and now wish to eliminate me. I instructed my men to remove Big D's banner and replace it with mine. Is there an issue with that? At your age, you still aspire to be the decision-maker of Suin Wan? When it comes to interests, you can be as fierce as a lion. Long Zhen cast a glance at Chuan Bao. Disregarding him, surveying the room, he garnered support from several old acquaintances and then fixed his gaze on Lin Huailu. Lu, now that you are the decision-maker, do you have any objections to my claim over Suin Wan? Chapter 7, A Battle to Fame, Forcefully Seizing Control. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, Big D had gone to sell salted duck eggs. Nearly 2,000 subordinates had been apprehended. Moreover, Hung Hing's Liang Kuan was watching closely. At that moment, Suin Wan appeared to Lin Huailu as a hot potato. He was acutely aware that anyone from Liansheng could stake a claim in Suin Wan. But he could not. Once he laid claim, everyone would deem him petty and blame him for Big D's downfall. However, with such a prime opportunity at hand, it was illogical to abstain from seizing it. If a direct approach was futile, then one must resort to subterfuge. Long Zhen, would you be interested in running for the next decision-maker? Lin Huailu's suggestion took Long Zhen by surprise. If he agreed, it would position him against the current decision-maker. If he declined, then his claim over Suin Wan would be rendered meaningless. After a brief moment of contemplation, Long Zhen began to feel a headache coming on. Hello, Uncle Deng, my head hurts. I must head to the hospital. Attempting to use a medical excuse to buy time, Long Zhen was intercepted by the most esteemed Uncle Deng of Liansheng. Long Zhen, you can plant your flag in Suin Wan, but someone must step forward to clarify the future of Suin Wan. As Long Zhen reached the door, he grasped Uncle Deng's implication. First stabilize Suin Wan, then rely on strength to divide the spoils. Thus, he did not pause his departure but left behind a parting remark. Very well, Uncle Deng. I shall speak with Shan Ziran. Shan Ziran. At this meeting, every uncle within Liansheng was well acquainted with this name, as if it were a legend that had ignited the entirety of Hong Kong. Lin Huailu was also immensely intrigued by Su Ran. Only Uncle Deng's expression grew grim. The act of taking without permission clearly indicated a disregard for the authority of the organization. Stepping out of the territory of Liansheng, a revitalized Long Jin sneered. If Shan Ziran can handle Big D, what is a Lu to be feared? In the midst of the chaos, his audacity was remarkable. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed directly at the core. Given the current pressing circumstances, reliance on Su Ran was essential. Regarding Big D's death, Long Jin had already provided an explanation to the organization and would not be pursued further. He had done what needed to be done. During the meeting of Liansheng depicted in Hong Kong cinema, Su Wan was in disarray, with the source of chaos being the undercover Su Ran. Leading over 500 subordinates, along with several hundred reinforcements from Long Jin, nearly 1,000 individuals began to carve out their own territory. Su Wan was vast, and Su Ran's ambition to consume it whole would be challenging. However, centered around the clothing factory he had previously operated, capturing a third of Tsuan Wan would suffice for development. The flame of fury had been stifled for an entire night, and upon receiving the command to clear the area, he charged headlong into a nightclub that was still in operation during the day. With a forceful kick, he sent the doorman flying, toppling several of the henchmen guarding the premises, and leapt onto the bar, drenched in blood, shouting with rage. Dragon Root has planted his flag. Anyone uninvolved, get out. Previously, Su Ran had cleared out the powder venues controlled by Big D, and now he intended to sweep through every establishment overseen by Chong Mao, leaving his own men to keep watch. At that moment, most of the forces in Tsuan Wan were detained in the holding cells, with many more defending Hongqing's Liangquan. To the west of Tsuan Wan lay the coast, well connected by waterways, where the powder venues thrived. Su Ran had set his sights on the eastern part of Tsuan Wan, which boasted a greater number of factories and shopping centers. Just as a tempest sweeps away leaves, he had meticulously cleaned out all the powder venues in Tsuan Wan. This was a clever diversion, successfully luring many of Big D's men away. Meanwhile, the number of guards in the east dwindled significantly. Within less than an hour, Hozue and Long Air had seized control, almost occupying 1/3 of Tsuan Wan. Big D's remaining top henchman, sitting in his own lair, was howling with fury. Where are our men? Where are they? That scoundrel Shan Ziran. How many men does he have? He swept the powder venues, and now he has taken over Chong Mao's territory. Boss, my powder venue and stash have been cleared, and the brothers sent to assist have been caught by the police. Bad news kept pouring in. At this moment, the last red stick belonging to Big D and Tsuan Wan was flushed with rage, his blood vessels nearly bursting. Originally, he thought Big D had merely suffered a defeat in the elections, but to his astonishment, they had been completely ousted. Damn it, it must be Lin Huailo. Boss, the ones clearing the venues are flying Dragon Root's flag. Damn it, are you foolish? Dragon Root is so old. It would be a challenge for him to even plant your mother's flag, let alone a new one. Lin Huailo, do you think just because you wear Dragon Root's skin, you can fool everyone? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood running out. We will reclaim what we've lost once Chong Mao is out. Amidst the raging curses, many of his subordinates scattered, leaving only his trusted aides behind. After venting his anger, this red stick suddenly recalled. The powder venues had been cleared, and the brothers sent for aid had been caught by the police. He realized he had to flee. With so much merchandise in the powder venues and so many people arrested, if even one person pointed him out, he would spend the rest of his life in Stanley Prison. Quick, grab the money and run. He swiftly opened the safe, stuffing money into his pockets. Haha, thank you. Brother Duan Fun, you little scoundrel, I didn't expect you to be so considerate, knowing I was coming and wanting to give me money. Su Ran, accompanied by Hozue and dozens of subordinates, burst in with wicked grins, gazing at Brother Duan Fun. Outside, a dozen little brothers lay on the ground, crying out for help. Brother Shan Ziran, take whatever money you want, just spare my life. Duan Fun, with a face of terror, began to empty the money from his bag. Haha, Brother Duan Fun, how could I feel right taking this money without giving you a couple of slashes? I, Shan Ziran, came out to mix in this world, selling sexy clothes, and I have always been honest. I promised that anyone who dared to touch my brothers would be sent down to sell salted duck eggs. And I intend to keep that promise. Last night, Hozue clearly saw that it was this very Duan Fun who had overturned his stall, beaten his brother, and even captured him. When enemies meet, the flames of rage ignited. Hozue took a swift step forward, brandishing his knife. Over the past year, he had been forced to train daily by Su Ran, and even if his skills didn't match those of the Red Sticks, he was still capable of holding his own. At that moment, Duan Fun, who had just finished his outburst, was taken aback by Su Ran's sudden appearance. The swift shift between anger and fear left him dizzy, struggling to maintain his footing. He could only desperately evade Jose's knife, unable to unleash even a third of his strength. Shan Ziran, do you really dare to touch me? I am. Duanfen wanted to proclaim that he was a man of Big D. But upon remembering that even his own boss had been sent down to sell salted duck eggs, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to identify himself. You are a powder sausage, you little scoundrel. Today, even if you were the governor of Hong Kong, you would still take a couple of slashes from me. Huazue cornered Duanfen, while Su Ran pulled out a Black Star pistol he had pilfered from Big D. Upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, Duanfen realized his fate was sealed. In a desperate bid, he suddenly leaped out of the window. Thud! A shadow plummeted from the third floor, crashing onto the roof of a car below, convulsing a few times before falling silent. From that moment on, the name Duanfen, the notorious tiger of Tsuan, would no longer be spoken. In his place rose a figure named Shan Ziran, accompanied by the piercing wail of car alarms. The power of Big D and Tsuan had dissipated entirely. Sound the gong, pack it up. Hong Xing S. Liang Quan, leading 5,000 men, followed the plan. Lingering around the outskirts of Tsuan for more than 2 hours. After leaving a trail of cigarette butts, they turned to leave. All the factions instantly erupted in chaos. Everyone speculated, whose handiwork could this be? Was it merely to expose Hong Xing's dragon head for the sake of Big D and Tsuan? No one could comprehend. Yet they all remembered the name Shan Ziran. In a single day, he had risen to fame, like a tempest sweeping away leaves, forcefully claiming 1/3 of Tsuan. Every faction was astounded, and simultaneously could not help but admire Su Ran's methods. They all began to inquire about who Shan Ziran truly was. Some prepared money, while the majority were busy convincing their daughters. Upon receiving a call from Dragonroot, Su Ran learned that Lin Huai-Lu had invited him to dinner. In the past, such an invitation would have seemed unimaginable, given the disparity in their statuses. At that moment, however, he was somewhat reluctant to go, seeking an excuse to postpone until the next day. The cooling period for the money he had just flaunted had not yet passed, and he worried about potential mishaps. Chapter 8. Unconventional Strategies. The following afternoon, in order to complete a storyline task and earn rewards, Su Ran, still alone, drove a GTR he had just seized from Big D towards the Ming Ji restaurant featured in Hong Kong films. 10 minutes later, upon arrival, he noticed a considerable crowd of street thugs outside, many of whom weren't even members of the 49ers. Their hair colors varied, some covered in tattoos, brazenly scrutinizing passers-by. It appeared to be a banquet of sorts. Across the street from the restaurant, a PTU armored vehicle was stationed, with police officers inside enjoying their lunch, their eyes fixed intently on the restaurant. Given the events of the past few days, the Hong Kong police had not relaxed their vigilance. Big Brother, Huazue, who had long been waiting in the restaurant's hall, immediately approached upon seeing the red GTR. Su Ran accepted a small box from him, instructing him to wait below while he took the elevator to the third floor, where the crowd was sparse. He found Lin Huai-Lu, the current figurehead of Lian Sheng, seated at the central table, flanked by several elder supporters. Among them stood a familiar face. Before Su Ran could approach, Lin Huai-Lu stood up, a smile plastered across his face, greeting him warmly as if they were old acquaintances. Ran, Brother Lo, congratulations on being elected as the new figurehead. Under your leadership, we Lian Sheng will surely penetrate Sim Sha Sui. Upon seeing Lin Huai-Lu, Su Ran showered him with compliments as if they were free. He then produced a hefty, golden-laid bronze axe weighing a pound. The golden axe glimmered under the lights, and no one would suspect it was a mere counterfeit worth a few $100. Dear Lugu, may you achieve a resounding victory and conquer Sim Sha Sui tomorrow. Thank you. I truly cherish this gift. You are exceptionally thoughtful. Upon receiving the golden axe, Lin Huai-Lu beamed as he grasped Su Ran's hand. It was merely my duty. The two exchanged warm pleasantries, and to an unknowing observer, it would seem they shared a profound camaraderie. However, those present were filled with envy towards Su Ran. Just yesterday, he was a mere lowly 4'9" underling. Today, he stood on equal footing with the esteemed leaders. At that moment, Su Ran appeared jubilant on the surface, yet inwardly, he remained wary of the treacherous Lin Huai-Lu. Upon learning that Didi had descended into the realm of selling salted duck eggs, Lin Huai-Lu promptly dispatched someone to retrieve the dragon-headed stick. Yet, he encountered Didi's pre-established forces, making the process far from smooth. While Su Ran was engaged in activities in Tsuan, Lin Huai-Lu was singularly focused on reclaiming the dragon-headed stick, and those who assisted him in this endeavor were subsequently adopted as his sons, thus earning their place here. At this juncture, Lin Huai-Lu enthusiastically introduced Su Ran to the individuals standing behind him, such as Fei Ji, De Tu, and Deng Wenzi. Upon meeting them, Su Ran merely offered perfunctory greetings. Lin Huai-Lu's true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. However, it appeared he sought to win Su Ran over. When the introduction reached Jean-Mi, Su Ran's countenance turned frosty. Just yesterday, Guanzi's son had been admitted to the hospital, only to succumb that very night. They both belonged to the Longjin faction. The elder brother Baishan had only just passed, and Jean-Mi had already positioned himself behind Lian Sheng, the faction leader. Jean-Mi was involved in the Malan business and frequently patronized Su Ran's clothing stall. While not exceptionally familiar, they were certainly not strangers. Moreover, Jean-Mi was a shrewd and clear-headed individual. When others acted impulsively, he relied on his intellect. Ultimately, it was he who had handed the dragon-headed stick back to Lin Huailo. Jean-Mi, let us share a drink sometime. It feels remiss to gather for a drink so soon after Sun Ji's departure. Certainly. I just returned from Shenzhen this morning and planned to visit Uncle Longjin for a drink tonight. In truth, Jean-Mi had received a distress call from Guanzi's son the previous morning. However, he knew that once into Di's clutches, the odds were grim. He simply wished to profit from business under Lian Sheng's banner, avoiding the entanglements of the underworld. Thus, he began to carve out an escape route for himself. Within the ranks of the leaders, only Lin Huailo could offer him protection. Little did he anticipate that upon securing the dragon-headed stick, he would receive news of Lao Ding Longjin forcefully establishing a presence in Suanwan with considerable momentum. Yet, Lin Huaili's men had already appeared, making it too late for him to withdraw. He had heard of Shanzi Ran's reputation. He knew that, like himself, Shanzi preferred to avoid trouble and sought profit. Yet now, to confront him so brazenly, particularly at a banquet of the newly established dragon-headed faction, was not merely troublesome, it was a prelude to self-destruction. Regardless, Jean-Mi was now aligned with Lin Huailo and could not afford to appear overly concerned about Su Ran. Ran, today is a momentous occasion for me. Any matters can be discussed later. At this point, faced with Su Ran's deliberate provocations, Lin Huailo interjected to shield Jean-Mi. The dragon-headed stick had been reclaimed by Jean-Mi. If that were not preserved, what would others think? Lego, my apologies. I was reminded of Sun Ge and felt a pang of sorrow. I beg your pardon. Just moments ago, Su Ran had sought to challenge Jean-Mi as a means of gauging Lin Huailo. It was evident that this Lian Sheng leader prioritized his own interests above all else. Thus, Su Ran was reluctant to create a rift with Lin Huailo at this juncture. Lin Huailu's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Su Ran's words. Su Ran's remark plainly indicated that today was not the appropriate occasion for such a gathering. With a brother from their ranks having just passed, the clash of white and red affairs posed a dilemma. You graciously invite me to dine. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Is this not a slap to my face as a leader? Lin Huailo had initially intended to employ diplomacy before resorting to force, yet he found himself outmaneuvered. Given the circumstances, the pretense was no longer necessary. It was time to lay all cards on the table and address the matter directly. Ran, everyone present here is one of our own. I wish to inquire, what does it mean to establish a presence in Suanwan? As Lin Huailo had asserted, indeed, everyone present was aligned with him. Setting aside the support for Di's faction, even Deng Bo and Longjin were absent. Moments prior, when Su Ran confronted Jean-Mi, Lin Huailo had already tolerated him once. If he could win Su Ran over, Suanwan could be seized effortlessly and covertly. Since Su Ran had refused to toast, he would now be subjected to a punitive drink. At this, Su Ran's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated Lin Huailo would reveal his hand so swiftly. Typically, one would first offer mutual condolences regarding Guanzi's son's death before attempting to win him over. Your elder brother was my comrade. From this day forth, I shall be your elder brother. I will support you as the voice in Suanwan, and we shall split the spoils. How had Lin Huaili's demeanor shifted so drastically? Humph, operating outside the established norms. Surely, you believe you can take advantage of me. Lin Huailo abruptly abandoned his previous amiable manner, leaving Su Ran feeling trapped. Nevertheless, he harbored little concern for his own safety. He had just activated his financial prowess. Should he choose to leave, he would undoubtedly do so unscathed. Legu, I am fond of commerce and have no interest in the affairs of the leaders. I follow the directives of the elder brother. Whatever he decides, I shall comply. From the outset, Su Ran had anticipated that Lin Huailo would not easily allow him, a mere 4'9" underling, to establish a foothold in Suanwan. Before taking action, he had strategically utilized Longjin and could now distance himself entirely. He was but a 4'9", and following the orders of Baishan and the elder brother was no issue. Now that Di had just perished, not only did other factions suspect Lin Huaili's involvement, but even those beneath him harbored doubts. Su Ran was confident that Lin Huailo valued his reputation and would not wish to bear the burden of infamy. Otherwise, he would not have afforded Jean-Mi and others the opportunity to emerge victorious and successfully reclaim the dragon-headed stick. Furthermore, with his skills activated, Su Ran was no longer in a position to merely slap Lin Huaili's face. He could overturn the table and still exit unscathed, perhaps at a minor financial cost. However, for Lin Huailo, Su Ran's sudden display of power filled him with unease. If he could dispatch Didi in a day, subduing me should take no more than half a day, right? Seizing the moment while he was still unsteady, he sought a pretext to suppress him. In the grand scheme of things, compared to the position of leader, tangible benefits and reputation held little weight. In an instant, the gaze directed at Su Ran was tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Ran, your actions make my position exceedingly challenging. Didi met his end at your hands. Some form of accountability must be provided to the leaders. Chapter 9. You owe me 5 million. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, Su Ran's actions have been nothing short of astonishing. Within a single day, he eliminated the prominent figure Didi from Lien Sheng's ranks, forcefully established a presence in Suanwan, and seized 13 territories. If this were not premeditated, Lin Huailu would have offered Su Ran a seat upon the severed head. Moreover, the timing was impeccable. Were it not for the establishment in Suanwan, Didi would undoubtedly have been blamed for his sudden demise, since it was clear to him that Su Ran was a loose cannon. And given the failure to win him over, it was time to dismantle this ticking time bomb. Haha. Confronted by Lin Hualia's accusatory inquiry, Su Ran let out a couple of cold laughs, remaining silent. Prior to this encounter, Long Jin had informed him that the higher-ups would not pursue the matter of Didi's demise. Now, Lin Hualia was using this as an excuse. Was he attempting to extort and carve up Suanwan, or was there any other motive? Just yesterday, Didi had kidnapped Huazue, demanding a ransom of 1 million. Now he was already down selling salted duck eggs, despite merely bringing Huazue along. Su Ran understood that Lin Hualia's presence at this moment signaled a demand for accountability, and he was certainly prepared with a backup plan. Under the pressure from the leaders of Lianqing, Su Ran glanced at the golden watch on his wrist, the golden hands just past 10 o'clock. How lively it was. Why wasn't I invited? After all, I had been wandering around for several hours on Lianqing's turf. A raspy voice suddenly echoed from the elevator, startling everyone present. It was the unmistakable voice of Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, what brings you here? Deng Guanzai rushed forward, only to be blocked by a dozen or so Hongxing members. Pushing past Deng Guanzai, Liang Kuan staggered toward the table where Su Ran was seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I have brought a crew of 500 to film on Jordan Road. I apologize if I startled you. As he spoke, the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a menacing glare as he coldly added, by the way, I'm here to collect some debts. Liang Kuan, this is Lianqing's territory in Jordan. Are you looking to leave horizontally? Lin Hualia's top aides positioned themselves in front, with Feiji charging to the forefront, arms outstretched, attempting to prevent Liang Kuan from advancing further. Haha, I, Liang Kuan, a figure of Hongxing, have spent hours in Suanwan, and yet here I stand. Before he could finish, without any warning, Liang Kuan seized a glass bottle and swiftly dealt with Feiji. Even the Hong Kong police have approved my filming here. Why shouldn't I be allowed? Glass shards scattered across the floor, and Liang Kuan's arrogant demeanor made everyone wish to eliminate him. At this moment, Lin Hualia's newly recruited subordinate met a grim fate, prompting Lin to rise, his face ashen, and stride toward Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, today I have been appointed as the spokesperson for Lianqing. If you have come to congratulate me, you are most welcome. However, if you intend to cause trouble, we at Lianqing will definitely accompany you to the end. Oh, did you think you could intimidate me, Brother Le? My heart is racing, Liang Kuan said, tilting his head and patting his chest. Yet, instead of escalating the conflict, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Lin Hualia. Brother Lu, I've come to congratulate you, but I didn't bring a gift. I'll make it up to you next time. Lin Hualia accepted the cigarette, but did not place it in his mouth. Instead, he tucked it behind his ear. Whatever. Also, who is Shan Ziran? He owes me 5 million. As the spokesperson for Lianqing, aren't you supposed to cover for him? What? When did I owe you money? Hearing the mention of debt, Su Ran reacted with great agitation, leaping up and shouting at Liang Kuan. Last night, I bet you I could kiss 10 girls. While you could only manage 9. I lost 5 million. Are you trying to weasel out of it? Liang Kuan arrogantly opened his coat, pointing at Su Ran and cursing profusely. You think I would lose to you in kissing girls? At that moment, an enraged Su Ran straightened his back and jumped in front of Liang Kuan, launching into a furious tirade. The two engaged in a heated exchange of insults before a gathering of thugs from both Lianqing and Hongxing, completely disregarding their images. Jimmy could only watch in cold sweat. When did Shan Ziran become so bold? First, he slapped the spokesperson of Lianqing in the face. Then he was arguing with the spokesperson of Hongxing, offending the heads of both factions in Hong Kong Island. He must have either lost his mind or gone mad. Meanwhile, Deng Guanzai, the war god of the vehicle compartment, looked at Su Ran with admiration. A gangster must fear neither heaven nor earth. He felt he could not match such audacity. Enough, Liang Kuan. You are the spokesperson for Hongxing, while Shan Ziran is merely a lowly thug. There is a vast disparity in status. What evidence do you have for claiming he owes you 5 million? Lin Hualia did not wish for the scene to devolve into a marketplace brawl and directly interrupted their quarrel. Evidence. I was drunk last night, so my memory is a bit hazy. But all my hundreds of subordinates heard it. The one I bet against was the spokesperson for Tsuan Wan, Liang Kuan. The spokesperson for Tsuan Wan is Didi. Are you out of your mind? Su Ran retorted dismissively. Didi has gone to sell salted duck eggs. I'm here to collect debts. Whoever is the spokesperson for Tsuan Wan must bear this debt. Liang Kuan said arrogantly, tilting his head. Evidence. What need is there for evidence when speaking to a gangster? You're barking up the wrong tree if you want money from me. I've heard that the new spokesperson for Tsuan Wan is Shan Zai Ran, Liang Kuan remarked, attempting to poke Su Ran in the chest. Slap. Su Ran unceremoniously swatted his hand away, causing everyone present to flinch. Scanning the room, he pointed at Lin Hualia, declaring, our spokesperson for He Lianxing is here. With the D of Tsuan Wan deceased, he temporarily assumes command. You think you can evade this debt, Lin Hualia? Lin Hualia stared intently at Liang Kuan for several seconds before shifting his gaze to Su Ran. The 13 territories of Tsuan Wan had already fallen under his control, while the remaining 23 and the uncles of He Lianxing were all eyeing the prize. However, with thousands of brothers in the police force, swallowing this juicy piece of meat was no simple task. Lin Hualia calculated that in order to legitimately seize Tsuan Wan, along with the bail money and Liang Kuan's debt, he would need at least tens of millions. If he had that much money, he would have already taken Tsuan Wan long ago. In recent years, Liang Kuan's influence in Hongxing had grown formidable. Even the former spokesperson of Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng, had been forced to retreat into the shadows. Lin Hualia had just become the spokesperson for He Lianxing. In terms of strength, he could not even compare to Didi, who was now selling salted duck eggs, let alone Liang Kuan. Thus, he was left with no choice but to concede. The flag currently planted in Tsuan Wan belonged to Long Jin, who was indeed the spokesperson for Tsuan Wan. Lin Hualia's words implicitly acknowledged Su Ran's status as the spokesperson for Tsuan Wan, for within He Lianxing, everyone knew of Long Jin's strength. Su Ran's displayed prowess was already several times greater than Long Jin's. Fine, then I shall seek out that Long Jin, the deer whip. With that, Liang Kuan turned to leave. At that moment, Su Ran took the opportunity to move behind Lin Hualia, pulling out a chair to sit down, adopting an air of indifference. However, as Lin Hualia's icy gaze fixed upon Su Ran, who was seated and pouring himself tea, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Liang Kuan's abrasive voice. I've not forgotten, Shan Zai Ran, you little squid. You were just having a grand time cursing me. I must take that old beast Long Jin away today. Smash. A teapot suddenly smashed down in front of Liang Kuan, sending shards and tea flying everywhere. At that moment, Su Ran glared fiercely at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, this is the territory of the spokesperson for He Lianxing. You think you can just demand people at will? What do you take our brother Li for? Chapter 10. Before the negotiations even begin, the table is flipped. In the world of Hong Kong films, as Su Ran's words fell, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Just moments ago, Lin Hualia had struck Su Ran forcefully across the face. Yet now he still harbored hopes of letting him rise to prominence and protect him. However, rather than deriding Su Ran for his foolishness, they fixated their fierce gazes intently on Liang Kuan. Among the three major factions of the Hong Kong island, Lianxing holds the largest territory. Over the years, the three factions have adhered to the mutual rules they established: no bullying the weak, and any disputes should be settled through dialogue. If Liang Kuan were to take Su Ran away from Lin Hualia's domain today, it would be a significant loss of face for him as the decision-maker. Regrettably, Lin Hualia, who was solely focused on profit, had lost face several times during previous negotiations when Didi had flipped the table on him, and he did not place much value on reputation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hualia cast a glance at Su Ran, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. Liang Kuan, as the spokesperson for Hongxing, attempting to take someone in my presence is against the rules. Haha, brother Lo. Are you lecturing me on rules? I've been in this business long enough, and today I must have the money. With that, Liang Kuan abruptly pulled out a chair and sat down, exuding an air of either receiving payment or taking someone. His men swiftly closed in, their expressions icy, ready to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Lin Hualia cast a cold gaze at Liang Kuan's subordinates. Should anyone dare to move, it would lead to immediate conflict. Seeing that no one dared to advance, he approached Liang Kuan's side and took a seat opposite him, his demeanor softening slightly as he spoke amicably. Liang Kuan, have you eaten? I had breakfast, but I skipped lunch. Then shall we head to Tsuan Wan for some shark fin noodles? Brother Lo, it's on you. Liang Kuan tilted his head, looking disdainfully at Lin Hualia. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Lin Hualia's face, and he turned his gaze towards Su Ran. Ah Ran, Liang Kuan wants to treat Long Jin good to a meal. You lead the way. At Lin Hualia's words, everyone was left utterly disheartened. The new spokesperson of Lianqing had actually bowed to Liang Kuan of Hongxing. What? In truth, Su Ran had long anticipated that Lin Hualia would not protect him regardless of the circumstances, so he decided to create a scene right then and there. You call yourself a spokesperson with such a demeanor. With that, he displayed an expression of deep anger, roaring as he flipped the table, sending tea splashing everywhere. Wow. He flipped the table? Faced with the airborne cups and dishes, Liang Kuan quickly took a step back. Yet, his tone suggested he was not overly concerned. If the roles were reversed and he were in front of his own faction spokesperson, he would also be furious if someone from another faction attempted to take him away. After flipping the table, Su Ran did not pause, his fierce gaze fixed on Liang Kuan, silently shouting, "Liang Kuan, my money is not so easily taken. Damn it." He cursed loudly before kicking Liang Kuan with great force, sending him flying. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he swiftly dashed to the window and leaped without hesitation. Ding! The host has sustained damage, consuming 50,000 to negate injury. Hearing the system's notification, Su Ran noticed the shards of glass behind him and paid them no further mind. The sign of Ming Ji's drunk driving spanned the second and third floors. Thus, with remarkable agility, Su Ran leaped onto the sign and vanished without a trace before the two faction leaders. Go, why aren't you capturing him? At that moment, Liang Kuan's subordinate, a Chong, finally reacted and furiously shouted at his men. Capture him. There are several PTU armored vehicles below. Clutching his chest in apparent pain, Liang Kuan slowly rose. Although he cursed his subordinates, inwardly he was seething at how ruthless Su Ran had been. From the moment he stepped onto Jordan Road, everything had been Su Ran's scheme. Yesterday, their cooperation had gone remarkably well, successfully restraining most of Lianqing's goons, allowing Su Ran to secure a crucial foothold in Sunwan. However, Liang Kuan was not someone who could be easily swayed by mere promises. He demanded a $5 million appearance fee and expenses for 5,000 men to dine and make merry. Su Ran, daring to approach Liang Kuan for collaboration, had anticipated that he would demand money. Having already secured Sunwan's territory, he was mentally prepared. If he couldn't get the money, he would put his life on the line. He presented himself as a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Arriving at Lin Hualia's territory, he had expected a trap. Moreover, he had been worried that Lin Hualia might suspect Liang Kuan's actions were connected to him. Last night, Su Ran had laid out the stakes clearly to Liang Kuan, hoping to enlist his cooperation in another act to absolve himself of any suspicion of collusion with Hongxing to seize territory. If those uncles from Lianqing were to determine that Su Ran was sent by Hongxing to collaborate in an attempt to seize Sunwan, it would cost him dearly. After all, gangsters do not abide by evidence, so a performance was necessary to convincingly offend Liang Kuan. At this moment, Liang Kuan pondered, feeling quite displeased. Yet, he did not want Su Ran to be subdued by Lianqing. Otherwise, yesterday's efforts would have been in vain. For the sake of money, he had no choice but to act once more. For Liang Kuan, Su Ran had handed him a handle, making him a future cash cow. Thus, he played his part with great enthusiasm. Brother Lu, is Lianqing planning to renege on this deal? Liang Kuan slowly spoke, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Hualia. Ding ding. Just then, a phone rang. Moments later, everyone present realized that the Hongxing spokesperson had once again led 5,000 men to encircle the entire Jordan area, poised to strike at any moment. Liang Kuan, our Ran is one of ours in Lianqing. I, as his spokesperson, will take responsibility for this matter. You can take your men and leave now. Lin Hualia's words not only surprised Liang Kuan, but also left several of his underlings bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had pushed Su Ran out, even flipping the table, yet in the next moment, he stood up for him. What kind of game was this spokesperson playing? Regardless of whether it's Shanzai Ran, Long Jin, or you, Lin Hualia, I only recognize money. Anyone can take the blame. When will it be paid? In 3 days. I don't have that much time. At the latest, by tomorrow night. All right. Liang Kuan clapped his neck, tilting his head to survey the people around him, gesturing for them to remember their faces before turning to leave. However, as Liang Kuan reached the stairwell, he paused, coldly addressing Lin Hualia. Brother Lu, I've taken that kick, so I expect an additional 500,000 for medical expenses. Hearing Liang Kuan's words, Lin Hualia's expression instantly darkened. Inwardly cursing, damn that Shanzai Ran. Flipping the table was one thing, but why kick a person? How rude. 500,000 for just one kick. Why don't you kick me as well? Don't you know I've been short on cash lately? Yet, despite the raging anger within him, he did not express it outwardly nor agree to Liang Kuan's demand. At that moment, Liang Kuan sensed the palpable tension in the air and, undeterred, made several provocative gestures before laughing as he departed. After nearly half a minute of simmering down, Lin Hualia slowly sat back down and instructed his men to tidy up. Brother Lu? Zhang Mitzi gazed longingly at the window through which Su Ran had departed, eager to know what had transpired. Today, I invited Shan Ziran here because I suspected he was an undercover agent for Hongxing. What? He is a traitor. I'll take care of that scoundrel. Deng Wenzai instinctively interjected. Facing the fierce Deng Wenzai, Lin Huaye smiled slightly. No need. Which undercover agent would dare to flip a table in front of me? Although it was marred by the blunders of Liang Kuan, it nonetheless yielded some insights. This evening, I shall convene a meeting with all the uncles. Zhanmi, please locate Long Jin and have him bring Shanzai along as well. The decision regarding the leadership in Tsun Wan must be finalized today. Just now, Lin Huailu deliberately pinned the blame for Didi's demise on Su Ran, which struck him as rather peculiar. Little did he anticipate that it was merely a test. Very well, Zhanmi responded with a stoic demeanor, fully aware that the leaders of Heilian Sheng would not be easily swayed. The admiration for Su Ran among all present was palpable. His audacity in flipping the table and kicking Liang Kuan had rendered them speechless. It was no wonder he managed to seize Tsun Wan in merely one day. Tonight, we shall either witness the emergence of a dark horse or, conversely, a multitude of burdens in shallow waters. Chapter 11, 10 million. After navigating the main roads, Su Ran stood before a PTU armored vehicle, gazing at the nearby Mingji restaurant. At that moment, Huazue swiftly approached, ready to escort him back to Tsun Wan. From this day forth, Lin Huailu, that treacherous individual, would be regarded as his most formidable adversary in future endeavors. This man's depth surpassed that of Didi by far. Huazue immediately disseminated all the garments he had in Tsun Wan. Over the past 6 months, Su Ran's factory had produced a plethora of merchandise, with 90% stored in the warehouse. Previously, while on Didi's turf, he did not wish to stand out too much, opting to sell only 30%. Unfortunately, Su Ran overestimated the world and the profit-making methods of the Triads. His golden touch shone wherever he went. Even though the profit margins were sluggish, he still found himself in the crosshairs. Now, he could rightfully utilize his resources to amass considerable wealth. Boss, should we distribute the 3 million worth of clothing? Let us lower the prices a bit and wholesale it to the malls we acquired yesterday, along with over 10 department stores. Understood, boss. But if we sell out so quickly, should we increase production lines? For now, let us see if I can establish myself as the leader in Tsun Wan. Otherwise, I might not be able to hold on. Startled, Huazue abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the GTR to halt in the street, nearly being rear-ended by the vehicle behind. Not wishing to meet his demise at Huazue's hands, Su Ran swiftly exited the car. Boss, do you truly believe you can become the leader of Tsun Wan? Did we not agree to just profit without sticking our necks out? Huazue, get out. I'll drive. Su Ran, displeased, yanked Huazue from the vehicle, his mind too preoccupied to respond further. The once market-priced hot-selling garments, originally at $100, were now wholesaled at $80, as he sought out a few acquaintances among department store owners to head to the warehouse. Wow, Boss Su. I didn't expect you to have so much stock here. This style is absolutely a hit, exclaimed a greasy middle-aged man, his astonishment evident as he gesticulated animatedly. I've taken it all. Old Shun, it's rather selfish of you to hog it all. Haha, I'm just overly excited. Boss Su's clothes sell like hotcakes. Those aunties and beauties are always hounding me. It's quite bothersome. Surrounded by women daily. You must be overjoyed, dreaming while you sneak smiles, right? Damn, I'm a serious person. Seeing the two owners fondling his garments and engaging in banter about women, Su Ran interjected. All right, gentlemen. We have 15,000 pieces of this batch. 2 styles of tops, 2 styles of pants, priced at 80 each, cash only, no credit. If you can take them, let us settle immediately. This was Su Ran's steadfast principle in business. Initially unfamiliar, the two owners quickly grew acquainted after their conversation about women. After a brief discussion, they agreed to purchase the over 10,000 garments Su Ran offered. Before long, with Su Ran and Huazue's efforts, the warehouse, which had been stuffed for half a year with tens of thousands of garments, was completely cleared out, leaving Su Ran with over $1 million in cash. Boss, I've never seen so much money in my life, Huazue exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cradled the cash. Haha, is this amount truly enough to startle you? Su Ran scoffed at Huazue, then grabbed a backpack to fill with the money. There's another warehouse filled with jackets. Let us clear that out as well. $1 million in cash is merely a few pounds. I can carry it easily. Good. Let me take a good look at it. However, Huazue was not as carefree, closely trailing Su Ran as if he wished to stick to his back. Had he not been kicked earlier, he would have likely pressed his face against the backpack. Su Ran's hot-selling apparel was produced in limited runs of 10,000 pieces per style. Over the past 6 months, he had designed only a dozen styles. The amount that could entice Liang Kuan was no exaggeration. After spending the better part of the day clearing his stock, Su Ran, with a travel bag slung over his shoulder, set off towards the Yu Gucci restaurant, carrying over 3 million in cash. Since upturning the table in the morning, he had yet to receive news from Lin Huailu regarding revenge, making it clear that the leadership would seek him out again. Indeed, upon Su Ran's return to the Yuguchi restaurant, he spotted Long Jin waiting at the entrance, cigarette in mouth. At that moment, with money in hand, he felt invincible against any storm. Long Jin, you were looking for me? Aran, true to your name, you've made a name for yourself in one fell swoop. After tonight, you shall be the new leader of Tsuan, a legend among the Triads. Long Jin exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Su Ran on the shoulder in admiration. Sensing the 3 million Su Ran carried, Huazue stepped forward protectively, unwilling to let the money be exposed. Long Jin, be gentle, the boss is injured. Upon hearing Huazue's words, Long Jin expressed concern, asking, where are you hurt? Should I call a doctor I know? I failed to consider. That lad Lin has schemed against you. He then displayed a guilty expression, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Su Ran's eyes. It's a trivial matter, Long Jin. What brings you here? Uncle Deng has invited you for tea. Just an invitation? Do not worry. Our uncles are here to support you as the new leader of Tsuan. Is it truly that simple? Su Ran inquired, puzzled. This time, I'll risk my old bones to back you as the leader of Tsuan. If Lin dares to scheme against you again, I'll ensure he faces the consequences. Long Jin declared emphatically, his lips curling into a slight smile, a look of unwavering determination on his face. Su Ran's forceful acquisition of Tsuan positioned him as the leader, while Long Jin, having contributed nothing, could enjoy the fruits of his labor. How could he not be pleased? This time, all the members of He Sheng would join, ensuring it wouldn't turn into a feast of treachery. Having been outmaneuvered by Lin Huailu earlier that morning, nearly losing Su Ran to Liang Kuan, Long Jin harbored a simmering anger, determined to hold the leadership accountable. Observing Long Jin's confidence, Su Ran was not as optimistic. To become the leader of Tsuan, sacrifices would need to be made, such as the weight of the backpack he carried. However, having come this far, he believed there was no issue that money could not resolve. Huazue, wait for me at the old spot. Su Ran handed the travel bag to Huazue, keeping only the backpack. Boss, shouldn't I accompany you? I can take Long Air with me. Very well, but if anything happens, I'll risk everything to avenge you. Upon hearing those words, Su Ran emphatically struck the head of Huazue. Go, you've squandered your fortune. Doesn't that mean I am also bankrupt? The two brothers had long since divided their endeavors, earning money by selling clothing in Tsuan, each taking half. 6 months prior, without Huazue, perhaps Su Ran would have had to continue traversing time. However, Huazue was not in agreement. He understood that without Su Ran, there would be no Huazue. He merely requested a 10% share. After half an hour, Su Ran drove with Long Jin to the turf of He Sheng in Tunman. As they entered the yard, they were greeted by 3 fire pits at the entrance, with 2 elderly men, each adorned with red ribbons, standing on either side. Long Jin pointed at the fire pits with a serious expression and said, Su Ran, tonight, by leaping over these fire pits and taking the oath, you will officially take your position and become the double red flower staff of the gang. Chapter 12, A Legend. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, red paper fans are abundant each year, but it has been 3 years since the last red staff was appointed. In Su Ran's memory, he had been mingling in this world for 4 to 5 years, which indeed qualified him to take up the red staff. However, among 10 triads, 9 are merely followers. During the last election for the leader, Big D was disqualified from running because he had not yet officially taken up the red staff, ultimately resorting to financially supporting a lackey to assume the role. It is easy to imagine the magnitude of Su Ran's impact when he rose to fame. Seizing control of Tsuan, upon witnessing the blazing fire pits, Su Ran, driven to complete his mission, felt no trepidation as he stepped barefoot across them. He removed any unnecessary items from his person. After taking off his gold watch and chains, Su Ran advanced toward the incense altar, only to be halted. Before these elders, who had spent the majority of their lives in the underworld, the ceremony of taking up the red staff was one of solemnity and faith. Yet, at that moment, Su Ran, burdened with a backpack, appeared as an outsider, which made them uncomfortable. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, Su Ran remained resolute, coldly stating, the bag is as much a part of me as I am. For him, wealth was the true faith. No circumstance could compel him to relinquish the backpack, filled with 3 million in cash. Aran, just hand over the backpack to me, and you can proceed to take the oath. Long Jin urged, stepping forward anxiously, not wanting Su Ran's moment of ascension to be jeopardized by a mere backpack. Hearing Long Jin's plea, Su Ran merely cast him a determined glance before focusing on the stout figure before the incense altar, perhaps sensing Su Ran's unwavering resolve. Elder Deng slowly spoke, let it be. With Elder Deng's words, the ceremony for Su Ran to take up the red staff proceeded as planned. As 3 sticks of sandalwood incense ignited and were placed into the century-old incense burner, surrounded by envious gazes, Su Ran picked up a piece of red paper inscribed with neat characters. I, Su Ran, hereby take this oath. First oath. Since joining He Lian Sheng, your parents are my parents, your brothers and sisters are my brothers and sisters, your wife is my sister-in-law, your children are my nephews and nieces. Should anyone violate this covenant, they shall be deemed as having betrayed and face the wrath of heaven. Second oath. If any of my parents or brothers pass away, and there is no silver for burial, should I seek my brothers for assistance, they must be notified. Each brother shall assist as much as possible. And should anyone feign ignorance, they shall face the wrath of heaven. Third oath. For all brothers who venture outside the provinces, it is to be celebrated. Congratulations to Su Ran for becoming the 12th officially appointed Red Staff of He Lian Sheng in the turf of Tsuanwan. The current leader of He Lian Sheng, Lin Huailu, presented Su Ran with a black wooden staff bound with red cloth. At this moment, Su Ran's expression remained calm, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasant events of the morning. A slight smile graced his lips as he extended his hands to accept the staff. Elder Deng's gaze remained fixed on Su Ran. Having navigated the underworld for decades, he had never encountered a Triad member quite like him. The resilience and insight he displayed were unparalleled. Upon hearing the moniker Shanzai Ran, Elder Deng began to investigate Su Ran. The findings were startling. 6 months prior, Su Ran had been an ordinary Triad member. However, after a serious injury during a conflict, he transformed into a different person, no longer indulging in vices. He focused on earning money. He borrowed funds to take over a struggling garment factory, producing and designing numerous hit clothing items. Yet, he only sold a portion, accumulating the rest. In merely 6 months, his wealth surpassed that of several gang leaders. Had it not been for Big D's disregard for protocol, kidnapping Su Ran's cousin and extorting $1 million, he would never have realized the talent within He Lian Sheng. Seizing the opportunity when Big D was at his most arrogant and least vigilant, Su Ran delivered a decisive blow, utilizing Long Jin as a banner to firmly seize Tsuanwan. However, he exercised restraint, avoiding encroachment upon the territories central to the gang's operations. Such prudence, coupled with resolving the significant issue posed by Big D, while simultaneously keeping Lin Huailu in check, rendered Su Ran no longer just a talent, but a legend among Triads. Throughout history, countless individuals have succumbed to greed. As the supreme elder of He Lian Sheng, Elder Deng held responsibility solely for the benefits of the gang. Knowing how to balance the power of various factions within the gang, how could he not support Su Ran? Thus, Su Ran's ascension to the Red Staff was largely orchestrated by Elder Deng's influence. The formal appointment of the double Red Staff within the gang was a far cry from the recommendations of those merely serving the purpose of the gang. For instance, Guanzai Sun, recommended by Long Jin, held a position far inferior to that of the officially appointed, having already fallen to selling salted duck eggs. The several newly adopted sons of Lin Huailu observed Su Ran with varied expressions. Yet all shared a profound admiration for this man who had rapidly risen to legendary status. A role model for our generation stood before them. As the sandalwood incense burned down, Su Ran changed into a fresh set of clothing and made his way to the rear courtyard. At that moment, the aide Su Yuan spotted Su Ran and hurried over. Although he stuttered, he had learned nearly 70% of Lin Huailu's superficial tactics in just a day. With a beaming smile, he said, "Brother Ran, Brother Lu, and the other uncles from different districts have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." Su Ran followed him into an aged hall filled with individuals. The leaders and uncles of the 9 districts of He Lian Sheng were present. His eyes immediately landed on Lin Huailu, seated in the main position. This scheming individual seemingly valued appearances little, wearing a broad smile as he regarded Su Ran, as if he were the one who had elevated him. However, the man seated to the right, Chuan Bao, glared at Su Ran with bulging eyes, curling his lips in disdain. Big D was closely associated with him, entangled in extensive interests. If Su Ran were to rise, how could he be at ease? Seated to the left of Lin Huailu, the puppet master Elder Deng wore a kind expression, smiling at Su Ran. Other leaders from various factions and Lin Huailu's adopted sons were also present, but lacked the standing to sit at the table, merely standing at the entrance. Zhang Mizai, aligned with Su Ran, was at the door. Upon seeing Su Ran, he did not respond coldly, but instead smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Mizai sought to avoid entanglement in the affairs of the gang, feeling that while this meeting had recognized Su Ran's status, it was not necessarily a favorable development. Moreover, he had little interest in the territory of Tsuanwan. However, upon Lin Huailu's prompting, he had no choice but to come and familiarize himself. "Elder Deng, Brother Lu, the ceremony has concluded. Is there anything else?" he inquired as he took a seat. Deng Bo was the first to speak, causing Chuan Bao, who originally intended to assert his dominance, to temper his demeanor slightly. "Aran, the leader does not oppose your acquisition of Tsuanwan, allowing you to become the decision-maker. However, there are several matters we must discuss thoroughly," Lin Huailu said with a smile, his demeanor as harmonious as it had been in the morning. Shanzai ran. You still exude a formidable presence. So many uncles and older brothers have gathered here for you. Truly impressive. Since you aspire to profit significantly under the auspices of Liansheng. Su Ran has long understood that when dealing with these gangsters, one cannot afford to be polite. One must be even more ruthless. If provoked, regardless of one's status, one should retaliate with even greater ferocity. Otherwise, these scoundrels will perceive you as easy prey, and it won't be long before they devour you to the bone. The initiation ceremony went off without a hitch, and Su Ran did not exhibit any signs of wealth. Now that we are here to negotiate, it is time to open discussions. It wouldn't matter if one were to confront Chuan Bao directly. Even a slap to the face would be inconsequential. If it comes down to it, what is the worst that could happen? Just a bit of money wasted, a trivial matter indeed. Chuan Bao, why are you standing up? Is it because you've been sitting too long, and your back and legs are sore? Would you like me to bring you a few boxes of pig tendons to nourish your health? At your age, you ought to rest at home. Perhaps read the newspaper and gain some knowledge. As for matters concerning the leader, let us young ones handle it. After all, with Brother Liu as the decision-maker. What is there to worry about? Do you truly believe he would deprive you of your share? Chapter 13, Backbone. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, it was evident to the discerning that Chuan Bao sought to impose his seniority over Su Ran. Yet, he was mocked for his age and frailty. Unable to tolerate the insult, Chuan Bao tore off his facade, pointing at Su Ran and shouting, "You arrogant young man, what did you say? Just because you received a bit of prestige, you've forgotten your place. In 2 years, will you still deign to regard us uncles?" Su Ran retorted, "Am I mistaken? You are merely 18, yet you claim to be strong? Chuan Bao, it is vital for one to possess self-awareness. Perhaps you could take a cue from Deng Bo, walk your dog, sip some tea. Such activities are healthy and could extend your life to 100 years. While the brothers under the leader respect Deng Bo, they do not hold you in the same regard, Chuan Bao. Do not rush to seize everything. When it comes to the dirty work, I have yet to see you leap into action." Hearing Su Ran's resonant voice, Lin Huailu maintained his smile. Though the flames of conflict had already been ignited, and he did not wish to be burned by Chuan Bao's ire. At that moment, Huan Yo, sitting beside Su Ran, regarded him seriously, quite pleased with his commanding presence. Yet his gaze toward Chuan Bao was one of discontent. Today, it was clear that everyone had come to delineate territories. And Su Ran had only claimed the least lucrative eastern district of Tsuanwan, leaving the rest for the leader to partition. Chuan Bao, this old fellow, was proving to be ineffectual. He promptly interrupted Chuan Bao's attempt to berate Su Ran. "Chuan Bao, calm down. We are here to discuss important matters. If you have any grievances, please address them privately with A Ran." "Indeed," echoed Chuang Fan, keen to avoid any disruptions caused by Chuan Bao. "A Ran, you have boldly established your presence in Tsuanwan, and with a kick to the decision-maker Liang Quan of Honghing, you have significantly elevated our leader's reputation. Even members of the Number Gang are singing your praises for your meteoric rise. Is Tsuanwan too vast, and your forces too few? Would you like me to keep an eye on things for you?" Huan Yo's words were honeyed, elevating Su Ran's stature, yet his true intention was to infiltrate Tsuanwan. At that moment, Su Ran, seated across from Lin Huailu, reached for the cigarettes in front of Chuan Bao, extracted one, and lit it. "No need, Uncle Hua. You are a busy man, and those chickens and ducks cannot do without you. How could I possibly impose on you?" At that moment, the previously smiling Huan Yo found himself at a loss for words, having had his ulterior motive exposed. "You lack tact." Had Su Ran acquiesced earlier, Huan Yo could have claimed a portion of Tsuanwan without question. "Hua, enough of this. Let us first discuss the conditions under which Shanzai Ran becomes the decision-maker of Tsuanwan." At this juncture, Chuan Bao interjected with a sardonic tone, interrupting their dialogue. "Chuan Bao, why do so many people disregard you?" Su Ran posed the question and answered it himself. "Because you are too earnest. And many matters have already become established facts. They should not need to be publicly discussed. Furthermore, your directness is rather inappropriate. After all, Huan Yo is of the elder generation. Your fervent desire to assist me, a younger generation, is admirable, but your disruption leaves him in a difficult position. Regardless of whether it comes to blows or words, I have never faltered. Moreover, I can leverage this to draw more people into the fray." At this moment, Lin Huailu, the leader of the gang, felt compelled to intervene. "All right, both of you uncles, let us refrain from further bickering." Lin Huailu sought to quell the recent altercation, then turned to Su Ran with a softer tone. "A Ran, you performed excellently yesterday, swiftly stabilizing the situation and leaving Honghing's Liang Quan without opportunities. The leader is very satisfied, and so am I." With a glimmer in his eyes, Lin Huailu internally lamented. "The greatest disappointment was that I did not kick him, allowing Liang Quan to earn a windfall of 500,000. Indeed, in recent years, we have been under Honghing's thumb. This morning, kicking Liang Quan means it's our turn to assert ourselves." The other uncles, who had remained silent, began to chime in. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Su Ran too decided to temper his previously aggressive demeanor. Brother Lu, I've been busy all day and am quite famished. I originally intended to eat well before coming, but Brother Long Jin insisted that the meeting took precedence. So here I am. Lin Huailu chuckled. I should have considered your needs more thoroughly. The two quickly prepare a portion of melancholy rice for Iran. After a brief pause, he continued, Iran, you have gained fame in one battle, becoming the new decision-maker of Tsuan. Given your limited forces, I will have my advisors to assist you, providing you with fans and making you a pair of straw sandals. What do you think? The goods from Chuan Bao and the others needed to be loaded at the Tsuan dock. In due time, you will also lend your support, if we work diligently. Our gang will undoubtedly surpass what it was during Big D's time. Lin Huaili's words had already solidified Su Ran's position. Deng Bo had nodded in agreement for him to be the decision-maker of Tsuan. Who would dare oppose? With a smile, Su Ran replied, Brother Lo, I simply wish to make money. The uncles present are strong and capable, so there is no need for my assistance. His meaning was clear. He would focus solely on the territory he had just seized, leaving discussions of other areas to them. Very well. Many of Big D's men are in the police station. They belong to the same gang. As the new decision-maker of Tsuan, you cannot neglect them. Just as Lin Huailu finished speaking, Chuan Bao immediately interjected. Shan Zai Ran, you are now the new decision-maker of Tsuan. If you lack the capability to rescue the 2,000 brothers stuck in the police station, then the gang will assist you. However, do not blame the smaller ones later. Not many will respect you. Chuan Bao's words dripped with a heavy threat. One of the conditions for Lian Sheng to appoint him as the decision-maker of Tsuan was to provide funds to bail out those 2,000 brothers who had been apprehended. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would become. The three major gangs of Hong Kong do not have fixed territories. It is a matter of who is stronger. Tsuan is currently in a precarious situation. Hung Hing's Liang Quan has already been flaunting his power for 2 days, testing Lian Sheng's stance. Meanwhile, the Number Gang is mobilizing, negotiating with Hung Hing's Liang Quan. Once Hung Hing reaches an agreement, it is inevitable that they will unite to invade Tsuan, tearing down Lian Sheng's flag and dividing the territory. Su Ran was well aware that to become a true decision-maker and secure a stable means of earning in the future, the prerequisite is to have sufficient funds. Wealth, naturally, attracts followers. Among the 2,000 or so brothers in the rival faction, as long as one can secure their release with money, it is absolutely feasible to win over half of them, while the remaining will gradually become his subordinates. Amidst the cacophony of sardonic voices, Su Ran remained silent, casually tossing his backpack onto the table. Thud! The sound drew everyone's attention. Several bundles of cash spilled out onto the table, the vibrant red notes inciting excitement in all who beheld them. Where did such a substantial sum come from, especially from a mere lackey? At that moment, a shared thought resonated in the minds of the crowd. Even Lin Huaiyue, who held a position of authority, could not tear his gaze away from the piles of cash before him. With millions laid out, who could remain indifferent? In this world of chaos, where one's life hangs by a thread, the pursuit of wealth is paramount. Uncle Chuanbao, is this enough to bail them out? More than enough. I only require half. At that moment, the profit-driven Chuanbao began to ramble nonsensically. Forget about slapping him, even if one were to strike him dead. His eyes remained glued to the cash on the table, something he could never hope to amass in several lifetimes. Chuanbao, have you lost your senses? Only Deng Bo maintained his composure, directly reprimanding Chuanbao for his foolishness. I'm not asleep. Chuanbao jumped in fright, instinctively feigning ignorance. Now everyone is aware of Su Ran's capabilities. There is no need to dwell on the affairs of Tsuan. Long Zhen, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up in support of Su Ran. He helped gather the money and displayed the millions tucked away in the backpack for all to see. I've never doubted Su Ran's strength. However, concerning the 550,000 owed to Liang Kuan, Su Ran, you must devise a plan to settle that. Lin Huaiyue's words redirected everyone's attention back to Su Ran. Liang Kuan of Hongxing is considerably more formidable than Big D. Food is here. I'm hungry, let us eat. Ignoring Lin Huaiyue's penetrating gaze, Su Ran reached for the fragrant plate of tantalizing rice. Chapter 14. You eat shit. Did you really consume 2 pounds? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Su Ran displayed no visible emotion, completely disregarding the uncles who awaited his response, savoring the delectable rice with each bite. Once you've eaten, you will be entranced. Lin Huaiyue observed Su Ran with a beaming smile. His earlier decision to cover Su Ran's debt to Liang Kuan was a calculated move. If he could win Su Ran over, he wouldn't need to bring 500,000 into the equation, using the boss's funds to secure his own interests. However, the young man before him had already ascended to the position of Tsuan's leader. Therefore, the 500,000 owed to Liang Kuan could serve as a sharp blade for Lin Huaiyue to solidify his foothold in Tsuan. Have you finished? How do you plan to resolve Liang Kuan's debt? Chuanbao, ever the opportunist, was the first to speak up. At this moment, Su Ran did not look up. But Long Jin's piercing gaze bore into Chuan Bao, causing him to avert his eyes in discomfort. After a lengthy 5-minute wait, once Su Ran had finished his meal, he took a deep breath, grabbed Chuan Bao's cigarette box, and took a satisfying drag. Brother Lo, when did I owe Liang Kun money? At this statement, the entire assembly was left dumbfounded. They had envisioned numerous outcomes, yet none anticipated that Su Ran would outright deny the debt. You, Liang Kun claims you are the leader of Tsuan Wan. Chuan Bao, Liang Kun said you went to eat shit yesterday. Did you really eat 2 pounds? What did you say? Su Ran's retort ignited Chuan Bao's fury, causing him to slam the table and spring to his feet, his eyes fixated on Su Ran. You dare accuse me of eating shit? Long Jin, a steadfast supporter of Su Ran, wasted no time in retaliating against Chuan Bao. Enough. Have you all finished your bickering? At that moment, Deng Bo intervened. Silencing both Chuan Bao and Long General once the atmosphere had calmed, Deng Bo adjusted his belt and focused his gaze on Su Ran. Su Ran, whether or not Liang Kun's claim is valid, we cannot evade our obligations to Lianxing. The number gang is watching us closely. Having already made several moves in Wan Chai and Sham Shuepa, Liang Kun is stirring the pot for the stability of Tsuan Wan. We must allocate the 500,000 to placate him. Deng Bo's words subtly offered Su Ran an escape route. The smooth transition to leadership in Tsuan Wan was merely a means to clean up after Big D's demise. Su Ran, if you find yourself short on funds, I can lend you some. Had Deng Bo not spoken, Su Ran would have unapologetically slapped Lin Huayua's right cheek red. Now, he could hardly be bothered to respond. Deng Bo, there's no justification for me to part with such a large sum. Alas, Big D's timing was truly unfortunate. Had he passed sooner, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. At his age, still gambling with Liang Kun over women. Before anyone else could speak, Su Ran continued. If you want me to handle Liang Kun, there's room for negotiation. With Su Ran's response, a broad smile spread across Deng Bo's face. Very well. If you manage to settle with Liang Kun, aside from the 10 or so docks along the coastline, you are free to stake your claim on the rest. During the initiation ceremony for the Red Sticks, Deng Bo and Long Jin had already conferred. As long as they could secure the funds to bail the men out and deal with Liang Kun, they would grant Su Ran control over all of Big D's territories. This would swiftly stabilize the situation, leaving both Hongxing and the number gang at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Deng Bo did not wish to see Lin Huayua infiltrate Tsuan Wan, as a monopolistic power would not bode well for the leadership. If the numbers are insufficient, we old-timers can lend you some. With that, Deng Bo's slightly clouded eyes shifted to Chuan Bao. In that case, I want to be polite. I'll borrow 1,000 men. Su Ran had anticipated this outcome, and upon hearing the proposition to borrow troops to seize Tsuan Wan, he promptly agreed. For a long time, Chuan Bao had always been at the forefront of the battle for profit. I'll contribute 500 men. Yet now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no choice but to take the lead, especially since he controlled 2 docks in Tsuan Wan. I'll provide 200 men. Gao Lao chimed in with a grin. The rest will be on me. Huan Yo also desired a share of the pie, having previously been sidelined during Big D's reign. Huan Yo, your men are busy in Tsuan Wan. It's quite a trek. Isn't it better to let it go? Huan Yo supported Lin Huayua, and Su Ran was determined not to allow him to intrude. You, Huan Yo, sit down. We already divided the docks in Tsuan Wan. The former leader had elevated himself through Big D's financial backing. With the stakes so intertwined, how could they allow Lin Huayua's men to seize an opportunity? Su Ran, you need not say more. I've come to understand your character. The most lucrative opportunities in Tsuan Wan lie within those 10 docks. You know when to advance and when to retreat, leaving none unclaimed. The 9 docks previously held by Big D will be entrusted to us, and we will handle the remaining territories in Tsuan Wan. The support for Su Ran's proposal swelled among the uncles present. They felt fortunate for Big D's demise. Recognizing Su Ran's adeptness in navigating these treacherous waters, ensuring that he would not encroach upon their interests. At this moment, Su Ran considered that spending 500,000 to secure the remaining territories in Tsuan Wan was indeed a tremendous bargain. The docks were chaotic, apart from the illicit trades. Other industries yielded little profit and were constantly under police scrutiny. It was better to offload that burden and reap greater rewards. Let us agree on this. But with one condition, I will not engage in drug trafficking, and do not even think about distributing drugs on my turf. Otherwise, we will have no further dealings. Agreed. Those present exchanged glances, unanimously endorsing Su Ran's stipulation. At the coastline of Tsuan Wan, a congregation of over 90% of the Underworld's factions and their respective affiliates was sufficient for them to reap substantial gains. This smoke-free conflict ultimately culminated in Su Ran settling matters with a sum of 8 million. Among those present, apart from Lin Huailu, everyone else wore expressions of satisfaction. Observing Su Ran's beaming smile and evident contentment, Lin Huaili's lips twitched slightly as he discontentedly remarked, Ran, Jing Kuan claims you kicked him. You must add more money. Brother Lu, the agreement has already been established. Regarding Jing Kuan, Su Wan is only responsible for 5 million. The rest is beyond my concern. Su Ran replied, raising his hands innocently as he gazed at Lin Huailo. Lu, you are the decision maker. How can you exploit Jing Kuan's authority to extort an additional 500,000 from Ran? He may possess wealth, but it is all hard-earned. Long Zhen, who nearly jeopardized Su Ran earlier that morning, was not one to show mercy now. He directly forced Lin Huailu to swallow the 50,000 debt. Lu, this time I cannot assist you. Chuan Bao was aware that Su Ran had kicked Jing Kuan and was being extorted for 50,000. Yet, it seems Su Ran did not acknowledge this sum, leaving no recourse for anyone. Having just divided the pork from Su Wan, no one wished to see the table overturned by Su Ran before they had even tasted it. Thus they would not betray him at this juncture. Lu, Jing Kuan is merely collecting 5 million from Su Wan's decision-maker, Ran. How could there possibly be an additional 50,000? Surely, you must be mistaken. Chui Ji, who had just been assigned to the 2 docks before, was no longer under duress and could proudly act as the spokesperson for Wan Chai. Thus he was determined to support Su Ran. Lu, you are mistaken. It is 5 million, not 550,000. Those present chimed in, urging Lin Huailu to absorb the 50,000. Those who are favored receive assistance, while those who are not are left to fend for themselves. Su Ran discarded the filthy and chaotic territory and unexpectedly reaped rewards. Seeing the support from the various uncles filled him with joy. Brother Lu, we are all brothers under the same banner. If you find yourself short on funds, I can assist you. Su Ran echoed Lin Huaili's earlier words back to him. Not only did he gain an advantage, but he also dealt a sharp blow to Lin Huaili's pride, avenging the humiliation of being sold out that morning. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Uncle Deng smiled approvingly. Supporting Su Ran's rise was a means to keep Lin Huailu in check. At this moment, however, Lin Huaili's expression was a thundercloud. He had not anticipated that Su Ran could muster such funds to settle matters with Jing Kuan, while he himself was left to bear the burden of 50,000. What a foolish move this was. Why flip the table earlier this morning? Just kick me directly, and then I wouldn't have to suffer this 50,000 loss. 50,000, not 50 cents. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. Faced with Su Ran's goodwill, Lin Huailu outright refused. Ran, I appreciate your kindness, but I am the spokesperson for Lian Shang. Jing Kuan lacks the qualification to extort me. Brother Lu, how imposing. Upon hearing this, Su Ran casually showered him with flattery, then rose, beaming as he applauded. If I were to negotiate with Jing Kuan, I would certainly bring up Brother Lu. Perhaps we could reduce the amount. The implication was that Jing Kuan should first collect Lin Huaili's 50,000. Uncles, I must now head to the police station to bail out our brothers from Sun Wan. Cheng Mao requires special attention. With that, Su Ran, without pausing to observe Lin Huaili's sorrowful expression, tossed out a parting remark and turned to leave. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward, 5 million has been issued. Chapter 15, Have I Become Your Boss? With the completion of the task, Su Ran's wealth in the world of Hong Kong films had reached 13 million. A sum few in the underworld could rival. Exiting the territory of Lian Shang, he was surprised to find Chui Ji and Chuan Bao had followed him. Their eyes alight with expectation as they looked toward Long General Ran. You are now the spokesperson for Sun Wan. Most of their interests lie here, and they need your assistance to bail out the brothers. With an identity card, only 3 individuals could be bailed out per day. With over 2,000 people, no one was available to help. Relying solely on Su Ran, it would take until next year to completely secure everyone's release. I understand, Uncle Long. Thank you for today. Su Ran expressed his gratitude. Do not mention it. As long as you do not hold a grudge against me, I will refrain from going to the police station. Long Jin was aware Su Ran referred to the matter of extorting 50,000 from Lin Huailo. After speaking, he waved his hand and departed. Chuan Bao, why did you confront Shan Zai Ran earlier, only to follow us now? Chui Ji looked at Chuan Bao with disdain. Chui Ji, on the first day we met, you should know that I, Chuan Bao, prioritize benefits. Following Shan Zai Ran, I can earn some profits during the bailout. How pathetic, handing out money like it's nothing. Chui Ji rolled his eyes, revealing his contempt for Chuan Bao. After seeing Long Jin off for a distance, Su Ran, with money in hand, set off in his GTR towards the Sun Wan police station. Keep up. Chui Ji and Chuan Bao quickly hopped into their vehicle, with several small tourist buses trailing behind them in a line. At this moment, Su Ran suddenly felt spirited, serpentine in his driving for a minute, then abruptly braking the next. This caused Chuan Bao considerable discomfort, nearly straining his back. Before long, the group arrived at the police station. Who are you? The red GTR led the convoy, parked in a line at the station's entrance, causing the officers on duty to break into a cold sweat, bracing themselves for potential trouble. Officer, I am here to bail out individuals. Su Ran calmly addressed the officer at the entrance, not glancing back at the hundreds of Lien Sheng followers behind him. After a tense 15 seconds, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Inspector Su from the Tsuinwan district, looking anxious, dashed forward. Upon seeing Su Ran surrounded by hundreds of followers at the station's entrance, his subordinates instinctively placed their hands on their holsters, ready to draw if any untoward actions were taken. Inspector Su, I am here to bail out individuals. Why the grand welcome? Su Ran smiled at the stern-faced officers. Huff. All the officers exhaled in relief upon hearing Su Ran's words, having feared he was leading a group to storm the station. Just as Inspector Su regained his composure, he circled Su Ran, sneering. Su Ran, known as Shanzai Ran, has made a name for himself by seizing Tsuinwan and becoming the new spokesperson. I must get to know you today. Inspector Su, I am merely a humble businessman. There is no need to waste taxpayers' money. Haha, Boss Ran, fret not. We are not like you, casually tossing millions on the table. We would never squander taxpayer funds. We will promptly return to file the records. Su Ran shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Inspector Su's threats. Regardless, Inspector Su, I wish to bail out the brothers from Tsuinwan. I wonder if I can process the paperwork from here. Hearing Su Ran's nonchalant tone, Inspector Su fixed his gaze intently upon him. Boss Ran. Chuan Bao pondered the title Inspector Su had used for Su Ran. Chuan Bao. Do not envy. If you toss $1 million on the table, I will immediately call you Boss Bao. Bao Shi's Bao. Pathetic. Toss out 50,000. And I will call you Boss G. G Dings G. Chuan Bao quickly retorted without a hint of courtesy. The two began bickering over the title of Boss Ran, leaving their followers dumbfounded. However, today they were all introduced to the newly appointed spokesperson, Boss Ran. Su Ran, I must ask you to accompany me for an investigation. I suspect your connection to the death of Didi. Inspector Su aimed to establish his authority over Su Ran, producing handcuffs as he spoke. Inspector Su, the events that transpired half an hour ago, how did you receive word so swiftly? Are you perhaps infiltrating Liansheng? It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. Su Ran spoke these words in a hushed tone, ensuring only Inspector Su could hear. However, this utterance caused the seasoned inspector, who had long surpassed his 50s, to feel a sudden tightening in his chest. As Su Ran had pointed out, the attendees of today's meeting were all senior officials of considerable rank. Should the presence of an undercover police officer be unearthed, they would swiftly be exposed, rendering years of effort futile. And the individual would find themselves searching the depths of the sea. With the leverage in his possession, Inspector Su found his words caught at the precipice of his lips. Taking a deep breath, he glanced back at the O Division's trainee inspector behind him. Ahi, escort them to bail out those ruffians in Tsuinwan. Bail out 3 individuals. Please prepare $3,000. With bail amounts ranging from 1 to 2,000 per underling, Su Ran swiftly dispensed 700,000, securing the release of all 700 detainees from the Tsuinwan Detention Center. Inspector Su, no need to see us off. We must proceed to the next precinct. Seated in the GTR, Su Ran made a provocative gesture towards Inspector Su. Boss Ran, take it slow. 500 voices rose in unison, their shouts resembling an explosive sound wave that reverberated painfully against the eardrums of the O Division officers. The recently released Tsuinwan hoodlums were now acutely aware that the new power broker in Tsuinwan was Su Ran. Following their initial shock, they gazed at the red GTR with expressions of deep respect. This area was predominantly inhabited by the 49ers, and just a day prior, Su Ran had also belonged to their ranks. In the span of a single day, he had ascended to a position they could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. How could they not feel envy and admiration? On the road, Su Ran glanced at the time. Over 2 hours had been squandered at the Tsuinwan precinct, merely to secure the release of 500 individuals. At this rate, accomplishing any tasks today seemed impossible. He thus withdrew $1 million, instructing Chuan Bao to bail out the 800 Tsuinwan hoodlums detained at the Tunmun precinct. He nonchalantly tossed 10 bundles of vibrant red cash, without even a glance in Chuan Bao's direction. This act sent Chuan Bao's heart racing, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In Hong Kong Island, bail amounts could indeed be negotiated, and with Chuan Bao's influence, he could easily withhold 200,000. Boss Ran, leave it to me. I've got this. Chuan Bao, now in receipt of the money, beamed with obsequiousness towards Su Ran. He then parted ways with them, heading directly to the Tunmun precinct. Observing the nearly 60-year-old Chuan Bao, clutching the money with an ecstatic grin and a spring in his step, Su Ran couldn't help but reflect. Money truly is a remarkable thing. At the Sha Tin police station, 500 Tsuinwan hoodlums awaited, including Chung Imo led by Su Ran and accompanied by Chuan Bao. They strode confidently into the station under the scrutinizing gaze of over 100 officers. As evening approached, Chuan Bao had already departed with his men. Money proved to be a universal remedy. With a few million tossed into the fray, over 1,000 hoodlums were eager to transfer their allegiance to Su Ran. fervently inspired by him as their role model. Left alone, Su Ran surveyed the now empty detention center. Chung Imo was inside. Inspector Wang Qiqing's gaze lingered on Su Ran. As this matter of bail was too trivial for a senior officer of the O Division to involve himself in, he merely wished to familiarize himself with the legendary 49er. Sir Wang, would you kindly open the door? Street punk, Shanzai Ran. How could it possibly be you? Upon seeing Su Ran, Chung Imo leapt up in terror. Those around him who had just been released were acutely aware that the money was sourced from the top. Yet, realizing he was the last to be bailed out, he understood that his powerful backing, Big Brother D, was likely doomed. Otherwise, he would have been among the first to be released. Chung Imo had previously believed that Lin Huailu would be the one to bail him out, never imagining it would be Su Ran, leaving him utterly shocked. Chung Imo, Su Ran is now the new power broker in Suanwan. If he bails you out for 10,000, shouldn't you address him as Boss Ran? Inspector Wang Qiqing observed the two with a bemused expression. Dog bites dog. This is quite the spectacle. Hearing Wang Qiqing's words, Chung Mo's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that Su Ran would ascend to such heights. In that moment, Chung Imo appeared as though he had just lost a father, muttering incessantly. Boss Ran. After a full 10 minutes, the fear gnawing at him intensified, causing his tears and snot to intermingle as he suddenly shouted. I asked you to use money to bail me out, not to become the power broker here to bully me. What on earth has transpired? How did you become my superior in less than a day? Chapter 16, The Power of Wealth. Within the precinct's detention center, Su Ran regarded Chung Imo, who looked as though he were experiencing a seizure, and coldly remarked, Chung Imo, it feels as though ages have passed since we last met. Boss Ran. Chung Imo, slumped on the floor, gazed vacantly at the sky, still mumbling Su Ran's new moniker. Su Ran had done nothing but frighten the former head of Tsun Wan into a state of mental disarray. Sir Wang, perhaps we should send him to Castle Peak? Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital specializes in treating various forms of feigned madness. Boss Ran, your gangster's acting skills surpass even those of the hottest stars. Chung Imo is clearly putting on a show, fearful of being sent away to sell salted duck eggs. Wang Qiqing's sarcastic tone left Su Ran feeling quite uneasy. Sir Wang, I kindly ask you to maintain your composure. I reserve the right to lodge a complaint against you. Haha, Boss Ran. We have already initiated a thorough investigation into your records. Be cautious in the future, and do not allow yourself to fall into my hands. Su Ran, unfazed by Wang Qiqing's arrogance, replied, Sir Wang, I hear your complaints department is in need of a new office building. If I were to donate 1 million, do you think you would take my complaints seriously? The moment he uttered those words, Wang Qiqing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. Many wealthy individuals delight in donating to the police, only to later file complaints against certain officers. Consequently, even a senior inspector could find themselves reassigned. While Wang Qiqing enjoyed his role in the O Division, he had no desire to be financially coerced by Su Ran. Boss Ran, your wealth is indeed a grand display. It was evident that he was rattled by Su Ran's earlier mention of a complaint. Hee, Sir Wang, I am a model citizen, solely focused on making money. There are many filthy and unsightly areas in Suanwan. I kindly ask you to pay them extra attention in the future. However, wealth truly is a grand display. With skills to back him, Su Ran realized the truth in his words. Hearing this, Wang Qiqing's expression darkened, yet he had no grounds for rebuttal. At that moment, Su Ran dismissed Wang Qiqing's reaction and pointed at Chung Imo, saying, Can I take him with me? You may at any time. But Chung Imo is required to report back tomorrow. Wang Qiqing's comment was merely a reminder to Su Ran not to eliminate Chung Imo. The matter of Big D extorting Su Ran had long ceased to be a secret. As the executor of that scheme, Chung Imo was, of course, bound to bear the brunt of Boss Ran's wrath. That is no longer my concern. Su Ran chuckled as he turned to leave. As for whether Chung Imo could depart, he wasn't worried in the slightest. The police, who operated on a pay-for-service basis, swiftly escorted Chung Imo to the precinct's entrance. Hua Zue, grinning mischievously, approached and slapped Chung Mo's pale face. The burly long heir wasted no time and hoisted Chung Imo into the car, securing him tightly before driving back to their usual spot. You little punk, I had a blast last night. Slap. A resounding smack met with Chung Mo's still, vacant gaze. Slap. After striking his left cheek, it was only fitting to follow up with a blow to the right. His symmetry simply wouldn't do. Yet, despite his face swelling like that of a pig, Chung Imo remained dazed. My esteemed friend, this pimple has truly rendered you speechless. It has even been fed to the dogs, who devoured it with great enthusiasm. Hua Zue, having just enjoyed a delightful moment, broke into a sweat and, with no reservations whatsoever, approached Su Ran's side. Observing this, Su Ran hastily sidestepped Hua Zue, ignoring him entirely, and instead focused on the long-haired one sprawled on the ground, voraciously consuming the dog food. I am not the king of hell. How could I possibly frighten someone to this extent? Ding. Task issued. Grant the long-haired one a chance at life. Reward, 1 million. Note: this is a side quest. The host may decline. Decline? Nonsense. Nothing is more important than money. What is one long-haired person worth? System: I accept the task. Upon acceptance, Su-Ran promptly retrieved several bundles of cash from his travel bag, as he could withdraw money from the system at will. However, conjuring money out of thin air seemed rather ostentatious, so he decided to feign modesty. Here is 1 million, long-haired one. Will you not take it? In Su-Ran's understanding, there was no one who could resist the allure of wealth. Even the long-haired one, skilled in feigning ignorance, was irresistibly drawn to the glimmering bills in Su-Ran's hand. Completely forgetting his act, I am convinced that no one is immune to the temptation of money, save for a fool. Su-Ran, using money as leverage, successfully captivated the long-haired one, much to Huazue's exhilaration. Huh, did I not tell you not to play the fool? With that, he struck the long-haired one with considerable force, leaving him dazed and unable to articulate his words. Realizing that his charade could no longer hold, the long-haired one knelt before Su-Ran, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Boss Ran, I beg you spare my life. I was merely following Didi's orders. This is not my doing. Everything was coerced by that scoundrel Didi. If you seek vengeance, strike me instead, but I do not deserve death. Please, spare this dog's life. In a desperate bid for survival, the long-haired one continued to bow, cracking the red bricks beneath him. Nonetheless, Su-Ran paid no heed to the broken brick and nonchalantly stated, Long-haired one, here is 1 million. I have brought the money. Will you dare to take it? Boss Ran, do not toy with me. Didi has already been sent packing. How could I possibly take it? If I were to tell you that Didi was taken down by Lin Huailu, would you believe me? I believe you. I have always suspected that Lin Huailu was behind Didi's demise. Otherwise, how could he assume such power? The long-haired one spoke earnestly, his eyes ablaze with resentment. Had it not been for Lin Huailu, he would not have fallen to such depths. Long-haired one, I trust you are not truly foolish. Take 100,000 and go out to enjoy the breeze. It was Lin Huailu who covertly orchestrated Didi's downfall. In truth, the long-haired one harbored no animosity towards Su-Ran. Now that he was out on bail, he anticipated a beating, but living, even in a crippled state, was worth it. Yet, he did not expect Su-Ran to be so generous as to offer him money for his services. Staring in astonishment at the bright bundles of cash before him, he thought, 100,000. Even risking his life would not yield such a sum. Now, with the money right in front of him, his excitement was palpable. At that moment, Huazue and Long Air fixed their gazes intently on the long-haired one. Should he dare to reach out, they would undoubtedly strike him down with a single blow, shattering his hand. After a brief internal struggle, the long-haired one ultimately overcame his greed. Boss Ran, I shall not take the money, but I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Su-Ran, seated calmly before the long-haired one, remained unfazed. No wonder Didi trusted you so completely. You indeed possess certain merits. It would be best for you to leave Tsuan and vacate Hong Kong Island. My leniency does not imply I wish to see your face again. With that, he stood and departed. The long-haired one was of no consequence. Killing him would yield no benefit. It was better to let him go, gaining a favorable reputation while simultaneously irritating Lin Huailu. According to Su-Ran's memories from his previous life, Didi had been crushed to death by Lin Huailu. The long-haired one displayed no overtly aggressive behavior, merely barking aimlessly, blaming Lin Huailu for Didi's demise. Thank you, Boss Ran. Once I am free, I shall enjoy the breeze. It was Lin Huailu who took down Didi. Your kindness towards me will surely lead many scoundrels to flock to your side, where they shall find profit. The long-haired one continued to bow before Su-Ran, who initially believed he was doomed, but never expected the situation to resolve in such a manner. What a good boss. How splendid. Am I truly good to him? Su-Ran mused, gazing at the long-haired one, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in dog food, and wondered if he had lost his senses. Had the long-haired one heard Su-Ran's words, he would undoubtedly have cried out, to be out in the world, one must own up to mistakes. What is a beating? This dog food is far superior to the slop in a detention center. Boss, are we just going to let him go? Huazue expressed his reluctance. Huazue, one must have vision. There are people over there. Do you think you can make a move? Su-Ran pointed towards a sleek black car not far from the entrance. Smiling at Huazue, Su-Ran had taken Sin Wan not to eliminate the long-haired one, but to amass greater wealth. Today, he had boldly asserted his dominance among the Hung Quan gang, establishing himself as the new authority in Sun Wan. He had squandered millions, bailing out over 2,000 gangsters. It would be a wonder if the police did not keep a 24-hour watch on him. Any hint of misconduct would see him swiftly apprehended. Boss, are there police over there? Ding. Task completed. Reward of 1 million has been successfully issued. Ignoring Huazue's question, Su-Ran opened his status panel. Name, Su-Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, trainee at Hong Kong Island Police Academy, member of the Hong Kong Gang, owner of a clothing factory. Physique, 88, average person, 60. Intelligence, 93, average person, 60. Strength, 91, average person, 60. Wealth, 11, 75 million. Career skill, wealth display. A shadow stumbled out of the warehouse. Huang Jicheng, his face ashen, watched the long-haired one, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, yet still full of vitality, as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. Follow him. At that moment, Long Air and Huazue also noticed the police car trailing behind the long-haired one, filled with admiration for Su Ran. However, Huazue glanced at the police car with a dismissive remark, as long as there's a boss, what need is there for vision? A few minutes later, just as Su Ran was about to get into the car and head home, he heard Long Air shout, "Boss!" Lin Huaila said he brought 50,000 to repay Liang Cohen. Chapter 17. If you are a brother, strike me. Stepping out and walking towards the bright lights, Su Ran saw Zhang Mizai and Master Su awkwardly standing at the entrance, with a plane squatting on the ground. Looking them over, it was clear they did not possess the 50,000, as they appeared to be there seeking allegiance rather than delivering money. What on earth was Lin Huaila up to? With a quizzical expression, Su Ran approached Zhang Mizai, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Zhang Mizai, you do not appear to be carrying 50,000. Boss Ran, Brother Lu instructed me to bring 50,000 for you. In his original words, there was a line, Rangu, please assist. Zhang Mizai looked at Su Ran, offering an awkward smile, though his tone carried a hint of anger. Su Ran scrutinized the three before him, uncertainly saying, do not speak. 50,000 is just that. Indeed, 50,000 is ours. I manage the color street, which is worth 25,000. Zhang Mizai pointed to his heart and then glanced at Master Su. He can handle the lawsuit, worth 20,000. At this point, Zhang Mizai fell silent. Combined, the two of them were worth 45,000, leaving only 5,000 for the plane. Upon hearing this, Su Ran maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he sighed. Alas, a mere supporting role is worth 1 million, while these three principal characters are valued at only 500,000. At that moment, Huazue, after listening to their conversation, suddenly interjected, "Ah, the stool was never made, yet it has already been sold. How pitiful." This remark sent a chill through the ears of the three, as if a mournful tune had suddenly wafted by. Heh. At this juncture, the plane on the ground, wearing a frosty expression, let out a couple of chuckles. However, his gaze fixed on Huazue, he gritted his teeth and said, lucky you, having such a formidable boss. In the world of gangsters, who doesn't know that Su Ran went to great lengths to rescue Huazue by directly dealing with Big D and seizing Tsun Wan? What did you say? Huazue, unable to withstand such provocation, clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. Yet, he was abruptly intercepted by Long Air, only able to point at the plane and curse vehemently. Huazue, the plane speaks the truth. If Big D hadn't kidnapped you, demanding a ransom, I might still be on the streets peddling women-esque clothing. Thanks to you, where would I be without such glory? After supporting Huazue, Su Ran looked at the plane with a radiant smile. This straightforward yet fiercely loyal gangster was indeed a cherished asset within their ranks. Su Ran believed that adhering to the rules of the underworld and embodying the spirit of brotherhood was what a true hero should be. Plain. Lin Huaila has underestimated you. The value of loyalty in the underworld is not merely 50,000. That is an affront. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the plane abruptly raised his head. No one had ever understood the convictions that lay within him. At that moment, he resolutely decided that Su Ran would be his lifelong master. Boss Ran, a single cut from me is worth countless. The 5 individuals present looked at the plane, which now held a gleaming machete in his hand, their heads filled with enormous question marks. Ah, Air. Does the plane mean that a cut on him is worth 50,000? Long Air instinctively replied while scratching his head, understanding the plane's words. Su Ran couldn't help but recall, if you are a brother, come cut me. Indeed, you are truly a rascal. Moments later, Su Ran suddenly shouted with fervor, Lin Huaila, you are finished. As Su Ran's denunciation echoed, a profound silence enveloped the group. They had initially agreed that the 50,000 was Lin Huaila's burden, yet he had orchestrated such a scheme, claiming to offer assistance while evidently setting Su Ran up. If this were to leak, everyone would condemn him for his lack of integrity as the decision-maker. However, for the sake of reputation and the 50,000, Lin Huaila, the one in charge of He Lian Sheng, chose the latter. 50,000. In a place where the average worker earns 20,000 a year, would take over 2 decades to accumulate. With a mere flick of the wrist, he cast the debt onto Su Ran. This was no longer mere failure, it was utter ruin. After a minute, Su Ran looked seriously at the plane, then pointed at Huazue behind him. Huazue, with that foul mouth of yours and the frequent enemies you make, from now on, the plane will follow you. What? I brush my teeth every day, how can I have a foul mouth? Huazue, incensed, waved his fists but did not defy Su Ran's command, thereby tacitly accepting the plane. Master Su, my cousin Huazue is responsible for all the venues in Suanwan. That uncle of mine is quite cunning. So you go assist him. Upon hearing Su Ran's arrangement, Master Su and the plane exchanged glances, realizing that they had been accepted by this legendary figure. Yes, Boss Ran. However, they were also aware that serving 3 masters is no easy task. But Huazue is Su Ran's cousin, his only family. This was the best outcome for them. As for Lin Huailu's suggestion to go ahead and wait for their involvement in Sin Wan before returning to assist him, they had long regarded it as nothing but spittle spat out. Last night, Lin Huailu had taken the lead with great force, unceremoniously claiming them as his adopted sons. The plane's previous superior was Xuan Bao, with Master Su and Fei Hua. Just as Huazue had mentioned, they had to navigate through Lin Huailu's territory. The stool had not even been sat upon before it was thrown to Su Ran. What about me? Zhang Mizai looked at Su Ran with eager anticipation. He was well aware that Lin Huailu would not trust him. Originally part of Long Jin's faction, Zhang Mi had just crossed over and was tossed back. The formidable Su Ran, who hoisted the Long Jin banner and conquered Suanwan, would surely not lose face by associating with him. The plane and Master Su held little value in Lin Huailu's eyes. However, they had been accepted by Su Ran, and a sense of trepidation filled their hearts. Ding, mission issued. Refuse Zhang Mizai's allegiance unless he increases the price. Reward, 50,000. Note, this is a non-main quest and can be refused. I still need to give Zhang Mi a warning. I accept the mission. After some contemplation, Su Ran decided not to accept Zhang Mi for the time being. Zhang Mizai, you go find Uncle Long General. I know you and I share the same path, uninterested in the affairs of the underworld, only seeking profit. However, in the world of gangsters, one must navigate the complexities of human relationships. And behind those relationships, profit is the most crucial. With that, Su Ran turned and left. His meaning clear, even Long Air, who had muscles to spare, understood. Huazue and Long Air closely followed, while the plane sprinted ahead. Zhang Mizai, take care of yourself. I'll be leaving first. Master Su stammered a few words of consolation to Zhang Mi before hastily following suit. At that moment, a solitary Zhang Mi stood in the wind, feeling utterly forsaken. Watching the retreating figures, he felt as if the entire world had abandoned him. He had always believed himself to be second to none. How had it come to this? This morning, Su Ran had flipped the table, and Zhang Mi, following Lin Huailu's orders, had sought out Long Jin, only to be scolded and sent away. Uncle Long Jin, Brother Lu is looking for you. Under the support of Su Ran, Long Jin was now imposing, brimming with confidence. What a failure. I once held such high hopes for you. And yet, upon seeing me captured by Big D, you switched sides? Uncle Long Jin, I had no choice. Brother Lu is too powerful. I had no option. If I didn't comply, I wouldn't be able to leave. Zhang Mizai, that is not how one conducts oneself. Upon seeing Zhang Mi, the ungrateful one daring to return, he erupted in a fit of rage. However, he had previously received some offerings from Zhang Mi, so after venting, he brushed aside the matter of Zhang Mi crossing to Lin Huailu. Yet, should Zhang Mi wish to return and ally with Su Ran, he would not only have to seek Long Jin's intercession, but would also find it difficult to reconcile with his own conscience. To hell with these gangsters. I just want to do business. Why is it so difficult? In a furious rage, Zhang Mi pointed at the ceiling, cursing passionately for several minutes. After collecting himself, he walked away in despair, seeking out Long Jin for an appeal. There still remained a chance to earn money alongside Su Ran and realize his own value. If he did not go, there would be no place for him in the entire faction, nor in all of Hong Kong. Mission completed, rewards have been distributed. For Su Ran at this moment, the sum of money was no longer of concern. He instructed Long Air to drive home. The streets were bustling with life in the evening, and many recently released gangsters, upon spotting the red GTR, rose to their feet, shouting, Boss Ran. 2 newcomers, bewildered by the chorus of Boss Ran, instinctively muttered, who is Boss Ran? Wow, you just got out, the new leader of Suanwan. And you don't even know Boss Ran? It was evident they were country bumpkins, tossing around millions like mere water, far from being qualified to recognize him. Haha, 2 country bumpkins, utterly blind to reality. The entire Suanwan is aware that Brother Yin is a legend among the Triads. How absurd. My old top is a bombshell. Suanwan is our territory. Amidst their clamorous chatter, the 2 immediately retorted. Haha, Brother Yan's formidable presence has them scurrying over to fawn upon him. What is a mere 2 pounds of feces to Brother Yin? In his presence, it carries no weight at all. It's better not to mention that bombshell, once brought up. A cacophony of hisses erupted, and peanut shells flew everywhere, prompting the 2 to hastily retreat. A day passed, and Big D had already become a relic of the past. They were now wholeheartedly welcoming Su Yin, the new powerhouse. As the vehicle approached the building where Su Yin resided, headlights flickered on, prompting Long Air to grasp a wrench. Brother Yin, indeed living up to his name, what an apt title. Just as Su Yin stepped out of the car, he observed Liang Kuan, who was walking as if electrified. With a slight smile, he remarked, Liang Kuan, how flattering it is for you to come to Tsinwan so late to congratulate me. I am quite taken aback. Chapter 18. If you desire money, light a cigarette first. Encountering Liang Kuan here did not surprise Su Yin. However, it did activate his showy wealthy persona. After exiting the vehicle, he leaned casually against it, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, exuding an aura of contentment. In contrast, Liang Kuan appeared somewhat uneasy beside him. He scrutinized Su Yin seriously, thinking to himself, I am, after all, a figure of authority in Hongxing, a notorious villain. How can he disregard me? After Su Yin had smoked nearly to the end, Liang Kuan finally spoke up. Yin, let us cut to the chase. What are you planning regarding my debt? Liang Kuan, do you wish to discuss it here, or would you prefer to go upstairs? After finishing his cigarette, Su Yin flicked the butt away. At the moment it hit the ground, a brief spark illuminated a nearby car devoid of headlights, where several shadowy figures stirred. Damn, it's those pesky cops again. Their sneaky demeanor made it obvious they were tailing Su Yin. Lead the way. The debtor was right before them. Yet as the one collecting debts, Liang Kuan appeared rather agitated. Compared to Su Yin's calm demeanor, anyone would assume he was the one in debt to Su Yin rather than the other way around. Brother? Long Air had no intention of letting Su Yin down. The moment he spotted Liang Kuan, he drew his Black Star pistol. He had acquired 3 during the chaotic incident on the mountain when Big D was slain. One was on Firemouth, and one was with Long Air. Air, don't worry. The two walked side by side towards Su Yin's residence. Their figures vanished into the street, yet they drew the attention of countless onlookers. At the end of the street, OG's probationary inspector, he sir, fixed his gaze intently on Liang Kuan and Su Yin. As they entered the building, he promptly seized his pager. Mountain Eagle reporting, the Duck and Sparrow have ascended. Copy that, Tiger is on the move. Report, a pretty girl just entered as well. Unsure if she's one of ours. Wait, let us assess the situation first. While the police busily monitored Su Yin, Long Air was also quite occupied. He pressed his hand firmly on the Black Star pistol, not daring to relax in the presence of Liang Kuan and his burly companions. Should Su Yin and Liang Kuan fail to reach an agreement and conflict ensue, he would undoubtedly fight to protect Su Yin. Yin, you're already the man of Tsinwan. You should live in better surroundings. As they stepped into the hallway, Liang Kuan looked disdainfully at Su Yin's rather dilapidated abode. Liang Kuan, have you never read a book? A mountain isn't high. It is the spirit that makes it so. A building isn't new. It suffices with my presence. Haha. Liang Kuan snickered twice and pressed the elevator button, knowing Su Yin resided on the rooftop of the 7th floor. Wait. Just as the elevator doors were closing, a clear voice rang out. Liang Kuan heard it and immediately hit the close button. A delicate white hand timely wedged the door open. Dressed in a white dress, Zhou Wenli hurriedly entered the elevator, eager to avoid the dark stairwell. She had just caught the elevator and paid no mind to Su Yin and Liang Kuan inside. After all, she lived on the 2nd floor and would soon exit. However, she was unaware that a ravenous wolf lurked within. Wow, a stunning beauty. Upon seeing Zhou Wenli, Liang Kuan was electrified as if he had ingested 100 pounds of powder, and he immediately leaned forward. Zhou Wenli, startled and prepared to press the elevator button, quickly retreated to the corner. Who are you? What do you want? Don't make any moves, or I'll call the police. Haha, I'm Liang Kuan. The handsome one of the handsome, robust, and sturdy. Liang Kuan grinned broadly, completely disregarding Su Yin standing beside him. Don't come any closer. Zhou Wenli's face turned pale with fear, wishing to escape. Yet the elevator buttons lay behind Liang Kuan, and she dared not approach. In contrast to Liang Kuan's lascivious demeanor, Su Yin wore a mild smile, appearing quite earnest, and they resided in the same building. Over the past half year, they had crossed paths once or twice, leaving Zhou Wenli feeling immensely anxious, so she could only hide closer to Su Yin. Sir, help me. Ding. Mission issued. Successfully capture Zhou Wenli's first blood. Reward, 1 million. Note. Side quest can be declined. Hiss, this system is quite scandalous. I like it. System. I accept the mission. Only a fool would refuse the system's favors. Su Yin lived in a place resembling the star goddess Zhou Huimin from his past life. Upon first seeing this beautiful woman, he had entertained thoughts of her as well. Yet at that time, he was preoccupied with making money and had no time for romance. Seeing the familiar beauty before him, Su Yin knew another Hong Kong film was merging into his life. Zhou Wenli was the leading lady from another film, Through the Storm, with the male lead being Stephen Chow, whose identity was that of an undercover agent. He expected the first blood to still be in play. What was there to hesitate about? Liang Kuan was not lacking in skills, and Zhou Wenli, frightened and unable to escape, stumbled directly into Su Yan's embrace. With one arm around the beauty, Su Yin steadied her and pushed her behind him, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the still aggressive Liang Kun. Liang Kun, this is my territory. Messing with my woman shows utter disrespect. Your woman? Liang Kun twisted his neck, a vicious expression on his face. What do you think? Damn. Seeing Su Yin's serious expression, Liang Kun temporarily suppressed the wicked fire in his heart. Bang. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he punched the elevator button. Zhou Wenli, frightened, quickly shrank back behind Su Yin, unable to bear the sight of Liang Kun's furious countenance. At that moment, the elevator button was struck, and the electrical sound crackled ominously. Su Yin and Liang Kun locked eyes, both harboring thoughts of wanting to eliminate the other. Ding! The second floor arrived. The elevator doors opened, and Su Yin forcefully shoved Liang Kun aside, ushering Zhou Wenli out. Go on in, Su Yin said with a smile as he escorted her to the door. Thank you, I'm Zhou Wenli. The timid Zhou Wenli glanced at Su Yin, speaking softly. Her heart still raced with fear. However, Su Yin exuded a strong sense of security, prompting her to involuntarily reveal her name. No need for thanks, we're neighbors. I'm Su Yin, and I run a clothing factory. Su Yin replied with a smile. Knowing that Zhou Wenli despised Triad members, he introduced his profession first. Otherwise, there would be no future for them. Thanks to Liang Kun's inadvertent assistance, the two finally made a formal acquaintance. As Su Yin approached the elevator door and noticed Liang Kun still inside, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable, and he coldly remarked, between women and money, which is more important? Needless to say, it's money. With money comes women. Damn, Liang Kun, what are you throwing a fit about? In response to Su Yin's furious shout, Liang Kun was left utterly speechless. Regardless of how one phrases it, this is Tsuanwan, the territory of Su Ran. In pursuit of collecting debts, he has brought along only a few individuals. Though audacious, he is not foolish. Armed with incriminating evidence against Su Ran, he feels entitled to demand payment. If he pushes Su Ran too far, he might find himself unable to leave. Just moments ago, Liang Kun happened to notice the bulge of a firearm at Su Ran's waist, forcing him to suppress the anger brewing within. With the elevator damaged, the two had no choice but to ascend the stairs to the rooftop. The environment was quite pleasant, offering a broad view. Su Ran's residence was encircled by a band of lights. Once illuminated, it resembled a scene beneath the stars, captivating anyone who laid eyes upon it. Make yourself comfortable. Without needing to be told, the typically brash Liang Kun made himself at home, pulling a swivel chair outside and seating himself with a relaxed posture, legs crossed. Gazing at Su Ran with a sense of entitlement, awaiting the money to be presented. Observing this, Su Ran remained unfazed. He stepped into the room, retrieved a travel bag with one hand, and tossed it before Liang Kun. Here lies 5 million. Who doesn't appreciate money, even if it was thrown onto the ground? Disregarding the dust, Liang Kun eagerly lunged for the bag, clutching it tightly. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ran was slowly drawing out a Black Star pistol. Liang Kun swiftly unzipped the travel bag, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash inside, which sent him into a frenzy of excitement, grabbing 2 bundles in each hand, reveling in the sensation as if he were caressing a woman's bosom. However, it was still short by 600,000. Hoisting the travel bag, Liang Kun sauntered towards Su Ran. I only owe you 5 million. There's still a deficit of 600,000. You should demand the remainder from Lin Huailao. There's still 600,000 to account for. Only the deceased could dispute my figures. This principle has guided Liang Kun throughout his more than a decade-long career. His gaze fixed on Su Ran, brimming with murderous intent. Faced with the menacing Liang Kun, Su Ran seemed unperturbed. Even reaching to procure a pack of cigarettes from the seemingly murderous figure, pinching the bottom of the box to extract a cigarette. At that moment, with one hand holding the cigarette box and the other brandishing the pistol, a subtle smile appeared on Su Ran's lips. If you desire money, first offer me a cigarette. His demeanor and smile suggested he was waiting for Liang Kun, a figure of authority in the Hongxin gang, to light his cigarette. Upon witnessing Su Ran's calm and composed demeanor, Liang Kun's murderous intent intensified. The last person who had requested Liang Kun to light a cigarette was his former boss. Now long gone. Chapter 19. My education may be lacking, but my mathematics was taught by the physical education teacher. A few minutes later, the Liang Kun from the Hong Kong film narrative began to loosen his stiff neck and reached into his pocket to retrieve a lighter. With a snap, a dazzling flame slowly approached the cigarette perched between Su Ran's lips. Confronted by the most arrogant thug of the Hongxin gang, the now transformed Su Ran certainly wouldn't take this lightly. After having tossed the travel bag filled with 5 million onto the ground, he had his pistol cocked and ready. Although he possessed skills that rendered him impervious to harm, why waste money when one could save it? Thus, even while staring into Liang Kun's fierce countenance, he felt no trepidation. Big Boss Ran, truly bold. With your abilities, you shall surely rise to prominence. Big D's demise was not in vain. Having pocketed his lighter, Liang Kuan turned and returned to the swivel chair. He glanced at the sky, then abruptly spun around 180 degrees, collapsing onto the chair. In his mind, within the entire He Liansheng, only Big D was worthy to be his rival. And he held Su Ran, the opportunistic little schemer, in disdain. Just as he received the money, he contemplated whether to eliminate Su Ran. Now, however, he had to concede that Su Ran was indeed qualified to sit at the same table and discuss grand business ventures. It is merely a favor extended by those in our line of work. My sole intention is to profit. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's genuine praise, Su Ran remained unperturbed, devising a plan to squeeze every last ounce of value from Liang Kuan. Having received 5 million, he needed to recoup at least 50 million from Liang Kuan. 600,000, not a penny less. Liang Kuan, with a crooked smile, asserted confidently, "Let us calculate. How did the 600,000 come about? This morning, you kicked me once, that is 500,000. Just now, you prevented me from venting my frustration, that is another 100,000. Together, that makes 600,000. And not a penny less. Liang Kuan, have you lost your senses? Shouldn't you compensate me for messing with my woman?" Su Ran shot back, his gaze fixed on Liang Kuan, believing that soon, Zhou Wenli would indeed be lying in his abode. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Ran, if you put it that way, I should be compensating you 100,000 for my transgression. Liang Kuan responded, adamant that every cent must be accounted for. With that, Su Ran manipulated the black star in his hand, for he was always serious about money. Take it. Since you recognize your mistake, you must acknowledge it and stand firm. Liang Kuan readily produced a bundle of cash and tossed it to Su Ran. Haha, you're trustworthy. Su Ran accepted the 100,000, retreated into the house, and then tossed another 400,000 to Liang Kuan. That suffices. Our accounts are settled. Upon receiving the 400,000, Liang Kuan beamed with joy, harboring no doubts about his arithmetic error. Since we've settled the accounts, let us sit down and discuss that multi-billion business deal. Yesterday, when Su Ran initially mentioned the multi-billion deal to Liang Kuan, he had been met with derisive laughter. Now, however, upon hearing those words, Liang Kuan instantly perked up, sitting straighter than he did in his school days, fearful of missing a single word Su Ran might utter. Our collaboration in business starts anew. We must not adhere to the rules of the underworld, but rather the principles of market trade. The first collaboration model proposes a joint investment of 10 million, with each party contributing 5 million, splitting the profits evenly. I oppose. Liang Kuan immediately stood up and bellowed at the mention of monetary involvement. Su Ran had just acquired his funds. He was unwilling to part with them so swiftly. Anticipating Liang Kuan's reaction, Su Ran maintained a placid demeanor. Then let us proceed with the second model. With that, he extended his right hand to celebrate their amicable partnership. What? Hearing Su Ran's words and witnessing the outstretched hand, Liang Kuan, who had just voiced his opposition, was momentarily taken aback. Aren't we supposed to shake hands for a successful partnership? At that moment, Su Ran wore a broad smile, appearing to mock Liang Kuan. Wait, how exactly are we collaborating? After briefly shaking hands with Su Ran, Liang Kuan scratched his head, utterly perplexed about the nature of their partnership. Convincing you to invest is harder than killing you. Thus, I have taken charge of all production processes, manufacturing 10,000 pieces daily, of which you will receive 5,000, regardless of how you choose to sell them or how much profit you make. This sounds feasible. Liang Kuan, upon hearing this, immediately came to life, agreeing without a second thought. No financial investment was required, yet he would receive such a substantial quantity of clothing. However, Liang Kuan, there is a prerequisite. You must not obstruct my business activities on your turf. Once you receive the clothing, we operate independently. At this moment, having processed Su Ran's words, Liang Kuan fell silent. Internally, he could not help but ponder. Su Ran's clothing is bound to be a hit. With my prowess in Hongxing, how could I not sell more than him? If he can conduct business on my turf, I can similarly do so on his. It's a win-win for me. After a few moments of serious contemplation, Liang Kuan suddenly burst into laughter, his voice brimming with confidence. Observing this, Su Ran was fully aware of Liang Kuan's thoughts and inwardly scoffed at his overestimation of his capabilities. Selling clothing, particularly women's apparel, undoubtedly requires a handsome face to sell it. If a group of fearsome individuals adorned with tattoos were to sell clothing, regardless of age, onlookers would instinctively retreat. Never considering a purchase, shopping ought to be a pleasurable experience, not an ordeal. Should the lackeys of the flamboyant leader fail to sell their wares, they risk not just a beating but being unceremoniously cast into the sea. Thus, under such pressure, the brawny enforcers would coerce passers-by into buying. After several attempts, even the most bustling streets of Causeway Bay or Mong Kok would find themselves deserted. They might even face arrest, necessitating a costly bail from the flamboyant leader, ultimately benefiting Su Ran. In the realm of Hong Kong's no-capital enterprises, one either steals or robs. Yet, in the realm of legitimate business, malice alone cannot suffice. Alas, had the flamboyant leader possessed such foresight, the troubles surrounding Su Ran would have been averted. Very well, let us proceed with our collaboration. With a broad smile, the flamboyant leader extended his right hand towards Su Ran. Slap. Su Ran, upon seeing the outstretched hand, responded with a forceful clap. Damn, you're quite the rascal. Boss Ran. The flamboyant leader, cradling his right hand, hurled curses at Su Ran. Listen, on the 1st of next month, send someone to collect the goods. Take care. No need for a send-off. Ran, accompany me down. I need to speak to my subordinates. We ascend and descend together, otherwise. We'll rally the troops and storm Tsuanwan. Damn, what a game. Let us go together. Faced with Su Ran's fiery glare, the flamboyant leader surprisingly began to act coy. Enough with that nauseating gaze. Upon hearing the flamboyant leader's voice, Su Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Unable to withstand the sight of the flamboyant leader's gaze any longer, he hastily muttered a parting remark and dashed towards the stairs. Haha, that fool will surely fall into my trap. Observing Su Ran's hasty retreat, the flamboyant leader reverted to his previous arrogance. As they traversed the dimly lit staircase, Su Ran suddenly inquired, Flamboyant leader, was your math taught by the physical education teacher? Oh, how did you know? I may not have studied much, but my PE teacher always praised my math skills. At this, Su Ran's lips twitched uncontrollably, and after a moment, his face turned pale as he stifled a laugh that threatened to burst forth like a dam breaking. Haha. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Su Ran could no longer contain himself, pointing at the flamboyant leader and erupting into laughter. If your math is good under the guidance of a PE teacher, it's no wonder you're oblivious to the missing 100,000. Such a statement would elicit laughter even from those trained in the profession. As the flamboyant leader maintained a stern demeanor while reaching the 2nd floor, he finally could not hold back any longer. What is so funny, Ran? With that, he tossed the bag filled with cash behind him and drew a Black Star pistol from his waistband. Chapter 20. Pretty boy, mind your own business. In the world of Hong Kong cinema, Su Ran is a professional, adept at concealing his emotions. Yet this time, he found it impossible to restrain his laughter, which lasted a full 3 minutes, prompting the flamboyant leader to draw his weapon in frustration. Unfortunately for him, Su Ran's speed in drawing his gun was astonishingly swift. Just as the flamboyant leader grasped the handle of his gun, Su Ran's Black Star was already pressed against his neck. Boss Ran, with such speed, one might mistake you for an undercover cop. Haha, flamboyant leader. If I were an undercover, given the multitude of your misdeeds, I would have fired immediately to uphold justice. With a few million, any lawyer could secure your acquittal. Your words remind me that perhaps your language arts teacher was a Thai instructor. Forgive me. I can't help but laugh. At that moment, as the gun pressed against his neck, the flamboyant leader felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, terrified that a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. After a minute, seeing Su Ran's laughter gradually subside, the flamboyant leader cautiously spoke. Boss Ran, if you wish to laugh, go ahead. My language arts teacher indeed hails from Thailand. Once he saw Su Ran's expression remained unchanged, he gingerly pushed the Black Star away from his neck. Quan Go, let us refrain from such antics next time. It's too hazardous. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran finally quelled his laughter, patting the flamboyant leader's pale face before holstering the Black Star. Meanwhile, the flamboyant leader, carrying the bag of cash, wore a sullen expression as he silently descended the stairs. Boss, have we secured the funds? Upon seeing his right-hand man approach, the flamboyant leader promptly handed over the travel bag. Smack. Frustrated from being humiliated before Su Ran, the flamboyant leader, with pent-up anger, swung his hand forcefully at Ah Chong as he attempted to open the travel bag. How dare you? In front of the Tsuanwan leader, open the bag for cash? It's as if I, the leader of Hung Hing, lack decorum and cannot manage you. Hearing this, Su Ran made no move, merely observing the flamboyant leader's outburst with a cold gaze. Such behavior indicated the flamboyant leader's considerable anger. Serving to remind Su Ran, I am the leader of Hung Hing. Do not assume that your firearm grants you the right to act so brazenly. I was mistaken. Quan Go is right to discipline me. Foolish Chong lowered his head, despite having his face swollen from the flamboyant leader's slap, harboring no resentment. After all, he held a bag filled with cash that many lifetimes could not earn, and his excitement overshadowed any pain. Boss, Lung Air was perplexed by the flamboyant leader's intentions. Yet, he stood in front of Su Ran, half his body shielding him. At this moment, the flamboyant leader did not perceive the reaction he sought from Su Ran. Boss Ran, be cautious when you go out. Peering back with a tilted head, he pointed a finger, the tone clearly laced with provocation and caution. Quan, this is Tsuanwan. Do you wish to meet your end? Lung Air quickly reached into his clothing, his eyes fixed on the flamboyant leader, wary of any harmful actions directed at Su Ran. Having received the money, it's time to feast. You all should thank Boss Ran. Ignoring Lung Air, the flamboyant leader shook his head and approached the vehicle, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Boss Ran." Before departing, he did not forget to provoke, affirming that he remained the arrogant leader of Hung Hing. Air, it's all good. You may return. Boss, I'll be sleeping in the car tonight. Lung Air, fearing unforeseen events, earnestly pointed at the GTR parked at the entrance. Air, do you see that car? Go buy a few cups of milk tea for them. Su Ran smiled, gesturing towards the nearby black sedan. All right. I'll deliver the milk tea and return to keep watch. Watching Lung Air's retreating figure, Su Ran turned and entered the building. By throwing out nearly 10 million, he aimed to notify all of Hong Kong Island. I, Su Ran, possess wealth. I am a major player. Those wishing to profit from me must protect me. Lung Air moved swiftly. By the time Su Ran reached the second floor, he had already delivered the milk tea. Inside the car, Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing observed Lung Air, Su Ran's right-hand man, as he tossed a $100 bill to snatch a few cups of milk tea from the shop, showing appreciation for their overnight efforts. Since Boss Ran is so considerate, I must go greet him. Next time we have to apprehend someone, I want tea need directions. With that, he brought along a colleague and headed towards Su Ran. Throughout the day, Huang Jiqing diligently investigated Su Ran, uncovering no evidence of wrongdoing. Setting aside his ties to the Lianxin gang, Su Ran appeared to be a legitimate businessman, making it impossible to pursue charges. However, the flamboyant leader was a different story. Noting the discord between Su Ran and the flamboyant leader, he contemplated instigating further conflict. As the two officers reached the second floor, they spotted Su Ran apprehending someone and rushed forward to intervene. Don't move, police. Just moments ago, as Su Ran ascended to the second floor, he was met with the sound of a heated argument. Approaching the scene, he discovered Zhou Wenli entangled with Zhang Lang at the entrance, prompting him to stride over immediately. Wenli, do you need assistance? Su Ran, save me. Zhou Wenli, ensnared by her boyfriend, rushed to hide behind him upon spotting Su Ran. Listen here, handsome. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Zhang Lang seethed, watching as Zhou Wenli pushed him aside and sought refuge behind Su Ran, his finger jabbing angrily. Wenli, who is he? Although Su Ran felt a flutter of attraction towards the stunning beauty before him, he was unwilling to be used as a shield and intended to clarify the situation. He my ex-boyfriend. What? When did we break up? Zhang Lang's fury ignited as he slammed his hand against the wall. We confirmed our relationship less than 2 hours ago, just after watching a movie. And you said you had to go do something. You vanished for months, and last month, I left a voicemail. We're done. Zhou Wenli accused Zhang Lang, her expression brimming with resentment. I didn't hear it. That doesn't count as a breakup. Zhang Lang bellowed in anger, attempting to circumvent Su Ran to seize Zhou Wenli. At that moment, having grasped the essence of the situation, Su Ran reached out and shoved Zhang Lang away. Standing at 183 centimeters, Su Ran easily sent Zhang Lang, who barely surpassed 170 centimeters, reeling. You insolent fool, how dare you push me? Do you want to die? Zhang Lang, refusing to back down, rose from the floor and charged at Su Ran once more. In response, Su Ran smirked and sidestepped, then seized Zhang Lang by the collar from behind, preparing to execute a throw, only to spot Huang Jiqing approaching with a group of men. Continue. Huang Jiqing declared with a smile, leaning against the wall, observing Su Ran's display of authority. Mr. Huang, if you remain a bystander, I might have to file a complaint. Su Ran stated earnestly as he released Zhang Lang. Since Su has spoken, let us proceed with our duties. Huang Jiqing remarked, producing handcuffs and promptly securing the fallen Zhang Lang. Let me go? Why are you arresting me? Zhang Lang, with his hands bound, wore an expression of sheer terror, thrashing against the restraints. Stay still and stand straight. I'm charging you with harassment of this lady, and intent to assault. Huang Jiqing asserted sternly, pointing at Zhang Lang. Wenli, speak on my behalf. I never intended to harass you, let alone assault you. Zhang Lang's complexion turned ashen as he cast a desperate glance towards Zhou Wenli, who now appeared to him as a lifeline. His criminal background as a gangster had already earned him a file at the precinct. Although he was an undercover agent, being apprehended by officers from another district would undoubtedly lead to a beating. Officer, he's the one who harassed me and even damaged my door lock. Zhou Wenli, witnessing Zhang Lang's distress, felt a pang of sympathy, yet her anger intensified as she berated herself for ever being attracted to such a man. In stark contrast to Zhang Lang, who was now a pitiful sight, stood the composed and impressive Su Ran, making the former seem like a mere cockroach. There's no escaping this now. Su, take your time. Huang Jiqing observed Su Ran with a hint of amusement in his gaze. After Huang Jiqing escorted Zhang Lang away, Su Ran repaired Zhou Wenli's door lock. Su, I'm sorry to trouble you again. I prefer you call me Ranji. Su feels rather distant. All right, Ranji. Here is some water. Zhou Wenli, holding a glass of water, smiled as she offered it to him. At that moment, Su Ran, standing at the doorway, gazed at Zhou Wenli in her pajamas, the sight of her delicate hand causing him to smile softly without reaching for the glass. It's getting late. I must return to rest. Just as he reached the staircase, he heard Zhou Wenli call out, Renji, is there something else? I wish to go to the rooftop to gaze at the moon and soothe my mind. Chapter 21. Planning for a billion-dollar plot of land. Zhou Wenli's cheeks flushed. Today had been overwhelming. First, she was reprimanded by her boss, then faced complaints from a client. Upon returning home, she nearly had a run-in with Liang Kuan. Just as she was about to sleep, Zhang Lang arrived to stir up trouble. Feeling vexed, Zhou Wenli sought fresh air on the rooftop. But the elevator was out of order, and the stairwell was dimly lit. Since she encountered Su Ran, she wished for his company to accompany her up, reassured by the unprecedented sense of safety he provided. Certainly, a beautiful lady invites me to admire the moon. I have no reason to decline. Clad in a suit and she in her nightgown, they ascended to the rooftop together without a hint of incongruity. How lovely! As she beheld the moonlit view over the houses, Zhou Wenli became entranced by the brilliance of the night sky. Wenli, feel free to explore. Su Ran chuckled, watching her twirl before retreating indoors to shower and change. Upon his return, he carried only a bottle of red wine and a glass. This wine is for me. Don't get any ideas. A young lady like you should stick to cola. Setting the bottle of cola on the table on the rooftop, Su Ran naturally seated himself beside Zhou Wenli, pouring himself a glass of wine. The atmosphere was warm and inviting, reminiscent of the romantic experiences he shared with his girlfriend in a past life, a smile of happiness unconsciously gracing his face. His handsome visage, soft expression, and blissful smile captivated Zhou Wenli. Ranji, where is your clothing factory located? In Tsuanwan, at 77 Dai Li Industrial Area. At that moment, Zhou Wenli felt a flicker of surprise. Wasn't he that across from the venue for her work-related events? Earlier, I found a few design sketches on the floor. Are you a fashion designer? Holding a few sketches of women's clothing, Zhou Wenli looked at Su Ran with eager anticipation. Indeed, I design, produce, and sell them myself. Wow, you're incredible. These garments are stunning. I've never seen such styles on the market. Shopping is a daily pursuit for women in this era, and clothing is a lifelong passion. Su Ran's creations were all bestsellers, often unavailable for purchase even if desired, their market prices having soared. Observing Zhou Wenli's sudden transformation into a fangirl, a sly smile tugged at Su Ran's lips. If you admire my designs, I can create a custom piece just for you. Really? Even better than Lizzie? Ranji, why are you so kind to me? Su Ran hadn't expected that the next moment, Zhou Wenli, previously brimming with excitement, would suddenly shed tears. What's wrong? Did I upset you in some way? Zhou Wenli's unrestrained tears held a profound impact on Su Ran, leaving him flustered as he hurried to find a tissue. Wenli, don't drink so hastily. That wine is quite potent. Returning with tissues, he found Zhou Wenli had downed the glass of red wine he had just poured. Ranji, would you like to hear my story? Zhou Wenli, her face a mix of tears and smiles, became an unforgettable image for Su Ran. He had no choice but to help her wipe away her tears, offering the comfort of his broad shoulder. When I was 10, it turned out Zhou Wenli was an orphan, lacking a sense of security. Today, Su Ran had provided her with an unparalleled feeling of safety. His promise of a custom design had shattered the last fortress of her heart. With each glass of red wine consumed, the bottle quickly neared its end. At that moment, glancing at Zhou Wenli beside him, Su Ran felt a stirring in his once cold heart. It's late. I'll escort you back to rest. Slightly intoxicated, Zhou Wenli, upon hearing the suggestion to return, abruptly sprang to her feet, losing her balance and teetering backward. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ran promptly stepped forward to offer support. At that moment, Zhou Wenli looked up at Su Ran, her large, soulful eyes brimming with tenderness, her delicate brows resembling fine silk. Her moist lips parted slightly, exhaling a gentle waft of intoxicating fragrance. The skin on her back was as soft as cotton, smooth to the touch. At this juncture, Su Ran's fervor surged within him like an unstoppable torrent. Even in the absence of a mission, his efforts would remain unwavering. The two danced beneath the moonlight, gradually moving deeper into the night. Half an hour later, a notification chimed in Su Ran's mind, signaling the completion of his task. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered that Zhou Wenli had vanished, leaving only the warmth of the bedclothes behind. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. She departed without a word, ensuring that their next encounter would not be awkward. For Su Ran, women merely served to enrich his life and alleviate his emotions. As for love, he refrained from indulging in it while still entangled in his undercover role and the identity of a gangster. If fate allows, they shall meet often. If not, so be it. After the formidable boss settled matters with Liang Kuan using 5 million, his name became well known within the underworld of Hong Kong films. Meanwhile, The gangsters who had followed Liang Kuan around Sun Wan indulged in 3 consecutive days of luxurious shark fin soup, provoking envy in others. While Liang Kuan reveled in his wealth, Boss Ran swiftly took control of all territories in Sun Wan, stabilizing the situation in no time. This left the numbered gang without any opportunity, forcing them to abandon their ambitions of establishing a foothold in Sun Wan. Following a fortnight of tranquility, Su Ran invested a hefty sum of 3 million to expand his garment factory by adding 3 production lines, increasing output from a maximum of 1,000 garments daily to 5,000. With a series of hit clothing releases flooding Sun Wan, each piece yielding a profit of $80, Su Ran found himself pocketing over 200,000 daily. The 3 million investment was recouped in less than half a month. Once he regained his capital, Su Ran generously distributed the profit of over 1 million, significantly increasing his entourage, with his loyal subordinates surpassing 10,000. This was a 50% increase compared to the days of Big D, causing those who had divided the Sun Wan docks to band together in fear of losing their territory to Su Ran. As he observed the bustling garment factory, Su Ran prepared to venture into Liang Kuan's territory to test the waters, setting up a few stalls to sell his clothing. The markets in Mongkok and Causeway Bay were several times larger than those in Sun Wan. During the past fortnight, Liang Kuan had received the first batch of several tens of thousands of garments from Su Ran, yet not a single piece had sold. In fact, complaints were rampant within the territory. Just as Su Ran had predicted, no profits were made, and instead, they found themselves in a predicament. Useless. With so many clothes in the warehouse, how can not a single one sell? Brother Kuan, no one wants those clothes. A disheartened Shuang Chong counted the ants on the ground, unable to recall how many times he had faced beatings and scoldings. After being reprimanded by Liang Kuan, he sought to vent his frustration on those selling clothes. The hierarchy was such that the lower ranks had no time to think about selling clothes. No one wants them. And that loser Su Ran is selling out in Sun Wan, and even called to ask how business is going. What am I supposed to say? Liang Kuan gripped Shuang Chong's head tightly, shaking it vigorously. Why not sell those clothes back to Su Ran? Shuang Chong, caught in a brainstorming moment, instinctively replied, that idea isn't bad. Liang Kuan, upon hearing this, felt it made perfect sense. If the clothes weren't selling, why not directly let Su Ran buy them back? Sun Wan had been thoroughly dominated by Su Ran's financial prowess. It was not easy to approach now, as his name was too well known, and entering would surely attract attention. You go find the connection, we'll sneak in through the waterways. On the street separating Kwaicheng and Sun Wan, a red GTR stood out prominently in a vast expanse of grassland. In contrast to the bustling industrial area of Sun Wan, this place appeared desolate. Yet today, dozens of individuals stood to one side, smoking and chatting, their gazes fixed on a figure in a suit not far ahead. This territory belonged to Hung Hing, and it must be acquired. Early that morning, Su Ran had received a system notification. Ding. Task issued. Acquire a piece of land no less than 50 acres. Reward, 200 million. 200 million was a sum Su Ran had never dared to dream of before. Now, however, he began strategizing on how to acquire a piece of land worth over $1 billion without spending a dime. With his current wealth, he could not afford even an acre. In truth, after ramping up production, Su Ran's garments had begun to bear his own label. The brand Beautiful Girl clothing under the Tongha Garment Factory was already establishing storefronts. Transitioning from street-level stalls to upscale shops along busy streets was inevitable. Su Ran entrusted everything to Huizue, as this venture into Kwaicheng aimed to establish a large-scale shopping mall. After all, many areas in Sun Wan had reached saturation, and land prices were exorbitant. If the other clans of Lin Sheng and Lin Huailu, the current decision-maker, were to hear Su Ran's intentions, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Not in astonishment at his desire to seize Hung Hing's territory, but rather at his willingness to purchase land. They were gangsters, who had always taken land by force. Now, to spend money on land? Surely, this was no jest. However, the land Su Ran eyed was not easily obtainable. The owner was none other than Jiang Tiansheng of Hung Hing, said to be a birthday gift left to him by Jiang Zhun, even left to grow wild. He would not permit anyone to touch it. Many consortiums had tried to acquire it, only to be met with failure. Knowing these secrets, Su Ran began to set his sights on this land. Currently, the decision-maker of Hung Hing was Liang Kuan. Having him intervene would likely mean Jiang Tiansheng could not outright refuse, and negotiations could commence. Ding! A loud ringtone echoed from the car, and Su Ran walked over to pick up his mobile phone. Ran, it's Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, what's the matter? Liang Kuan's voice remained grating, yet this time, Su Ran did not hang up immediately. If there's nothing, I wouldn't call you. I'm currently on a fishing boat at the Chuanbao dock, eating fishball noodles. Come over for a chat. Just as he mentioned, Su Ran found himself saving on gas. Half an hour later, all right, I'll wait for you. Don't leave me hanging. Beep, beep. At that moment, Liang Kuan's face darkened, as he heard the busy tone on the line. His earlier slightly threatening words were abruptly cut off. Damn you, Su Ran. In just half a month. Su Ran had risen to become the de facto power in Tsunwan, rendering even Liang Kuan of Hung Hing hesitant to speak loudly. It was not that Su Ran was overly aggressive, but rather that he held several million worth of goods in his hands. In this era, no one dared to oppose wealth. Boss, what should we do about Su Ran? A muffled sound echoed in the cramped space. What the hell? You asked me to come to Tsunwan, and now you're hiding on a fishing boat eating fishball noodles. What does that mean? After taking a slap from Liang Kuan, Shuang Chong, feeling wronged, said, Boss, the fish head sign at Chuan Bao belongs to my fellow townsman. However, he can't boldly bring us ashore, so we're stuck here. Damn it, you can't even handle a small matter, useless. Though Liang Kuan scolded Shuang Chong, he was already beginning to regard Su Ran with trepidation. Just over half a month ago, he was merely a lowly gangster under his thumb. But now even the leader of Hung Hing had to consider favors just to meet him. Such a rapid transformation was difficult for anyone to accept. Even the decision-makers of Liansheng dare not venture to Tsunwan for a coffee or to peruse the newspapers, fearful of a sudden outburst from Su Ran that could sweep them away. The incident with Didi serves as a cautionary tale, since Liang Kuan wishes to meet him. Su Ran drives his GTR smoothly towards the bustling pier, determined to fulfill the task of acquiring land. However, his phone buzzes again. Boss, Aso is being bullied. You need to come quickly. Upon hearing the voice of Hua Zue, Su Ran's previously composed expression instantly darkens. The Aso he refers to is Zhou Wenli, a woman with whom Su Ran had a one-night encounter. Since that fateful night, he has not seen her again. As night falls, the lights on the second floor remain dim, compelling Long Air to discreetly gather information about her. Although Su Ran cannot claim to have feelings for Zhou Wenli, he cannot allow her to be mistreated on his turf. Within 5 minutes, Su Ran arrives at the entrance of an upscale banquet. Turning to glance at the nearby Tongha clothing factory, he cannot help but admire Zhou Wenli's audacity. The most perilous places often offer the greatest safety. After searching for her for half a month, to find her right at his doorstep is rather ironic. Officer, is it against the law to drink here? Hua Zue's nonchalant voice carries through the glass to the outside. Hua Zue, do not presume that your current influence in Tsunwan grants you immunity from the law. I am charging you with intentional bodily harm and unlawful confinement. Officer He, a trainee inspector from the O Division, glares at Hua Zue with an icy demeanor, as if he has already sentenced him to life imprisonment. Officer He, I haven't done anything. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person. My lawyer is on his way. Hua Zue remains indifferent, merely casting a glance at Zhang Lang, who clutches his abdomen, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. Over the past month and a half, overseeing thousands has imbued him with the aura of a true boss. A mere glance from him silences Zhang Lang, who has mingled among the underworld. Just moments earlier, Zhou Wenli had been harassed by her ex-boyfriend, Zhang Lang. Long Air, who recognized her and happened to be at the banquet, intervened with a fist as large as a clay pot to stop Zhang Lang. Hua Zue, your cousin Su Ran has been absent for a long time. Is it now your turn to assert dominance? Standing next to Officer He is Superintendent Li, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A simple sentence could plunge Hua Zue into peril. Since emerging from the turf of He Liansheng, the name of the boss, Su Ran, has echoed throughout Tsunwan, though few have actually met him. Yet, everyone knows Hua Zue. The principle of overshadowing one's superior has been a long-standing taboo. Typically thoughtless, upon hearing Superintendent Li's remark, Hua Zue's expression turns ashen. It is indeed Su Ran's reputation that has allowed him to command thousands. However, he underestimates the bond between himself and Su Ran. Just as Hua Zue prepares to retort, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonates at the entrance. Superintendent Li, how fortunate you are to be so idle. Having just been transferred to Tsunwan, you come to a banquet to drink. One might think you are struggling to adapt. Chapter 22. I believe you are not. Upon entering the banquet, Su Ran immediately spots Zhou Wenli, who looks utterly bewildered and at a loss. She does not know Long Air or Hua Zue. She only understands that she has been dragged into this situation due to Zhang Lang's harassment. Fortunately, there are 2 police officers nearby. Otherwise, she would have fled long ago. From their tone, she gathers that this young man, who speaks so arrogantly, is the boss of Tsunwan. Even the manager hesitates to call the police, knowing it would be futile. Thus, she stands there, waiting for the 2 officers to rescue her. However, when Zhou Wenli sees Su Ran, her eyes instantly radiate with a powerful light. A voice within her whispers, do not fear, I am here. The moment Hua Zue and Long Air spot Su Ran, they leap to their feet, their faces etched with respect, making it evident that he is the true boss. This action renders Superintendent Li's divisive statement meaningless. Moreover, all the subordinates behind them also rise, gazing in admiration at this familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Fei Ji and Shi Yi Su. who have been following Huazue for the past month and a half, are well aware of the formidable influence wielded by this young man, who is barely 23 years old. Su Ran naturally strides over to Huazue and calmly takes a seat, casting a glance at Zhou Wenli to signal that she is free to move about. At this moment, Zhou Wenli gazes at Su Ran with shock, never anticipating that the man etched in her memory possesses such capabilities. Yet, her thoughts turn complex regarding his identity. Although she does not particularly favor gangsters, her perspective is now muddled. Understanding Su Ran's silent cue, she heads towards the lounge. After Zhou Wenli departs, Su Ran smiles and gestures for the two police executives to take a seat. Come, gentlemen, do not stand. Please sit down and enjoy yourselves. My treat. Superintendent Li's gaze remains sternly fixed on Su Ran. He had not anticipated that the most powerful figure in Sun Wan would be so young, devoid of any semblance of a gangster. His every gesture exudes the presence of a leader, surpassing even that of a department head like him. No need, Su Ran. It would be best for you to conduct your business within the bounds of the law. Do not stray, or else. Before Superintendent Li can finish his warning, Su Ran interrupts. If you do not intend to drink at this banquet, then kindly take your leave. This statement seems directed at the suave figure beside him. Do not lose sight of the fundamentals and dishearten the taxpayers. Knowing that Zhang Lang is an undercover agent sent by Superintendent Li, Su Ran is unwilling to show him any leniency. After all, nobody knows what their presence here truly signifies. It is worth noting that Su Ran is also an undercover agent, with tasks of his own. Yet, now that he has become a boss, no high-ranking police officials have reached out to him. What did you say? With Su Ran's gaze resembling that of a server. Officer, he can no longer contain his desire to confront him. Do not act rashly. The newly transferred Superintendent Li, not wishing to court trouble, swiftly intervenes to restrain Officer He. Casting a glance at Su Ran, who is casually crossing his legs, he replies in a low voice, very well. I shall remember Su Sheng's admonition. Let us depart. Superintendent Li takes Zhang Lang with him, while Su Ran has no desire to engage with Huazue. Since Zhang Lang has appeared at the banquet to harass Zhou Wenli, the batch of stolen bricks, which they traversed through the storm together, must have already found their way into the hands of the former boss of the number gang, Li Yunfei. Thoughts of that bag containing tens of millions of diamonds linger in his mind. As his brain ponders this, his feet lead him to the rear lounge. Upon entering the lounge, Su Ran sees Zhou Wenli, her expression complex as she gazes into the mirror. Wenli, you are not frightened, are you? Before he can finish his sentence, Zhou Wenli rushes over and embraces him, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck. It's all right. Sensing Zhou Wenli's palpable anxiety, Su Ran's gentle voice reverberates in her ears. I grew up in Showdown, and from a young age, I aspired to be a businessman. The so-called boss referenced by the police outside is actually my cousin Huazue. That burly figure who struck Zhang Lang is also my cousin. He is aware of your existence, hence his forceful intervention. My clothing factory is directly across from this banquet, employing over 1,000 workers. 2 clothing stores have also opened. And since you have some free time, I shall take you over for a visit. Su Ran's incessant chatter swiftly dissipated Zhou Wenli's inner doubts, allowing her hands to relax. Moments ago, her mind had been a battlefield, torn between disbelief in Su Ran's ties to the underworld and the painful necessity of distancing herself from him, despite her fondness. Zhou Wenli had long held an aversion to those involved in such a life, as it was the very same world that had claimed her parents. Yet now, Su Ran's stature as a successful businessman swiftly quelled her unease. Wenli, there is no need for further discussion. My career is still in its developmental phase, and I may not be able to take good care of you. So I have instructed my brothers to keep an eye on you. Su Ran's candidness instantly alleviated all her worries. At that moment, her bright eyes gazed at Su Ran, and the joy of that night drew them irresistibly closer. Had they been in a more private setting, Su Ran would have engaged in a deeper conversation with Zhou Wenli. For now, they simply shared a passionate kiss that lingered. Feeling a bit weak in the knees, Zhou Wenli settled onto Su Ran's lap, her head nestled against his neck. Rango, I believe you are not involved with the underworld. In fact, I was struggling earlier. If you truly were, then Wenli, I am confident you will not leave me. Su Ran's assured voice shattered Zhou Wenli's inner turmoil. Yes, I believe so too. Let us move back together. So I can see you every day? All right. After comforting Zhou Wenli, Su Ran instructed Huazue to step aside, not to block the entrance like a doorman. Su Ran was acutely aware of his feelings towards Zhou Wenli. He accepted her presence, but did not view her as a girlfriend. For him, the pursuit of wealth took precedence, and emotions would not become a hindrance. Under Zhou Wenli's affectionate gaze, Su Ran began to drive. Only then did the manager of the event dare to approach, recognizing the unique nature of Zhou Wenli and Su Ran's relationship. Zhou Wenli, starting today, you need not serve anymore. What? Zhou Wenli was taken aback by the manager's words, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Many found it hard to believe that Su Ran was not affiliated with the Underworld, given how he commanded respect from the powerful. Manager, I understand. I apologize for the trouble. Winley, where are your thoughts wandering? With your diligent work, do you not wish to become the operations manager? Manager, is that true? Of course. Your salary will increase by 500 next month. That is wonderful, manager. Zhou Wenli's excitement made the manager anxious, fearing that a lingering glance might provoke Huazui's wrath. The influential figures of the Tsuanwan district were not to be trifled with. They wielded knives with greater ease than chopsticks. Chapter 23. Helping you is not out of the question, but it will cost more. Upon learning that Su Ran intended to meet Liang Kuan, Huazue and Long Air immediately sought to rally thousands of followers within the cinematic underworld. Huazue, just bring the plane. The plane was previously associated with Fishhead Biao, making him the most suitable guide to the dock. Despite Su Ran's insistence, Huazue brought along 200 subordinates to storm the dock. Upon arrival, they found Fishhead Biao in a state of panic, evidently alerted by an insider. Su Ran glanced back at the plane. Under Su Ran's piercing gaze, the plane's lips quivered, and he bowed his head, unable to meet Su Ran's eyes. Moments later, the plane approached Su Ran, producing a butterfly knife, offering it hilt first. This gesture confirmed his betrayal, as he had indeed tipped off Fishhead Biao, rendering himself guilty of treachery. After all, the plane valued loyalty highly. His former boss had looked after him, and this was merely a repayment of kindness. Observing this, Su Ran perceived the plane's inner conflict and sighed softly. Loyalty is not to be measured in such a manner. Consider this a one-time exception. Initially, Huazue had noticed nothing amiss with Fishhead Biao awaiting them. However, upon observing Su Ran's demeanor and the plane's behavior, he recognized something was amiss. Boss, what's going on? After the plane retreated, Su Ran pulled Huazue aside and spoke earnestly. Huazue, the plane cannot be trusted. Do not place too much faith in him. Once betrayed, trust is lost forever. That is my principle. Cheap goods yield poor quality. And Lin Huailu has an astute eye for character. In the original narrative, the most formidable asset was worth 250,000, while the advisor Su was also commendable. But the plane, valued at merely 50,000, had fallen to the lowest tier. Understood. Huazue was somewhat taken aback by Su Ran's words. The plane was formidable and ruthless, qualities he admired. Over the past half-month, the plane had stabilized many situations, proving to be Huazue's capable assistant. He had even intended to assign certain troublesome matters to the plane. However, since Su Ran had spoken, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Huazue, not one to overthink, simply complied without question. Boss Ran, I know nothing. Shaqiang is my fellow townsman. It was just a small favor. I didn't expect it to turn into. Nervously, Fishhead Biao edged closer to Su Ran, and before Su Ran could inquire, he blurted out everything. Did you collect the payment? No, it was purely a favor. You know how we value loyalty. Fishhead Biao was startled by Su Ran's sudden question. Good that you didn't collect. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. A subtle smile crept across Su Ran's lips, sending a chill down Fishhead Biao's spine. It was said that when Chang Mao captured Huazue, Su Ran had worn a similar smile when he dealt with Didi. An hour earlier, when Fishhead Biao discovered Liang Kuan was aboard the fishing boat, he realized he had been duped. After receiving news from the plane, he had been waiting at the dock. Now that Su Ran had also arrived, it was clear that the two influential figures had matters to discuss, and he wished to withdraw. Boss Ran, since you are big shots, I shall take my leave and let you be. No need. This is your territory. How can you leave when guests have arrived? Su Ran's voice, though soft, caused Fishhead Biao to tremble. At that moment, he silently screamed, "Two big shots. I am merely a minor player. Why are you involving me?" If Su Ran and Liang Kuan failed to reach an agreement, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Despite possessing some power and managing hundreds of men, he felt utterly unqualified to refuse in Su Ran's presence. Liang Kuan sat aboard the fishing boat, observing Su Ran's approach to the shore and instructed Shaqiang to maneuver closer. Noticing this, Su Ran directly addressed Huazue. Huazue, let the plane go into the water and have Fishhead Biao disembark. We will surround with 3 and leave 1 out. The others will guard the shore. Now that Su Ran had become a prominent figure in Tsuanwan, he would certainly not take unnecessary risks. A fortnight ago, he had dared to venture into Causeway Bay alone. Now, he wished to safeguard all that he had attained. Primarily, he feared incurring expenses. Once the skills of wealth display were activated, a misstep on a shard of glass could cost him 50,000 for merely a scratch. With Huazue stationed on the shore, Su Ran, accompanied by Long Air, approached Liang Kuan. Boss Ran, speak quietly across the water. Liang Kuan remarked as Su Ran's boat did not draw closer. Liang Kuan, regardless, we are both in the same realm. It is only fitting we maintain some decorum. In truth, the two fishing boats were merely a meter apart, not impeding their conversation. Liang Kuan would not board Su Ran's fishing boat. Just as Su Ran would not share a vessel with Liang Kuan. Such a conversation was deemed most fitting. Your batch of goods has caused me considerable distress. Upon noticing Su Ran's refusal to board, Liang Kuan promptly addressed the matter at hand. His purpose for visiting today was to sell all those tens of thousands of garments to Su Ran. Liang Kuan, will you still be accepting goods next month? A collaboration worth billions was intended to be executed over 3 decades. This was merely the first month. How could Liang Kuan be dissuaded? Enough. I must commend your intellect, Liang Kuan. When it comes to shrewdness, I cannot compete with you. On that day, at Su Ran's rooftop, Liang Kuan gleefully accepted the offer of free clothes, playfully chiding Su Ran for his lack of foresight. Little did he realize, it was a trap set by Su Ran, and he foolishly leaped into it. Not a single piece from the tens of thousands of garments was sold. Instead of profits, he found his subordinates agitated, their focus diverted from their primary tasks. The territory was thrown into disarray. Many customers dared not voice their displeasure and simply changed venues. This caused Liang Kuan to suffer at least a 30% loss in his business in Mongkok. Now, he simply wished to liquidate his assets and exit. Accepting more goods was out of the question. Liang Kuan, our business is worth billions. Dare you attempt to deceive me into a pitfall? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Liang Kuan instinctively wanted to curse. However, Su Ran did not grant him that opportunity and swiftly continued. It has barely been a while. Your untrustworthiness complicates matters for me. Assisting you with that batch of goods is possible, but it will require additional funds. Additional funds? You expect me to pay you? Liang Kuan could not fathom that Su Ran would utter such words, demanding payment for the garments he intended to sell. In an instant, the pent-up anger within him erupted. What are you doing? As Liang Kuan lost his temper, Long Air, in a fit of rage, drew his firearm. Su Ran's men all stood, brandishing gleaming knives. Meanwhile, the submerged aircraft sprang aboard Liang Kuan's vessel, startling the hapless Chong, who had just drawn his gun. The weapon was seized, and he was unceremoniously kicked into the sea. Given that Liang Kuan had just arrived in Suanwan, he had contingencies in place. After the aircraft dealt with Chong, the water's surface behind the fishing boat suddenly erupted with a dozen heads, each brandishing a spear aimed at Su Ran, who was shielded by Long Air. Tension mounted between the two parties. Chapter 24. If you're not paying for the powder, you'll have to eat the bowl. At this juncture, Liang Kuan sensed he was entirely surrounded. Su Ran stood behind a formidable figure, and should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly be him who perished. All right, this is Suanwan, your territory. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, Liang Kuan understood the adage that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. With the balance of power tilted against him, he had no choice but to concede. In the realm of commerce, profit takes precedence over pride. He had come to resolve issues, not to create them. With a command from Liang Kuan, the dozen heads submerged into the water. A few fish spears against hundreds of knives and guns. They were not foolish. After a brief skirmish, they would surely be the ones to suffer casualties. Thus, they seized the opportunity to flee. In the sea, as long as the oxygen tanks were sufficient, no one could impede their escape. Upon witnessing Liang Kuan's capitulation, the one most delighted was not Long Air or Hua Zue, but the fish head Mark, who gasped for air in shock. He could hardly believe Liang Kuan had concealed nearly 20 water ghosts right under his nose. Had Su Ran not been vigilant, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the trap, and his fate would have mirrored Liang Kuan's. Go. After the aircraft confiscated Liang Kuan's firearm, it hoisted the still clinging Chong aboard. Ignoring his drenched state, Chong glared coldly at Liang Kuan. Disarmed, Liang Kuan tilted his head, wearing an arrogant expression as he regarded Su Ran, though he did not utter a word. His meaning was clear. I am, after all, a figurehead of Hongxing, here to negotiate on behalf of you, the esteemed Ran, not out of fear. In response, Su Ran waved his hand, signaling Long Air to step back and address the aircraft. Plane, you may go down first. The aircraft glanced at Su Ran, concern evident in its eyes, but obediently leaped into the sea. On the shore, Hua Zue, seeing Liang Kuan's retreat, felt a sense of relief knowing Su Ran was safe. Yet, he would not easily trust Liang Kuan. After disarming him, he dispatched dozens of men into the sea to search for the water ghosts. Better to be safe than sorry. This was a principle Su Ran often espoused. Can we talk properly now? Su Ran's voice was calm, prompting Liang Kuan to take a deep breath. He felt as if every move he made was anticipated by his adversary, and he was firmly under pressure. How had those penetrating eyes gained such insight into human nature? Had Su Ran been privy to Liang Kuan's thoughts, he would have laughed and said, I grew up watching Triad films. I know you, Liang Kuan, all too well. Even foreseeing your demise at the hands of the gun god in Wan Chai. Mountain Boy Ran, for that batch of goods sold, give me 2 million, and we shall call it even. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Kuan concluded he could not simply let Su Ran off the hook. He must secure the money to reclaim his lost dignity. After all, this business had always belonged to Su Ran from the outset. Even if he wished to intervene, it would only lead to complications for himself. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's smile deepened. He regarded the Hongxing figurehead before him with a tranquil gaze. Though Yankuan was brash and ruthless, he possessed the ability to endure and adapt. No wonder he could utter such profound words. One must admit mistakes and stand firm when facing adversity. However, wanting money was not so straightforward. Suanwan was not a place one could simply waltz into. Liankuan, you, the head of Hongxing, didn't he even bother to call before arriving? Look at how pale Fishhead Mark has turned. At his age, being frightened by you could give him a heart attack, and he has no funds for treatment. With that, Su Ran gestured towards the fishing boat about 10 meters away, where Fishhead Mark appeared somewhat pale. Liankuan instinctively turned to look, his lips twitching slightly. Dare you, Mountain Boy Ran, expect me to pay Fishhead Mark a few thousand as a calming fee? Liankuan's voice was loud, causing Fishhead Mark to break into a cold sweat as anxiety gripped him. Boss Ran, please don't put me on the spot. I can't handle Liankuan. Haha. Not only frightening people, but you also devoured 2 bowls of fishball noodles. You Hongxing fellows truly lack upbringing. Su Ran's words, calm yet forceful, struck Liankuan like a slap to the face. At that moment, Liankuan was seething with fury, his face slightly flushed, thinking, this ingrained grudge, over such a long span, still lingers. Half a month prior, Liankuan had taken 5 million from Su Ran, using it as a lesson to chastise Chong. Now, Su Ran was repaying him in full. So what do you want? There's no money. No one could extract money from him, not even the heavens of Hongxing. Liankuan's voice was laced with suppressed rage. Since you've eaten the fishball noodles, you might as well finish them off, even the bowl. What? Mountain Boy Ran, do you want our Hongxing leader to eat porcelain bowls? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Chong erupted in outrage. In all my life, I have never encountered such arrogance. After shouting, Chong, still unsatisfied, pointed an accusing finger at Su Ran. However, his outburst drew not Liankuan's approval, but rather the sympathy of those rolling their eyes. With a thought, he mused, look at you now, more audacious than I am. However, Jinkuan, after all, was a person of influence within the Hongxing organization. He was well aware that this was Su Ran's ploy to make Xiaoqiang consume the porcelain bowl. Xiaoqiang, weren't you just lamenting about the scanty fishball noodles? Feeling so famished that you wanted to strike at the fish head sign? And now you've gone ahead and eaten those 2 bowls. Brother Kuan, you can't be serious. Can you? Xiaoqiang never anticipated that his boss would not only fail to support him, but would instead push him forward for Su Ran's amusement. Eat up. The fact that I haven't forced you to eat feces is already quite considerate. For Jinkuan, the priority lay in having Su Ran assist in resolving that shipment and securing the funds. One Xiaoqiang may fall, but there are countless others. Confronted with the increasingly deranged Jinkuan, Xiaoqiang took a step back, instinctively swallowing hard. Casting a glance at the still composed Su Ran, he steeled himself, grasped the porcelain bowl, and opened his mouth to bite down fiercely. Crack! The hardened teeth collided violently with the porcelain bowl, and with a dull sound of shattering, Xiaoqiang's front teeth were shattered. Yet, the bowl remained unscathed. However, under Su Ran's tranquil gaze, Xiaoqiang understood that it was insufficient. He continued to gnaw at the bowl, and before long, his mouth was filled with blood. After fracturing several teeth, he finally crushed the bowl. The airplane had been lurking beneath the water at the stern, and upon witnessing this scene, it finally comprehended the earlier words regarding the fish head sign. Strength surpasses humanity. One must accept the punishment. To avoid eating, one must be even more ruthless. Coldly observing as Xiaoqiang shattered a porcelain bowl, Jinkuan's gaze shifted to Su Ran. Shanzai Ran, can we negotiate now? 1 for each of us. There's still 1 left uneaten. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Jinkuan turned to look at the pristine porcelain bowl behind him. Picking it up, he opened his mouth to bite. However, he suddenly smiled at Su Ran and said, Shanzai Ran, if you truly want me to eat this bowl, the moment I bite down, there will be nothing left to discuss. Jinkuan's words dripped with thick menace. Yet, for Su Ran, who had already activated his costly skills, such threats bore no weight. He didn't even bother to respond, engrossed in the scenery. At that moment, watching Su Ran's relaxed demeanor, Jinkuan felt his blood pressure rise. His right hand instinctively slipped into his bosom, feeling for the grip of his gun. How is it that I, a person of influence within Hongxing, am being cornered like this? Then let it be. Chapter 25, 1 million. I bet you 1T dare. Observing Su Ran remain unfazed, Jinkuan furrowed his brow, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a spear aimed at his back. Taking a deep breath, he released his grip on the gun and picked up the porcelain bowl from the table, offering it to the bloodied Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, whether it's 1 or many, just consider it a late-night snack. The thought of being tricked once was already unbearable, and the prospect of being tricked again sent Xiaoqiang's mind into a tailspin. He felt utterly defeated, slumping in the cabin. All right, Jinkuan, How were you proposing to negotiate earlier? Su Ran's words, akin to a celestial melody, prompted Xiaoqiang to shed tears of gratitude. He bore no resentment towards Su Ran, but instead blamed Jingquan. Had Jingquan offered a few thousand as a gesture to the fish head sign, he could have avoided gnawing on the bowl. But instead, he sought to make him eat another one. With a boss who treated him so dismissively, how could he continue to follow? In that moment, Xiaoqiang's thoughts were tumultuous as he sat quietly in the cabin. Meanwhile, Jingquan disregarded Xiaoqiang's desire for peace and instead ordered him off the boat. On the entire sea, only Su Ran and Jingquan's 2 vessels remained. At this juncture, Jingquan earnestly leaned towards Su Ran, whispering vehemently, "Shanzai Ran, in our business partnership, you will take the lead." Hearing this, Su Ran glanced at the calm sea. The waters were dotted with fishing boats, yet many engaged in unsavory dealings. "Brother Kuan, I've been waiting for you to say that. I will handle all the goods. You, as a person of influence within Hongxing, need only provide the territory and count the money." Su Ran's declaration finally brought relief to Jingquan. Who wouldn't he enjoy sitting around counting money? Selling clothes was not Jingquan's forte, but there was ample territory, and the market was dozens of times larger than Sunwan. No problem. Mongkok and Causeway Bay are fair game. If you're not averse to the distance, we can even venture to Saikong. Causeway Bay and Mongkok were Jingquan's domains, and he had good relations with the others as well. Allowing Su Ran to sell clothes posed no issue. As for the bustling Central and Kowloon City, those areas were traditionally controlled by the former Hongxing leaders. No matter how audacious Jingquan might be, he had no recourse. Night belonged to the Triads. My business operates solely during daylight. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Jingquan seemed to perceive his inner thoughts and, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Big brother Ran, don't forget. A day in the Triad means a lifetime in it." "Jingquan, how many years have you strut about? I have no desire to be a Triad member for life." With that, Su Ran stood at the bow of the vessel, gazing toward the towering buildings ahead, a surge of ambition to seize control of this era erupting within him. At that moment, Jingquan, observing Su Ran radiating an overwhelming aura, instinctively took a step back, his heart churning like a tempest. A wild thought emerged. Shanzai Ran can undoubtedly dominate the entirety of Hong Kong Island, even Asia. Regaining his composure, Jingquan reverted to his previous brash demeanor. Knowing that he could not gain face before Su Ran and could only discuss finances. "Big brother Ran, if there's anything you need assistance with, just let me know. As long as the money is right." "Jingquan, there's a piece of idle land in Kwaicheng under Hongxing. I need you to help me acquire it." "That's insane. That land was left behind by Jiang Tianzhong, the founder of Hongxing. No one can lay a claim to it." Jingquan retorted disdainfully. "I mean to buy, not to seize." "Big brother Ran, even buying it is impossible. Jiang Tianzhong had 2 sons. Jiang Tianyang is ruthless, while Jiang Tianfeng is arrogant. Yet they both regard that land as a precious heirloom." Jingquan concluded, pointing to his chest, "It's a matter of faith." Upon hearing this, Su Ran fell into silence. Had it not been for Jingquan mentioning Jiang Tianyang, he might have forgotten this figure. However, that piece of land in Kwaicheng was pivotal in altering his Triad identity. Otherwise, even if he conducted business across Hong Kong Island, he would still be unable to completely shed that identity. Since ancient times, the Chinese have held a profound love for the land. It is the foundation of their existence. Jingquan, it must be truly stifling to be a person of influence within Hongxing. Having spent so much, you still fall short of Jiang Tianzhong. Shanzai Ran, what do you mean? Are you implying I am weaker than Jiang Tianzhong? Jingquan's highest achievement in life had been to ascend to the role of a person of influence within Hongxing. Hearing Su Ran belittle him in such a manner felt akin to stepping on a cat's tail, causing him to bristle with rage, his emotions spiraling out of control. "I only took the position after pulling Jiang Tianzhong down." With a fierce glare, Jingquan fixated on Su Ran, each word seeping through clenched teeth. If Su Ran dared to utter even one more word at that moment, he would leap forward, regardless of whether long air was in the way, ready to fight to the death. At that instant, Huozue noticed Jingquan losing his temper again and immediately signaled for action. Xiaoqiang had no intention of accompanying Jingquan in his frenzy. Upon hearing the cries behind him, he realized Su Ran's people were already in motion. This was Tsuanwan, and most of their manpower was at the heart of the sea. It would take several minutes for the boat to arrive. In that time, he and Jingquan could easily perish several times over. Gazing at the splendid fishing vessel ahead, Xiaoqiang struggled to open his mouth and bellowed, "Boss. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood running out. Let us not provoke the boss just yet." Although Liang Kuan heard the anguished cries behind him and realized that his subordinates lurking beneath the sea had been eliminated, his heart was ablaze with an unquenchable fire, one that even a plunge into the ocean would not extinguish. Having lost all rationality, there was no way a mere Xiaoqiang could hinder him. At that moment, as Liang Kuan's reactions grew increasingly intense, Su Ran's smile widened ever more. Liangquan, prove to me that you are far superior to Jiang Tiansheng, and I will wager 1,000,000. With that, Su Ran waved his hand, instructing Long Air to set sail, leaving Liangquan to simmer in his fury. I will kill you, Shanzai Ran. I, Liangquan, am the head of Hongxing and am certainly 100 times stronger than Jiang Tiansheng. Damn it, boss, kill you, you brat. Hurry up and flee. Upon hearing Liangquan point at the recently disembarked Su Ran, Shaqiang roared in a fit of rage, his legs quaking in fear. However, he quickly regained his composure and started the fishing boat, aiming to dash from the dock. Boss Huazue furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the swaying fishing vessel in the sea. With just a word from Su Ran, Liangquan could be easily dispatched. After all, it was well known among Lianxing and indeed the entire Hong Kong underworld that Su Ran and Liangquan were sworn enemies. The business dealings between Su Ran and Liangquan, aside from what Long Air had just overheard, were known to no one else in this world. Nevertheless, he harbored no worries about this information leaking out. The underworld figure's insatiable hunger for money was as acute as a dog's sense of smell for excrement. Once Su Ran's clothing business flourished in Mong Kok and Causeway Bay, everyone would undoubtedly speculate about his unique relationship with Liangquan. Moreover, killing Liangquan would yield no advantage for Su Ran. Despite Liangquan's status as a head of Hongxing, even in the most lucrative and high-risk powder business, he merely earned around 100,000 each month. Huazue, tomorrow take some men to Liangquan's territory to sell clothes. First, deal with that shipment we sent over a few days ago. Boss, are you joking? Huazue exclaimed, his mouth agape upon hearing the suggestion that he should walk into danger. I won't put you at risk. It's merely to handle that batch of clothing. Su Ran chuckled, patting Huazue's shoulder, not wanting his cousin to misunderstand. Boss, is it just to handle that batch of clothing? After his initial surprise, Huazue, who had complete faith in Su Ran, quickly calmed down, a smile returning to his face. He knew that the shipment sent to Liangquan's warehouse was worth over 4 million, and the prospect of reclaiming it brought him joy. Indeed, after handling it safely, we'll leave 200,000 for Liangquan. However, upon reflecting on the notion of giving Liangquan 200,000 for no reason, the smile on Huazue's face vanished instantaneously. Damn Liangquan, I will chop him to pieces. Su Ran, sporting a playful smile, gazed at his cousin with a hint of exasperation. If you kill him, where will we earn money? Chapter 26, sold out, yet counting his wealth. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Huazue's expression froze. What money? In Huazue's astonishment, Su Ran elucidated the intricacies of the situation. Upon understanding, Huazue immediately prostrated himself before Su Ran, his admiration akin to the relentless tides of the sea. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt an urge to shout to the heavens. Ha ha, foolish Liangquan, what does it matter that you are the head of Hongxing? You are still being played by my boss and counting our money. Su Ran's clothing factory could produce 5,000 garments daily. Yet, this quantity was merely sufficient to satisfy the Tsuanwan market in a city with a population of nearly 10 million. To penetrate Mong Kok and Causeway Bay, production would need to be ramped up, since Liangquan had agreed to allow Su Ran complete control over the clothing business. He would directly instruct Liangquan's men to coerce the clothing factories in Mong Kok to produce garments for him. This was a completely risk-free venture. There were over a dozen clothing factories in Mong Kok and Causeway Bay, and if each factory allocated half of its production capacity to Su Ran, they could produce nearly 10,000 garments daily, effortlessly earning millions. No wonder Huazue was so impressed upon hearing this. However, to amass 100 million, it would take at least half a year. This was a scheme to undermine Liangquan, siphoning his resources while fueling Su Ran's ambitions. This strategy would effectively cast Liangquan as a scapegoat for Hongxing's misdeeds. All right, Huazue, rise. That 200,000 is merely to give Liangquan a taste of sweetness. It's bait. After lifting Huazue up, Su Ran gazed towards Kuai Ching, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. His objective was to invest money to incite Liangquan against Jiang Tianxing, thus acquiring the 50 acres of land in Kuai Ching worth nearly 100 million to fulfill his mission. Unfortunately, it was industrial land. If it were residential, at the current price of 2,888 per square foot, it would be valued at over 1 billion. Long Air, find out where Chishi Shipping is located. With Liangquan's matters settled, Su Ran had no reason not to seize a significant fortune. Moreover, this diamond was crucial for purchasing the land and completing his task. If sold directly on the black market, it would fetch only a few million. When Su Ran laid eyes on Zhong Lang, he had already considered that batch of diamonds worth tens of millions as firmly in his grasp. Boss, Chishi Shipping is in Dapu, but what? Long Air's hesitation surprised Su Ran slightly. Yudo Biao, come here. Suddenly, Long Air shouted towards the boatman behind him. Boss Ran, are you calling for me? Soon. Yudo Biao rushed to Su Ran, panting heavily and glistening with sweat, evoking a measure of sympathy from Su Ran. Yudo Biao. It seems Qixi has been closely associated with you lately. Long Air's words drained the color from Yudo Biao's face instantly. Suddenly, this over 50-year-old red stick of Lianxing knelt before Su Ran, repeatedly bowing his head. Boss Ran, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have accepted the money. Get up. Let us talk properly. Su Ran feigned a commanding demeanor, his cold voice causing Yudo Biao to avert his gaze. I accepted money from Qixi and arranged for people to flee. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Ran instantly understood. Qixi was tied to the numbers gang, having robbed a few streets from the leadership and frequently clashing. Previously, there had even been discussions with Liangkuan about dividing territory for Tsuanwan. Now Yudo Biao, having betrayed his subordinates, was colluding with external enemies for personal gain. According to gang rules, he deserved severe punishment. Help me with something, and I will resolve your betrayal. Su Ran's voice was like a heavenly melody, filling Yudo Biao with elation as he sprang to his feet. All right, Boss Ran, you've spared my life. Just tell me what you need. Keep an eye on Qixi. I want to know who he has arranged to flee lately. Not specifying names. Yudo Biao could only report to Su Ran about the people Qixi had arranged to escape each day. This way, they could intercept the batch of diamonds in Li Yunfei's possession. Su Ran recalled the film through stormy roads from his previous life, where both goods and people needed to be secured together. Now that Zhou Wenli's crew had been dealt with, only the goods remained. All right, this is a trivial matter. Boss Ran, I will bring the list right away. Upon hearing the mention of Fishhead Biao, he felt an overwhelming delight at being tasked with such a trivial matter, and swiftly dashed back to retrieve the list. As for the principles of chivalry in the underworld, what significance did they hold? The big boss, would he truly let him off so easily? At that moment, Long Air's icy visage would instill fear in anyone who beheld it. To put it mildly, Fishhead Biao was merely looking out for his own interests at the expense of others. On a grander scale, he was inviting wolves into the fold, plotting to usurp Su Ran's territory in Tsuanwan. Air, observe Fishhead Biao's demeanor. He is so timid that there must be someone backing him, emboldening him to seize this opportunity. The big boss, who do you think it could be, a mole? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Air clenched his fists, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, Su Ran gazed skyward and murmured to himself. Who else could possibly be entangled with the number gang, other than that figure who wishes to conquer Tsimsha Sui? For over half a month, the source of Su Ran's troubles had been Lin Huailuo, even after Su Ran had paid for their bail. Not all of those associated with Didi had transferred allegiance to him. Instead, they were still flirting with Lin Huailuo, continuously stirring up trouble. This led to Huazue utilizing an aircraft to decisively deal with that group of fence-sitters. Now, Lin Huailuo had orchestrated a collaboration with Fishhead Biao and the number gang, creating further complications for Su Ran. On the 15th of this month, they were to settle accounts with He Liansheng. It was likely that they would use this matter to trouble Su Ran. In this line of work, encountering framed accusations is a common occurrence. Protecting Fishhead Biao would allow them to send a mole to bite Lin Huailuo. Big boss, what shall we do? Noticing Long Air's expression filled with deep resentment, Su Ran tilted his head and lightly remarked, no one can stand in the way of my wealth, and those who do shall meet their demise. Long Air sensed a faint murderous intent emanating from Su Ran, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Air, do not overthink it. Simply follow my orders. Understood, I comprehend. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Air reverted to his characteristic cold demeanor. Big boss Ran, I have brought the list. Fishhead Biao arrived, clutching a notebook, his voice preceding his presence. Upon taking a glance, Su Ran immediately spotted the name Li Yunfei. The boarding point was currently at Huangqi Pier, with the time set for 7 p.m. tonight. According to the original storyline, Li Yunfei had sought out Qixi to arrange an escape. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered the police, surrounded on all sides. He had no choice but to temporarily hide the diamonds in a wine vat behind the earth god. He then willingly allowed the police to escort him to enjoy the air conditioning, only to be pursued again at night, returning the following day to retrieve the diamonds. Thus, today marked the day Su Ran would seize the opportunity. Millions worth of diamonds were within reach, and his heart raced with excitement, his breath becoming slightly labored. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he turned to Long Air and instructed, Air, go find Dupuhe and tell him I invite him for tea. Chapter 27. Qixi Submersible, Diamonds in Hand. Half an hour later, Su Ran, accompanied by Huazue, Long Air, and others, arrived at Depu. As one of the 9 factions, the leader of Depu, He Gu, greeted Su Ran, the fortune bringer, with a broad smile. Rangu, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly today. Surely it portends wealth. I never imagined my humble abode would be graced by a deity such as yourself. It is truly a blessing. Lacking in education, Dupuhe struggled with a particular idiom. Growing increasingly anxious, he turned to his subordinates. all of whom were equally clueless about the phrase Peng Bai Sheng Hui, their faces darkening. It's Peng Bai Sheng Hui, hey go. Hua Zue, suppressing his amusement, stepped in to assist De Pu He. Indeed, that is the idiom. With Hua Zue's timely intervention, De Pu He immediately picked up the thread, his face alight with joy, and the atmosphere became lively. Hey go, there's no need to be formal. Here's 100,000. May I trouble you for a favor? Su Ran, wishing to avoid wasting time on pleasantries, directly took the bundle of cash from Long Air and pulled De Pu He aside. De Pu He, who dealt in smuggled poultry, instantly brightened at the sight of the money. In the remote and underdeveloped De Pu of Hong Kong Island, 100,000 represented his profits for 10 days to half a month. Ran Gu, given our friendship, how could we speak of money? That would be too distant. Although he spoke of how discussing money would harm their relationship, his hands were quite sincere in making gestures that implied the opposite. Big boss Ran, whatever you require. Feel free to ask of me, Dehe. With the money swiftly stowed away, De Pu He's demeanor shifted from jovial to serious as he patted his chest and spoke earnestly. It's quite simple. I need to find someone at Chi Shi, and I would appreciate it if you could bring some men to assist in keeping watch. The Chi Shi from the number gang? De Pu He inquired softly. Yes. Receiving Su Ran's affirmative response, he immediately placed his hands on his hips and began to curse. That scoundrel Chi Shi pilfered several crates of my chickens and ducks, and I haven't settled the score yet. Since you, Big Boss Ran, are here, let us go together and show them what for. The intricacies of human relationships are often built upon monetary foundations. Having accepted Su Ran's money, De Pu He made no mention of it being a favor. Instead, he found an excuse for their joint venture, bolstering their reputation. Soon, the local tyrant De Pu He rallied over 300 men, while Su Ran brought nearly 100. And together they stormed towards the pier where Chi Shi was located, under the pretense of confronting him over a few crates of chickens. He Lian Sheng and the number gang had been vying for territory, and any excuse would suffice. After all, Chi Shi was merely an inconspicuous small leader within the number gang, managing a handful of boats and a few dozen underlings. At the Pu Pier, Chi Shi was busy counting cash. According to the customary practices among the factions in Hong Kong Island, an escape fee typically amounted to 20,000. However, he had greedily overcharged Li Yunfei by 5,000. Just then, one of his subordinates, after receiving a phone call, rushed over with a panicked expression. De Pu He from He Liansheng is coming. What? How could this happen? Which of you provoked that black charcoal head? Upon hearing De Pu He's name, Chi Shi was instantly alarmed, scattering the money he held all over the ground. Among all the factions in Hong Kong Island, He Liansheng were known to be lunatics, and De Pu He, who eked out a living in impoverished and treacherous waters, was the craziest of them all. As a mere facilitator for escapes, Chi Shi dared not provoke him. However, he was aware that his faction had just seized 2 streets from He Liansheng and recognized that he was but a small fish caught in the flames of war. Quick, get everyone on the boats. De Pu He is a landlubber. This decrepit pier is of no use to him. We'll leave and come back later. Preserving one's life took precedence over maintaining face, and Chi Shi quickly gathered his cash, leading dozens of men to plunge into the sea. This was the same Chi Shi who had once forced the characters played by Stephen Chow and Li Yunfei to jump into the sea. Now, he dared not even face De Pu He, let alone confront Su Ran head-on. Once De Pu He had taken full control of the pier, he approached Su Ran and whispered, Ran go. Chi Shi's lackey has fled. The pier is now filled with our men. If you wish to find someone, feel free to do so. In this world, no one knew that Su Ran had come to De Pu solely for that bag of diamonds. Even Li Yunfei could not fathom it. Tomorrow, the Underworld would only know that De Pu He from He Liansheng had seized a small pier from the number gang. After circling around the pier, Su Ran located the Earth God Shrine. Surveying the surroundings and finding no signs of surveillance, he directly reached into the wine vat and retrieved a black bag. He squeezed it a few times without opening it, and the cold sensation confirmed to him this was the diamonds. He retrieved another black bag from his bosom, filled with the counterfeit diamonds he had purchased, and casually stuffed it into the wine jar. This was a clever act of subterfuge, ensuring that Li Yunfei would forever carry the burden of this illicit exchange. After stowing away the genuine diamonds, Su Ran continued to meander around the dock, feigning an air of nonchalance. Eventually, he found himself standing by the shore, pulling out a cigarette with a hint of disappointment. As the smoke curled around him, De Pu He caught sight of Su Ran's empty hands and his furious expression, instantly understanding that he had failed to locate the person he sought, and promptly approached him to offer a few words of comfort. Thank you. Hey go. You must have heard, there's a squid harassing my woman. I caught wind of it and came here to deal with him. Upon hearing this, De Pu He's face illuminated with realization. It turned out Su Ran was making a grand show for the sake of a woman, a motive that would not be doubted by anyone familiar with the ways of the world. After all, Every man who roams the streets has encountered the struggle for a woman, and the reasons behind such conflicts are universally understood. What is his name? I'll help you take him down. Dupuhe had accepted 100,000 from Su Ran, yet was outsmarted by Qi Shi. He merely went through the motions, but felt he had gained an advantage and proactively sought to curry favor with Su Ran. Zhang Lang. No problem, Rangu. This dock is of no use to us. Let us leave. Dupuhe had never heard of a character known as Cockroach in the Underworld. Merely a minor player, he readily agreed. All right. The roads of Dupu district were notoriously treacherous, so Su Ran opted not to drive his GTR. At that moment, Huazue, sitting beside him, leaned in with curiosity. Boss, did you come all the way to Dupu just to deal with that pimple named Zhang Lang? What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? Su Ran shot a displeased glance at Huazue. Once the gossip reached Huazue, it would only be a matter of time before it spread throughout the entire harbor. No, if you're truly angry, why don't we issue a bounty order? That way, he wouldn't dare to harass my sister-in-law again. Earlier, Huazue had recognized the goddess-like Zhou Wenli, instantly understanding Su Ran's feelings for her. If it were him, his reaction would have been even more pronounced. Now, Huazue merely wished to assist Su Ran in eliminating Zhang Lang once and for all, so that there would be no barriers between Zhou Wenli and Su Ran. Whatever you like, issuing a bounty order is fine. Su Ran merely regarded dealing with Zhang Lang as a pretext. Otherwise, Li Yunfei might suspect he had come to Dupu for that batch of diamonds. He still intended to swindle Liang Kuan for a hefty profit and had no desire to waste time resolving this nuisance. Bounty order. Su Ran's casual mention prompted Huazue to enter a rare state of contemplation. Meanwhile, Long Air, who was driving, furrowed his brow at the mention of the bounty order, casting furtive glances at Su Ran, as if contemplating some unspeakable secret. Chapter 28. He is an undercover agent too. Upon Su Ran's return to Tsuanwan, everyone in the world of Hong Kong cinema knew he had traveled all the way to Dupu district for a woman. The romantic exploits of the wealthy Su Ran quickly became the topic of idle chatter among the uncles. Chuan Bao. Shanzai Ran spent 100,000 to have Dupuhe flaunt his prowess. Why didn't you stop him? Exactly, that est Tsuanwan's money. How could we allow another faction to profit? Chuan Bao, I heard you went with Shanzai Ran to bail out a brother last time. This time you have to step in. His business is so large that even a small share would be better than running a powder room. At that moment, Chuan Bao cast a sinister glance at Shui Ji and Gao Lao. Su Ran's clothing business had flourished tremendously, and they all wished to partake in the spoils. However, they hadn't even laid eyes on him, as Huazue had already chased them away. This time, they had directly come to Chuan Bao's dock, hoping he would step forward to speak with Su Ran. If it weren't for the fish head marker incident, he would have surely sought out Su Ran. The size of the business mattered little. As long as it was profitable, that was all that counted. Now, he was contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament, while simultaneously resenting Lin Huailu for shifting the blame onto him. Didn't T Ran issue a bounty order? If we want to talk, we need a token of loyalty. After finishing his words, Chuan Bao took a sip from his teacup. He had already sent someone to deal with that Zhang Lang, primarily to extricate himself from this mess and avoid becoming a target. Su Ran was the one calling the shots in Tsuanwan. A single word from him could resolve the situation entirely. Haha, what kind of woman could make the esteemed Su Ran so irate? We often hear of bounty orders in the underworld, but a bounty order, TSK. Shui Ji wore a mischievous grin, seemingly mocking Su Ran for being overly sentimental. All right, since Shanzai Ran has issued a bounty order, we shall proceed accordingly. If we catch that cockroach, I'll be the first to deal with him. Even if we can't make a deal, there's still 100,000 in bonuses and the satisfaction of it. With that, Gao Lao stood up, eager to ensure he wasn't outpaced by anyone else. At the Tsuanwan police station, Zhang Lang, seething with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at his superior, Officer Wu, cursing vehemently. Are you blind? Don't you see I'm in deep trouble? Zhang Lang, are you defying orders? Officer Wu stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Lang by the collar. The bounty order has already been issued. Do you think, as an inspector, you wouldn't know? Zhang Lang slapped Officer Wu's hand away and shoved him forcefully. Bounty order? It's a load of rubbish. After being punched by Long Air at the banquet, he had been brought back to the precinct. The moment he stepped outside, he had heard about this bounty order, scoffing at the notion of someone paying to hunt down a cockroach. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Wasn't T Cockroach the derogatory nickname he had earned while mingling in the underworld? The fool was none other than himself. Terrified, he dashed back to the police station. Now, Zhang Lang's immediate superior had even instructed him to approach Li Yunfei regarding the stolen diamonds case. How could he not be furious? What is all this noise? Do you think this is a marketplace? Inspector Li barged in, witnessing the scene and berating them loudly. Officer Li, are you sending me to my death? All right, Lang. I've arranged for you to be transferred back to the precinct. Inspector Li's words caused Zhang Lang's taut nerves to instantly relax. his entire being slumping against the wall. Sir, the case isn't. Officer Wu Henti anticipated the outcome would be like this and instinctively sought to find an excuse to oppose. The case must be investigated. But we can't put Ah Lang in danger. That Su ran isn't a pushover. He has issued a bounty order. Upon hearing the term bounty order, Inspector Lee was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he realized this was a show of force from Su Ran, demonstrating his considerable influence. Thank you, Officer Lee. Zhang Lang's voice was sincere. After so many years as an undercover agent, enduring countless hardships, he was finally liberated. Don't thank me yet. You know the protocol. It will take no less than 3 months to complete, so there's another case for you to investigate. What case could be more important than my life? Upon hearing Officer Lee's words, Zhang Lang's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged once more. I've received word that the bounty order is only valid in Tsuanwan. Shortly, you will be sent to Kowloon to investigate the case of the missing undercover agents. Missing undercover agents. The moment Zhang Lang heard this case, he forgot his grievances and fell into deep contemplation. For an undercover agent, the greatest fear was not exposure or dying on the streets, but rather dying without anyone knowing he was a police officer, having infiltrated the criminal underworld. I was transferred primarily to investigate the case of the missing undercover agents. Half a year ago, an undercover agent responsible for communications encountered an incident, and no one knows who the agent is, only that he goes by the nickname Volcano. If we find him within 3 months, you'll get to train with the Flying Tigers. If not, you'll be stuck guarding the water tank. At this moment, Zhang Lang did not place much importance on his new task. Once an undercover agent goes dark, it is not merely akin to filling the sea with sand. It signifies betrayal, leaving little to investigate. Instead, he felt a burgeoning interest in the Flying Tigers. Even guarding a pond seemed preferable to being an undercover agent. However, since Inspector Lee had gone to such lengths to protect him, he had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. At the Tsuanwan nightclub, Hua Zue was reveling with a group of underlings, singing and dancing. Come on, drink up. You all should be excited for this head of yours, right now? The entire island knows about us in Tsuanwan. Humph. The boss issued a bounty, and it turned into a farce. How dare you celebrate? Long Air glared frostily at Hua Zue, his tone laden with reproach. Hey, Air, don't be so uptight. We are famous now. Everyone on the island recognizes me. Why shouldn't we celebrate? Humph, I can't be bothered with you. I'm off to protect the boss. Fool. You have a drink and refuse to indulge. Hua Zue scoffed as he watched Long Air's towering silhouette. Hua Zue knew that Long Air had been following Su Ran ever since he started in the underworld. As their business expanded, he couldn't help but ponder a comparison between himself and Long Air, who truly held more capability in Su Ran's eyes. As the drinks flowed, his thoughts began to spiral into chaos. After belting out a few rousing songs and embracing several beautiful women, Hua Zue could no longer remember where he was. Do you want to hear the tales of my struggles alongside Boss Ran in the underworld? Yes. For over half a month, no matter which faction's members were present, the mention of the formidable Boss Ran of Lianxing elicited envious praises. Everyone was eager to learn how Su Ran had swiftly risen to prominence, becoming a figure second only to Lin Hualuo, the spokesperson for Lianxing. The more astute members of the faction already predicted, in 2 years, the spokesperson of Lianxing would undoubtedly be Boss Ran. Now, inebriated, Hua Zue took the initiative to divulge secrets, and everyone perked up, their expressions serious as never before. When Boss Ran and I first emerged onto the scene, we dominated the streets of Tsuanwan. Back then, I was known as Hua Zue, and Boss was called Hua Shan. As Hua Zue uttered Su Ran's former nickname, he was already inebriated, his voice barely above a whisper, and before he could finish, he collapsed. Many rushed to support Hua Zue, eager to showcase their concern. Only one muttered. He was actually an undercover. At the Depu dock, devoid of Zhang Lang's meddling, Li Yunfei smoothly exited the police station and slipped into the Seven Joys dock. What's going on at Seven Joys? Upon seeing a despondent she squatting on the threshold smoking, Li Yunfei approached with inquiry. Fei Gu, a few hours ago, Lianxing's men came and caused chaos. What about my boats? Li Yunfei was unconcerned about the destruction Lianxing might inflict. He was solely focused on whether he could board a ship that night. Fei Gu, if you aren't afraid of death, you can still go to Lianxing's Huangqi dock to board a ship, but I can't guarantee the fishhead won't turn traitor. Humph, what do I have to fear? If they take my money and don't deliver, I'll handle it directly. After proclaiming this with bravado, Li Yunfei stealthily made his way to the land temple to retrieve the bag of diamonds that Su Ran had swapped out. As the night darkened, it became impossible to discern whether what he held was glass or diamonds. He borrowed a fishing boat from Qixi and set off by the waterways to Tsuanwan dock. Meanwhile, the fishhead, having received Su Ran's warning, understood that upon receiving payment, he must ensure the safe passage of individuals to avoid being accused of lacking honor among the underworld. By 7 in the evening, Li Yunfei successfully boarded the ship bound for Mala. Perhaps by the time he discovered that the diamonds were counterfeit, it would be too late to turn back. Chapter 29. Chaos unfolds in Mongkok. The following day greeted with sunshine. In the world of Hong Kong cinema, Hua Zue arrogantly commandeered a truckload of garments from Liang Kuan and promptly descended upon the Mongkok clothing market, disposing of them at wholesale prices. With millions in hand, he returned to Tsuan before Liang Kuan had even grasped what transpired. Upon learning of Hua Zue's selling prowess, Liang Kuan erupted in fury, resulting in several new lumps adorning Sha Chong's head. "Umph, you bunch of useless fools, why didn't you think about wholesale? What are you doing with retail?" "Brother Kuan, I tried to reach out to several bosses, but before they arrived, they were shot and killed. The business deal fell through. Who dares to shoot those who rob the god of wealth?" Liang Kuan, whose territory lay in Mongkok, was acquainted with those market bosses. Each as shrewd as a monkey. Regardless of how hot the items were, the prices would inevitably be slashed by 30%. However, since those bosses had been attacked, they would inevitably hold him accountable, thus bearing the brunt of the blame. Don't even think about business. Perhaps buying a single piece of clothing would incur extra charges. "It's Boss B." "What? Isn't Boss B down selling salted duck eggs?" Upon hearing the name Boss B, Liang Kuan immediately smote Sha Chong's head with force. Thud. With a dull thud, Sha Chong felt his head spin, yet he knew he must finish recounting the situation or face further punishment. "It's Boss B's right-hand man. The handsome lad." "Humph, those same old faces again." Liang Kuan, who had recently sent Boss B's entire family off to sell salted duck eggs, now glared with murderous intent. "Sha Chong, go burn down that hot dog stand in Saikong. Don't think that hiding in Lianqing's territory will deter me from acting against him." "Understood." "Brother Kuan, before you proceed, consult Ran to avoid being accused of lacking upbringing. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in trouble again." At this moment, Sha Chong gazed at Liang Kuan's retreating figure, his eyelids twitching slightly. It was better not to mention punishment. Just the thought of teeth made him wince. Yet, he held a profound respect for Su Ran. Having followed Liang Kuan for over a decade, he was most aware of the character of this boss. Before sweeping away the lower-ranking members of Hung Hing, one must first communicate with the district spokesperson. That Liang Kuan showed such caution in handling matters reveals just how adept at making money that Lianqing's boss Ran truly was. If Liang Kuan were to hear Sha Chong's thoughts, he would surely scoff and say, "If it weren't for Boss B's blunder costing me dearly, would I need to bow to that mountain of Ran?" Of course, he would also have to concede that Su Ran was indeed formidable. The influence he garnered in half a month surpassed what Liang Kuan had built over a decade. At the Tsuan banquet, in a booth by the window, several alluring women were secretly admiring Su Ran. "Look, that handsome guy over there has such a charming smile. Come closer, you're blocking my view of the man. Let us all sit together, wipe your drool, and don't frighten him." Ignoring the chattering behind him, Su Ran gazed at the beautiful Zhou Wenli, savoring a glass of 1982 Bordeaux, feeling quite content. Were it not for the daylight and concerns about appearances, he would have sought a private corner to unwind. After all, Su Ran was a respectable individual. How could he indulge in such frivolities during the day? Half an hour later, an Audi sped by, followed by the screeching sound of sudden brakes. "Boss, the money has been retrieved." Hua Zue, how did the matter proceed?" "I've already spoken with Liang Kuan. As long as we pay him 2 million, he will send dozens of underlings to help us deal with those garment factories. Then let us commence tomorrow. But remember to exercise caution." "Understood. I will ensure Liang Kuan's territory is thrown into disarray, yet they will be powerless against us." Hua Zue replied with a broad smile. At that moment, he held Su Ran in the highest regard. Had it not been for Su Ran's forceful intervention, Hua Zue would undoubtedly have erected a stone tablet in the ancestral hall, compelling the short-sighted members of the clan to pay homage to a man they had once cast out. This individual, now a kingpin in the fashion industry, is none other than the formidable Ran of Tsuan. Su Ran's scheme, akin to pulling the rug from under them, was to exploit the resources of the area controlled by Liang Kuan, siphoning the lifeblood from Hung Hing by having their garment factories produce clothing for him at no cost. Even Hua Zue found it difficult to fathom how Su Ran could conceive such an audacious plan. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Liang Kuan, as a significant figure in Hung Hing, was openly supportive of it. Were Su Ran to hear Hua Zue's unvoiced thoughts, he would likely chuckle and say, "With wealth, anything is possible." After all, sharing the profits with Liang Kuan would surely delight him. Time passed swiftly. In less than 10 days, Su Ran remotely orchestrated operations from Tsuan while Hua Zue, in Mongkok, had managed to have over a dozen garment factories produce more than 200,000 pieces of clothing in various styles. Initially, the factory owners were incensed, but they found themselves under the knife of Hung Hing's enforcers, left with no choice but to either manufacture the garments or shut down. Of course, Liang Kuan, ever the pragmatist, offered a third option, to sell salted duck eggs instead. Reluctantly acquiescing, the factory owners, though seething with anger, had to scale back their own orders to accommodate Su Ran's clothing. However, as the garments began to emerge, the novel designs evoked expressions of desire, envy, and greed on their faces, yet not a trace of anger. When the delivery day arrived, Huazue directed several trucks to collect the goods. Before he could alight, he was encircled by several factory owners, nearly causing him to draw his weapon in panic. Huazue, how shall we handle this shipment? Rolling down the window and mimicking Su Ran's dapper appearance, Huazue exhaled a smoke ring towards the corpulent owner, his displeasure evident. What is it to you? If you have business, talk to Liang Kuan's head horse, Sha Chong. This is all they're doing. Huazue, even Brother Chong is being cautious around you. You are the true boss. What I mean is, can I purchase this batch of clothing? At this moment, Huazue's face twitched slightly. Just before departing, Su Ran had instructed him, if you can't take the goods today, just call a small truck to make an appearance. Hearing this now, Huazue began to ponder whether his superior was indeed human. Such foresight seemed almost divine. Once Su Ran ascended to the heavens, even the Wang Tai Sin in Hong Kong would have to step aside. Very well, what price are you offering? Huazue had been with Su Ran long enough to adopt his decisive approach to business. When it came to money, he was never one to dally. 80 per piece. I'll take them all. The owner was already bleeding financially. How could he possibly let Huazue walk away with these garments, which were sure to sell like hotcakes? All right, how about 95 per piece? Su Ran had tasked Huazue with making Liang Kuan's territory the subject of public ire, so he would not allow this owner to reap excessive profits. The market price for a piece of clothing was 115, leaving a profit of 10 after deducting transportation and sales costs. In the eyes of these factory owners, as long as Huazue didn't take the goods, they could directly purchase them and make a profit. No problem. Although Huazue's asking price was steep, it didn't exceed market rates. After careful calculation, this batch could yield a profit of around 2 million. These shrewd owners readily agreed, having united with those oppressed by Liang Kuan to prepare for a rebellion against Hung Hing's authority. In business, there are no regional boundaries, only profit. Since Hung Hing had bullied them, they sought the protection of a more formidable entity. Resistance required funds, so they set their sights on Su Ran's hot-selling clothing. Meanwhile, Su Ran had only provided a few design sketches and a handful of associates, yet in Mong Kok, he had already amassed nearly 10 million while sowing the seeds of chaos. Ultimately, it was Liang Kuan, the figurehead of Hung Hing, who would bear the brunt of the repercussions. The following day, in the bustling Causeway Bay reminiscent of a Hong Kong film, Liang Kuan, clutching a bag of cash, laughed with self-satisfaction, his mirth piercing the air like a cacophony. As his laughter faded, he reverently offered 3 incense sticks before the statue of the god of wealth. Just as the sandalwood incense was placed in the burner, he began to grumble. That scoundrel Ran has amassed nearly 10 million in less than 10 days, outshining even the god of wealth. Perhaps I should consider replacing this statue with his. Liang Kuan's gaze remained fixed on the god of wealth on the wall, his seriousness suggesting he was not jesting. Brother Kuan, should we settle the 5 million here? Upon uttering this, Sha Chong's eyes greedily fixated on the bag of cash, a sum he could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. Yet he suppressed his avarice, knowing that wealth must be accompanied by life to enjoy it. Settle? Settle what? This is all mine. Liang Kuan's arrogant voice echoed within the office. As the figurehead of Hung Hing, by convention, every business transaction belonged to the organization. The profits from previous ventures were also meant to be distributed accordingly. However, Liang Kuan believed this bag of money was a result of his collaboration with Su Ran. Thus, not a single cent belonged to Hung Hing. Even if he had leveraged Hung Hing's name to coerce the factory owners, he would not share a dime. After a while, Sha Chong entered with a phone call. Brother Kuan, the Dongxing people are looking to discuss matters with you, claiming you've stirred up trouble for them, causing their venue to suffer losses. Has Hung Hing ever encroached upon Dongxing's territory? Liang Kuan tilted his head, perplexed. Those dozen factories banded together and offered a substantial bribe to the camel to intervene. Upon hearing Sha Chong's words, Liang Kuan seized a bundle of cash, his eyes igniting with a fierce murderous intent. Haha, what does Dongxing's camel amount to? Want to discuss matters? Then let us go settle it with my old rival. Gathering a throng of thousands, Liang Kuan set forth to negotiate with Dongxing's figurehead. Just as Su Ran had anticipated, Liang Kuan had been played and was now counting the money on Su Ran's behalf. After receiving the 5 million sent by Huazue, within half an hour, Liang Kuan had assembled his forces and marched towards Dongxing's stronghold in Causeway Bay. Huazue, head to Causeway Bay immediately and dispose of that batch of clothing at a low price. Although Causeway Bay housed only a few garment factories, their scale was substantial. Hung Hing truly reigned as the sovereign there, with Liang Kuan's enforcer, Sha Chong, personally leading the charge, forcing the factory owners into submission. Knowing that Liang Kuan and Dongxing were about to clash, Su Ran surmised that the aging camel might deter Liang Kuen's greedy ambitions. Having produced nearly 300,000 pieces of clothing valued at close to 20 million, Su Ran was reluctant to let it all slip away. Understood, boss. Leave it to me, Huazue confidently assured, leading his men directly to Causeway Bay. Boss, will Huazue be in danger? At that moment, Longair looked at Su Ran, concern etched on his face as he inquired softly. For the sake of money, Liang Kuen dared to confront Dongxing. Yet, if he realized he had been manipulated by Su Ran, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Huazue stepping into Causeway Bay could spell disaster. If he moves quickly, he'll be fine. Over half an hour later, Su Ran watched the news, seeing Liang Kuen, radiating a menacing aura, leading thousands towards Dongxing. Camel, you've obstructed my financial path. Don't you want to negotiate? Come out quickly. I vow to slay you. The Eastern Star Camel seemed to anticipate that Liang Kuen's visit was not merely for negotiation, having long since laid an ambush with thousands of brothers in wait. At that moment, one of Camel's subordinates, the crow from the Eastern Star's dual red flower sticks, was no ordinary foe either, wielding a machete. He charged directly at Liang Kuen. The two leaders didn't exchange a single word before the altercation erupted. On that beautiful night, a piercing siren rang out, reverberating throughout the entire harbor island. Chief Superintendent Quan Hung orchestrated the operations at the 3 district police stations with remarkable composure, as thousands of officers swiftly mobilized, promptly bringing the bloody fray to a swift conclusion. In the ensuing chaos, several hundred fleeing henchmen were apprehended. Following this, ambulances were dispatched to transport over 100 injured individuals to the nearest hospital for treatment. The street, once rife with violent conflict, instantaneously fell silent, save for the flashing lights of police vehicles. Sir, both Liang Kuen and Camel have vanished without a trace. Side Inspector Su from the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. If we could capture one of them tonight, we could close the case. Otherwise, we risk being berated by the foreign chief. To Tsuanwan. The Tonghua Garment Factory in Tsuanwan. With a grin, Huazue approached, carrying a travel bag nearly as tall as himself. Boss, all the merchandise has been consumed by those proprietors. This place is worth 18 million. Eagerly, Huazue boasted to Su Ran as he entered. Huazue, you've done well this time. Su Ran, relieved and overlooking the travel bag, handed him a bottle of red wine. He had promised his uncle and aunt that he wouldn't let Huazue take risks, but this time only Huazue could accomplish the task at hand. Now that everyone was safe, a celebration was in order. Boss, there's chaos between Hongxing and Eastern Star. The entire Causeway Bay is in disarray. Luckily, I was astute enough to enter through Wanchai and exit through Honghong, or I would have been caught up in the traffic. Having consumed half a bottle of red wine, Huazue showed no signs of inebriation, his face alight with smiles. No worries, from today onward. Our endeavors will extend beyond Tsuanwan. Hearing this, Su Ran patted Huazue's shoulder, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. At that moment, Huazue caught the concerned look from Su Ran, filling him with joy. Just as he was about to utter something sentimental, a threatening voice echoed from outside. Tsuanwan is vast enough for all of you. Do you still wish to venture into Causeway Bay? Who dares to forget whose territory this is? Looking for death? Huazue, with a fiery temperament, was incensed by the voice and immediately grabbed a baton, rushing to the door. As he approached, silence enveloped him. Longair furrowed his brow, wanting to retrieve the Black Star handgun from the drawer. Air, there's no need to be so tense. It's the police. Let us go out and have a word with them. Upon hearing that voice, Su Ran recognized their identity. He halted Longair's attempt to grab the gun and proceeded to the entrance. Indeed, he found Huazue handcuffed and lying on the ground, his mouth sealed. Unable to inform Su Ran of his plight. 3 officers, I am unaware of the charges against my cousin that warrant such treatment. I have already contacted a lawyer. Facing the encirclement of several police vehicles, Su Ran wore a smile, devoid of any worry. His tone was akin to that of an old friend. Su Ran, you must be aware that Liang Kuen from Hongxing is clashing with Camel from Eastern Star tonight. And who might this be? Su Ran inquired, puzzled, as he pointed to the approaching Inspector Su from the Organized Crime Unit. This is our Chief Superintendent of West Kowloon, Quan Hung. Answer my question, Su Ran, Quan demanded. His expression grave, as though Su owed him millions. Chief Superintendent Quan, could you kindly enlighten this taxpayer on what crime my cousin has committed? If a satisfactory explanation is not provided, I shall lodge a complaint with the Human Rights Commission. Su Ran refrained from responding to Quan Hung's inquiry, and instead sought clarification for Huazue. Chapter 31. 5 million to send you to North District. In Hong Kong cinema, there are 2 departments that the police dread the most. One is the Security Bureau, which oversees the police, and the other is the Human Rights Commission, which regulates all law enforcement. Should Su Ran file a human rights complaint against these 3 officers, even the chief superintendent would not escape unscathed. Xiao Ziran, are you attempting to intimidate us? An agitated police officer, besides Senior Inspector Huang Jicheng, shouted at Su Ran. Air phone. Lawyer Zhang, it's Su Ran. The lawyer who answered was a well-known barrister in Tsuanwan, motivated solely by money. Indifferent to personal connections. I wish to make a donation to the Human Rights Commission. What is the process? Upon hearing Su Ran's intent to donate, the three officers were momentarily taken aback. Hey, Boss Ran, take your time. There's no need to be so agitated. Huang Jicheng quickly stepped forward, seizing Su Ran's mobile phone. Is it necessary for me to file a complaint against you? Ignoring Huang Jicheng's disarming smile, Su Ran continued his phone conversation. When everyone present heard that Su Ran intended to donate 5 million to the Human Rights Commission, they all paused in their actions. Huang Jicheng cautiously removed the handcuffs from Huazue and helped him to his feet. Those damned cops, treating me this way. I will complain about you. And you. An enraged Huazue, once released, immediately began to curse at Huang Jicheng. As he approached Chief Superintendent Quan, he halted. You are the Chief Superintendent. I must show you some respect. After all, Huazue still needed to maintain his standing in Tsuanwan, and as the highest authority in the area, Quan deserved a modicum of deference. Su Ran, observing Huazue's outrage without intervening, maintained his icy demeanor. Mr. Su, whom do you wish to complain about? A serious voice echoed from the other end of the line, belonging to Lawyer Zhang, the Organized Crime Bureau's senior inspector. Upon hearing this, Huang Jicheng shuddered. Among the 3 police officers who had come to Tsuanwan to find Su Ran, only 2 were the driving senior inspectors. In that instant, he felt as though his future as a police officer was grasped by the man before him. His breath momentarily halted. Kai Quan. Upon hearing this name, Huang Jicheng exhaled with relief, while the officer named Kai Quan turned ashen. Indeed, he was the one who pinned me to the ground. Now, 5 million will send you to North District to guard the water reservoir. Huazue and Su Ran, always in sync, charged forward at the mention of Kai Quan's name, pointing an accusing finger at the officer who had previously yelled at Su Ran. Kai Quan, the senior inspector, stood pale, knowing that as a police officer, he had likely violated protocols in his dealings with gangsters. Should the Human Rights Commission conduct an investigation, there would be no way to evade consequences. Even the lightest punishment would result in reassignment. While Liang Kuan from Hongxing and Camel from Eastern Star reveled in Causeway Bay, these officers chose to come to Tsuanwan to stir trouble, clearly underestimating Su Ran, thinking him an easy target. Now, in front of 3 police officers, Su Ran had directly donated 5 million to the Human Rights Commission and filed a complaint against the senior inspector. This method of intimidation made the faces of the officers before him turn ashen, their teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, they could not utter a word, fully aware that, in the face of wrongdoing, further discourse would be futile. Kai Quan observed his 3 superiors, unmoved, akin to a cornered beast fighting desperately, their voices echoing with frantic rage. How could a mere figurehead, unable to maintain his position, possess such wealth? If you can produce it, I shall relent. Tomorrow, I will guard the reservoir in the Northern District. Otherwise, I shall have to take you all back tonight and seal this dilapidated factory. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression instantly turned frigid. Should these officers turn to leave, it might have been dismissed as a jest. Yet now, they had resorted to threats. If that is the case, then let us grant this reasonable request. Huazue, fetch 1 million for Lawyer Zhang. Understood, boss. Huazue swaggered with a confident strut, grinning as he entered the garment factory. In less than 30 seconds, he emerged carrying a travel bag, with a triumphant look directed at the officers before him. He climbed into an Audi, leaving behind a plume of exhaust as he departed. For officers, it's rather chilly outside. Why not come in and sit? At this moment, Su Ran had already disregarded the dejected figure of Senior Inspector Kai Quan leaning against the car. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chief Superintendent Guan Hong immediately flung open the car door, offering Su Ran not the slightest courtesy, and climbed in without hesitation. Superintendent Su had had several encounters with Su Ran and had come to a preliminary understanding of his character. He was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. Had it not been for Chief Superintendent Guan's intention to reprimand this new overlord of Tsuanwan, how could Su Ran have overpowered a senior inspector with mere money? No need, Su Ran. Our visit today is merely to inquire about information regarding Liang Kuan. I did not expect such a vigorous reaction from you, the new overlord of Tsuanwan. Such youthful exuberance is only to be expected. Treat others with respect, and one shall receive respect in return. This was Su Ran's guiding principle in dealings. Faced with Superintendent Su's attempt at placation, the previously icy demeanor on his face suddenly broke into a smile. Superintendent Su, I am engaged in legitimate business, paying hundreds of thousands in taxes each month. I am aware. Just a few days ago, someone reported seeing you, the esteemed Ran, and Liang Kuan at the pier enjoying fishball noodles. Superintendent Su's tone was surprisingly gentle, causing Long Air beside him to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Were the police not typically harsh with Triads? Oblivious to the fact that Su Ran had just used money to topple a senior inspector, Long Air, with a mind as straightforward as Huazue's, remained unaware. Superintendent Su. Liang Kuan is a big shot in Hongxing. Does he come to bully me, a mere minor player, and expect me to inform him? Haha. Hearing Su Ran feign ignorance, Superintendent Su could only chuckle along. Hee. At that moment, Huang Ziqing and Superintendent Li could only join in the laughter. Amidst their mirth, the unpleasantness of the recent encounter was swiftly erased. Only Chief Superintendent Guanhong's face remained devoid of luster, his fury unabated. Kai Quan was his man. Tonight, he commanded over 1,000 officers in District 3 to swiftly quell the bloodshed between Hongxing and Dongxing. With immense authority, he had warned other heads not to stir up trouble. Yet here, with Su Ran, he had met with failure, losing a significant lieutenant in vain. Let's take some time for tea. As Superintendent Su concluded his remarks, Su Ran watched them depart. As a legitimate businessman, one must maintain amiable relations with the police. Li, sir, how is the investigation into the undercover case progressing? In the car, Guanhong inquired coldly about work-related matters. Under normal circumstances, such inquiries would be made during daylight hours. Now, he had to use this excuse to justify his presence in the vehicle. Originally, he had intended to ride in Kai Quan's vehicle, but, fearing a nervous breakdown from a potential complaint by Su Ran, he had refrained. Yes, Superintendent Li, transferred from Kowloon to Tsinwan specifically for the case of the missing undercover agent, replied. Guan, sir, there are still no leads. All we know is that there is an undercover named Huashan lurking within Helianqing. Accelerate the pace. We must unearth that missing undercover agent. I will turn Tsinwan upside down. Guanhong's words compelled Superintendent Li to lift his head. The chief superintendent had faced a setback before Su Ran and now sought to shift the pressure onto them. With such a superior, life was bound to be difficult. They all knew Su Ran was a Triad member, yet without evidence, they could not arrest anyone indiscriminately. Today, he could spend 5 million and transfer a senior inspector. If tomorrow he were to spend 10 million, even a superintendent would be at risk. A single error in allowing subordinates to indulge could lead to their premature retirement. Old Su, Huang, you must step up your efforts. I do not wish to hear any more about Shanzai Ran. With that, Guanhong shut his eyes, adopting an air of inscrutability. Understood. Huang Ziqing and Superintendent Su both had operatives embedded within Helianqing. However, they were merely the most common foot soldiers. To deal with the formidable Su Ran, it might take years to gather sufficient evidence. Nevertheless, Huang Ziqing, upon hearing Guanhong's order, felt confident in his ability to locate the missing undercover agent, as the operative he had dispatched had arranged to meet him tomorrow, presumably with new leads. At the Mongkok Filthy Movie Company, Liang Kuan sat in the boss's chair, a look of melancholy etched on his face, the cigarette pinched between his fingers nearly extinguished. Silly Chong, do you think Shanzai Ran is setting me up? Brother Kuan, I have no idea. How could Silly Chong possibly answer such a complex question? Listening to Silly Chong's dim-witted response reminded Liang Kuan of how he had just been berated by Camel. Liang Kuan, are you truly that foolish? That Shanzai Ran is selling goods on your turf, yet employing your Hongxing men. Isn't he merely draining Hongxing's lifeblood? With a little incentive, you are overjoyed. Fool. You are being used as his pawn and are counting the profits for him. Today, Liang Kuan received 5 million from Huazue, in addition to the 2 million from the previous batch of goods. In less than half a month, he had garnered over 10 million from Su Ran. In his mind, he had long since regarded this overlord as a deity of wealth. Thus, upon hearing that Camel sought to discuss matters with him, he was convinced that Dongxing was attempting to sever his financial lifeline. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Hence, the violent clash of the night ensued. A sudden epiphany dawned upon him. Reflecting back, it seemed that Su Ran had merely used words and sent a couple of people to flaunt their power while earning more than he ever could. It was indeed as Camel had said. He, as the spokesperson of Hongxing, had been sold out by Su Ran and was still counting the coins for him. Surrounded by smoke, Liang Kuan gazed out at the moon, his expression shifting dramatically. A loud slap resonated through the air, startling Silly Chong, who had been leaning against the wall and nearly dozing off. Brother Kuan, are you all right? At this moment, Silly Chong, coming to his senses, looked nervously at the overlord before him. The left side of Liang Kuan's face was flushed, evidently having delivered the slap to himself. He thought to himself, the boss has lost it. Who would be foolish enough to use their right hand to strike their own left cheek? Damn it. This Shanzai Ran has been using me from the very beginning? Liang Kuan's furious roar echoed throughout the company, startling the fish in the aquarium. Silly Chong, summon the men. We shall strike at Tsinwan and deal with Shanzai Ran. This time, no additional funds shall suffice to quell the fury in my heart. With that, an enraged Liang Kuan drew a long knife, swinging it fiercely to shatter the statue of the deity of wealth on the wall. In that moment, Liang Kuan declared his dominance. Standing before the shattered figure of the god of wealth, Liang Kuan, wielding a knife, resembled an Azura descended upon the world. His ominous aura rendering even the ever-bumbling Shaki unable to breathe. After a few moments, the younger one finally spoke. Boss, our men have sustained injuries. Nearly 100 have been captured, and the rest have hidden themselves. Tonight, we can muster at most 500 people. 500 people. Did I, Liang Kuan of Hongxing, still need to save face by only bringing 500 out onto the streets? As Liang Kuan's raspy voice fell, a chilling glimmer sliced through the oppressive atmosphere. Clang. Upon hearing the sound, Shaki glanced down to find his belt severed by Liang Kuan's blade. Terrified, he hurriedly clasped his legs together, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Get lost. Keep a close watch on that woman from the street. We must turn her over. I refuse to believe we cannot handle this situation. The rule of not involving family in strife was a steadfast principle among the various factions. If every time someone was wronged in the streets, they retaliated against the opponent's family, it would lead to chaos surpassing even the warring states period. How could one still profit in such turmoil? Hearing Liang Kuan's words, Shaki cautiously stepped back, his mind racing with thoughts. Previously, sending the entirety of Boss B's family down to sell salted duck eggs had already sparked dissatisfaction among the major factions. The leaders of the various halls within Hongxing had ceased to heed Liang Kuan's tune. Tonight's confrontation with Dongxing had yielded little benefit, and now he wished to encroach upon Sunwan to capture Boss Rant's woman. Despite Boss Rant's brief period of notoriety, he was a formidable figure. No one dared to oppose him for money. Liang Kuan had already fallen to this point. Time was running short, and I must seek an escape route. The following noon, Su Ran emerged from Zhou Wenli's residence, lingering a moment longer in affectionate farewell before descending the stairs with satisfaction. Upon reaching the ground floor, he surveyed the surroundings and settled into his GTR, addressing Long Air inside the car. Liang Kuan has outlived his usefulness. He will surely go mad. You should follow Wenli closely. Be cautious of any attempts against her. Boss, I understand what to do. Long Air replied coldly. Having trailed Su Ran for the past half-month, he had not seized the opportunity to act and was growing restless. Arriving at the Tong He Garment Factory, Su Ran approached Huang Ziqing, who stood guard at the entrance. Officer Huang, good to see you. Come join me for a meal. In response to Su Ran's beaming invitation, Huang Ziqing merely smiled faintly before directly stating, Boss Ran, I have come to inform you that Liang Kuan has gone mad and intends to collect from you. Last night, Hongxing and Dongxing had clashed violently, with neither side gaining any advantage. The following day, it was presumed that the major factions would deliberate on the inexplicable conflict. Yet they were instead discussing how foolish Liang Kuan was to provoke Boss Ran, the god of wealth. Upon learning of Liang Kuan's intent to strike against him, Su Ran promptly leaked the information. Liang Kuan has collected 700,000 from my boss as a monthly protection fee, selling women's clothing in Mong Kok and Causeway Bay. Yet, just half a month later, Liang Kuan has reneged and is now in dire straits. The leaders who caught wind of this were quite envious of that hefty protection fee, contemplating whether to invite Su Ran to sell clothing. At that moment, Su Ran, observing Huang Ziqing, who had come specifically to provide a warning, smiled and retrieved a cigar from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it. Why is the intelligence from the O department so ineffective? The events of last night are only now being communicated. Boss Ran, you seem to be quite aware. I greatly admire your composure. It is indeed your time to rise. If it were me, I would undoubtedly hide away. With the notification delivered, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Huang Ziqing felt that his unauthorized warning had become futile, and after speaking, he elegantly turned to depart. Su Ran, watching Huang Ziqing pass by, acknowledged the good intention behind the warning and did not wish to owe him a favor, softly saying, Thank you, Officer Huang. The wind on the rooftop is strong. Avoid going up there unless necessary. Chapter 33, I Fish Without a Helmet. At this moment, upon hearing Su Ran's remark, Huang Ziqing abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on him, his brownish-yellow eyes betraying a hint of fear. He was deeply troubled that the undercover agent he had dispatched might be exposed by Su Ran and vanish from this world. Seeing the cigar in Su Ran's mouth, he quickly produced a lighter, stepping forward to assist him in igniting it. Boss Ran, if, and I emphasize if, you truly wish to pursue a legitimate path, do not let it result in loss of life. Hearing Huang Ziqing's earnest warning, Su Ran sighed slightly. Officer Huang, it is a pity about the Ni family. However, I shall remember your request. Su Ran's words sent a jolt through Huang Ziqing's mind, akin to a thunderclap, rendering him uncontrollably tremulous. Observing this, Su Ran waved his hand and directly entered the garment factory. Watching Su Ran depart, Huang Ziqing remained hunched over, lingering for some time before slowly taking a step forward, muttering to himself, he knows He knows who the undercover agent I dispatched is. I must protect our Ren. Once an undercover is exposed, the mission must be terminated. However, Huang Ziqing had just gleaned valuable information from the undercover agent Qin Yongren regarding the Tsuinwan leaders and Boss Ran's covert movements to counter Liang Kuan of Hongxing. He was also nearing clarity on the positions of the various vendors and gambling tables at the docks. Most importantly, he had finally gained the trust of Hua Zue. To terminate the mission now would indeed be disheartening. Meanwhile, Su Ran remained oblivious to the fact that there was already an undercover agent by Hua Zue's side. Tsuinwan was vast, with nearly 10,000 subordinates ensuring his stability. Su Ran delegated everything to the ambitious Hua Zue, having no time to meet with so many subordinates. The warning to Huang Ziqing was merely a small courtesy for the earlier visit. He understood that the ultimate fate of this department inspector was to meet Qin Yongren on the rooftop and be thrown off, nothing more. Had Huang Ziqing been aware of Su Ran's current thoughts, he would have felt utterly weak, collapsing to the ground and weeping, "You frightened me. You frightened my precious undercover agent." After Su Ran managed some affairs and stepped out the door, he encountered Lin Huailo, standing at the edge of the street with a smile akin to the spring breeze. Upon seeing Su Ran, he casually approached. "I'll air." He gestured for long air to drive, while Su Ran looked at Lin Huailu with keen interest. At this moment, he was eager to discover the intentions behind the arrival of the Tsuinwan leaders with a few followers. Tsuinwan had a reputable tavern, where Su Ran and Lin Huailu sat face to face at a large table with a 5-meter diameter. "Ran, I heard last night that your interaction with Liang Kuan of Hongxing was rather unpleasant. Should we have the leaders step in to negotiate with him?" Although Lin Huailu appeared calm and courteous to Su Ran on the surface, he was a hypocrite. The moment he heard that Liang Kuan intended to extort Su Ran, he immediately showed up. His words about wanting to negotiate were certainly not without ulterior motives, as he would undoubtedly seek to take something from Su Ran. In other words, it was a case of seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. After all, everyone was aware that Su Ran's foundation in Tsuinwan was precarious, while Liang Kuan had been operating for over a decade. Sometimes, wealth alone does not guarantee security. At this juncture, the only thing that piqued Lin Huaili's interest was this garment factory. In response, Su Ran smiled slightly and said, "Brother Lo, negotiate with you? Let's forget that. I certainly do not wish to wear a helmet while fishing in the future." "What? You enjoy fishing? Well, that is even better. In the spirit of reconciliation, let us put the past grievances behind us." With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Huaiyue approached Su Ran, cup in hand. "A toast to you," he declared, downing the drink in one gulp before returning to his seat, a smile gracing his face as he awaited Su Ran's response. To an outsider witnessing this scene, it would surely evoke derisive laughter, the esteemed spokesperson of Lianxing humbling himself to offer a toast. In response, Su Ran merely raised his glass without drinking, his expression unperturbed as he replied, "Brother Lu, haven't we always been quite amicable?" Lin Huaiyue, unfazed by the lack of respect, merely tightened his grip on the cup, thinking to himself, "I have traversed mountains and rivers to honor you with this toast, and yet Su Ran refuses to partake." Noticing Lin Huaiyue's restraint, Su Ran continued, "Brother Lo, you have just assumed your role as the head speaker. Surely you have pressing matters to attend to, and the lovely ladies of Tsim Sha Sui are eagerly awaiting your conquest. My feud with Liang Kuan is merely a trifling matter. If you intervene, how would I stand in the community?" Su Ran's words, though delicately phrased, carried a potent undertone of provocation. He intended to claim Liang Kuan's territory in Mongkok to pave the way for future endeavors. Should Lin Huaiyue meddle at this juncture, the territory seized would be credited to Su Ran, not to Lianxing, nor to Lin Huaiyue himself. In the past 2 years, Liang Kuan had become increasingly arrogant in his pursuit of power within Hongxing, accumulating enemies along the way. In Su Ran's eyes, he was already a dead man walking. Let us not even discuss their business collaborations. Liang Kuan had even dared to scheme against Jiang Tiansheng, naively believing that the leadership of Hongxing was an easy seat to occupy. Now that he had exhausted his value, it was time to reclaim everything tenfold. Once Su Ran made his move, he would possess the moral high ground, and even those within Hongxing would not come to Liang Kuan's aid. At that moment, Lin Huaiyue's eyes twitched slightly as he regarded Su Ran. His previous remarks not only mocked Lin Huaiyue for failing to fulfill his earlier promise of taking Tsim Sha Sui, but also insinuated that he wished to assert dominance over Liang Kuan of Hongxing. Were he to hear such taunts from another, he would undoubtedly have overturned the table in fury. Yet, faced with Su Ran, he hesitated, unwilling to become the outlet for Su Ran's frustrations. Even if Lin Huaiyue managed to suppress Su Ran in this instance, Liang Kuan would surely seek retribution against him afterward. Therefore, after being rebuffed by Su Ran, he refrained from retaliating directly, instead seeking solace in his thoughts. "Just wait. I shall watch Liang Kuan bring you down. Then Tsuinwan will be mine. Patience is a virtue." Despite inwardly cursing Su Ran, Lin Huiyue maintained a cheerful facade, saying, "All right, I understand. And do not hesitate to call upon me when needed. As the spokesperson for He Lianxing, I will certainly stand up for my brothers. Take care, Brother Lo." It was quite audacious for the spokesperson of He Lianxing to travel such a distance from Jordan to Tsinwan, only for Su Ran, the spokesperson, to dismiss him without even a word of thanks. "Boss, you look splendid. Where shall you revel tonight?" Hua Zue, with a playful grin, regarded Su Ran, utterly devoid of any sense of impending danger. Sighing softly, Su Ran gazed at his cousin, who was all brawn and no brains, unsure of how to issue a warning. He certainly couldn't say, "Liang Kuan is plotting against me, yet a day has passed without any action. I am merely luring him out." As the boss of Hua Zue, Su Ran knew that such a gamble would be met with resistance. He could only offer hints, never outright warnings, lest everyone come to view Hua Zue as lacking in intellect, which would undermine his ability to manage his many subordinates. Chapter 34. The plot to capture Su Ran's west side. Faced with Hua Zue's eager grin, Su Ran had no choice but to fabricate an excuse. "Hua Zue, I'm off to see Wen Li for a movie tonight." "Wow, boss. Make sure to give me a nephew next year. My parents will be overjoyed." And then they want to pester me about marriage every day? Before Su Ran could respond, Long Air, who had been silently standing nearby, let out a cold laugh, wishing he could slap Hua Zue into silence. "If I weren't shorter than you, I'd show you just how formidable my fists are." Long Air stood nearly 2 meters tall, a hulking figure resembling a wall. Even knowing he was being mocked, Hua Zue could only retort weakly to reclaim a shred of dignity. "Hua Zue, have you prepared the tasks I assigned you?" Su Ran's tone turned serious in an instant, leaving Hua Zue momentarily taken aback. Nonetheless, he nodded vigorously. Despite their playful banter, nearly 2,000 men lay in ambush nearby. Both sides of the main street in Tsinwan were occupied by vehicles filled with subordinates. Today marked the birthday of Zhou Wenli, and the company had organized a celebration for her. However, the venue was set 30 kilometers away in Wanchai, where He Lianxing had a stronghold headed by Chu Ji. Yet, Hongxing also had several establishments in Wanchai. Last night, Su Ran caught wind of Liang Kuan's intention to eliminate him, prompting him to leverage this opportunity to draw Liang Kuan out. After all, who could guard against a thief every day? Yet, after just one day, Su Ran found his patience wearing thin, eager to resolve matters with Liang Kuan sooner rather than later. He held no doubts about his ability to best Liang Kuan, the spokesperson of Hongxing. At an upscale banquet in Wanchai, Su Ran beheld Zhou Wenli, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. A gentle smile graced his lips as he held out a box. "Wenli, happy birthday." In front of their colleagues at the banquet, Su Ran presented a diamond ring of immense significance as a birthday gift. What a stunning diamond. It must be incredibly expensive. The guests gasped in astonishment as they beheld the ring, valued at around 100,000. When Zhou Wenli laid eyes on the gift, she was overcome with surprise and joy, nearly breathless. It took her several seconds to recover before extending her right hand, raising the ring to her fourth finger, symbolizing a commitment to a grave future. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. "Say yes, say yes." At that moment, as he admired Zhou Wenli's exquisite beauty and her excited demeanor, Su Ran remained composed. Drawing her into an embrace, he planted a deep kiss on her lips, then smiled. "Everyone, don't get the wrong idea. Wenli and I have just begun dating. This ring is a testament to our bond." Yet in his heart, Su Ran thought, "What a joke. As if I would forsake an entire forest for a single tree, willingly entering a grave." His feelings for Zhou Wenli were far from romantic. Perhaps affection would grow over time, but their acquaintance was still too fresh, and the ring was merely a convenient use of a bag of diamonds he possessed. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenli, nestled in his embrace, wore a look of melancholy as she gazed at the ring shimmering on her fourth finger, murmuring, "So that's how it is." After the birthday celebration, Su Ran boldly went to watch a movie in Wanchai, indulging in wontons by the roadside. The stunning Zhou Wenli attracted the attention of many admirers the moment she appeared in Wanchai. Su Ran even had Long Air teach a lesson to a few unremarkable individuals, instilling fear in them so they could only gawk in envy. However, despite Su Ran's ostentatious display, he noticed no sign of Liang Kuan's movements. "Boss, that scoundrel Liang Kuan isn't too afraid to make a move, is he? Did he just talk big without backing it up?" Hua Zue, having strolled around Wanchai a few times, expressed his growing impatience. "Hua Zue, do you wish to meet your end?" Long Air, who was driving, forcefully pushed Hua Zue, seated in the front passenger seat. At that moment, with his head cradled in his hands, Hua Zue pondered seriously and realized he had misspoken. Hadn't his earlier mockery of Liang Kuan's hesitation to take action amounted to cursing Su Ran to an early demise? "Boss, that was not my intention." At this juncture, Su Ran merely cast a frigid glare at Hua Zue. "Enough of your nonsense. Take us back to Tsinwan." Zhou Wenli, leaning against Su Ran's shoulder. Had grown accustomed to the presence of Huazhe and Long Air, and she did not believe that Su Ran was the one who wielded authority in Sunwan. Meanwhile, Su Ran was troubled by Liang Kuen's inexplicable inaction. They had already taken the initiative to leave Sunwan. Could it truly be, as Huazhe suggested, that Liang Kuen was simply afraid? Upon returning home, Su Ran carried Zhou Wenli straight to the bathroom. After observing Zhou Wenli, who had already fallen asleep, he descended the stairs alone, contemplating whether he should take the initiative and eliminate Liang Kuen, thereby sparing himself the trouble of vigilance. Initially, Liang Kuen had intended to kidnap Zhou Wenli to extort money from Su Ran. To him, Su Ran was merely a cash cow, and their relationship was purely transactional, driven by the allure of crisp banknotes. After much deliberation, Liang Kuen concluded that money held greater significance than pride. He still desired to extract even more wealth from Su Ran, especially since no one in Hunghing respected him. Dongxing's Luo too scorned Liang Kuen from Hunghing's perspective, but who truly understood whether Liang Kuen cared about Hunghing's interests? If he did not seize the opportunity to amass more money now, did he really intend to cling to the position of authority indefinitely? Furthermore, Su Ran was not so easily dealt with. Even if he were the one in charge of Hunghing, he could not be easily subdued. Brother Kuen, we have already spread the word. You need to reign in Shanzai Ran. Shut up. When did I ever say that? As soon as Sha Chong finished speaking, Liang Kuen slapped him across the face. Sha Chong, clutching his left cheek, took a few steps back, feeling aggrieved. Go find Shanzai Ran and tell him I lack discipline and cannot control the younger ones. Ask him out for a meal to apologize. It was evident that Liang Kuen intended to push Sha Chong to take the blame. The one who wanted to reign in Su Ran was not Liang Kuen, but rather Sha Chong. Upon grasping Liang Kuen's implication, Sha Chong abruptly lifted his head. Just as he opened his mouth, Liang Kuen delivered another slap to his face. I have always taught you, when you're wrong, admit it. When you fight, stand firm. Now, you have stirred up trouble and want to rein in someone? Boss Ran is our partner. What you are doing is unjust. Furthermore, you are acting in my name. This is disloyalty. How can I allow someone so disloyal and unjust to go out and represent us? Sim Sha Sui has such lucrative opportunities, and you truly disappoint me. Liang Kuen's words carried a double meaning. By making Sha Chong take the fall, he was setting him up to become the authority in Sim Sha Sui once this matter was settled. What gangster wouldn't aspire to rise in ranks? Although Sha Chong felt a surge of anger, he could not suppress his greed. He thought to himself, at worst, I will just eat a few more bowls. After all, it's your face on the line, Liang Kuen. After calming his inner fury, Sha Chong immediately declared, I understand. I will go find Huazhe right away. Chapter 35. He aims to clear everything. Sha Chong needed to contact Huazhe before he could approach Su Ran. However, even if Huazhe knew that Liang Kuen wanted to find Su Ran, he would not show any courtesy. 10 minutes later, Sha Chong hurriedly approached Liang Kuen, his expression somewhat off. Brother Kuen, Huazhe said you can go eat shit. What did you say? Don't be angry. I found out that Huazhe is receiving goods in the Kwaicheng industrial area. Good, let us head there now. We'll invite Huazhe. I don't believe Shanzai Ran one tea come for tea. With a wave of his hand, Liang Kuen sent dozens of men rushing toward Kwaicheng. Although Kwaicheng was Hunghing's territory, Huazhe, determined to ensure production for the next day, took the risk of stepping in to receive a batch of fabric. Let us move drive. Just as they got in the car, they spotted Liang Kuen leaning against his vehicle, a mocking expression on his face. Get lost, it's Liang Kuen. With only 2 men accompanying him, Huazhe roared in anger and started the engine, attempting to charge out. Huazhe, get out of the car. We mean no harm. We're just inviting you for tea. In response to Sha Chong's loud call, Huazhe merely spat and bellowed, I don't believe you. Liang Kuen, go eat shit. Crash. A modified high-powered truck plowed into Liang Kuen's red Ferrari, sending it flying. Damn, my brand new car. Witnessing his beloved vehicle being wrecked, Liang Kuen felt an overwhelming urge to kill Huazhe. When he saw Sha Chong attempting to climb onto the truck through the window, he immediately shouted, Sha Chong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry up and get in the car. Huazhe recklessly drove through the streets, indifferent to the destruction he caused, while Liang Kuen relentlessly pursued him in his battered sports car. Simultaneously, Su Ran was in Suanwan, chasing after a red GTR. Boss, do you see who it is? Who dares to steal your car in Suanwan? Air, why are you asking so much? Just drive faster. Long Air, driving Huazhe's Audi, followed closely behind Su Ran. The GTR ahead, noticing the headlights flashing behind, panicked and swerved, attempting to shake off Long Air. This was Suanwan, territory of Liansheng. If caught, it would surely mean the end. The car was filled with anxious stammering as a woman in red frantically maneuvered the vehicle. The 2 cars raced down the road, the screeching of brakes echoing everywhere, soon alarming the entire Suanwan. It's Boss Ran's car. Something's happened. Countless people jolted awake from their slumber. Those who were under Su Ran's command recognized the GTR and Huazue's Audi in the chaotic street chase, swiftly getting in their cars to surround them. Drive faster, we're almost to our territory. Huazue was repeatedly pursued by Liang Kuan. However, thanks to the truck's horsepower and sturdiness, he managed to carve a path. Upon entering Tsuanwan, Huazue spotted a red GTR speeding ahead. Isn't that Boss Rance? The driver remarked in surprise. Oh no, it's Boss coming to rescue me. Huazue mistakenly thought that Su Ran was driving the car and, seeing it heading towards Kwaicheng, concluded it was a rescue mission. Boss, I can't let you get caught by that scoundrel Liang Kuan. Worrying for Su Ran's safety, Huazue slammed the steering wheel, positioning the truck across the road to block the GTR's path. The driver of the red GTR, seeing a large truck suddenly obstructing the road, panicked and immediately slammed the brakes, sharply turning the wheel. Bang! With a deafening crash, the red GTR, despite its excellent braking capabilities, collided with the truck due to the short distance. It spun past the truck and came to a halt on the roadside. Boss! Huazue swiftly emerged from the truck and dashed toward the GTR. When he smashed the window and opened the door, a woman in red tumbled out, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who is this girl? Just then, Liang Kuan arrived, brandishing a knife as he charged toward Huazue. After wrecking his Ferrari, what else could he wield? A bouquet of roses. Su Ran also arrived just in time, witnessing Liang Kuan brandishing a knife aimed at Huazue. In an instant, the fury within him erupted. Air ram into him. If Big D merely tied up Huazue, Su Ran would send him off to sell salted duck eggs. His eyes narrowing slightly, a chilling voice resonating throughout the vehicle. Understood. Upon hearing Su Ran's command, Long Air did not hesitate for a moment. He pressed the accelerator with fervor, disregarding the debris scattered on the ground, and propelled the vehicle to its maximum speed. The roar of the engine reverberated along the road. And when Liang Kuan turned to look, he saw an Audi barreling towards him at an alarming pace. The headlights blazed brilliantly. It was evident that the intent was to run him down. This street punk dares to hit me. As he witnessed the car racing towards him, Liang Kuan let out an enraged roar, discarding the knife in his hand without a second thought and lunging toward the roadside. Tsuanwan, characterized by its hilly terrain, had lush grass flanking the roads, and as Liang Kuan plunged into it, he vanished from sight in an instant. Huazue, seeing the Audi halted ahead, hastily set the woman down by the roadside and rushed to find Su Ran. Boss, have you dealt with Liang Kuan? At that moment, Su Ran, his gaze fixed on the direction Liang Kuan had fled, replied gravely to Huazue. Gather the men. We must take the initiative, approach via the waterways, infiltrate Mongkok, and eliminate Liang Kuan's territory. To thrive in this world of Hong Kong cinema, one must be ruthless. As an undercover agent, subduing the nefarious Liang Kuan was akin to ridding society of a menace. Even if no one knew, he would take pride in his actions, regardless of who it was. Anyone obstructing his path was considered an enemy. Upon receiving Su Ran's orders, Huazue understood that Liang Kuan had escaped. His expression shifted rapidly, ultimately settling into a cold, steely visage filled with murderous intent. Although the hour was late, the night belonged to the Triads. With nearly 1,000 men in pursuit, Huazue assessed that it was insufficient and continued to blow his whistle to summon more. Soon, nearly 10,000 gathered at the bustling dock. Huazue, has your boss lost his mind, gathering so many people at this hour? As soon as Chuan Bao received the call from Yu Biao, he sprang from the embrace of the girl and hurried to the dock. Upon seeing Huazue at the forefront, he approached with a frown. Huazue's icy gaze lingered on Chuan Bao. Chuan Bao, my boss says that anyone who stands in our way is an enemy. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than dozens of cold blades were pressed against his throat. Do not be impulsive. You can come and go at the dock as you please. If there aren't enough boats, make some noise. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Clearly not wishing to become a casualty, Chuan Bao quickly retreated. As hundreds of fishing boats stirred into action, the entire coastline of Tsuanwan erupted. What on earth is Boss Ran trying to achieve? Huazue acted strictly according to Su Ran's directives. All the underlings donned masks, refraining from speech during the journey. Each received a red envelope of 500 before departing, with additional rewards for injuries sustained. Even before the first clash, money was already flowing in, none dared oppose it. All complied with the orders. A palpable bloodthirst began to rise behind Huazue. After Huazue departed, Chuan Bao's phone rang incessantly. He dismissed calls from minor players. Finally connecting with Deng Bo. Chuan Bao, has Ran suddenly mobilized thousands to sweep through Mongkok and deal with Liang Kuan? Deng Bo. I inquired earlier and was met with a knife to my throat. It seems Ran is serious this time. Tell me, is he heading to Mongkok? Hold on. I've already dispatched someone to follow. We'll know his destination shortly. Chapter 36. He is the one I elevated. The first fishing boat, having reached the nearest waters to Mongkok in this cinematic world, docked. To fulfill Su Ran's covert mission, Huazue, bare-chested, wielded a glimmering machete as he charged towards Liang Kuan's dance hall in Mongkok, followed closely by hundreds of underlings. They instantly formed a sweeping arc of bladed light, spanning 40 meters across the street. Inside the dance hall, Liang Kuan's chief lieutenant, sporting a flamboyant red hairstyle and a haughty demeanor, immediately drew a watermelon knife upon spotting Huazui's advance, unleashing a torrent of invectives. You've crossed the line with the likes of Lianqing. This is Mongkok, and we are under Liang Kuan's protection. Without breaking stride, Huazue swung his machete with great force. These scoundrels have already been dealt with by our boss. What good is all this talk? Do not think your affiliation with Liang Kuan will spare you, even if it were the Lord Jesus Christ himself. We would strike without hesitation. Brothers, take care of this rabble. The underlings behind him were equally ferocious, leaving Liang Kuan's near 100 men utterly defeated, retreating in disarray. As they fled into the dance hall, numerous patrons were left stunned by Huazue's menacing presence. Seizing the moment, Huazue leaped onto the bar, bloodied and fierce, shattering the cacophonous speakers. In the name of Lianqing's boss Ran, everyone unrelated, get out. Do not linger in Mongkok. Thousands surged forth, and for each of Liang Kuan's venues they encountered, they exerted their full strength. It was essentially 1 against 2, even 3. They never engaged in one-on-one confrontations. Before long, Liang Kuan's men were either sprawled on the ground or fleeing in terror. Half an hour later, Chuan Bao, having gleaned the situation through his infiltration within Huazue's ranks, trembled as he dialed Deng Bo. All of Ran's men have stormed Mongkok, attacking on sight. They've already taken down over a dozen of Liang Kuan's venues. Chuan Bao, you must call everyone. Convene a meeting right away. That night, many of Lianqing's decision-makers silently cursed Su Ran. What madness is this at such a late hour? Will we ever get any rest? Yet none dared voice their grievances, for Chuan Bao had declared, Boss Ran, with a command, 1,000,000 blades fly in unison. Liang Kuan has vanished. In just half an hour, Huazue had swept through all of Mongkok. Liang Kuan commanded nearly 5,000 men in the area. However, no one anticipated Su Ran's sudden onslaught. Many of the watchmen were caught off guard and struck down before they could react. Unable to reach Liang Kuan, the remaining watchmen, faced with a sea of heads and glinting blades, were paralyzed with fear, and all who could stand fled. Even Silly Chong was unsure if his boss had been run down by Su Ran. Upon learning that Mongkok had been razed, he chose not to rally a defense, but rather led his men away, seeking to preserve their strength. Other leaders within the Hongxing factions, upon receiving news of Mongkok's devastation at the hands of Lianqing, did not dare to send reinforcements to confront Huazue. Not even bold words were uttered. They merely lingered on the periphery, observing Huazue command his forces with overwhelming might. In the district closest to Mongkok, Jordan, Lin Huailu stood on the rooftop, his face pale as he watched Huazue wielding his blade, directing his men as they systematically dismantled Liang Kuan's establishments. Be it dance halls, adult cinemas, snack stalls, or car stalls, all were swept away, effectively stripping Liang Kuan of any foothold in Mongkok. Should Su Ran wish to plant his flag there, success would undoubtedly follow, transforming Mongkok into Lianqing's 10th territory. As a decision-maker for Lianqing, Lin Huailu had previously clamored for conquest over Tsim Sha Sui. Yet now he found himself outmatched even by a mere underling of Su Ran. How could his expression be anything but grim? The lightning-fast assault orchestrated by Su Ran concluded as Huazue heard the distant wail of police sirens. Everyone, regroup. Su Ran had mobilized nearly 10,000. Even the O Division of Hong Kong, upon receiving word, dared not act hastily. The chief superintendent of Yao Ma Ti, Quan Hung, after assembling 3,000 officers, finally felt emboldened to issue orders to apprehend individuals. The siren blared as they stormed in, ruthlessly clearing the area. By the time the Hong Kong Island SO team arrived, the authoritative firemouth had already forced everyone onto the boats back to Tsuen Wan, leaving behind a chaotic mess for them to handle. The beleaguered Liang Quan, who had just fled from Tsuen Wan to Kuaiqing, received a call from Shai Chung and immediately smashed the phone in anger. That reckless fool dares to challenge my authority. I will make him pay dearly. He had narrowly escaped death moments ago, and now he found himself stripped of his territory. No matter how much Liang Quan cherished wealth, he could no longer sit down with the god of wealth, Su Ran, for a cordial discussion. Shai Chung, spread the word that the Tsuen Wan power player, Mountain Boy Ran, is someone I helped rise to prominence. Hearing Liang Quan's words, Shai Chung eagerly fanned the flames and let the information slip. In the midst of the smoke surrounding the Lianqing territory, Lin Huailu, the power player, was the last to arrive. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been observing Firemouth in Jordan, and I am thoroughly impressed by his capabilities. With a broad smile, he took his seat at the head of the table, as if Firemouth were his prized stallion and the night's sweep of Mongkok was his achievement. Ah Lu, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Firemouth is not your prized stallion, and your satisfaction means little. Chuan Bao immediately took the opportunity to attack Lin Huailu over the fishhead insignia incident. Chuan Bao, Firemouth is with Lian Sheng as the leader. Should I not support him? Lin Huailu retorted. Hee, it's fine to say that here, but make sure Su Ran doesn't hear you, or tonight. It will be Jordan that gets swept, and you, Lin Huailu, will be the target. Silence. We're all under the same banner. Do you think I'm dead? Uncle Deng had always maintained the stability of Lian Sheng, and Chuan Bao's words were evidently meant to sow discord and must be curtailed. As Uncle Deng spoke, the room fell silent. Su Ran has only cleared Liang Quan's territory tonight. He has completely uprooted Hung Hing's banner in Mongkok. Why not insert our Lianxing banner? At this moment, Lin Huailu was the first to question Su Ran's actions. I've received word that Su Ran's position as the Tsuanwan power player is supported by Liang Quan. Huanyo chimed in sarcastically, echoing Lin Huailu. You're confused. Su Ran has directly cleared Liang Quan's territory and even dared to confront the Hung Hing power player. Are you not implying he is a traitor? Long Jin slammed his fist on the table in fury, his demeanor that of someone who would charge at Huanyo without hesitation, despite his age. No one could believe he was already over 60. That's uncertain. We've all seen the tactics of feigned weakness. With a sudden, resounding clap, Long Jin charged at Huanyo, headbutting him. Enough. Wait for my news. Uncle Deng picked up the phone and dialed a mysterious number. After several big shots separated the two, a dozen onlookers strained their necks, eager to hear. They all wanted to know whether Su Ran was indeed an undercover agent placed by Hung Hing's Liang Quan. If so, they needed to prepare some burlap sacks. As for coffins, those were too costly to waste. Chapter 37. Waiting for Su Ran to return for the meeting. At this moment, the fireball from the Hong Kong film was being scolded by Long Jin. Just as he was about to retort, Chuan Bao interrupted. Huanyo, you've eaten too much chicken. Your brain is filled with chicken droppings. With Liang Quan's territory annihilated by Su Ran, he lashed out indiscriminately. Believing it to be true, Chuan Bao's disdainful expression prompted laughter from everyone present. His confrontation with Huanyo was meant to vent all the frustrations he felt under Firemouth's blade. Chuan Bao, you've profited considerably from Su Ran. It's only natural to speak on his behalf. At this moment, Lin Huailu struck again, attempting to smear Su Ran with accusations of being Hung Hing's traitor. Lin Huailu, I, Chuan Bao, conduct my business with integrity. Unlike you, who resorts to underhanded tactics, inciting fishhead insignias to assist the Seven Happiness Gang. Are you trying to invite the wolf into the sheepfold? Last time, the Insignia Gang robbed us of 2 streets in Jordan. I wonder if you were the one who handed them over. Like a cat with its tail stepped on. Chuan Bao pounded the table and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Huailu. He even placed the label of treachery squarely on Lin Huailu's head. As Long Jin and Chuan Bao rallied in support of Su Ran, the onlookers began to grasp the situation. Lin Huailu was clearly the one stirring trouble from behind the scenes, while Su Ran had decisively swept through Mongkok, establishing the reputation of Lian Sheng. Who was loyal, and who was treacherous? They all understood the truth in their hearts. As everyone awaited an explanation from Lin Huailu, his adopted son Dongguan Boy knocked and entered. Master, come, Dongguan Boy, you infiltrated Firemouth's crew in Mongkok. Have you figured out why Su Ran cleared Liang Quan's territory without raising our flag? Is Su Ran really Hung Hing's undercover agent? Upon seeing Dongguan Boy, Lin Huailu's previously ashen face brightened instantly. Everyone, I infiltrated Tsuanwan for the sake of the organization. Dongguan Boy clarified his position and then pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, placing it on the table. This money is from Firemouth. Each of us received 500 before departure and another 500 upon return. I performed excellently and received a bonus of 5,000. Tonight, Firemouth was nearly killed by Liang Quan. Boss Ran drove into Liang Quan, then sent people to sweep through Mongkok. After speaking, Dongguan Boy turned to leave, knowing he was merely a foot soldier under Lin Huailu and did not even qualify to be at this meeting. Simultaneously, he wished to avoid tarnishing Su Ran's reputation as an undercover agent for Hung Hing. Upon hearing Dongguan Boy's words, everyone was stunned. They never expected Su Ran would offer such a significant sum merely to avenge Firemouth. Not only did he attempt to kill Liang Quan, but he also uprooted his entire influence. How ruthless. He left no chance for Liang Quan to recover. How loyal. For his brother. He wielded a metaphorical 40-meter-long blade against Liang Quan. Pu He and Shui Ji instinctively nodded in admiration. Boss Ran is not to be trifled with. Of course, many weaker factions, such as Gao Lao and Fatwa, began to fear Su Ran. Once again, it's Firemouth. Suddenly, a voice filled with envy rang out from Gao Lao, expressing the thoughts of many. They all envied Firemouth for having such a formidable ally in Su Ran. Previously, he had eliminated Big D to save Firemouth, and now he dared to confront even the Hung Hing power player for Firemouth's sake. At that moment, Lin Huailu's expression darkened considerably. He had hoped that Dongguan Boy would provide compelling evidence to prove Su Ran was an undercover agent for Hung Hing. Instead, he became Su Ran's most potent witness. Rumors cease with the wise. Bah, it is silenced by money. Boss Ran threw down 10 million to ensure Liang Quan was sent to sell salted duck eggs. Are you suggesting he was propped up by Liang Quan? Over the past month, Su Ran had disbursed a total of 20 million. With such wealth, would he stoop to being a traitor? Inviting an outsider from Hung Hing to elevate him? Did they think everyone was foolish? In an instant, everyone present looked at Lin Huailu as if he were a fool. If Su Ran were to toss 2 million onto the table, even now, if they were to dismiss Lin Huailu from his position as Lian Sheng's power player, many would raise their hands in support. Lu, you have connections with the Insignia gang. This matter needs an explanation. Since no one was still doubting Su Ran's loyalty, Chuan Bao continued to press Lin Huailu relentlessly. Chuan Bao, don't blame everything on me. I may not have much money, but I am still a power player in Liansheng. Lu, if that is the case, I have wronged you. I'll call for the fishhead insignia to confront you. At this moment, as the highest-ranking member of Liansheng, Uncle Deng tightened his belt and sternly admonished Chuan Bao, halting his attempt to make a phone call. He had no desire for internal strife within Liansheng. Enough. I summoned you all for a meeting to devise a strategy for dealing with the situation caused by Iran. Hongxing will not simply back down. A moment of anger cannot be compared to the interests of Liansheng. Long Zhen, where has Iran gone? The phone is unreachable. Then keep trying. We must locate him tonight for the meeting. If any of you are weary, rest here. Liansheng's room is spacious. After finishing his words, Uncle Deng was the first to enter and take a rest. At this moment, Lin Huailu's gaze flickered, lost in thought. It was unprecedented for Uncle Deng to have all the bosses of Liansheng waiting for Su Ran. While chaos swept through Mongkok, Su Ran was not idle. He had long or drive him to the airport. After waiting at the airport for half an hour, he finally met Jiang Tiansheng, who had just disembarked from his flight. Upon their first meeting, they greeted each other like long-lost friends and walked shoulder to shoulder to a booth in the cafe. Hey Ran, I didn't expect you to be the one picking me up. The last time I saw you was at the Liansheng Memorial. Liansheng Memorial? Su Ran, having been in the business for several years, had never had the privilege to attend. It was impossible for Jiang Tiansheng to have encountered him, as he must have already assessed his background. After all, anyone in the underworld knows that Hongxing's head, Jiang Tiansheng, is a cunning fox of a millennium. At this moment, Su Ran chose not to expose the joke but instead smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Tiansheng before getting straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, Hongxing was established by the old master. It rightfully belongs to your family. Liang Kuan's usurpation of your position as the head of Hongxing is an act of disloyalty. Moreover, accepting bribes and engaging in extortion is utterly unjust. How can such disloyal and unjust individuals be allowed to speak on behalf of Hongxing? At this juncture, Jiang Tiansheng gazed at Su Ran with a smile, attentively listening to his words. After a few seconds, he responded gently, Iran. Although Hongxing was founded by the old master, I am no longer the head. I cannot intervene in Liang Kuan's unjust actions. Both Liansheng and Hongxing are parts of the Hongman, and our reputations are built on that. If you are dissatisfied, follow the rules. And I believe no one else in Hongxing's other factions will have objections. To have someone come all the way to pick him up from the airport, seizing a moment of opportunity, was precisely Jiang Tiansheng's intention. By doing so, he would strip Liang Kuan of his authority in Mongkok, leaving Hongxing with no grounds for complaint. With the initial objective achieved, Su Ran promptly stood up, beaming as he shook hands with Jiang Tiansheng. Mr. Jiang, I believe you are the most suitable candidate to be Hongxing's spokesperson. Liang Kuan is simply not up to the task, he remarked with a dismissive chuckle. Just as Su Ran was about to depart, the cafe's television began broadcasting the chaos unfolding in Mongkok. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Tiansheng's expression changed drastically. He quickly rose and called out to Su Ran, Iran, hold on, let's talk a bit more. Chapter 38, This Loss, We Have Endured. In the eyes of Jiang Tiansheng, the true spokesperson of Hongxing, Su Ran was merely a fledgling who feared no tiger. Even if he had forcefully taken Sun Wan, it still meant he was subject to limitations. Previously, Liang Kuan had wagered 1 million against Su Ran, employing various tactics, yet failing to compel Jiang Tiansheng to return. When he learned that Su Ran had colluded with Liang Kuan to siphon Hongxing's resources, he immediately boarded a flight back from Holland. However, this young man had seized the opportunity during his flight, launching a blitz against Liang Kuan, which compelled Jiang Tiansheng to take him seriously, as it had struck at the very roots of Hongxing. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else to discuss? If so, please be quick, I am pressed for time. Su Ran adjusted his attire and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Had he not received a response from Jiang Tianxing earlier, he would have needed to put on a facade. Now, it was no longer necessary. At this moment, both Su Ran and Jiang Tiansheng retook their seats, and the atmosphere between them had noticeably shifted. Jiang Tiansheng, who had earlier exuded grace and composure, now wore an expression of anger. In contrast, every gesture of Su Ran conveyed an air of calm assurance befitting a leader. "Hey Ran, your purpose in picking me up was to ascertain my stance on your sweep of Mongkok?" "Indeed, Mr. Jiang." Su Ran instructed Huazue to focus solely on Liang Kuan's territory, refraining from encroaching on any other Hongxing locations. Now, with Jiang Tiansheng seeking to retaliate, he found himself devoid of any justifiable pretext. Faced with Su Ran's unilateral decision, Jiang Tiansheng regretted not having opened his phone sooner. With the words already spoken, he could not go back on his word, nor could he accuse Su Ran of undermining Hongxing's interests. The excuse had vanished, leaving him with no choice but to concede. "All right, Boss Ran, you've proven to be quite formidable. You are indeed the legend of the Triads. This loss, we in Hongxing will swallow. It ends here." In response to Jiang Tiansheng's retreat, Su Ran's smile broadened. Haha. He scoffed derisively, showing no agreement with that statement. Instead, he overturned the wine glass on the table. Addressing Jiang Tiansheng with a challenging tone, "Mr. Jiang, the spokesperson for Hongxing is still Liang Kuan. Your statement may not hold water. Hey Ran, there's no need for you to beat around the bush. You came to see me with more than just this intention?" Jiang Tiansheng had discerned the entire context of the situation. Upon receiving news of Liang Kuan's intention to collect from Su Ran earlier that morning, he had prepared to return to persuade Liang Kuan to spare Su Ran, as they had already collected 7 million in territory fees and needed to honor that agreement. It seemed he was helping Su Ran, but in reality, he aimed to prevent him from further undermining Hongxing. However, he had not anticipated that Su Ran would act without a word, employing the most aggressive means to compel Jiang Tiansheng to confront him directly. With Liang Kuan still alive, should he learn of Su Ran's takeover of Mongkok, he would undoubtedly go mad, using his position as Hongxing's head to threaten other factions into waging war against Lianqing. Regardless of the outcome, it would spell disaster for Hongxing. Currently, Hongxing was a disjointed entity, lacking morale and unable to win any battles. At that time, the Dongxing gang, known for its numerical prowess, would surely seize the opportunity to attack Hongxing relentlessly. The three major factions of the island, Lianqing, Hongxing, and Dongxing, maintained a delicate balance of power. If any one faction weakened, it would be vulnerable to invasion and absorption by the other two. Jiang Tiansheng did not wish for Hongxing to perish on his watch. "Mr. Jiang, I am interested in that piece of land you hold in Kuaichang. I wonder if I might have the honor of purchasing it." No negotiations. Upon hearing Su Ran's ultimate intention, Jiang Tiansheng's anger flared, and his stance grew resolute. After saying this, he stood and stormed off. In his huff, he reached the airport's entrance and the waiting area. Jiang Tiansheng had returned in a hurry and had not arranged for anyone to pick him up. Su Ran strolled over, offered Jiang Tiansheng a smile, and made his way to the car driven by Long Air, gracefully getting inside. As he passed by once more, Su Ran looked back at Jiang Tiansheng with a broad smile and softly remarked, "Mr. Jiang, Lianqing is still waiting for me to return for the meeting. If that piece of land is truly off the table, then so be it." After Su Ran departed, Jiang Tiansheng turned to glance at Chen Yao, who appeared to be a traitor in the eyes of outsiders. "Yao, what do you think of this young upstart Ran?" If it weren't for Chen Yao setting Jiang Tiansheng up, Liang Kuan is absolutely devoid of any opportunity to ascend to the position of the leader of Hongxing. Yet, at this moment, Chen Yao stands behind Jiang Tiansheng. This indicates that there must be an undisclosed secret regarding Liang Kuan's rise. Jiang Sheng, the former Shanzai Ran, was nothing particularly special, just a petty thug. However, 6 months ago, he suddenly surged to prominence, beginning to amass wealth. Perhaps it is a sign from his ancestors, awakening his intellect. Astonishingly, he has teamed up with Liang Kuan to undermine Hongxing, siphoning off its resources. We must ensure he pays a steep price. At this juncture, Jiang Tiansheng, with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke after Chen Yao finished. "Ah Yao, which type of triad member is the most formidable?" "It is neither the brawn nor the ruthless. Rather, it is the one clad in a suit and tie. When faced with such a triad member, one must either suppress him, ensuring he never rises again, or become his ally. Otherwise, one must remain ever vigilant." Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Tiansheng responded with a previously calm and self-satisfied smile. "Ah Yao, this Shanzai Ran claims he wishes to purchase the land left by my father." Before Chen Yao could voice his disapproval, Jiang Tiansheng had already arrived at his conclusion. "I have decided to sell it to him. The condition is to deal with Liang Kuan. For the sake of the brothers of Hongxing, I must reclaim my rightful position as the leader." In the vehicle, Long Air continuously monitored Su Ran's expression through the rearview mirror. Since entering the car, his face had been set, as if everyone owed him billions. Upon returning to Tsuan Wan, Su Ran, who had been silent for half an hour, suddenly asked Long Air, Air, would you sell the relics left by your father? No, but selling them could save your life. No, then what about the future of our brothers? At this moment, Long Air turned to glance at Su Ran and asserted confidently, sell? Thus it became clear. A single phrase awakened Su Ran from his reverie. He had been pondering why Jiang Tiansheng would refuse. If he simply sold the land in Kuaiqing to him, Hongxing could return to normalcy, avoiding the peril of facing both He Liansheng and the looming threat of Dongxing. Now he finally understood. Jiang Tiansheng was using that piece of land as his final bargaining chip. Merely clearing Mongkok was insufficient for Jiang Tiansheng to relinquish his dignity. Therefore, it is necessary to intensify the flames, a blaze potent enough to rend Hongxing asunder. Opening his phone, Su Ran noticed a slew of missed calls from Long Jin, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had devised a plan and knew what to do next. Air, let us head to the territory. Understood. In the territory of He Liansheng, the leaders of the 8 districts were gathered with several elder figures asleep in the room. Suddenly, someone shouted. The boss Ran has arrived. Ran, that dapper fellow, has finally come. Long Jin bellowed, rousing everyone from their slumber. As Su Ran stepped into the reception area, he exclaimed, Wow, so many big shots are here. Uncle Long Jin, Uncle Deng, what brings you to me? Chapter 39, All-Out Assault. Under the gazes of these prominent figures from Hong Kong cinema, Su Ran entered, unfastening his suit jacket and tossing aside his nearly $1 million Patek Philippe watch. Having already gifted his previous gold Rolex to Long Air, he nonchalantly seated himself, a teasing smile directed at Lin Huailu, seated at the head. If he were not a time traveler in the world of Hong Kong cinema, he might suspect that Jiang Tiansheng and Lin Huailu were twin brothers born in different eras. Uncle Deng, having awaited Su Ran's arrival, wasted no time and spoke directly. Ran, enough chit-chat. Tonight, you've made quite an impression. Clearing Liang Kuan's territory in Mongkok and establishing your reputation alongside He Liansheng. Among the 3 major factions on the island, many now rank Hongxing ahead of He Liansheng. You have shattered everyone's perceptions. Su Ran, disinterested in such flattery, knew that unwarranted praise often comes at a cost. Uncle Deng, please don't praise me so. I'm merely acting out of personal grievances. Liang Kuan took my money without delivering results and even demanded my share. I'm simply protecting myself. Haha, Ran, just accept it. Among us at He Liansheng, you are the fiercest. Chuanbao laughed heartily. Indeed, my greatest achievement in life is bringing you, Zhua Ran, to the position of leader in Tsuanwan. Long Jin had always supported Su Ran. However, as Su Ran grew stronger, he feared being forgotten and seized this opportunity to assert his presence. At this point, Su Ran discerned Long Jin's underlying concern and earnestly replied, Uncle Long Jin, you have always been the person I respect the most. As long as I am here, I will ensure you never suffer. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Uncle Deng and the other elder figures collectively sighed in relief. With age comes caution, and they feared that teaching a disciple might lead to their own demise. They simply wished to see if Su Ran would forget his roots. A single word of respect sufficed to demonstrate Su Ran's understanding of gratitude. All right, Ran. Since you've cleared Mongkok, if Hongxing's Liang Kuan is still alive, he will certainly not rest easy. We, as He Liansheng, have established our name and will not let you face Hongxing alone. Uncle Deng's statement was a clear endorsement for Su Ran to engage in battle with Hongxing. Indeed, the leaders of our 8 districts have already conferred. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. If we fight, let us bring Hongxing to its knees. At this moment, Lin Huailu gazed solemnly at Su Ran. His position as the leader of He Liansheng appeared utterly diminished before Su Ran. If he did not take the initiative to claim credit, he would truly lack any semblance of significance. Hearing this, Su Ran promptly stood, his gaze bright, exuding an air of authority and confidence. If that is the case, let us not waste any more time. While Hongxing is currently in disarray, we should strike decisively. Jordan, Wanshai, and Sham Shui Pa all have Hongxing's territories. We must take action, leaving no room for hesitation. Uprooting Hongxing's flag and establishing a singular banner of He Liansheng in West Kowloon. Su Ran's voice resonated with clarity and purpose, inspiring all present in the conference room. In recent years, He Liansheng's influence had waned considerably. The number gang had been encroaching on various territories, and last month, Hongxing had threatened them with force. Yet, before them stood Su Ran, having dealt with Big D and forcefully become the leader of Tsuanwan, even daring to challenge Liang Kuan. Now, he had effectively cleared Hongxing from Mongkok. Countless hearts unknowingly converged upon Su Ran. All right, Depuhe, support the takeover of West Kowloon. Chuanbao will mobilize 2,000 men. Let us not forget, Chuaji, hold over 100 firearms in my possession. At this moment, He Liansheng stood united, eager to fulfill Su Ran's ambition of seizing West Kowloon. Only Lin Huailu squinted, a malevolent smile playing on his lips, lost in thought. Alu, what do you think of Jordan? If it can bring benefit to He Liansheng, Uncle Deng will support it. Had he not been advanced in age, he would have likely shouted, I want to be the first to step into Causeway Bay. Uncle Deng, we at He Liansheng do not lack manpower. But we are not as affluent as our Ran. To take West Kowloon, we will need to mobilize at least 20,000 men, which entails significant costs. At this juncture, Lin Huaili's gaze shifted to Su Ran. All present had now calmed down, their eyes collectively focused on Su Ran. In an instant, Su Ran transformed from a mere spiritual entity into the embodiment of the god of wealth. At this moment, feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, Su Ran's brow furrowed slightly. How audacious. This group of old geezers dares to demand money from me? Having mobilized nearly 10,000 to clear out Mongkok, nearly 6 million has already been spent. Now, in conjunction with Liansheng, they want to deploy another 20,000 to seize West Kowloon, racking up a total expense of at least 20 million. Should all of West Kowloon rightfully belong to Su Ran, he would gladly part with such sums, even 30 million. But is that even a possibility? Despite their apparent ineptitude, this band of uncles becomes astutely shrewd when it comes to matters of profit. Lacking the motivation to engage in a battle of wits with these old foxes, Su Ran interjected, Uncle Deng, as we prepare to clash with Hongxing alongside Liansheng. There are so many bigwigs present, it is hardly appropriate for a junior like me to foot the bill. Ran, you underestimate yourself. If we can take Mongkok, a mere pittance is all that is required. As soon as Su Ran expressed his reluctance to contribute, Lin Huailu was the first to retaliate. However, before he could finish his sentence, an unwelcome voice resounded from the entrance. TSK, Liansheng is enjoying quite the revelry tonight, going all out. Surely, they must be having too much fun to leave now. Come join me at the police station for some amusement. Senior Inspector Huang Zhicheng, flanked by 300 officers, had secretly arrived at Liansheng's territory, arriving at the perfect moment to extricate Su Ran from his predicament. Tonight, the firebrand in Mongkok reigned supreme, while Guanhong, the chief superintendent of West Kowloon, found himself thoroughly humiliated by the foreigners. The Hong Kong Island police were apprehensive about a potential conflict between Liansheng and Hongxing, fearing a disturbance to social stability. Meanwhile, Chief Su was left to tidy up the loose ends in Mongkok, reluctantly sending for Huang Zhicheng to invite Liansheng's upper echelon for tea at the police station. Police community cooperation. We at Liansheng will certainly lend our support. Lin Huailu, lacking sufficient power, dared not oppose the police, promptly exiting first. Why not invite Hongxing's people instead? Is it us you think you can bully? Chuan Bao boldly confronted Huang Zhicheng. With a cheerful demeanor, Huang Zhicheng responded, rest assured, there will be no preferential treatment. We have dispatched the Flying Tigers to extend the invitation. Upon hearing Flying Tigers, Chuan Bao instantly calmed down, pursing his lips as he exited. Once all had been escorted away, the conference hall was left with Su Ran alone, feeling significantly more spacious. Please, Boss Ran, we've kept a vehicle just for you. Huang Zhicheng beamed at Su Ran, awaiting his response. Officer Huang, I am merely a legitimate businessman here to discuss commerce. Su Ran replied. At 2:30 in the morning. Such discussions are rather ill-timed. Huang Zhicheng responded nervously, since his colleague Kai Quan had been assigned to the North District after Su Ran's 5 million complaint. He was well aware that Su Ran was the mastermind behind the Mongkok incident. Yet, he wished to avoid antagonizing this formidable figure. Officer Huang, the law does not prohibit conducting business late at night. If you insist on taking me back, I reserve the right to call Lawyer Zhang. I have heard that the Secretary for Security and the Department of Human Rights are establishing a special investigative team that is short on funds. How much do you think would be appropriate for my donation? Huang Zhicheng shuddered at this remark. Glancing back, he noted that all the Liansheng bigwigs had been escorted away, leaving only Su Ran. Beneath Su Ran's handsome visage, Huang Zhicheng slowly shifted his feet towards the exit, suddenly barking, fall back. Chapter 40. My land is worth 10 billion. Do you have such wealth? The officers in the Hong Kong film were exceedingly busy that night, with police sirens echoing throughout the evening as numerous prominent figures were taken away. The colonial governor was furious. The consequence was that all officers were deprived of sleep that night, whether from Liansheng, Hongxing, or even the East Star bigwigs. All were summoned back to the police station for tea. In an instant, countless individuals berated Su Ran internally. Damn it, Boss Ran. A heads up before the clash would have been nice. I was in the middle of something when summoned here. Damn, I was fast asleep and got dragged here. How infuriating. I've been out of the game for years. What does clearing out Mongkok have to do with me? Huang Zhicheng's weary voice echoed throughout the precinct. Enough. This is the precinct. All the notable figures are here. Do not disturb their sleep. Sir, where's Boss Ran? He is so formidable. Surely he doesn't need to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, the bosses detained in the holding cell were eager to express their grievances. Who is Boss Ran? I only know the garment merchant and philanthropist Su Ran. Huang Jiqing's words essentially conveyed to everyone present that venting their frustrations on Su Ran was futile. He was not apprehended tonight. In an instant, it became clear to all that complaining would bear no fruit, and they succumbed to sleep. At that moment, Hua Zue, hiding in a small factory in Suanwan, anxiously watched a passing police vehicle. He was not concerned about being arrested. Rather, he fretted about who would bail Su Ran out. "Sai, let us send Dasa." Hua Zue sighed softly, pressing the somewhat stressful number. "Hello, Dasa. This is Hua Zue. Boss Ran has been taken to the police station. I'm currently out of town. Could you please go?" Hua Zue, visibly anxious, barely finished his sentence before his eyes widened in disbelief at the figure entering the doorway. "Hello, Hua Zue, what is wrong? Where am I going to bail him out?" Came the panicked voice of Zhou Wen Li from the other end of the line. Su Ran approached with a smile, taking the phone from Hua Zue's hand. "Wen Li, I'm fine. You should rest well. Hua Zue is being quite rude, waking you up with his late-night jokes." "Phew, I'm glad to hear that. Brother Ran, I'm waiting for you tonight." Zhou Wen Li's gentle voice stirred a flicker of excitement in Su Ran. After hanging up, Su Ran gently patted Hua Zue. "Snap out of it. Ah, boss. All our heads are in trouble, yet you are unscathed." Hua Zue gazed incredulously at Su Ran. Instinctively speaking, he had just received word that the police had raided Lianqing's turf, apprehending all the elders who were in a meeting. How was it that Su Ran, also present at that meeting, remained untouched? Do you think my donation of 5 million to the Human Rights Office was just a game? Without irrefutable evidence, no one can touch me. Su Ran, disinterested in explaining the power of wealth to Hua Zue, sought him out to accompany him to meet Jiang Tiansheng. After exiting Lianqing's territory, Su Ran received a call from Jiang Tiansheng, inviting him to meet at a bar in Wanchai. He deemed it necessary to bring Hua Zue along. Should any mishap occur, it could prove costly. "Boss, should we deal with Jiang Tiansheng's annoyance?" Hua Zue inquired. "Fool, we are here to acquire land." On the tranquil night in Wanchai, the gentle sea breeze brushed past as Su Ran stood on a wooden passenger boat. Savoring this moment of peace, Jiang Tiansheng, meticulous in his planning, had chosen a maritime location for their discussions, ensuring that neither side could bring too many people, thereby safeguarding their security. "Please, Aran. No need. I've sat long enough at the turf tonight. Have we reached a conclusion?" "Unanimously approved. As long as we can present 20 million, the entirety of West Kowloon will fly Lianqing's flag." Su Ran's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down Jiang Tiansheng's spine. Half of West Kowloon belonged to Lianqing and the other half to Hongxing. Now, Su Ran, in Jiang Tiansheng's presence, declared his intention to replace Hongxing's flag. With such audacity, he was truly unparalleled. In the eyes of Jiang Tiansheng, even the audacious and arrogant Liang Kuan, who had usurped his position, would not dare to utter such words. After a brief silence, Jiang Tiansheng lifted a glass of red wine and offered it to Su Ran. "Aran, the three major factions in Hong Kong have coexisted peacefully for years. There is no need for us to engage in mutual destruction over a mere Liang Kuan." At that moment, Jiang Tiansheng, the former leader of the Hongxing gang, bowed his head to Su Ran. He had conducted his research and discovered that the esteemed Ran had amassed nearly 20 million for Hongxing in Mong Kok and Causeway Bay. Although Jiang Tiansheng was aware of Su Ran's penchant for making money, he was not stingy. Tonight, he had already invested over 6 million to clear out Mong Kok. Spending 200 million to seize West Kowloon would pose no issue whatsoever. "Jiang Sheng, in my eyes, Liang Kuan is already as good as dead. I am indifferent." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Jiang Tiansheng hurled his wine glass into the sea. His face darkened with fury as he glared at Su Ran and said, "Then, Aran, are you truly intent on opposing me and the 100,000 brothers of Hongxing? I cannot ascertain the exact number of brothers in Hongxing, but I am aware that many prominent figures have been summoned for tea." At this moment, Jiang Tiansheng's breathing grew labored, and he instinctively remarked, "Aran, are you planning to execute another blitzkrieg? Even the police were caught off guard while you cleared out Mong Kok. Such tactics are indeed exceedingly difficult to anticipate, and tonight is particularly critical. Should you take action, no one could possibly stop you. Perhaps by tomorrow, West Kowloon will be completely under your control." At this juncture, Hua Zue fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Tiansheng, ready to charge at him should he make any sudden moves. On this cruise ship, Jiang Tiansheng was accompanied by Chen Yao, while Su Ran was with Hua Zue. Neither party was armed, and any conflict would have to be resolved through physical confrontation. "Jiang Sheng, you know I am a businessman, solely interested in profit." Without directly responding to Jiang Tiansheng's inquiry, Su Ran gazed at the brightly lit shoreline. From the very beginning, his intention in utilizing Liang Kuan was to acquire that piece of land in Kwai Tsing, transforming himself into a real estate mogul. "Aran, Liang Kuan's existence has already jeopardized the long-standing peaceful coexistence between Hongxing and Lianqing. I understand you are not interested in the affairs of the factions. However, if you truly wish to purchase my land, there is one prerequisite. Jiang Sheng, please go ahead. Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's words, a smile crept across Su Ran's lips, and his demeanor softened. That piece of land was left to me by my father. It can only be used for legitimate purposes to earn clean money. Huazue, bring the plans. When Su Ran began plotting for the Quiet Sing land, he had arranged for someone to draft the blueprint. At that time, Huazue had even mocked Su Ran for spending money unnecessarily, but now it was finally coming in handy. As Jiang Tianxing glanced at the planning document handed over by Huazue, he suddenly realized that from the moment he became the leader in Tsuanwan, he had already been scheming for this piece of land. Suddenly, glancing at the title on the blueprint, Jiang Tianxing burst into laughter. Haha, Aran, you are truly delusional. That piece of land can now be developed. It is worth $1 billion. If you wish to purchase it, do you have that kind of money? With that, a hint of tears welled in the corners of Jiang Tianxing's eyes, yet he maintained a serious gaze fixed on Su Ran. I will pacify the uncles of Lianxing and refrain from taking action against Hongxing. If Dongxing seizes the opportunity, I will assist. You still need 500 million. Eliminate Liang Kuan, and I will help you reclaim your position as the leader of Hongxing. You will still need 2 billion. I am constructing a comprehensive garment city, and you will personally hold a 20% stake. That is still 500 million. At this point, Jiang Tianxing's expression returned to normal. 500 million was his bottom line. The previous 2 conditions were merely empty promises. Anyone could make grandiose claims. Only tangible cash was the true currency of power. Throughout the years, many real estate developers had sought Jiang Tianxing's partnership, but upon hearing the demand for 500 million in cash, they all backed out. Chapter 41, Jiang Sheng, I now present you with 2 options. Upon hearing Jiang Tianxing's request for 500 million, Huazue's expression instantly turned cold. They were all in this game together. For an ordinary person from the 4 nines, 500 million was an astronomical sum. Earlier, hearing about 1 billion had elicited no reaction, as that amount was incomprehensible to Huazue, akin to the difference between the sun and a blue star. However, 500 million was a figure he fully understood. Even a faction leader would take several lifetimes to earn that much. Jiang Tianxing had anticipated that Su Ran would not have such funds. Perhaps he was merely toying with him. Jiang Tianxing, what is the current state of Hongxing? What right do you have to negotiate with me? Huazue interjected suddenly, causing Chun Yao, who had been standing behind Jiang Tianxing, to change his expression and rush to the forefront. Huazue, do not think that just because you cleared out Mong Kok tonight, you can disrespect Jiang Sheng. Consider your own status. You are merely a thug. Jiang Tianxing and Chun Yao were in cahoots, completely disregarding Huazue as just another hoodlum. At this moment, Huazue was seething with anger, his fists clenched tightly, grinding his teeth. Su Ran had always taken care of Huazue and would not allow him to suffer this indignity. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he prepared to restore his cousin's dignity. Huazue, no need to be so angry. Go fetch the box. All right, big boss. As soon as Su Ran spoke, Huazue promptly suppressed his impulse to assault Shen Yao. After a few seconds, he returned with a box filled with contracts and diamonds. Jiang Sheng, here is the contract. Take a look. Jiang Tianxing had already witnessed Su Ran's preparation of the planning document and was not surprised by the land purchase contract presented now. This contract is in order. However, I do not see any money, so it is of no use. With that, he tossed the contract in front of Su Ran. When they boarded the ship earlier, none of them believed that Su Ran could carry 500 million in cash. As for bank drafts, those were not easily procured. Even if Jiang Tianxing possessed numerous assets, banks would not honor his requests for drafts. Jiang Sheng, do not rush. I do not have the money, but I do have this. From the depths of the box, Su Ran produced a black cloth bag before Jiang Tianxing. He poured the diamonds, valued at tens of millions, onto the velvet inside the box. Will these diamonds be in your possession? Chen Yao, having received Jiang Tianxing's approval, went to verify the authenticity of Su Ran's diamonds. After confirming they were all genuine, he gasped in astonishment. This bag of diamonds had been acquired by Su Ran at the Seven Joy Pier, and it was finally coming in handy. Jiang Sheng, do these diamonds in my possession amount to 500 million? Before Jiang Tianxing could respond, Chen Yao nervously interjected, Aran. This batch of diamonds is worth a maximum of 40 million on the market. However, they are not above board and are only worth about 10 million on the black market. Suddenly, Su Ran shut the box with a sharp snap, his gaze icy as he locked onto Jiang Tianxing. As for Chun Yao, having validated the diamonds, he was now completely disregarded by Su Ran. Jiang Sheng, I only have one question for you. Are these diamonds worth 500 million? Huazue was equally clueless as to where Su Ran had procured this batch of diamonds. All right, big boss. Yet at this moment, the formidable aura exuding from Su Ran had thoroughly suppressed Jiang Tianxing, alleviating some of the pent-up frustration within him. Under the oppressive momentum exerted by Su Ran, Jiang Tianxing, with a pallid complexion, finally spoke, Aran. The value of this batch of diamonds is clear to both of us. Su Ran, unfazed by Jiang Tianqing's words, tossed the contract before him and earnestly declared, I have already procured 50 million. Will you sign this contract? The mere mention of the diamonds placed Jiang Tianqing at a disadvantage, his breath growing somewhat labored. He could scarcely believe that Su Ran would present such a valuable haul. Although this batch of diamonds might not be worth 50 million, it undoubtedly held a value of 20 to 30 million. If he were to place them on the negotiating table with He Lianxing, it could incite a war against Hongxing, perhaps even leading to an alliance with Dongxing to carve up Hongxing's territory. Should that transpire, it was highly likely that Hongxing would meet its demise at Jiang Tianqing's hands. Thus, he and Chun Yao found themselves lost in contemplation once again. Damn Chun Yao, why underestimate the situation? There was no turning back now. After a 5-minute silence, Chun Yao, under Jiang Tianqing's fierce gaze, was the first to speak. Boss Ran, I was in the wrong. With that, he bowed slightly towards the fire mouth. Brother Hozue, my words were foolish. I hope you can forgive me. Chun Yao's actions brought a sense of relief to Hozue. Yet he could not fathom why the shift had occurred so swiftly. At that moment, Jiang Tianqing observed Chun Yao bowing in apology, remaining utterly still, not daring to meet Su Ran's gaze. The offer of 50 million was intended to compel Su Ran to retreat, to reconsider the terms regarding He Lianxing and Hongxing. Jiang Shang, do not think that Chun Yao's apology suffices. If you had not underestimated my cousin, perhaps I would have added another 10 million for you to enjoy tea together. Now, 2 choices lie before Hongxing. Either you, Jiang Tianqing, sign this contract and take the money to leave, or prepare for war against He Lianxing. As Su Ran's words fell, Chun Yao, who had been bowing in apology, suddenly turned cold, rushing towards Su Ran in an attempt to shove him into the sea. Ding! The host has taken damage, consuming 100,000, injury exempted. Bang! Chun Yao, with all his might, felt as though he had collided with an immovable fortress, his peripheral vision registering that Su Ran had not budged an inch. Crack! As he attempted to exert more force, he realized his arm felt as if it had broken. Hee. Witnessing this, Su Ran let out a cold chuckle. From the moment he boarded Jiang Tianqing's yacht, he had activated his skill of flaunting wealth. As anticipated, when negotiations falter, they resort to underhanded tactics. Fool, daring to lay hands on my boss. Hozue, skilled in combat, might not have had time to intercept Chun Yao's sudden charge, but he could certainly reduce Chun Yao to a pulp. Bang! The sound of a fierce beating echoed across the open sea. When Hozue did not hear Su Ran call for restraint, he knew it was time to unleash his fury. Chun Yao, in your next life, choose a better boss. Jiang Tianqing, witnessing Hozue's firm grip around Chun Yao's neck, immediately commanded, stop. Yet Hozue paid him no heed. You mock my lack of status? Then I shall send you down to sell salted duck eggs. Aran, I will sign the contract. Jiang Tianqing forced out these words through clenched teeth, all the while cursing inwardly. Damn you, Shanzai Ran. Just for insulting Hozue, I lose 10 million. Why not just directly insult me? For 10 million. I could endure hundreds of insults. Upon hearing this, Su Ran first ordered Hozue to cease his assault. Hozue, stop. Take care of Chun Yao first. As soon as the words left his mouth, he signed the contract and handed it to Jiang Tianqing. The contract was in 4 copies, 1 for each party, 1 for the lawyer and 1 for the land office. Once Jiang Tianqing had signed and stamped it with his fingerprint, Su Ran placed the diamond-filled box onto Chun Yao and took the land deed. Jiang Shang, may our collaboration be fruitful. With a smile, he gestured his gratitude towards Jiang Tianqing and departed with Hozue. Jiang Tianqing watched Su Ran's carefree figure retreat, his icy gaze lingering on the table. He stepped forward, reaching beneath the table to feel the cold grip of a gun. Chapter 42. Face me in battle, and if you win, I shall support you. Jiang Sheng, do not let temporary anger cloud your judgment. At this moment, the beaten Chun Yao, resembling a pig's head, sprang to his feet to intervene. In the world of Hong Kong films, Hongxing had stood strong on the island for decades, not overly concerned with fleeting tempers. Jiang Sheng had faced worse humiliations in the past, yet in the end, he too had been sent away to sell salted eggs. Fixing his gaze unwaveringly on Su Ran, Jiang Tianqing ultimately chose not to draw his gun, but instead watched him depart. Meanwhile, standing on the deck, Su Ran's mind buzzed with the system alert, causing his breath to quicken. Ding! Task completed. Reward of 200 million has been successfully issued. With a thought, he opened his attributes panel. Name, Su Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, Police Academy trainee in Hong Kong. Red stick of He Lianxing, owner of a garment factory. Physique, 88, average person 60. Intelligence, 93, average person 60. Strength, 91, average person 60. Wealth, 21. 58 billion. Career skill, flaunting wealth. 200 million in cash is far more enticing than $1 billion in real estate. Threatening Jiang Tiansheng with a war against He Lianxing and Hongxing to secure the land was a masterstroke. And using Huazui's humiliation as an excuse to pay $1 million less was nothing short of brilliance. Tomorrow night would be the moment to send Liang Kuan down to sell salted duck eggs. Returning to his residence under the cover of night, Su Ran devoted some attention to comforting Zhou Wenli. His mind remained active, too exhilarated to sleep, so he decided to shoot some hoops on the rooftop. He had secured ownership of the 456th floor, thus having no concerns about disturbing the neighbors. Those who had not finalized the transfer had been sent by Long Air to seek housing elsewhere, effectively making the entire building Su Ran's domain. Below, hundreds of men from Tsuan stood guard to prevent any desperate moves from Liang Kuan. Air, have you heard any news from Liang Kuan? Su Ran, having just made a 3-point shot, inquired of Long Air. Boss, Liang Kuan called Shiqiang from Kuaichang, knowing that Jiang Tianxing has returned to take charge. But he didn't disclose his whereabouts. I suspect he is hiding in Causeway Bay. Mongkok's territory has been cleared by Huazue, and now hundreds of officers are monitoring the area. Liang Kuan, having suffered significant losses, wouldn't he dare return to Mongkok. It's only natural for him to retreat to Causeway Bay to nurse his wounds. Unless he wishes to go down in flames with Su Ran. He will likely use his position as Hongxing's leader to pressure other factions into an all-out war against you. However, since the chaos erupted in Mongkok, the police had issued a stern statement prohibiting any Triad activities. Within 24 hours, no tattooed individuals were permitted on the streets. Tomorrow night is Liang Kuan's mother's birthday. A notorious filial son in the Underworld will undoubtedly make an appearance. Then I shall send someone to take action. Not just yet, let me think. Exercise would help clear his mind. He contemplated how to deal with Liang Kuan with the least impact. Now that he was a successful real estate mogul, violence was not the answer. Air, come over for a few rounds. The rooftop's half area had been converted by Su Ran into a single-player basketball court. Perfect for one-on-one matches. Though Long Air possesses a notably large physique, he can still execute a one-handed dunk. However, he is no match for Su Ran, often finding himself at a disadvantage. Boss, I can't compete with you. Let me fetch a younger one to keep you company. Long Air, aware that Su Ran abhors any form of leniency in basketball, reluctantly summoned a particularly skilled junior. All right. Soon enough, Long Air brought over a muscular, long-haired subordinate. Ollie, greet the boss. A somewhat wooden voice prompted Su Ran to pause and approach Long Air's side. Boss, this is Ollie. Although he appears a bit daft, he excels at basketball. I know you enjoy the game, so I specifically brought him from the court. Understood. You can step aside. I wish to play with Ollie. With that, Su Ran tossed a basketball uniform devoid of pockets to Ollie. Ollie, change into this. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll elevate your status. Ollie, grinning shyly, cast a glance at the uniform in his hands before scurrying to a corner to change. Concealing himself from Su Ran's view, he donned the new attire, devoid of any eavesdropping devices. At that moment, a playful smile graced Su Ran's lips as he observed Ollie, curious about the identity of the undercover agent sent to infiltrate the operation and the motives behind their assignment. With a resounding clap, Su Ran initiated the game, charging forward in an attempt to bypass Ollie's defense. To his surprise, the previously wooden Ollie transformed into a different player upon changing clothes. Diving forward to intercept Su Ran's advance, he executed a reverse layup, securing the first rebound. Not bad, keep it up. Despite conceding points, Su Ran remained unfazed, offering praise to Ollie instead. After 15 minutes of back-and-forth play, Su Ran narrowly triumphed over Ollie by a single point. Breathing heavily, Su Ran tossed a bottle of water to Ollie. Although he had activated his wealth display ability, physical exertion did not deplete his finances. At this point, Ollie reverted to his earlier day's demeanor, opening the bottle and gulping it down in one go. When did you start working with Air? Half a month ago. Do you know why your superior allowed you to play basketball with me? To gather intel. Su Ran found conversing with Ollie rather exhausting. Disliking interactions with those who feigned ignorance, he preferred to dive straight into the matter at hand. Entering the room, he produced a bag and tossed it in front of Ollie. Inside this bag, you'll find a black star and 500,000. Handle Ling Kuan, then head to Taiwan. Return in 3 years. Boss, can I really do this? Ollie, visibly excited, gazed at the money with uncertainty. If I say you can, then you can. Now go. With that, Su Ran disregarded the undercover Ollie. Testing the undercover's loyalty through an assassination contract was indeed fitting. As Ollie clutched the bag and approached the staircase, he suddenly turned back to Su Ran, exclaiming, Boss, I will definitely take care of Ling Kuan. His voice boomed, audible even to those below. Upon hearing this, Su Ran froze momentarily, recalling the system notification in his mind. Ding, mission activated. Spare undercover agent Zheng Zhili. Reward, 500,000. Non-main quest, the host may decline. Indeed, he was an undercover agent. System, I refuse the mission. Ding, mission refusal successful. Moments later, Su Ran erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? Ollie, we are legitimate businessmen. How can we engage in illegal activities? Come back." Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Long Air dashed over, relieved to see him unharmed. "Ah, Air. You're fine. You can leave." If Ollie quietly departed with the bag, Su Ran would not be concerned about whether he succeeded in eliminating Ling Kuan. However, speaking so loudly was clearly an attempt to broadcast the matter. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran declared that he would not partake in unlawful deeds. Ollie, boss, Ollie, believing he had erred, stood nervously before Su Ran. "Stop pretending, isn't it exhausting? Tell me which high-ranking police officer sent you, and what the objective is." Leaning against the railing, Su Ran regarded Ollie with a smile. Even when faced with Su Ran's direct confrontation, Ollie desperately attempted to conceal his identity. His complexion paled, trembling, with hands and feet flailing in a display of innocent bewilderment and distress. "Guanhong, Inspector Lee, Inspector Su." Upon Su Ran uttering Inspector Su, Ollie's body quivered slightly. So, it was Inspector Su. If something were to happen to him, would this undercover agent still be able to maintain his cover? Alternatively, if this undercover agent faced misfortune, would Inspector Su assist in restoring his identity? Chapter 43. Your mathematics was taught by the universe's king. At this moment, Su Ran had already discerned which character from the Hong Kong film had sent Ollie as an undercover agent. Yet, his tone carried a hint of melancholy, reminiscing about his own time as an undercover agent, seemingly forgotten by the higher-ups. "Boss, I truly don't understand what you're saying. I'm not an undercover agent. I don't know what to do now." Ollie, exceedingly anxious, stammered as he spoke. Yet, he refrained from using the black star in the bag against Su Ran, seeking a chance to escape. If he were indeed an undercover agent, aware that his contact officer had encountered an accident, he would never continue in that role. What good is being an undercover agent? Exposure leads to death. Failure results in hardship. Success merely prolongs suffering. Even if he were to regain his identity, he would not earn the trust of his peers, continuing to suffer. 3 years, then 3 more years, and after 3 years, the cycle continues. For what purpose? Su Ran muttered to himself, seemingly questioning his own existence. If someone were to contact him, what should he do? Resign? Or orchestrate an accident? I don't know. Don't ask me. Ollie, summoning all his strength, hurled the bag away and clutched his head in agony, crouching down. Just then, Long Air burst in, spotting Ollie in distress. He ignored him and rushed to the visibly troubled Su Ran. "Ada, the handsome man from Hongqing has come for his girl. Did he bring many people?" "No, just himself. He demands we release his girl." At this, Su Ran recalled the individual who had stolen his GTR earlier that day, the stuttering girl. At the time, he was preoccupied with dealing with Ling Kuan and had no time to spare. "Where is the stuttering girl?" "On the 4th floor, still unconscious." "Bring her here." "Let the handsome man come up." After issuing the command, Long Air pointed at Ollie as he reached the staircase. As for Ollie, he should be detained. Finally, Chun Haonan from Hongqing had arrived to rescue his woman. It was time to send Ling Kuan off to sell salted duck eggs. When Long Air escorted Chun Haonan to the rooftop, he beheld the still unconscious stuttering girl before Su Ran and immediately attempted to rush forward. Let her go? Yet, he could only utter that one command, as he was swiftly pinned to the ground by Long Air, his hands bound. "Boss Ran, if anything happens to the stuttering girl, I will not spare you." Su Ran had always preferred a soft approach over a hard one. When the Hongqing leader Ling Kuan resorted to force, he was swiftly eliminated. Jiang Tiansheng, who also took a hard stance, found himself ensnared in a deal worth 10 billion. Now it is Chun Haonan's turn. Unfortunately, Su Ran could tell at a glance that he was financially strapped, so she walked over to the stammering girl, gazing at her delicate features, and gently reached out to caress her. "Hee, handsome Nan, why are you not letting me go? If you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one." Upon witnessing Su Ran's actions, Chun Haonan's eyes were ablaze with fury as he struggled and roared. "Did you not graduate from elementary school? I'm in charge now. Why should I engage in a duel with you? However, for the sake of Hongqing, I can agree to a duel with your girl." After saying this, Su Ran lowered her head slightly and caught sight of the stammering girl's enchanting figure, causing a flicker of excitement within her. "Ding! You have taken down the stammering girl's first blood. Reward, 1 million. Side quest, the host can refuse." Weren't Chun Haonan and the stammering girl a couple? Why is the first blood still in play? At that moment, the system prompt resonated in Su Ran's mind, leaving her puzzled as she looked at the stammering girl. Could it be that they are quite traditional and insist on marriage before engaging in such matters? Feeling somewhat conflicted, Su Ran observed Chun Haonan, who was being firmly held down by Long Air and was still desperately struggling. Sigh, never mind, after all. This kid Chun Haonan was once my idol. Not wanting to be bound by the task, if she were willing, then perhaps it would be acceptable to proceed. System, I refuse the quest. With a smile on her face, Su Ran gazed at Chun Haonan. "Handsome Nan, What brings you, a fallen flower from Hongxing, to my territory? Seeing that Su Ran did not continue to target the stammering girl, Chun Haonan finally relaxed. Boss Ran, I beg you to spare her. I can do anything for you. At that moment, a wave of sorrow enveloped the rooftop, making Su Ran feel quite uncomfortable. Air, release him. Bossy. For a woman, daring to venture alone into my den of tigers and dragons should be treated favorably. After saying this, Su Ran pointed at the unconscious stammering girl behind her. If he makes any move, throw that girl off the building. No, Boss Ran, I won't make a move. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan immediately became agitated again. After a minute, once he calmed down, he knelt before Su Ran, abandoning his dignity to save the stammering girl. Boss Ran, I do not know how the stammering girl has offended you. You and I are both men of loyalty. I hope you will spare her. Hearing this, Su Ran, who was prepared to let Chun Haonan deal with Liang Kuan, was ready to negotiate. Handsome Nan, let us get straight to the point here. Your girl stole my car and crashed my goods. Now the car is wrecked and the goods are burnt. How do you propose we settle this? This debt I will take. Chun Haonan stood up, glanced at the stammering girl, and spoke with unwavering determination. All right, handsome Nan, listen closely. My GTR is a new car, valued at 1 million. The cargo in the vehicle is worth 5 million. To pursue your girl, I mobilized over 1,000 men in the middle of the night, which amounts to 4 million. Since we are familiar with each other, let us overlook the car theft and total it to 10 million. Will you pay by card or cash? Upon hearing Su Ran's calculation, Long Air could not help but gasp in shock. That red GTR was stolen from Didi and cost nothing. The truck carrying the goods merely had its rear end bumped. The cargo was completely unharmed. The 1,000 men who chased after them were directly led away by Jose to sweep the venue in Mongkok. In total, the only loss was a mere 3,000 for repairs. Yet now, Chun Haonan was being charged 10 million. Suddenly, Long Air looked at Su Ran with admiration, exclaiming, Boss, your math must have been taught by the king of the universe. Hearing the figure of 10 million, Chun Haonan nearly fainted from shock. He had followed Boss B for over a decade and had barely earned a few 100,000. What? No money to pay? Then I will have to sell your girl to the bar. However, even if I worked to death, I still couldn't clear this debt. Forget it. I'll just let her be thrown out on the street. After saying this, Su Ran shook her head slightly, preparing to let Long Air throw the stammering girl down. No, Boss Ran, give me some time. I will definitely repay you. Chun Haonan hastily intervened. Time? How long are we talking? A day or 10 years? Chun Haonan initially meant to ask for 3 years, yet the words caught in his throat. 10 million at the lowest interest rate would amount to nearly 100 million over 3 years. As a fallen red stick, how could he repay that? Watching Long Air prepare to lift the stammering girl into a sleeping bag, Chun Haonan felt a surge of desperation and suddenly thought of a solution. Boss Ran, I cannot repay the money. However, I can help you deal with Liang Kuan. Chapter 44, The Stammering Girl Has Amnesia. In the world of Hong Kong films, the factions and alliances are well known. The enmity between Boss Ran and Liang Kuan is something every underworld figure is aware of. It can be said that Boss Ran climbed to prominence by stepping on Liang Kuan. Although he had spent a lot of money, no one among the 49ers lacks respect for him. Chun Haonan's intention was to assist Su Ran in resolving the Liang Kuan situation in exchange for the stammering girl. Upon hearing this, Su Ran was about to speak when a system prompt appeared in her mind. Ding, quest issued. Spare Chun Haonan. Eliminate Liang Kuan. Reward, 30 million. Hee, handsome Nan. I estimate your language skills must have been taught by the old Thai people. How can you discuss 2 separate matters in one breath? After finishing her words, Su Ran walked over to the stammering girl again, gazing at her tender skin, feeling a subtle stirring within. Boss Ran, what must I do to ensure the stammering girl has safety? Handsome Nan, do you want a complete stammering girl or a body that can be mourned? Shanzi Ran, do not force me. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Chun Haonan immediately went berserk, desperately trying to break free from his bindings. Long Air, seeing this, rushed up and delivered an elbow strike to Chun Haonan's shoulder blade, rendering him defenseless. Observing Chun Haonan struggling on the ground, Su Ran felt a twinge of compassion. Having had enough of the games, it was time to get to the point. All right, I 1T bully you, this relic of the past, one person for another. You will serve me, and I will return the stammering girl to you. Very well, as long as you release the stammering girl, my life is yours. A token of allegiance is required. I understand. I'll Air. Long Air glanced at Su Ran with some concern, but still proceeded to untie Chun Haonan. Where am I? At that moment, the stammering girl groggily awakened, and as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Ran leaning beside her. Who are you? At this moment, Su Ran, observing the bewildered expression on the stammering girl's face, wondered if she had perhaps lost her memory. I am Su Ran. You may also call me Boss Ran. Boss Ran. That name sounds so familiar. The stammering girl had transitioned under Boss B's wing, receiving care akin to that of a father. Perhaps she confused the two names. Adding a touch of warmth to her gaze, towards Su Ran. Stammering girl, how are you? With her hands freed from restraint, Chun Haonan rushed to the stammering girl's side, inquiring with concern. Who are you? Don't come near. Upon seeing Chun Haonan approach, the stammering girl displayed an expression of sheer terror. She panicked and quickly crawled towards Su Ran, who had stepped back. What have you done to her? Upon witnessing his beloved woman fail to recognize him, Chun Haonan's eyes widened in despair as he desperately shouted towards Su Ran. Perhaps she was in an accident and has lost her memory. Su Ran shrugged in response, affirming that he had not inflicted any harm upon the stuttering girl. Long Air, standing nearby, concurred. You pulled her from the car? And she has remained in a coma ever since. Numerous witnesses can attest to that. The boss summoned several doctors, all of whom confirmed a concussion. Even if it were a concussion, how could she possibly not recognize me? Chun Haonan, in disbelief, sprang to his feet, intent on rushing over to embrace the stuttering girl. Don't come over. You're bad news. The stuttering girl reacted even more vehemently, using all her strength to push Chun Haonan away, with his arms wrapped around the stuttering girl. Chun Haonan felt as though his very soul had been stripped away upon seeing the woman he cherished in such a state. That night, the two had engaged in a heated argument over marriage. The outcome was his abrupt declaration. I must assist the boss in avenging B before we can even contemplate marriage. Previously, Chun Haonan had told the stuttering girl, in Hong Kong Island, the only one brave and influential enough to confront Liang Kuan is the boss from Tsuen Wan. Perhaps that was why the stuttering girl had attempted to steal Su Ran's car in Tsuen Wan, intending to frame Liang Kuan and incite a conflict. Little did she know, she had ensnared herself in the situation. Looking down at the stuttering girl desperately trying to hide behind him, Su Ran softly addressed Chun Haonan. Handsome Nan. I believe she is better off with me. Stuttering girl, I implore you to take good care of her. At this juncture, Chun Haonan had no choice but to acquiesce. All of this was the result of his own misdeeds. Who else could he blame? Tomorrow night, in Wan Chai, Liang Kuan's mother is celebrating her birthday. You understand what needs to be done. I know, but we need manpower. Upon uttering those words, Chun Haonan turned his gaze towards the stuttering girl cowering behind Su Ran, a surge of determination rising within him. I'll air. When it comes to matters of violence, Long Air is far more adept now. I will arrange a team of gunmen for you. The team of gunmen brought by Long Air consisted of 12 individuals, tasked with safeguarding Su Ran's safety. Now, half of them would be allocated to Chun Haonan to deal with Liang Kuan. Boss Ran, both our lives rest in your hands. Chun Haonan approached the staircase, turning to Su Ran with a serious expression. However, Su Ran merely chuckled coldly, dismissing him. Allowing Chun Haonan to confront Liang Kuan was merely a ruse to divert attention. Once inside, he arranged for the stuttering girl to change clothes in the bathroom before picking up the phone. Old Rye, 9527. Boss Ran, are you looking to place a bet? I need to borrow some men. Old Rye's henchmen were formidable. They had once swept through over 1,000 of Tsuen Wan's big shots with just 500 men. Though costly, to ensure absolute security, the expenditure was necessary. Haha. Boss Ran, if you don't bet, don't come looking for me. Old Rye's resolute voice echoed through the phone. Among the gangsters on Hong Kong Island, his reputation for having skilled henchmen was well known. But if everyone came to borrow men, how could he conduct his business on the periphery? Old Rye. Then I'll bet on Manchester City to win. 200 million, do you dare accept? Are you playing games? The whole world knows Manchester City is a sure win tonight. With odds of 105, betting 200 million will ruin me. Old Rye's furious shout rang in his ears, causing a smile to form on Su Ran's face. Old Rye, I need to borrow men. Tomorrow night at 7, 500 henchmen, 3 million. Don't come looking for me thereafter. With that, he hung up, effectively agreeing to Su Ran's request for assistance. After the stuttering girl finished her shower and changed into fresh clothes, she emerged like a pristine lotus, exuding elegance and grace. Upon seeing the stuttering girl clad in his attire, Su Ran found her delicate, fair thighs utterly captivating. You should stay here. With that, Su Ran turned and left. Unable to contain himself, needing to seek out Zhou Wenli to relieve his pent-up frustration, the stuttering girl immediately threw herself onto Su Ran, tightly embracing him. With a trembling voice, she implored, "Don't go. I only recognize you. I don't know what to do." "Damn," he exclaimed. "Sister, I am a normal man." Turning to look, he was met with the stuttering girl's pitiable expression, rendering him unable to act unkindly. Exploiting someone's vulnerability was not the behavior of a decent person. Despite his firm resolve, he struggled to suppress the fire raging within him. "Boss Ran, I remember you used to take care of me. You even helped me put on my shoes when I was little." "When you were little?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, surely this stuttering girl doesn't see me as her mother. However, when the stuttering girl leapt onto him, her long, graceful, and fair legs swaying enticingly before him, He realized that if she was willing, then it was time for him to make an appearance. Chapter 45. Caring for the environment is not a crime. The night had grown late. According to Sue's dialectical science, every amnesiac tends to regard the first person they encounter as their most significant individual. At this moment, the stuttering girl, who had been unconscious for several hours, was completely devoid of sleepiness, while Sue Ran, brimming with energy, also felt wide awake. However, faced with the amnesiac stuttering girl, Sue Ran had no choice but to teach her some basic skills. Boss Ran, didn't you say you would help me with my shoes? Where are they? The stuttering girl looked at Sue Ran with a bashful expression. Instinctively, she seemed to understand what was about to transpire. Sue Ran, feeling a surge of excitement, watched as her fair, long legs swayed gently before him. Damn, why are you forcing me? Amidst his anger, Sue Ran suddenly awoke, momentarily forgetting his fury. In 5 minutes, the distance between the two shifted from far to near and back again within the span of a heartbeat. A blush painted the sky with crimson hues. Half an hour later, the stuttering girl finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Sue Ran emerged, shaking himself off. Still very much alert. Sleep well. After allowing the stuttering girl to occupy the room, Sue Ran ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the faint red glow on the eastern horizon, filled with contemplation. Over the past month, he had risen from the depths of obscurity to a position equal to that of the leaders of the Hongxing gang. He had become a legend among the Triads. However, this was not what Sue Ran desired. He aspired to be a wealthy and powerful magnate. His mind was preoccupied with how to develop the land in Quaitsing. It is worth noting that real estate was not an easy venture. The 200 million in Sue Ran's possession might be exhausted before even the foundation was laid. He needed to earn money, striving to transform that plot of land into the largest comprehensive shopping paradise in all of Hong Kong Island, and even Asia, with shopping above, sleeping quarters below, and entertainment underground. At that point, who would dare to call him a failure? After serious reflection, Sue Ran had come to a resolution. If Jiang Tiansheng were to head to Holland to sell salted duck eggs, he could secure a full 100% share. However, the most pressing matter was to clarify the situation regarding the undercover agent. Sue Ran descended from the rooftop and made his way downstairs, opening the door to Ollie's confinement. The room contained only a single chair, upon which Ollie was bound by long hair. As his eyes adjusted to the light, Ollie slowly opened them, his gaze fixating on Sue Ran with the intensity of a beast. At that moment, Ollie understood that his identity as an undercover agent had been exposed, and being bound to the chair, there was no need for him to feign innocence any longer. Let us talk. What information were you gathering while infiltrating Air's circle? Every police department has the capacity to dispatch undercover agents infiltrating various influential factions, yet each operative is assigned a distinct mission. Volcano Brother, my objective is to unearth you. Upon hearing Ollie candidly reveal his task, Sue Ran's eyes narrowed into slits. He pondered, what exactly has transpired with my line? Sue Ran neither confirmed nor denied his status as an undercover agent. He merely sought to comprehend why, after such a prolonged period, no one had reached out to him. Uncertain, he mused that now his identity was unveiled, his fate rested in Ollie's hands. Yet, he could not fathom why Ollie had transformed into this. As an undercover agent, Ollie remained loyal to the police, observing the man before him, Sue Ran, who had ascended to become one of the most powerful figures in Suan and within the island's factions. He was baffled by this metamorphosis. With Sue Ran's current influence, he could effortlessly dismantle the Liansheng faction if he chose to return to the police. Ollie, do you wish to live? Sue Ran inquired. To which Ollie, with a self-deprecating smile, retorted, who does not wish to live? He had already concluded that Sue Ran, this undercover agent, had betrayed his allegiance and was now intent on eliminating him. If you wish to survive, follow my instructions. If you desire death, I can facilitate that as well. Hearing Sue Ran's words, Ollie was engulfed in inner turmoil, his eyes flickering before he slowly closed them. In his education, he had always been taught to uphold the law and become a pillar of society. Yet, Ollie was acutely aware that the formidable Sue Ran could indeed render him a supposed pillar of society, entirely erased from existence. What was the purpose of being an undercover agent? With no money, no identity, no freedom, and living in constant fear. Before becoming an undercover operative, he was filled with fervor to save this corrupt world. 3 years later, Ollie merely yearned to be an ordinary man. Given the choice, he would never have aspired to be an undercover agent. After a moment of reflection, he reopened his eyes. I do not wish to die? Very well. Hand over your undercover journal. I will handle the rest. From now on, there will be no more undercover Ollie, just a powerful figure overseeing Liansheng, with a monthly income of 100,000. Upon hearing the monthly income of 100,000, Ollie's lips twitched uncontrollably, his mind screaming, 100,000. I have served 3 years as an undercover agent, earning only 50,000. Convincing that group of officers that Ollie had indeed turned traitor would be a simple task for Su Ran. After uncovering certain secrets, he presented a debt contract for Ollie to sign. Undercover agents were permitted to indulge in revelry and partake in feasts, but gambling was strictly forbidden. A loss in gambling meant the police would bear the financial burden. A debt of 10 million was sufficient for Officer Su to entirely relinquish Ollie as an undercover agent. If he chose not to abandon him, repayment was necessary. The subsequent plan entailed Su Ran orchestrating Officer Su's removal. Then, with a bit of monetary persuasion, he would enlist the help of the underworld to erase Ollie's records. In truth, Su Ran could have easily employed a straightforward method to ensure Ollie could never speak again. However, recalling the despairing gaze of Ollie when he was bagged by the thugs in the original storyline lingered in Su Ran's mind. As a fellow undercover agent, he understood the anguish, rendering him incapable of making such a decision. The following morning, prompted by the storyline's directives, Su Ran arranged a meeting with lawyer Zhang, requesting a donation of 1 million for the Environmental Protection Association and another million for the Traffic Control Department. Within 3 hours, he secured the necessary permits for the environmental march, along with the designated route. Once the permits were in hand, Su Ran promptly led 5,000 environmental advocates towards Mongkok in a grand procession. Boss Ran, could you do us a favor today and refrain from stirring up trouble? Officer Su implored, arms outstretched to block Su Ran, his expression one of melancholy. Officer Su, have you taken your medication today? Is caring for the environment now a crime? Long Air, standing behind Su Ran, brandished a banner proclaiming that caring for the environment is everyone's responsibility. Sensing Su Ran's demeanor, he immediately shouted, Hong Kong Island is my home. It takes collective effort to protect the environment. With Long Air's rallying cry, an overwhelming wave of sound surged forth, causing the officers to wobble on their feet. Once the chanting subsided, Officer Su grimaced in discomfort, clutching his ears. Boss Ran, what is your true intention? Despite the presence of numerous police cars and hundreds of officers on high alert, Officer Su dared not make any reckless moves. Since the previous day's crackdown in Mongkok, the police force across Hong Kong Island had mobilized to maintain order. Business in Mongkok had surged nearly 30% due to the police presence. However, the patrons had now all fled. Officer Su, I am conducting an environmental march in accordance with all regulations. Are you truly attempting to impede me? Certainly not. Then step aside. Environmental protection is paramount, and any repercussions would be too great for someone of your modest rank to bear. With that, Su Ran brushed past Officer Su, and the environmental advocates paid no heed to the obstructive officer as they continued on their way. I am merely a lowly officer, Officer Su thought bitterly. As a senior officer in the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, even the leaders of the 3 major factions on Hong Kong Island would greet him with respect. Yet now, he was disregarded by Su Ran, and though frustration bubbled within him, he had no outlet. He could only follow behind, curious to see what this legendary boss Ran truly intended. Chapter 46. The P.E. Teacher's disapproval could lead to your demise. In a nightclub in Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan was on the phone, visibly irritated as he puffed on a cigarette. Mom, I know it's your birthday today. I've booked an entire restaurant to celebrate with you. I'm in the middle of negotiating a multi-billion deal and can't leave. Stop complaining. I'll come by later to cut the cake. After the call ended, Liang Kuan furiously smashed the phone. Just then, he heard a faint sound of the door creaking open. Ears perked, Liang Kuan quickly concealed himself and, upon seeing who it was, bellowed, Silly Chong, where have you been? Boss, something major has happened. What? Did that brat Ran come for us? Under the police's intensified crackdown, Liang Kuan, hiding in the nightclub, dared not reveal himself, let alone confront Su Ran. The manpower in Mongkok had diminished by 80% following the police sweep. Jiang Tiansheng had returned to take charge of Hung Hing, while the remaining 1,000 or so individuals in Causeway Bay were not particularly supportive of him as their leader. They merely followed his orders out of necessity. Only a handful of loyal subordinates remained by Liang Kuan's side, making it impossible to confront Su Ran directly. Even for his mother's birthday, he merely funded the celebration and dared not show his face. Boss, Shanzai Ran is leading 5,000 people in a march in Mongkok. Marching before dark? Isn't he afraid of getting caught by the cops? Upon learning the reason behind Su Ran's march in Mongkok, Liang Kuan turned and smashed the television, roaring, damn it, he's flaunting his authority. Just a month prior, Liang Kuan had followed Su Ran's plan to parade boldly through Tsuanwan. Hearing that he was now employing the same tactic in Mongkok to assert dominance filled him with fury. At that moment, upon seeing Liang Kuan in a frenzy, Silly Chong suddenly burst into laughter. The sight of the boss, resembling a madman as he smashed things, instinctively made Chong take a step back. Thinking to himself, Liang Kuan has truly lost it. I'll go find Chi-Chi to escape tonight. Shanzai Ran in Mongkok is surely surrounded by the police. Tonight marks the moment of Liang Kuan's grand return to the underworld. With Su Ran absent and the police nowhere in sight, Liang Kuan can emerge boldly, assuming his role as the leader of the Hung Hing gang to set his plans into motion. He intends to coerce the other leaders of Hung Hing's factions into lending him men to confront Su Ran. By securing 1,000 or so from each faction, he would gain the necessary strength to face Su Ran head-on and reclaim Mongkok. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's scheme, Sha Chong immediately interjected, "Boss, acquiring troops will cost a fortune. As a leader of Hung Hing, if I pay, it would imply a lack of respect for the other faction leaders, essentially putting me in their debt. I cannot be so generous as to complicate their lives." Sha Chong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, "No wonder even the PE teacher praises you. Failing to do so would surely lead to dire consequences. Sha Chong, call the other factions of Hung Hing and inform them that I, their leader, await them at the restaurant in Causeway Bay." As Liang Kuan strode out of the disco with nearly 100 followers, onlookers along the roadside were taken aback. Truly, as a leader of Hung Hing, he dared to appear so brazenly on the streets despite the heavy police patrols. "Hey, haven't you been watching TV today? What is so interesting about TV?" Su Ran is parading in Mongkok, and nearly 80% of the police on the island are occupied with maintaining order. It was clear now. Not only these gangsters, but even those who had not been summoned to the police station were discussing Liang Kuan's audacious move. Look at that Liang Kuan, only daring to show his face after seeing Su Ran cornered by the police in Mongkok, and he even invited me to his mother's birthday feast. Are you going? Of course. He is, after all, a leader of Hung Hing. My attendance is to uphold the honor of the gang. In that case, I shall go too. At the restaurant in Causeway Bay, look at that Liang Kuan. Why doesn't the boss let me finish him off? At this moment, Huazue, witnessing Liang Kuan swagger into the restaurant, nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl his machete at him. He had received orders from Su Ran and was now in command of 500 henchmen dispatched by Lao Wai, lying in wait nearby, guarding every street corner. Upon seeing Liang Kuan enter, he instructed his men to remain still. If Liang Kuan attempted to flee, they were to strike him down immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan, tasked with neutralizing Liang Kuan, waited inside the restaurant with Long Air and his team of gunmen, having anticipated Liang Kuan's arrival for quite some time. Observing Liang Kuan greet patrons as if nothing were amiss, he was caught off guard when Liang Kuan accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying tea. "You scoundrel! You dare to bump into me!" he erupted, unleashing a torrent of curses and even delivering several kicks. "Hey, if you're going to hit him, take him to the restroom. Don't disrupt my card game." As Liang Kuan dragged the waiter into the restroom, Chen Haonan seized the moment to initiate his plan. "Get him!" A burly figure in women's clothing swung a teapot forcefully at Liang Kuan's mother. The impact struck the back of her head, scalding hot water splashed onto her, and she let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The cry echoed throughout the restaurant. Hearing his mother's wails, Liang Kuan rushed out, spotting the attacker fleeing through the back door. "How dare you harm my mother? I will annihilate you." Enraged by the sight of his mother being assaulted, Liang Kuan's fury ignited. It was one thing to be humiliated by Su Ran, but now even a mere lackey dared to defile him. The provocateur continued taunting him, further stoking Liang Kuan's rage until he drew his Black Star handgun and charged towards the back exit. As Liang Kuan pursued, the assailant dashed out of the restaurant. Bang! Bang! Liang Kuan, in a fit of anger, fired without aiming. Liang Kuan is killing someone. Help! The bullets, wild and indiscriminate, barely missed the assailant, who fled into the dark alley, terrified. "Come out, you coward! You dared to harm my mother, but lacked the courage to face me." Liang Kuan followed into the alley, disregarding any potential ambush. Unable to locate his target, he shouted loudly, hoping to provoke the assailant into revealing himself. A distance away from the ambush site, the assailant took a deep breath and appeared before Liang Kuan, shouting, "I'm right here, come at me." He extended his finger in a taunting gesture. "You scoundrel!" Hearing the challenge from behind, Liang Kuan turned and fired 2 shots in response. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of gunfire echoed. "Ah! Help!" The assailant cried out as he fled. "I will destroy you." The alley behind the restaurant was a dead end. Knowing the terrain well, Liang Kuan tilted his head and menacingly advanced inward. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan, lying in wait at the alley's entrance, instantly recognized Liang Kuan's red suit and fired without hesitation. "It's Liang Kuan, shoot." With Chen Haonan's command, Long Air's gunmen unleashed a torrent of fiery bullets. In that critical moment, Liang Kuan sensed the impending danger. Exposing only half of his body, he quickly retreated. Bang! As he ducked back into the alley, he realized he had been ambushed. A sharp pain shot through his arm, causing him to drop his gun. An ambush. It must be that scoundrel Shan Zai. Chase him. Seeing the flash of red, Chen Haonan understood Liang Kuan had escaped and immediately gave chase, lamenting why he hadn't waited a moment longer to avenge Boss B. Liang Kuan, come out. Exiting the alley onto the street, Chen Haonan noticed the surroundings were eerily calm, devoid of any chaos. He quickly deduced that Liang Kuan had not yet escaped and returned to the alley to search diligently. The alley was dark and narrow. In his urgency to find Liang Kuan, Chun Haonan instructed his gunmen to split up and search. As he rounded a corner, he suddenly heard Liang Kuan's hoarse voice. "So it's you, scoundrel." Bang! Several gunshots rang out, and Chun Haonan immediately crouched down, rolling to the wall for cover. With a bullet wound in his right hand, Liang Kuan attempted to fire with his left, but the bullets went astray, failing to hit Chun Haonan. Frustrated by his jammed gun, he cursed and discarded it, sprinting into the darkness. Knowing Chun Haonan was lying in wait, he figured there had to be more of them outside. Liang Kuan spotted a rear staircase and dashed up without a second thought, just as he reached the rooftop. He barely had time to catch his breath when his peripheral vision caught a glint of cold steel approaching, causing him to panic and roll to evade. Hua Zui had been lying in wait on the rooftop. Upon seeing Liang Kuan, he lunged forward, wielding a machete with no hesitation. "Liang Kuan, you pest. I don't believe your luck will hold out forever." Hua Zui swung his blade repeatedly. Each strike narrowly missed as Liang Kuan evaded. "Hua Zui, you dare lay a hand on me? I am a leader of Hung Hing." "Leader? You can take that and shove it. You can eat shit." Hua Zui spat, mocking Liang Kuan. "Even if you were appointed governor today, I would still kill you." Hua Zui cornered Liang Kuan against the edge of the rooftop, eyeing him like a frightened bird. With an audacious grin, he approached step by step. At that moment, the panic-stricken Liang Kuan, gripped by fear, retreated until he found himself at the edge of the railing, unable to retreat any further. Shanzai ran. "I am the spokesperson of Hongxing, and I shall always be." Unbeknownst to him, perhaps Liang Kuan had indulged a bit too much earlier, leading him to hallucinate and mistake Hua Zui for Su Ran. With a furious roar, he charged at Hua Zui in a frenzy. Upon witnessing this, Hua Zui swiftly dodged aside, while Liang Kuan, unable to halt in time, collided violently with the dilapidated railing of the rooftop. Several steel bars could not withstand the force of his desperate last effort, and under the inertia of several hundred pounds of impact, Liang Kuan plummeted from the rooftop. Thud! A dark figure fell from the 7th-floor terrace, crashing down onto the roof of a car below. In the night, Liang Kuan gazed at the dazzling colors, twitched a few times, and fell silent thereafter. Alas, he had not even touched you, and yet had met his demise. What a tragic end. Hua Zui glanced down, cursed loudly, and fled. He had thrown numerous knives earlier, yet none had struck Liang Kuan. The cycle of karma is indeed true. Wicked souls face their just deserts. The only sound left was the blaring sirens of police cars, slicing through the tranquility of the night. From this night onward, the name Liang Kuan of Hongxing would no longer resonate across the island. Instead, it would be replaced by the one known as De Lao Ran, the spokesperson for Lianqing Tsuanwan. Amidst the wailing sirens, De Lao Ran was in Mong Kok, flaunting his authority. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan had descended to sell salted duck eggs. The news of Lianqing's twin flowers vanquishing Hongxing's spokesperson Liang Kuan spread like thunder across the island. Those big shots who had just been released on bail from the police station were instantly thrown into chaos upon hearing this news. Liang Kuan had fallen to selling salted duck eggs, and all of Hongxing's establishments in Mong Kok had been claimed by Hua Zui. They were so astonished that they could hardly close their jaws. This matter had reached an unexpected conclusion. Just last night, they had swept through Mong Kok, and today they had dealt with Liang Kuan. As a large number of officers surrounded Su Ran, upon receiving the news of Liang Kuan's demise, the officers stationed in Mong Kok all rushed to Causeway Bay. Hua Zui swiftly entered to stake his claim, accomplishing it in less than half an hour. Wasn't Liang Kuan, renowned for his fighting prowess, supposed to be invincible? How could he have been so easily dispatched? The entrance of the already clamorous police station resembled a boiling pot. Crowds surged, a fervent atmosphere engulfed the scene. The security guard weakly stepped forward to shoo them away. "Everyone, this is a police station." Lianqing's leaders from the 9 districts were directly holding a meeting inside. Those uncles who had just been bailed out by Su Ran remained seated, listening intently. Lin Weilu sat at the head of the table, radiating joy. As the spokesperson for Lianqing, having infiltrated Mong Kok with his Tsuanwan faction, how could he not be pleased? Look, Liang Kuan, the so-called fierce one, was so arrogant. Yet how did he end up being so easily subdued by Hua Zui? Dragon Jin banged his fist on the table, shouting. Hua Zui's claim over Mong Kok signified that the Lao Ran had indeed taken control of the area. Both of them were under Dragon Jin's wing, thus entitled to share in the spoils. Firebull, aligned with Lin Weilu, couldn't help but interject in response to Dragon Jin's arrogance. "Well, what's the use of lamenting now? If I had known earlier, I would have been the spokesperson for Hongxing." Slap. Su Ran's current momentum within Lianqing was at its zenith. As the elder, Dragon Jin slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Firebull. "You insolent brat, by your lineage, you should address me as uncle. When I was cursing your mother, you were still in diapers. You old fool, what did you say? Insult my mother, And this isn't over. Fireball had learned from Lin Wei that Su Ran held little respect for the elder. He merely tossed a few tens of thousands to placate Dragon Jin each month. Dragon Jin was no to Lao Ran. He feared nothing. Thus, he was unperturbed, swatting away Dragon Jin's finger that was pointed at his forehead. In an instant, they were at an impasse, neither willing to yield. At this moment, Lin Wei glanced at the meditative Deng Bo and then stood up as the spokesperson for Lianxing. It was too reckless for these two to escalate their quarrel to blades and guns. Gentlemen, please cease your bickering. Securing Mong Kok is indeed a cause for celebration. If Su Ran were here, he would undoubtedly overturn the table. Lin Wei was truly cunning. When Su Ran and Liang Kuan had a falling out, he had rushed to Tsun Wan, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Now, with neither monetary nor personnel contributions, the Mong Kok that Su Ran had wrested would become Lianxing's territory, truly a talented maneuver. Dongguan Kid, call Huazue and have him bring De Lao over here. We need to discuss how to develop the territory in Mong Kok. Mong Kok was one of Hongxing's 12 factions. As Huazue took advantage of the police's departure to stake his claim, they would surely not acquiesce. Tell Huazue not to worry, for we of Lianxing will stand firm. Even if it means waging an all-out war with Hongxing, we shall not hesitate. Chapter 48. Environmentalists can't go for tea. As Lin Wei's words fell, several uncles from the Hong Kong film industry and Lianxing echoed in agreement. It should be this way. Indeed, Liang Kuan of Hongxing met his demise. We of Lianxing have taken Mong Kok, and our flag is now planted. These older individuals, aware of their waning years within the organization, felt the urgency to reap as much as they could while they still wielded some influence. Previously, they had the ambition but lacked the courage when Mong Kok was under Hongxing's control. But now, the situation had changed. Like unexpected wealth, the sizable slice of the Mong Kok pie was ripe for the taking. Each one contemplated how to pounce and seize a hearty bite. Otherwise, they would merely subsist on a meager monthly welfare stipend. And how could they endure such a life? Thus, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Observing their reactions, Chuan Bao snorted in disdain. Had it not been for the sudden police intervention last night, perhaps Su Ran would have already thrown money to conquer West Kowloon directly. They could have all been feasting, yet now they sought to carve up the Mong Kok that Su Ran had claimed. What a foolish lot. Alu. Mong Kok is Huazue's claim. Duran is still in Mong Kok, flaunting authority. Calling him now might not be the most suitable. Indeed. Let us wait for Duran to return before discussing matters concerning Mong Kok. The previously silent Deng Bo finally joined in support of Chuan Bao. Clearly, they favored the formidable De Lao Ran, rather than merely those who would shout about seizing Tsim Sha Sui, issuing empty promises. Now Lin Wei, who had come to snatch territory, was viewed with skepticism. Mong Kok Avenue. Upon receiving Huazue's call, Su Ran learned that Liang Kuan had indeed fallen to selling salted duck eggs, and he promptly led his men towards the establishments in Mong Kok. At each venue, they left behind dozens of environmentally conscious individuals. After splitting into several groups, Chief Inspector Su, who had been tailing Su Ran, finally grasped his intentions. De Lao Ran. These venues are all under Hongxing's control. Your actions are blatantly staking Lianxing's claim. With Liang Kuan's fatal fall, Chief Constable Guan wanted to avoid hearing Su Ran's name and had been avoiding him, directly assigning another subordinate to handle matters while Chief Inspector Su remained by Su Ran's side, without receiving any updates. Sir, are we environmentalists not allowed to relax in bars and nightclubs? We are but mere mortals, susceptible to fatigue. Should you persist in this manner, I shall lodge a complaint with the Human Rights Office. Su Ran would certainly never concede that he had planted a flag in Mong Kok. His tone was exceedingly brusque as he confronted Superintendent Su directly. Upon hearing the mention of the Human Rights Office, Superintendent Su suppressed his simmering anger and dutifully trailed behind Su Ran. Speaking of exhaustion, could anyone rival the officers? Since last night's operation to clear Mong Kok, they had scarcely a moment to breathe, their eyes already resembling those of pandas. As they approached the betting station near the Jockey Club, Superintendent Su pointed to a financial company, coldly inquiring, "What about this establishment?" "Su, sir, I am the initiator of this environmental march, but I am not their guardian. Their borrowing from a financial company is of no concern to me." With that, Su Ran nonchalantly waved his hand and departed, completely disregarding Superintendent Su's icy demeanor. He pondered inwardly about which vehicle to purchase. Mong Kok, neither too large nor too small, would take half an hour to traverse on foot. Observing the dwindling crowd, Superintendent Su, having received no further directives from above, had no choice but to follow Su Ran. Inside the clinic at Mong Kok, Huazue lay on a bed, nursing his wounds, when his phone buzzed in the box he held. "Talk to your mother," he exclaimed. "I, Huazue, have no need to discuss matters of Mong Kok with you." Lin Huailo. He was acutely aware that tonight's operations were orchestrated entirely by Su Ran, with him, Huazue, leading the charge. A day had passed without any word from the leadership about how to proceed or how many would assist. With the flags now planted, was there even a need for further discussion? Ouch. Easy there, beautiful. Huazue winced as the nurse stitching his arm inadvertently caused him pain. Gazing at the finger-wide gash on his arm, he grimaced. The masked nurse, hearing his voice, showed no reaction. Instead, she tugged forcefully while finishing the last stitch. Damn it. What do you intend to do? Huazue's subordinate, a lie, witnessed his boss grimacing in pain and immediately scolded the careless nurse. The nurse, startled by the sudden outburst, fumbled, causing Huazue further discomfort. As she removed her rubber gloves and mask, her cold gaze met Huazue's. At that moment, as the pain subsided, Huazue looked up and locked eyes with the nurse. Knowing they were gangsters, how could she dare to be so rough? Suddenly, Huazue recognized her. Upon seeing her lovely face, tall stature, and especially those expressive, bright eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah, sister, he instinctively spoke. But recalling past events, fell silent. The nurse before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Chun Bao Yin, the film star from Su Ran's previous life, and more accurately, she was his first love in this current body. Huazue, where's your boss? Is he dead? I've been searching for him for ages. Noticing Huazue's silence, the nurse coldly pressed for news about Su Ran. Upon hearing this, Huazue tightly shut his lips, even closing his eyes. Humph. I will certainly find him. Carefully reopening his eyes, Huazue saw the nurse storming off in frustration, allowing him to finally exhale. Boss, she is the old Tops Ran. Little one, don't ask questions that you shouldn't. Huazue rebuked his recently recruited subordinate. Realizing his arm had been stitched and the pain subsided, he hastily gathered his belongings to leave, wishing to avoid getting entangled in the affairs between Su Ran and Bao. A lie, somewhat bewildered, followed the hurried Huazue, glancing back at the nurse who was now playing with a little girl. Boss, she seems to have a daughter. A daughter? Upon hearing this, Huazue immediately halted, cautiously approaching. No way, she looks just like the boss. Could it truly be? In disbelief, Huazue watched as Nurse Bao led the girl away. Rooted to the spot. Boss, what should we do? Should we call that nurse back? Absolutely not. If the boss Ran learns he has a daughter, will I ever be free again? The little girl before him bore a striking resemblance to Su Ran in his youth. Huazue recalled the first time he saw this cousin, mistaking her for an older sister. After calling her sister for 2 days, he was swiftly corrected under Su Ran's fist and began referring to him as boss. Unwilling to involve himself in this matter, Huazue regained his hurried demeanor. But as he reached the exit, he caught sight of the little girl in the security room, preparing to sleep, and could not help but pause. After all, he was also her uncle. Leaving just like that felt a tad disloyal to the boss. Chapter 49. Mongkok belongs to Huazue. At that moment, the little girl before Huazue was exceptionally well behaved, gazing at him with timid eyes. Sister is not here. She must be busy. That night, as they planted their flags in Mongkok, they encountered no opposing forces. However, in this line of work, unforeseen incidents are inevitable. The injury on Huazue's arm had occurred while dodging Li Quan, who had scraped him with a television antenna. The hospital had received numerous injured individuals, and the emergency room was in disarray. Presently, Huazue wore a gentle smile as he softly asked, Little sister, what is your name? My mother says I must not speak to strangers. I know your mother. See this wound on my arm? She stitched it up, and it hurt terribly. Oh, so you are the troublemaker my mother spoke of. Upon hearing her childish voice, Huazue's defenses crumbled, leaving him momentarily speechless. My name is Jing Jing, and I am 4 years old. After receiving this answer, Huazue's expression darkened as he now sought one crucial answer. Jing Jing, who is your father? The little girl, looking down, hesitated for a few seconds before replying. Mother 1T let me ask that? I don't know. Troublemaking uncle. Do you know who my daddy is? At this, Huazue fell into deep thought. 4 years old, plus 10 months of pregnancy, and 2 months of dalliance. That adds up to 5 years. Boss Ran had just begun his relationship with a Bao around that time. The timeline matched perfectly. And I, Huazue, am the troublemaker mentioned. Should I inform the boss that he has a little sprite? 10 minutes later, Huazue still restrained himself from revealing any information about Su Ran as he rushed out of the hospital. His past actions had indeed been misguided. In his quest for prominence, he had stirred up trouble, with Su Ran always cleaning up after him. Naturally, a Bao had despised Huazue during that time, and he bore significant responsibility for their separation. Now that they had crossed paths again, merely inflicting pain on him was already quite merciful. Remember, tonight's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, I will send you to Sai Kung to feed the fish. Huazue seized a lie by the collar, delivering a stern warning before swiftly driving to the designated meeting place with Su Ran. When Su Ran arrived at the foot of the lewd movie company in Mongkok with the last batch of environmental activists from the Tsun Wantong wood garment factory, he said, Su sir, Li Quan has fallen dead in the street. Why aren't you investigating such a significant case and are instead always trailing behind me? What? Li Quan is dead? Inspector Su had followed Su Ran all the way, utterly fatigued. Upon hearing the news of Liang Kuan's demise, he jolted with a start, his entire being steeped in shock. Su Ran, could it be you who did this? Inspector Su, I believe it would be prudent for you to accompany me to the precinct, he replied. Indeed, Liang Kuan has perished, and you are the prime suspect. After delivering his statement, Inspector Su reached behind his back, intending to retrieve his handcuffs. Observing this, Su Ran chuckled lightly. Ah, Inspector Su, I am not here to assist you in your investigation of Liang Kuan, but rather to file a complaint against your reckless detentions. You have grown old. It is time for you to retire and make way for the younger generation. With that, Su Ran boldly pushed aside the police tape and stepped into Liang Kuan's empty stronghold. The sound of his words resonated in Inspector Su's ears like thunder, leaving him unsettled as he gazed at the handcuffs in his grasp. Am I truly becoming old? Suddenly, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, unable to maintain his balance. Su sir, are you all right? Huang Ziqing, who had followed Su Ran throughout the night, quickly reached out to support him. At that moment, his pager went off. After answering, he grasped the full details of Liang Kuan's fall. Huang sir, what exactly transpired? Groggily inquired Inspector Su, clutching Huang Ziqing with urgency. Liang Kuan fell, and Chief Inspector Guan has reassigned the officers stationed in Mongkok to seal off Causeway Bay. I asked if it was Big Brother Ran who did it. No, it was Hongxing's Liang Zainan. He is Big Brother B's enforcer. He killed Liang Kuan in revenge and has already been apprehended at the scene. Upon hearing Huang Ziqing's report, Inspector Su shook his head with a sigh, then smiled softly, saying, I am indeed getting old. I thought with Big Brother Ran leading so many, something would surely happen, yet I was mistaken. Now even Chief Guan no longer trusts me. Perhaps it is time for me to retire. Su sir, you are still young. I, too, have much to learn from you. Huang Ziqing earnestly replied. The mention of youth reignited Inspector Su's fighting spirit. He looked at the newly illuminated office of the Four Sons Company, inhaling deeply. You are right. I am still young, and thus I must persevere for a few more years. I cannot allow this band of rascals to roam freely. Observing the recovery of Inspector Su, Huang Ziqing felt a surge of hope. If Inspector Su were to retire early, Kai Quan would already be guarding the reservoir in the new territories. Consequently, the position of the O Division's leader would naturally fall to him. The flicker of hope that had ignited within him was swiftly crushed, leaving him at a loss for tears, standing quietly in the wind, disheveled. Huang sir, why are you standing there? Shouldn't you be heading to the Wanchai police station? The incident concerning Liang Kuan's fall has been handed over to the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Inspector Su now realized that going to the scene held no significance. Upstairs, Su Ran watched as the last of the stragglers departed, a faint smile gracing his face. This was all part of his plan to deal with Liang Kuan, having strategically placed flags in Sunwan. Last night, he cleared Mongkok, deliberately refraining from planting flags to create confusion, leaving Mongkok for the Hong Kong police to oversee. He then pressured Jiang Tianxing into selling the land under the pretext of wanting to seize West Kowloon for Lian Sheng. This operation was designed to draw Liang Kuan out. With Liang Kuan's death, seizing Mongkok would follow naturally. Boss, this time I've truly made an impact. Not only will our faction remember my prowess, but even Hongxing will acknowledge my capabilities. Su Ran, observing the exhilaration on Hua Zui's face, playfully showered him with praise, allowing him a moment of pride. By the way, how should we address Jiang Tianxing regarding our flags in Mongkok? At that moment, Hua Zui, for the first time, began contemplating future matters, surprising Su Ran. Hua Zui, you've matured. Boss, I have always been mature. Damn, you dare to challenge me. After a playful reprimand, he reached to strike Hua Zui. Boss, my mother is your aunt. You've already taken a bite. Silence. One does not jest about aunties. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Ran's face vanished, replaced by a stern and serious demeanor. Understood, boss, you are absolutely correct. Hua Zui realized that his previous comment had crossed the line and stood still, awaiting his punishment. Recognizing that Su Ran, his cousin, had sacrificed his first love to impart this lesson to him, he accepted his fate. Crack. A dull sound echoed through the empty office as Su Ran delivered a firm slap on Hua Zui's shoulder, causing a flicker of pain across his face. You must understand that every action has consequences. As for the Hongxing matters, with me around, there is no need for you to overthink. Just focus on being the man of Mongkok. Chapter 50. In the world of Hong Kong cinema. At that moment, upon hearing Su Ran's words to focus on being the man of Mongkok, Hua Zui, initially bowing his head in acceptance of punishment, abruptly lifted his gaze. His eyes wide with shock, staring at Su Ran. Boss, He had countless words to express, but they all caught in his throat, his emotions overwhelming him, rendering him speechless. Ding, mission accomplished, rewards have been granted. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Ran opened his attributes panel to ascertain the extent of his wealth. Name, Su Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, trainee at Hong Kong Police Academy. Red Stick of Liansheng, owner of Tongha Garment Factory. Physique, 88, average, 60. Intelligence, 93, average, 60. Strength, 91, average, 60. Wealth, 26, 150 billion. Career skill, wealth display. Noticing Huazue still caught up in excitement, Su Ran headed to the restroom, retrieving 1 million from the system. Do not be anxious, Huazue. We currently have 5,000 men in Mongkok. Here is 1 million, sufficient to unify your troops. When the time comes, do not hesitate to confront other factions, even if you have grievances with Hongxing. At that moment, Huazue felt a surge of emotion, overwhelmed by the rapid elevation to a position of leadership bestowed upon him by Su Ran. Recalling 5 years ago, when they were aimlessly wandering in Mongkok, Su Ran had promised that one day he would make him a big boss. Now that promise had come to fruition. Filled with emotion, Huazue embraced Su Ran tightly, tears welling in his eyes, saying, I've seen a Saw. Wenli is likely busy with Qingming affairs at the banquet. No, it's a Bao Saw. Upon hearing that name, Su Ran was momentarily stunned, memories long buried resurfacing in his mind. Chen Bao, the first love of this body. He had resolutely ended their relationship to save Huazue. Love and loyalty. The former Su Ran had chosen the latter. At this moment, Su Ran may not even clearly recall what Chen Bao looked like. Shaking his head slightly, he patted Huazue's shoulder, nonchalantly stating, It's in the past. Do not dwell on it. Women are everywhere. Given Su Ran's current influence, he preferred those who were 18. No, boss. What I meant to say is that a Bao Saw has a 4-year-old daughter who bears a striking resemblance to you as a child. Upon hearing this, the suppressed emotions within Su Ran erupted. He forcefully pushed Huazue away, veins bulging in his hands as he clutched his collar, lifting him with all his might. Memories, long sealed within the depths of his heart, flooded forth. Before his time travel, Su Ran had a complete family. A family of 3 embarked on a journey, only to encounter a devastating landslide along the way. In the final moment, they helplessly watched as their 4-year-old daughter was engulfed by the earth. Her small hand clutched tightly in theirs until consciousness faded completely. Now, upon hearing that there exists a daughter in this world, Su Ran lost all composure. He felt a seething hatred towards the heavens for snatching away the happiness he had painstakingly cultivated. Grief and fury overwhelmed Su Ran's rationality. Huazue had never witnessed Su Ran in such a furious state. The grotesque expression on his face evoked the feeling of being summoned by the grim reaper from the depths of hell. The suffocating sensation experienced by the formidable figure continuously provoked Huazue's mind, prompting him to frantically strike Su Ran, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. Meanwhile, Huazue's associate, Ali, stood vigil at the office door. Suddenly, he discerned faint sounds of tapping from within and knocked lightly on the door. Receiving no response, he cautiously opened the door, only to be struck with terror at the sight before him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Wow, old Ding Ran, the boss. How could Boss Ran lift Huazue into the air? What immense strength. Old Ding Ran, I'm sorry. Ali, seeing Huazue's ashen face, rushed over with trembling hands, seizing a nearby vase, and swiftly pouring the water over Su Ran's head. A refreshing chill instantly extinguished the sorrow in Su Ran's heart. His vision gradually returned, revealing Huazue's bruised face, prompting him to release his grip. With a thud, Huazue collapsed to the ground, followed by a series of violent coughs, proving he was still alive. A minute later, Huazue's only thought was, the sensation of being alive is truly wonderful. He had been suspended in Su Ran's grasp for nearly 2 minutes. Had it lasted any longer, he would undoubtedly have been vying for territory selling salted duck eggs alongside Liang Kuan below. Observing Huazue's pitiful state, Su Ran instructed Ali to step outside. He approached Huazue, gently patting him on the back, and with an apologetic tone said, Huazue, I'm sorry for earlier. Boss, there's no need for that. I know I am a troublemaker. If it weren't for me, perhaps you would have already had a happy family. Feeling Su Ran's concern, a smile spread across Huazue's face, warming his heart. Throughout this ordeal, not a trace of anger remained. Instead, a profound sense of guilt emerged. Upon hearing of a daughter, Su Ran had lost control, revealing the multitude of suppressed emotions within him. Boss, as brothers in this life, I understand your feelings. A Bao is at the Martelli Hospital. My niece is named Liang. At this, Su Ran's expression mirrored Chen Bao's steadfastness. Having a child out of wedlock must have been exceedingly challenging. A Bao's mother was a woman of considerable influence, who had disdained Su Ran for his lack of wealth, power, and status 5 years ago, relentlessly pressuring them to part ways. Now that a Bao had safely given birth to a daughter, it was likely she had severed ties with her mother. Nevertheless, Su Ran did not regard a Bao and her daughter Liang as lost family. He was not yet prepared to embrace this sudden influx of emotion, struggling to fully integrate his heart into this world. Perhaps when he achieved success, he would seek to reclaim this familial bond that felt both foreign and familiar. Hozue, please look after them. I do not wish to disrupt their lives. With that, Su Ran turned and left. Amidst the throngs of 5,000 people in Mongkok, alongside Old Wise 500 enforcers. Even if the 11 factions of Hongxing were to converge, they could withstand for quite some time. Now, Su Ran needed to spend a little money to invite someone for tea, appointing Hozue as the new leader of Mongkok. After all, Su Ran aspired to become an epic-defining figure in Hong Kong, and it was time for Hozue to stand on his own. In Suanwan, a prominent establishment remained brightly lit despite the late hour. A grand conference table sat only 7 attendees, their gazes fixated on the central figure, Su Ran, who puffed on a cigar, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Gentlemen, I have summoned you here to request a small favor. His calm voice reverberated in the meeting room. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Jin did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and strode towards Su Ran. With a snap, Long Jin shielded the flame with his hand, careful not to extinguish the cigar. Su Ran was his assurance of regaining prestige. Thus he must be treated with utmost care. The other 5 attendees did not criticize Long Jin for such a lowly act, recognizing his position as Su Ran's subordinate. All pondering what favor Su Ran would ask of them. Hozue, pour the tea. Noticing the empty space before the 6 gentlemen, Su Ran called for Hozue to serve tea. Gentlemen, please. After Hozue filled the cups, he stood calmly behind Su Ran. I wish to establish a new faction in Mongkok. Hozue shall be the leader. In Chapter 51, suspicion arises. In the world of Hong Kong cinema. Upon hearing this, Chuan Bao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Hozue with an expression of incredulity. Quickly lighting his cigar, he took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs as he steadied his nerves. He then turned to the other gentlemen, all of whom wore expressions of astonishment. Sensing their gazes, Chuan Bao spoke up. Boss Ran, establishing a faction in Mongkok is no simple task. Chuan Bao, do enlighten us. Su Ran furrowed his brow slightly, never having considered that the acknowledgement of territorial expansion would pose a challenge. Within Lianxing, Chuan Bao's influence was only second to Deng Bo, and he must have knowledge of certain undisclosed secrets. Mongkok had always been under the dominion of Hongxing. In terms of power, we are still somewhat inferior to Lianxing. Long Jin continued Chuan Bao's line of thought, delicately adding, indeed, Ran, the flag bearers of Hongxing are formidable. Unless a full-scale war is waged between our factions and Lianxing, establishing a new faction will undoubtedly be quite difficult. So, that's it, the flag bearers. At this moment, upon learning that Hongxing's greatest asset was their flag bearers, Su Ran fell into contemplation. He understood that the flag bearers had to be hired with US dollars, which were in short supply. Meanwhile, Hozue, who had been listening intently, appeared somewhat pallid. Had it not been for Su Ran's strict prohibition against him speaking out, he would have been tempted to bang on the table and declare, what of the flag bearers? I, Hozue, fear no one. Ding. Task completed. Host becomes the leader of Mongkok. Reward, 50 million. The tranquil atmosphere lasted only a minute before Su Ran revealed a mischievous grin. It seemed that Hozue's aspirations to become the leader of Mongkok would have to wait a little longer. Then, what if I were to assume the position of leader in Mongkok? This revelation left the gentleman deep in thought. The flag bearers of Hongxing were indeed powerful. Yet they too required financial compensation. At present, the entirety of Hong Kong's faction leaders recognized that Boss Ran was an influential figure, affluent and powerful. With Liang Kuan of Hongxing having been eliminated, he had never summoned the flag bearers to act, presumably not wishing to see Su Ran expend funds to hire them. Ran, should you ascend to the position of leader in Mongkok, Lianxing would undoubtedly offer unwavering support. Moreover, Hongxing would have its reservations, and perhaps negotiations could be initiated. With a mere utterance of a word, Su Ran immediately grasped the thoughts harbored by the uncles around him. He lifted his head and softly called out, Firemouth. After a brief pause, Firemouth, with a face ashen, finally reacted, his lips twitching as he turned to open the cabinet. From within, he retrieved a briefcase and placed 3 million on the table. Esteemed uncles, should you support me as the figurehead of Mongkok, each of you will receive 500,000. Upon hearing this, the usually composed Chuan Bao gasped in astonishment. Previously, when Didi had selected to be the figurehead for Lianshang, he had only been offered 200,000. Haha, Boss Ran truly knows how to speak. I, Old Ghost Yen, am the first to support you, he declared, rising to seize the cash from the table. No way, Old Ghost Yen. Boss Ran is my Dragon Root's flag bearer. I must be the first to support him. Dragon Root, momentarily distracted by the money, was slightly slower to react. Yet, in a bold manner, he stood up, pushed Old Ghost Yen aside, and swiftly claimed his share of the cash. Haha, Boss Ran, I am all about the profits. How could I refuse this money? Chuan Bao chimed in, patting Old Ghost Yin on the back before also taking his 500,000. Then I shall be third. Old Ghost Yin, still standing, bore no ill will towards Chuan Bao or Dragon Root. Boss Ran, I support you, declared Pu He, as he took his 500,000. I support you too, echoed Shui Ji, who also lifted his share of 500,000. As the last remaining 500,000 sat on the table, Gao Lao, who had never interacted with Su Ran before, rose silently and took the cash without uttering a word. With 10 voting rights at each meeting of Liansheng, Su Ran had already secured 6 votes. If he could have a word with Deng Bo, Mong Kok would essentially be his. Thank you, esteemed uncles. It is late. I shall not keep you from your supper. Please. Firemouth opened the door, inviting them to exit. Firemouth, are you not concerned about me? Su Ran was somewhat anxious. He had just promised Firemouth the position of the figurehead of Mong Kok, yet doubts lingered. Boss, just now there was, but now there is not. Firemouth responded. Explain. Su Ran was taken aback by Firemouth's unexpected change and yearned to understand it better. Boss, in a lifetime, 2 brothers. If I, Firemouth, become the figurehead of Mong Kok, outsiders will surely criticize me, questioning my qualifications, claiming I owe it all to Boss Ran. I wish to earn it through my own strength, to rightfully assume the mantle of leadership. Upon hearing this, Su Ran smiled, relieved that his greatest concern of hurting Firemouth's deeply embedded insecurity was alleviated. You will indeed. You know I have no interest in the affairs of the hierarchy. It is merely a title, just like in Tsuan Wan. Mong Kok shall be under your stewardship. I understand, boss. Firemouth laughed heartily, then playfully slapped Su Ran on the shoulder, completely dismissing the earlier matter. As Su Ran stepped outside, contemplating seeking Deng Bo for a discussion, he was confronted by 3 police cars parked at the entrance, with 2 fully armed PUC assault vehicles on the street. Boss Ran, we are from the Wanchai Police Department's Major Crimes Unit, and we suspect you are connected to tonight's incident involving the death of Liang Kuan in Causeway Bay. Please accompany us for questioning. All of you step back. Su Ran replied nonchalantly. Although the police were often tardy, they never failed to show up. His gaze swept across the officers, landing on a middle-aged man in a suit, whose demeanor indicated he was their leader. Wanchai Police Department, Chief Inspector Huang Chifa. Huang Chifa scrutinized the legendary Triad boss, Su Ran, with a smile, extending his hand for a greeting. Su Ran, smiling back, shook his hand, exuding the demeanor of a respectable businessman rather than that of a Triad member. Upon hearing Su Ran's title, Huang Chifa and his associates rolled their eyes. Boss Ran, spare us the act. Our Major Crimes Unit and the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau are well aware of your history. Your file is still on the conference room table. What do you mean? Firemouth and the nearly 100 brothers behind him were incensed, shouting and shoving with the officers. Tensions escalated, and many officers had their hands resting on the holsters of their firearms. Chapter 52. I will keep an eye on you, and I hope you remain safe. Facing the provocations from Firemouth and his crew, the inspector from the Major Crimes Unit pointed directly at Su Ran. Say what you must. Actions speak louder than words. Su Ran, the leader of the Dragon Root, was merely a low-tier thug at 17, having dropped out of school and joined Liansheng's ranks. 8 months ago, he was shot in the head and subsequently began peddling counterfeit goods. Now, you're formidable. The entire Hong Kong Island's Triad hierarchy knows you and Liansheng's boss Ran are the most powerful figureheads. Are you aiming to take Liang Kuan's place in Mong Kok? Continuing the narcotics trade? Despite the inspector's probing, Su Ran maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly unaffected, and restrained Firemouth from escalating the situation. With Liang Kuan's death, it was inevitable that he would have to visit the police station sooner or later. Today was a fine day, and it was time to find a companion for Kai Quan. Su Ran paid no mind to the young inspector's taunts. Although they alluded to his past, it was normal for the Organized Crime Bureau to have his file. However, he would never publicly acknowledge being a Triad member, continuing to feign ignorance. Sir, I run a clothing factory. I am a businessman, not sure what you are implying. My name is Su Ran, not Boss Ran. If you persist in accusing me of ties with Liansheng, I shall reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. As for Liang Kuan and Hong Xing, I have only seen them on the news. He apparently fell from a building. And regarding your claim of me selling counterfeit goods, my factory, Tongha Apparel, produces licensed products. Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. It is normal for someone in your line of work not to understand fashion design. I do not blame your lack of education. Just remember to keep quiet if you do not comprehend, or you might become bored staring at fish and crabs every day. The inspector of the Major Crimes Unit was left speechless by Su Ran's retort, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his arms, ready to erupt. Firemouth quickly stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. Apologies, sir, but our factory owner designs clothing with great artistry. You, a brute who has never attended an art class, cannot appreciate it. I forgive you. With that, Firemouth burst into laughter, and the throng of younger brothers followed suit, erupting into hearty guffaws. In an instant, the group of officers encircling Su Ran turned pale, their faces resembling steel. Su Ran pointed at the audacious Firemouth and gestured for him to step back. I have instructed you several times. Remember, we are law-abiding citizens, and it is imperative that we cooperate with the police. Only through the collaboration between the police and the public can we maintain the good order of Hong Kong Island. Officer Huang, please speak. We shall certainly assist you in your investigation. With that, Su Ran prepared to accompany Huang Chifa to the Wan Chai police station. Inside the office building of the Wan Chai Major Crimes Unit, even at the witching hour, the lights blazed brightly, and the hustle and bustle was incessant. This place was not only responsible for apprehending Su Ran's associates, but also had detained a considerable number of henchmen from the Hung Hing gang. The moment the two factions encountered each other, the air was thick with tension. Firemouth boldly took the lead, angrily pointing at them and hurling insults. For a moment, the police station resembled a chaotic marketplace in the dead of night. Dozens of officers, faces taut with anger, shouted at them to behave. However, just as they managed to subdue the members of Lianxing, the Hung Hing faction retaliated, demanding vengeance for their leader, Liang Kuan. It was only with great effort that the officers could separate the two groups. At that moment, Su Ran, as the highest-ranking individual present, was seated in the office of the chief inspector of the Wan Chai Major Crimes Unit. With a smile, he surveyed the chaotic hall, showing no interest in the cup of coffee before him. Truth be told, this was his first time sitting in a police station since his arrival in this world. The sensation was akin to when he was robbed in his previous life and had to give a statement at the precinct. Huang Chifa, like Su Ran, observed the tumultuous hall and took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee before turning to Su Ran and asking, "Why aren't you drinking? This coffee is rather good." Su Ran replied, "Officer, I am accustomed to tea. I find the taste of coffee quite repugnant." Sitting before Huang Chifa, Su Ran, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared as though he belonged in a corporate office rather than among the street thugs, devoid of any hint of delinquency. To an unknowing observer, he might have seemed like a university professor. "I see," Huang Chifa chuckled, seemingly taking note of Su Ran's comment. After sniffing the coffee and detecting its unpleasant aroma, he set it down. "Let me be direct with you. Since you, Boss Ran, do not appreciate coffee, you should behave yourself in Mongkok from now on. Otherwise, these foul-smelling brews might just give you a taste of an explosive stomach." He continued, "And keep that Firemouth in check. If he stirs up trouble with Lianxing in Mongkok, I will be the first to apprehend you, regardless of where you conduct your business." While Huang Chifa spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Su Ran, searching for any semblance of a reaction. Yet, Su Ran's gaze remained locked on the coffee cup, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. "In fact, I am aware that you have been conducting business in Suanwan. What brings you to Mongkok? Is it not enough to have Ganda's territory in Lianxing to flex your muscles?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran ceased his silence, lifted his head, and his calm eyes revealed nothing. "Officer, let me reiterate. I run a garment factory and am a businessman. I have come to assist you in your investigation to avoid creating further complications. If you continue to intimidate me, I will be compelled to file a complaint against you." Just as Su Ran finished speaking, a plainclothes senior inspector barged in. "Boss Ran, are you done yet? I've been standing at the door listening for quite some time. You're a businessman. Don't make jokes. Everyone knows your true identity." The inspector continued. "Was it not a slight against you that you weren't invited to play the lead role in Liang Kuan's adult film? Must you still act here in our major crimes unit?" Su Ran was drawn to this sudden inspector, recognizing him as another familiar face from the films. Pretending to be puzzled, he pointed at the man in the white shirt and asked Huang Chifa, "Who is this?" "This is Fan Zhongxin, a senior inspector from the Wan Chai Major Crimes Unit," Huang Chifa introduced, rubbing his head in apparent frustration. This inspector had a reputation for being fiercely righteous and often stirred up trouble. "Boss Ran, I warn you, from now on, behave yourself in Mongkok. We are well aware of what you do. Those counterfeit garments of yours are ubiquitous across Hong Kong Island. Even my girlfriend wears your clothes. Oh, so your wife has good taste. Allow me to gift you a few sets to take home and pamper her. Wouldn't tea that naturally lead to a little extra something?" Su Ran was unfazed by Fan Zhongxin's aggressive demeanor. Instead, he conversed amiably as if they were old friends, even advising him to marry soon to escape the single life. Fan Zhongxin, having served as an inspector in the anti-Triad unit for several years, had never encountered a figure like Su Ran before, and his imposing presence momentarily faltered. After a brief pause, he suddenly slammed his hands on the table, leaning forward to shout, "Boss Ran, remember me. I will keep a close watch on you from now on, and I hope for your safe passage." Chapter 53. I am suspended. Are you happy now? In the world of Hong Kong films, as Fan Zhongxin threatened Su Ran, officers outside ushered in 3 impeccably dressed middle-aged lawyers with slicked back hair. "Commissioner, they are here on behalf of this young officer." One officer began before being interrupted by Lawyer Zhang. This officer, I am Zhang Ying, Mr. Su Ran's legal counsel. And here is my business card. I am fully responsible for your allegations against my client regarding the incident involving Mr. Li Chinquan's fall. The Major Crimes Unit lacked direct evidence linking my client to this case, and we now seek his bail. Afterward, Lawyer Zhang distributed business cards to the two senior officers. Mr. Zhang Ying, he continued, gesturing to the two accompanying lawyers. This is He Dingyi, a consultant lawyer for the Human Rights Department, and this is Chen Sanchao, a consultant lawyer for the Police Welfare Department. The mention of the Human Rights Department sent Huang Qifa into a panic, prompting him to stand up hastily. The name alone made him tremble. After Zhang Ying's introduction, the two lawyers readily presented their cards and explained their purpose. Mr. Su Ran, as a commendable citizen and enthusiastic entrepreneur of Hong Kong Island, generously donated $5 million to the Police Welfare Department yesterday under the auspices of Tonga Garments. In gratitude for the police's contributions to the island's security over the years, we, on behalf of the police, extend our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Su for his generosity. Lawyer Chen Sanchao said, extending his right hand for a cordial handshake with Su Ran. The gratitude in his smile was palpable, reflecting deep appreciation for Su Ran's benevolence. On behalf of the Human Rights Department, we express our thanks to Mr. Su for his two donations totaling $10 million. Here is a letter of commendation. We hope Mr. Su will continue to cherish our home and help us build a brighter tomorrow. He Dingyi presented a letter of commendation, cradling it with both hands and offering it to Su Ran, his smile radiant as if he had just won the lottery. $10 million from the Human Rights Department and $5 million from the Welfare Department. Is this boss Ran truly a Triad member? Is he really that wealthy? Both Chief Inspector Huang Qifa and the Senior Inspector exchanged glances, each sensing the profound unease brewing within. They realized that the situation was slipping from their control. This boss Ran was unlike any Triad member they had previously encountered. Moreover, it seemed he had anticipated being summoned to the police station and had meticulously arranged everything in advance. Suddenly, Huang Qifa recalled a call from his nephew, Huang Zhiqing. Do not trouble Su Ran unnecessarily. Be wary of his financial might. Initially, I paid it little heed. Now, however, he has come to realize the gravity of the situation. Last month, the Human Rights Office conducted an investigation into the South New Territories police station, assigning a senior inspector to guard a reservoir. Observing the attorney from the Human Rights Office, Huang Qifa finally came to the realization that the tables had turned on him. When he received the order from Chief Superintendent Guan Hong, he found it quite peculiar. How could the Mong Kok precinct, located in the Yao Tsim Mong district, send someone from Wan Chai to apprehend Su Ran? Clearly, neither the West Kowloon nor South New Territories police districts dared to accept the order to detain Su Ran. In his heart, he cursed, "Damn you, Guan Hong, putting me in this position and costing me a valuable fit horse." Just then, the phone on Huang Qifa's desk rang. Upon checking, he stood up straight to answer it, only to be reprimanded by the assistant commissioner for a full 5 minutes. His countenance turned ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Big Boss Ran, you truly are audacious. Even the assistant commissioner has called you. Now you are pleased. While I am suspended and subjected to an internal investigation. Feeling quite resentful, Huang Qifa ground his teeth, signing the unconditional release document before wearily returning to his chair. At that moment, Su Ran stood up and, in the most amiable tone, remarked, Sir Huang, I have consistently asserted that I am merely the owner of a garment factory. Why is it so difficult for you to believe me? As members of the Hong Kong police, we must extend more trust to the populace to benefit Hong Kong Island. Take this suspension as an opportunity for reflection. Do not jeopardize your career prematurely. In that instant, Huang Qifa longed to deliver a punch to Su Ran. His voice and smile were utterly infuriating. Unfortunately, at the age of 50, with a decade of potential ahead, he dared not take such a risk. As those words left his lips, he approached Fan Zhongxin, chuckling lightly. Could I trouble lawyer he to assist me in lodging a complaint against Inspector Fan? He suddenly charged at me, causing my heart to nearly stop. I must go to the hospital for a checkup. What are you playing at, Big Boss Ran? Upon hearing of the complaint, Fan Zhongxin became agitated, striding forward to block Su Ran's exit. In response, Su Ran merely smiled faintly, remaining silent, as lawyer Zhang Ying interjected. Sir Fan, if you attempt to prevent my client from leaving, I will formally complain about your intimidation of a philanthropist on Hong Kong Island. After departing from the Wan Chai police station, Su Ran sat in Long Air's car, addressing Zhang Ying beside him. Thank you, lawyer Zhang. No need for formality, Su Sheng. Zhang Ying replied with a broad smile. Su Ran compensated him with 100,000 for each request, a sum that even seasoned barristers found enticing. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, it would be nearly 1 in the morning, and those 2 barristers from the Human Rights and Welfare offices would not have come to my aid. With that, Su Ran reached into his pocket, retrieving 200,000, casually handing it to Zhang Ying. Upon seeing the gleaming bills, Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled with greed as he lowered his head to accept them, respectfully stating, "Thank you, Su Sheng. Should you encounter any further troubles, feel free to call me anytime." Afterward, Zhang Ying produced a document from his briefcase, detailing the import of goods. "Su Sheng, the 10,000 gaming motherboards you ordered from Japan have arrived in Hong Kong. The paperwork is all in order. You can collect them with this document. Quickly, hand it over," Su Ran urged, taking it eagerly. However, the document was entirely in English, and despite having passed level 6 in his previous life, many words and phrases eluded him. Nevertheless, he did not display any signs of confusion in front of Zhang Ying. Instead, he examined it with utmost seriousness, flipping through several pages before nodding and passing the document to Long Air. "Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. Once we resolve our current matters and establish the arcade, I will certainly hire you as our legal counsel. Your annual salary will surpass what you earn from litigating daily." Zhang Ying's face beamed with joy upon hearing Su Ran's promise. He had been eagerly awaiting such words. Otherwise, why would he have utilized his connections at such a late hour to summon 2 influential barristers? He was an ambitious lawyer, aspiring to reside in a villa on Victoria Peak. However, a villa there costs 10 million, relying solely on his own abilities. He would never afford even a closet in his lifetime. Yet, with Su Ran's backing, he might secure one within a few years. Ever since he learned that Su Ran had entrusted him with customs clearance, he had taken a special interest in this generous tycoon. "Su Sheng, you have a registered letter that arrived at our law firm," Zhang Ying remarked, producing a rather simple yellow envelope and handing it to Su Ran. Filled with curiosity, Su Ran cautiously opened it. Upon seeing the simplified characters inside, he was momentarily taken aback. This was the script he had recognized for decades in his past life. The typically composed Su Ran displayed a rare look of surprise, prompting Zhang Ying to steal a curious glance. Upon realizing the content was a charity invitation, he quickly added, "Su Sheng, this letter may be a prank. Do not take it seriously." Zhang Ying was well acquainted with all charitable organizations on Hong Kong Island, yet had never seen such an invitation. Hearing Zhang Ying's words, Su Ran swiftly regained his composure, carefully tucking the invitation away. The call of his homeland filled him with immense pride. Subsequently, he retrieved another 200,000 from his system, smiling at Zhang Ying. "I appreciate your work. I am satisfied. My brother Huazue and other associates may require your assistance as well." "No problem, Su Sheng." Zhang Ying placed the cash into his briefcase, shaking Su Ran's hand before turning to head back to the Wanchai police station. Upon acquiring land in Kuaitsing, Su Ran had begun planning to establish an arcade to accumulate funds, and now he could finally set his plans into motion. Su Ran had discerned the intricacies of this world that blended the essence of Hong Kong cinema. As long as no one pressed charges, the police would not be overly diligent. Turf wars among triads occurred daily, and even in the case of a gang member's demise, investigations remained lackluster. After all, triads typically resolved matters discreetly, with settlement fees involved. Moreover, all triads on Hong Kong Island adhered to a common rule: steer clear of royal authority. Regrettably, Huang Qifa had provoked Su Ran. Time was indeed precious, and Su Ran would not allow him an easy reprieve. As for Fan Zhongxin, it was more fitting for him to accompany Kai Quan to guard the reservoir in the North New Territories. Sitting in the car, Su Ran rolled down the window, savoring a cigar while allowing the cool night air to envelop him. He had gone nearly an entire day without rest, and was finally beginning to feel fatigued. Once Huazue and the others were released on bail, Su Ran instructed Long Air to drive. Air returned to Tsuen Wan. Shortly after Long Air started the car, they spotted a row of vehicles blocking the street, with shadows of 10 individuals swaying atop their roofs, a formidable sight, clearly having come for Su Ran. Chapter 54. They surrounded Big Boss Ran. Is it fortune or misfortune? Misfortune comes with a punch. A roadblock emerged ahead, prompting Su Ran to instruct Long Air to turn on the headlights to their fullest, revealing that those standing atop the cars were the leaders of the Hongxing Triad. Meanwhile, the former leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tiansheng, sat inside a Maybach. "Well, it seems it's time to purchase a car." Opening the car door, Su Ran walked forward with a smile, while Long Air followed closely with a dozen men at his side. Not far behind them, Huazue led nearly 500 men from Wanchai, vigilantly guarding the street. At the slightest rustle of the wind, he immediately sprang into action. Having arrived at the Wanchai police station, the cautious Su Ran would certainly first engage in some light banter with the local factions, spending a bit of money to secure some allies, just in case. When Jiang Tianxing stood 10 meters away from Su Ran and seriously proclaimed, "Ran, tonight you're quite formidable. You've planted your flag in Mong Kok. Do you have the courage to come and discuss?" Su Ran pondered whether Jiang Tiansheng was speaking as the current leader of Hongxing or as a candidate for the next leader when he uttered those words. This was the condition Su Ran had to fulfill for acquiring the land in Kuaicheng. allowing Jiang Tianxing to rightfully ascend as the leader of Hung Hing at this opportune moment. Shan Ziran, what do you mean? In what capacity do you speak to me, the big boss of Hung Hing? The first to challenge Su Ran was Brother Ji, the leader from Central. Indeed. Shan Ziran, I know you well, just a mere street punk. Haha, even Sang Quan is insufficient for you, yet you dare to tread into Mongkok? You must be courting death. The 10 leaders of Hung Hing each chimed in, as if they had already sealed Su Ran's fate. Jiang, those behind you are all big shots from Hung Hing. But I have yet to hear them publicly acknowledge that tonight you are here as the leader of Hung Hing to negotiate. With Ling Quan gone, it was only natural for Jiang Tianxing to take the helm of Hung Hing. However, when Su Ran spoke, it seemed as though he was merely a substitute. Shan Ziran, Jiang has always been our leader in Hung Hing. Ling Quan was just a passing nuisance. The leaders exchanged glances. And it was Brother Ji who finally voiced this sentiment. Yet Su Ran, fully aware of the underlying truth, feigned ignorance, saying, Jiang, it seems Brother Ji is the only one backing you. If you seek legitimacy, then compel them to speak up. Jiang is the leader of Hung Hing, and that will never change. Indeed, always has been. When Jiang Tianxing heard the acknowledgement from behind him, he felt no joy, only irritation. Su Ran had adeptly seized the moment, abruptly halting the momentum of Hung Hing's collective power. Yet it had also conveniently restored some dignity for him. With frustration bubbling within, he found no outlet and could only suppress it. Aran, can we talk now? Anytime. Then let us proceed to the gym upstairs. This venue belongs to Uncle Mei of Hung Tai, a man of fairness. No problem. After Su Ran consented, Jiang Tianxing led the way, followed by the other leaders. Boss, I'm worried. No need to fret. Jiang Tianxing has 10 men. We shall bring 20, which will surely assert the status of Hung Hing's leaders. Su Ran's voice rang loud and clear, a blatant provocation, leaving Jiang Tianxing speechless. No one tonight would acknowledge that Hung Hing's leadership was inferior to Su Ran's. The gym was spacious, with a table at the center where Su Ran and Jiang faced each other while the others stood behind. Silence enveloped the scene for a full 2 minutes. Brother Ji, having been the leader of Hung Hing for over a decade, had always enjoyed a smooth sail. For he was like a weather vane, shifting loyalties to suit the strongest side, hoping to extract some benefits from this negotiation. Shan Ziran, you've done quite well tonight, even managing to deal with Ling Quan. But since he is also a member of Hung Hing, you owe us an explanation. In response, Su Ran casually pulled out a cigar and placed it between his lips. Brother Ji, I am nowhere near your level. Just a moment ago you labeled Ling Quan as a punk, and now you demand an explanation from me? To the uninformed, it would seem you're colluding with Ling Quan to undermine Jiang. Su Ran's words struck a nerve with Brother Ji, whose previously flushed face turned ashen. He was a fence-sitter, aligning with the strongest party. At that time, with Ling Quan holding the upper hand, he had naturally sided with him. Brother Ji, those were your words. Su Ran's statement not only startled Brother Ji, but also caused the other leaders beside him to furrow their brows. Enough, Brother Ji. Aran has been invited by me. We must show him respect. In truth, Jiang Tianxing felt a sense of satisfaction watching Brother Ji crumble under Su Ran's rebuttal. Such two-faced individuals would not have been afforded the position of a leader in the first place, were it not for their seniority and a slight connection with his father. However, he could not help but admire Su Ran for silencing the arrogance of Hung Hing with a single remark, rendering those who had previously supported Ling Quan unable to speak. From the outset, Su Ran had skillfully turned the tables, compelling the leaders to publicly acknowledge Jiang Tianxing as the leader of Hung Hing. Now, he continued to leverage the situation, using the support for Ling Quan's leadership as a means to fracture the unity among the leaders of Hung Hing. After all, tonight it was Hung Hing that sought Su Ran's counsel. If they could not maintain their momentum, how could they negotiate? These leaders were merely aiming to profit, which had led them to collaborate against Su Ran. However, they were divided into 3 factions, one fiercely loyal to Jiang Tianxing, another that had previously benefited from Ling Quan and betrayed Jiang, and the last being opportunists like Brother Ji. Su Ran appeared to be on the back foot, yet he was strategically suppressing Hung Hing's ambitions to reclaim Mongkok. Jiang, you are magnanimous. Although I am aligned with Lian Sheng and cannot interfere in Hung Hing's affairs, I cannot stand by and remain silent. Speak up, Aran. Jiang Tianxing smiled at Su Ran. In my view, Jiang has always been the rightful leader of Hung Hing. From the past to the present and into the future, Hung Hing belongs to the Jiang family. Ling Quan was merely the leader of the Mongkok faction. How could he dare to overstep? At this point, Su Ran's gaze shifted to the leaders of Hung Hing, smiling as he asked, what do you all think? After Ling Quan's downfall, this group of leaders, recently released on bail from the police station, gathered to meet at Hung Hing's territory. However, they waited a long time without seeing Jiang Tianxing take charge, fully aware that this was his way of asserting dominance. Reluctantly, they had to go and seek out Jiang Tianxing. Prior to confronting Su Ran, they had already reached an understanding with Jiang Tianxing, tacitly acknowledging him as the leader of Hung Hing. Yet they did not anticipate Su Ran would bring the matter into the open. With Ling Quan out of the picture, they knew he should not contest the leadership. It would only disturb their peace. Those who had previously betrayed Jiang Tianxing had hoped to use this negotiation to gain leverage in Mongkok. But they first had to return the favors Ling Quan had bestowed upon them to Jiang Tianxing. Otherwise, they would lack the standing to negotiate with Su Ran and could even face retribution from Jiang Tianxing, possibly losing their positions altogether. According to the rules of the Underworld, Su Ran had secured Mongkok through the influence of the Tsuan faction. For Hung Hing to reclaim it, one of their factions would need to take action. They could no longer use Ling Quan's death as an excuse for Jiang Tianxing to step forward. Thus, they found themselves lacking the courage and strength to negotiate with Su Ran, let alone elevate his standing in Mongkok. However, one muscular leader from a faction had been staring at Su Ran with intense scrutiny, his clenched fist seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 55. We believe you will surely be dealt with by the prince. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing observed how Su Ran, with just a few words, had managed to divide the leaders of Hung Hing into 3 factions. Though he wore a smile, a sense of melancholy filled his heart. In the past, he relinquished that parcel of land for the sake of Hung Hing. Yet, today as Hung Hing remains as fragmented as loose sand, he feigns an air of cultured amiability, a guise to obscure his true intentions, a requisite skill for those in power. However, this pretense holds no sway in the presence of Su Ran. While awaiting a response from the Hung Hing leader, Su Ran continued, when I first ascended to my position, Liang Kuan extorted 5 million from me and accepted my money without a trace of acknowledgement. Do you think Liang Kuan is not a fool? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Han Bin and Sister 13, empathizing with him, echoed in unison, indeed, Liang Kuan is a fool. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Their declaration had effectively dismantled Hung Hing's plan to coerce Su Ran into relinquishing control of Mongkok with the full force of their organization. To claim Liang Kuan is a fool is one thing, but Mongkok belongs to us, and it must be reclaimed. The remaining 10 leaders of Hung Hing were not devoid of intelligence. Observing the situation, they finally realized how Su Ran had been leading them by the nose repeatedly, and they could feel the potency of his words. Shanzai Ran, we at Hung Hing have 12 factions and tens of thousands of brothers. Who does not know that Hung Hing excels in combat? We are here to act, not merely to talk. If we cannot settle matters at the table, then we shall resolve them with our fists. At this, Su Ran merely frowned slightly. It appeared they were prepared to abandon all decorum. Ji Guo's words clearly indicated that he was no longer willing to negotiate. Yet, Su Ran displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a mocking smile graced his features as he said, Ji Guo, can Hung Hing truly fight? My cousin, Hua Zue, has already experienced it firsthand. However, I know you are left with nothing but hot air, eager to seize the first chance and flee when trouble arises. You bow before the gods and trample upon the dogs, showing no regard for their status. Su Ran continued to taunt these so-called leaders with a fervor reminiscent of the eloquent debates of the 3 kingdoms. Shanzai Ran, Hua Zue has only dealt with Liang Kuan's petty thugs. Do not presume that clearing Mongkok grants you the right to act imperiously here. If you continue to babble, I assure you, you shall not leave this boxing gym. At that moment, a voice, calm yet imbued with formidable authority, echoed throughout the gym. Even the leaders of Hung Hing could not help but smile upon hearing him speak. Regardless of the incompetence of these leaders, Hung Hing was still his, and he absolutely did not wish to see Su Ran continue to humiliate them. Su Ran turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting a man with a close-cropped haircut leaning against the wall, his icy gaze fixed intently upon him. Jiangsheng, who is that? His words are even more abrasive than Ji Guo's. He must have dined on excrement and forgotten to brush his teeth. Su Ran pointed at the man, addressing Jiang Tianxing. He is the leader of Hung Hing's Sim Sha Sui faction, the prince. Jiang Tianxing spoke with an unmistakable pride as he mentioned the prince, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hung Hing, renowned as the god of war. Jiangsheng, so he is the prince of Hung Hing. He bears little resemblance to you. Su Ran remarked with an odd stare directed at Jiang Tianxing, even making an uncouth gesture, as if suggesting the man might be his illegitimate child. Upon witnessing this gesture, not only did the prince feel the urge to retaliate, but Jiang Tianxing also contemplated delivering a punch to send Su Ran sprawling. With a twitching lip, the prince stepped forward, coldly stating, Shanzai Ran, do you know what became of the last person who provoked me? They now lie in a welfare institution, being studied on how to slit throats. In response, Su Ran's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he chuckled derisively. I have heard from my subordinates that the Prince of Hung Hing is a Muay Thai champion. The last person who challenged you either ended up selling salted duck eggs or lying in a hospital on oxygen. From your demeanor, it does not seem like you are merely boasting. However, young people ought to be grounded. Do not casually claim that others cannot leave through the door, for you are not their parent and cannot coddle them. Su Ran unleashed his wit, leaving even a seasoned veteran in the dust. A mere prince could only stand there, bleeding from the mouth. The prince, who typically let his fists do the talking, was ill-prepared for the lethal tongue of Su Ran. He immediately clenched his fists, eager to charge at Su Ran. Prince, hold on. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing promptly stood up to block the prince. While a verbal duel was out of the question, a physical confrontation was indeed inevitable. Although everyone understood that tonight's fight could not be avoided, it must be conducted in a fair and honorable manner, lest word spread and Hung Hing be ridiculed for overwhelming the weak. Seeing the prince's intention to charge, Long Air, standing behind Su Ran, was not merely a passive bystander. Towering in stature, he swiftly closed the 5-meter gap in mere strides, fixing his gaze on the prince with a ferocity that surged within him. The prince, standing at 180 centimeters, tilted his head slightly and pointed a finger at Long Air, coldly declaring, "Humph, big guy, tonight you will surely find yourself in the hospital. I, the prince, have spoken. Then come." Long Air was undaunted by the reputation of Hung Hing's god of war. He too was passionate about martial arts. "Ah, Air, you cannot be so rude. Look, Jiang Sheng hasn't he spoken. You ought to return." Su Ran gently patted Long Air's shoulder. Su Ran was well aware of Long Air's strength. Yet he was not a match for the prince. He had already prepared himself for the forthcoming bout. Once Jiang Tianxing took his seat again, Su Ran smiled and said, "Jiang Sheng, this fight is unavoidable, but shouldn't we have a title for it? Ran, you have seized Mong Kok from Hung Hing. The prince is dissatisfied and will be the first to strike you. Is that sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Hung Hing had completely cast aside Liang Kuan, who had been reduced to selling salted duck eggs. That title indeed works. Smack. As soon as Su Ran finished his words, he suddenly stood up and forcefully overturned the table. The table soared through the air toward the prince. "You dare!" Upon seeing the table flying toward him, the prince let out an enraged roar and executed a roundhouse kick. Bang! The sound of shattering echoed repeatedly. Yet, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. The table, 2 meters in diameter and crafted from solid wood, weighed at least 50 pounds. The cold expression on the prince's face was enough to reveal Su Ran's formidable skills. With this strike, it was clear that tonight would be a confrontation between Su Ran and the prince. Seeing this, Long Air hurriedly stepped forward, his heart racing. "Boss, you can't do this." Long Air had never suspected that his leader was so formidable. He believed he could not have generated such power in overturning the table to attack the prince. "Do not worry. Your boss never undertakes actions without certainty." Seeing the confidence in Su Ran's eyes, Long Air reluctantly stepped back, filled with concern. After the prince shattered the wooden table with his kick, his dress pants had ripped apart, leaving him with only his scarred, muscular physique on display as he assumed a Muay Thai stance to warm up. The explosive power of his punches left no doubt in anyone's mind that the prince would not be defeated tonight. The leaders of Hung Hing all believed Su Ran would surely meet his demise. Chapter 56. Victory grants one the chance to enjoy tea in Simsha Sui. At this moment, Su Ran, standing opposite the prince of Hung Hing, leisurely began to remove his expensive suit, while Sister 13 watched with great interest. Turning to Han Bin to remark, "Look at Shan Ziran. His attire alone must be worth over $1 million. No wonder even Liang Kuan has fallen at his hands." It seems that Su Ran has met his match this evening. Prepared, Su Ran stepped forward to within 5 meters of the prince, slightly relaxing his stance. The prince, already brimming with suppressed rage, advanced with large strides, ready to strike. "Wait." Suddenly, Su Ran raised his hand and called for a halt, causing the prince's reddened fist to freeze mid-air, his cold, indifferent gaze seemingly already staring down the visage of death. Instinctively, he shouted, "What is going on?" Ding. The host has received damage, expending 50,000 to avoid injury. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Ran immediately breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment he entered the boxing gym, he activated his skill of flaunting wealth. With all his might, he overturned the table to establish dominance while intentionally injuring himself to verify whether the skill had been activated, not anticipating that he might stumble in the process. "Shan Ziran, are you afraid? If so, kneel before the prince and bow your head. Then surrender Mong Kok, I assure you. You can walk out of here standing and continue to be the one in charge of Tsun Wan," boasted the audacious voice of Brother Ji from Hung Hing, echoing in the room. Haha. At Brother G's words, all the gang leaders of Hung Hing burst into laughter, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain. "Haha. I admit I misjudged earlier, my apologies." Su Ran's sudden retreat elicited laughter from Sister 13, who generously acknowledged her earlier misstatement. "Shan Ziran, your garments are exquisite. My girls adore them. It would be best if you refrained from fighting the prince. Otherwise, my girls will have no fine clothes to wear, which would diminish business significantly. After Sister 13 spoke, the laughter grew even louder, and even the prince standing in the ring displayed a fleeting smile. Haha. Brother Hozue and Long Air, however, paid no heed to the merriment surrounding them, their expressions laden with concern solely for Su Ran's safety. Haha. The laughter of the crowd was unabashed, even a flicker of amusement passing over the prince's cold visage. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng remained as impassive as a stone statue seated in his chair. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. Had Su Ran not displayed a look of fear when he flipped the table, he might have been deceived as well. He pondered. Should Su Ran be killed by the prince, how would he ever reclaim his rightful position as the leader of Hung Hing? Would he need to return the diamonds to be embedded in a tombstone? Regarding the land transfer, it would take a month if Su Ran were to be killed. He could terminate it at any moment. Have we had our fun yet? Then I shall speak. We are Triads. How could we avoid fighting? However, Jiang, let me remind you, Mongkok still flies my flag. What? Shanzai Ran, what do you mean by that? If you want to fight, then do so. Stop whining like a coward. The ever-bold Brother Ji of Hung Hing was the first to step forward. Brother Ji, this is a ring fight, not a quick dalliance. I call for a pause to add some flair. Otherwise, I would be remiss to the prince's name as the war god of Hung Hing. All right. What flair do you wish to add? Jiang Tianxing's inquiry only solidified Brother G's reputation as the 2-second warrior. Mongkok, if I win, it becomes mine. Hung Hing must stop their incessant prattling like a flute player seeking attention. If I lose, I'll forfeit 500,000 to make Brother Liang a platinum. What? 500,000? The amount that emerged from Su Ran's lips rendered the onlookers utterly speechless. For instance, to earn 500,000 in Central, one would need at least half a year. Relying on women's performances would take a minimum of 30 years. Shanzai Ran, you're not planning to burn that money, are you? The leaders of Hung Hing were incredulous. The reasoning was simple. Su Ran had tossed out nearly $1 million to ascend to the position of Tsuan Wan's leader, and rumors circulated that Liang Kuan had swindled 20 million from him. Even if Brother Ran were a big spender, it was implausible for him to possess such wealth. Those who roamed the underworld were all impoverished, who would squander millions without enjoying life, opting instead to become triads. They were either foolish or deluded. Jiang Tianxing glanced back at this cadre of brawny, simple-minded leaders. If they were to discover that Su Ran had exploited Liang Kuan and siphoned off millions from Hung Hing, would they not collapse in despair? With a skeptical gaze fixed on Su Ran, he could not decipher what schemes he was concocting. If he lost, not only would he surrender Mongkok, but he would also have to pay Liang Kuan for platinum, which would place Hung Hing at a tremendous advantage. After finishing his thoughts, Jiang Tianxing nodded at Chen Yao. Brother Ran, if you win, we agree you can stake your claim in Tsim Sui. After all, the spokesperson for Liansheng had been clamoring to seize Tsim Sui. Upon saying this, Chen Yao felt an icy chill creep up his back. It was evident that the prince was watching him. Gritting his teeth, under the prince's frigid gaze, Chen Yao forced a smile and said, Prince, you wouldn't concede defeat so easily, would you? Say another word, and you'll be on the ground. Chen Yao immediately covered his mouth and retreated behind Jiang Tianxing. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Tianxing's meaning was crystal clear. As long as he triumphed over the prince tonight, the claim to Tsim Sui would be his. The other factions of Hung Hing would not offer assistance, nor would they coerce Su Ran as they had that evening. He then smiled and remarked, I recognize that Jiang is the true leader, unlike the 2-second warrior of Hung Hing, who merely has a loud mouth. Brother Ji, stung by this remark, sought to regain his dignity, but was met with the cold glares of Jiang Tianxing and the prince, prompting him to fall silent. In the ring, Su Ran and the prince stood at opposing sides. Su Ran, an ordinary person in his past life, had no fighting skills whatsoever. However, in this body, having entered the academy at 18, he had studied combat and performed admirably, coupled with years of mingling in the underworld, though he lacked formidable martial arts. He had a firebrand by his side who was perpetually embroiled in brawls. Perhaps he did not know how to win a fight, but he understood how to deal lethal blows. To fulfill his mission, this bout was unavoidable, and he could only give it his all. Shall we commence? At this moment, the prince wore a mocking expression as he regarded Su Ran, indicating he should make the first move. Haha. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Ran chuckled softly, then leaned back with force. Thud. His entire body slammed against the ropes of the ring, using the rebound to charge towards the prince. As the distance closed to 2 meters, he propelled himself into the air, his knee carrying unparalleled force aimed directly at the prince's heart. The prince, having witnessed such life-risking maneuvers in the ring for over a decade, was unfazed. Had it been anyone else, they might have turned to evade the attack. For in a match where strength was evenly matched, endurance was the true test. But who was the prince? The war god of Hung Hing. From Su Ran's close-range knee strike, He could discern the level of Su Ran's strength. Rather than evade, he calmly remarked, "With your level, you dare to challenge me? You are truly courting death." As the words fell, he swiftly unleashed a kick aimed at Su Ran's groin. Yet, Su Ran appeared oblivious, maintaining his knee strike without any defense. Observing this, a cruel smile crept across the prince's lips. He knew that with this kick, Su Ran would be relegated to a life of subservience. Chapter 57. A kick inflicts 50,000 in damage. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, within the confines of the arena, the prince's whip kick not only surpassed Su Ran's knee strike in speed, but also in distance. Confident of his assured victory, the prince completely disregarded Su Ran's lethal maneuver, lacking any semblance of defense. With a resounding crack, just as the prince had anticipated, the whip kick struck Su Ran with considerable force. The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply, and the smile on the prince's face froze instantaneously. Overwhelmed by an excruciating pain radiating from his foot, he could only utter a shocked exclamation. How could it be so hard? Is it truly made of iron? With no forewarning, the prince was met with a knee strike from Su Ran. The sharp crack of breaking bones pierced the air, followed by the prince staggering backward, akin to a volcano erupting, crashing violently against the corner post. After delivering a powerful blow to the prince, Su Ran landed on one leg. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a tremendous force from his waist, executing a swift spinning kick. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the kick landed precisely on the prince's head. The impact was thunderous. The prince, lacking the skills of the wealthy and powerful, might have managed to gasp for breath after a knee strike, perhaps surviving on liquid sustenance. However, when Su Ran's heel struck his head, he was propelled off the stage, crashing to the ground, only to bounce twice before falling silent. Ding! The host has sustained damage, expending 500,000 to avoid injury. The prince's whip kick was valued at 500,000, while Su Ran utilized this sum to send the prince off to sell salted duck eggs. Wait, it seems he still has a breath left to sell eggs. He must first queue. After all, both sides had merely exchanged a single technique, leaving the onlookers unsure whether the prince's whip kick had truly connected with Su Ran. Those who had been cheering for the prince were now left speechless, akin to a duck with its neck caught, unable to produce a sound. Shanzai Ran, no? Big Shot Ran. How could he be so formidable? The prince, a dual flower of the Hung Hing, the most formidable warrior in its history, had been subdued by Su Ran in a single move. 1 second, 2 seconds, merely 2 seconds to conclude the bout. After being humiliated by Su Ran, Brother G had been fixated on his watch, counting the seconds to ascertain how long it took the prince to overpower Su Ran. Upon hearing the sound of a fall, he leaped up in jubilation, only to witness Su Ran still standing in the arena. Oh! The smile on Brother G's face instantly froze, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the prince bouncing on the ground. His entire body locked in place, he became the second most conspicuous figure in the arena. Hua Zui and Long Air, who had kept their eyes tightly closed, afraid to witness their boss being battered by the prince, opened their eyes with concern upon hearing the fall. To their astonishment, they saw Su Ran had triumphed over the prince, erupting into raucous laughter that reverberated throughout the boxing gym. Meanwhile, the other bigwigs from Hung Hing, under Hua Zui's laughter, wore expressions akin to mourning a deceased father. Trembling and motionless, Jiang Tiansheng, needless to say, had closed his eyes, feigning death. The invincible warrior of Hung Hing, the prince, now reduced to a mere dead dog. Hua Zui rushed forward, pointing at the prince and angrily berating him. Hua Zui, Su Ran interjected, halting Hua Zui. Were it not for the wealthy and powerful, the one lying on the ground would undoubtedly be him. The prince was undoubtedly strong, his kick valued at 500,000. Yet, in the world of combat, skill matters little without cash. Ultimately, he fell beneath the might of the financial warrior, Su Ran. Big Shot. Unlike Hua Zui, Long Air did not rush onto the stage, but instead, attentively retrieved a cigar for Su Ran. I'm here, Big Shot Ran. Brother G, previously frozen in place, suddenly sprang into action upon seeing Su Ran with a cigar in his mouth. He shouted and dashed onto the stage, quickly producing a lighter to ignite the cigar in Su Ran's mouth. His grin resembled a pile of unflushed waste. Get away. Hua Zui forcefully shoved Brother G aside and, with an audacious gaze, addressed the few bigwigs from Hung Hing, declaring in the most arrogant tone, I, Hua Zui, will undoubtedly seize Sim Sha Sui. Jiang Sheng, you were disappointed. It is I who emerged victorious. From now on, Mong Kok shall be mine. If Hung Hing refuses to acknowledge this, so be it. Let it be settled according to the rules. Any hall that possesses the capability may directly step into Mong Kok and challenge my flag. If they lack the ability and I instead seize their flag, they will have no choice but to join the prince in his fate. Brother G, you were quite vocal earlier. Now that you're so close, why not take the first step? Big Shot Ran, My skills are only sufficient to light your cigar. Do not expect me to engage in such high-stakes endeavors as flag seizing. From the moment he witnessed the prince's fall, Brother G had already conceded. Despite his inner desire to slay Su Ran dozens of times, he was the first to bow his head. Jiang Tiansheng, who had previously kept his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Su Ran's words and ascended the stage, standing before Su Ran. Ran, you have won. The principle of Hung Hing is loyalty and righteousness. Internally loyal, externally righteous. We of Hung Hing shall no longer pressure you regarding the territory of Mong Kok. If other halls find it unacceptable, they may engage in combat. As for Tsim Sha Sui, since Huazue has spoken, let him challenge, if capable. As he spoke, Jiang Tiansheng did not even glance at Huazue, entirely dismissing the notion that Huazue could seize Tsim Sha Sui. Huazue could not tolerate such humiliation, but was restrained by Su Ran. Jiang Tiansheng's words implied he did not wish for Huazue to use Su Ran's hand to take Tsim Sha Sui. Such provocations might work on Huazue, but held no sway over Su Ran. Naturally, he would not allow Huazue to fall into that trap. Upon seeing Su Ran intercept Huazue, Jiang Tiansheng ceased speaking and turned to address the bigwigs of Hung Hing. The phrase internal loyalty was directed at them. At that moment, the bigwigs of Hung Hing had begun to recover from the shock of the prince's defeat. Hearing Jiang Tiansheng's words, their thoughts varied, and they dared not meet his gaze. Brother G, perhaps you should refrain from engaging in tasks that require no skill, such as lighting cigars. Finally, Jiang Tiansheng cast a glance at Brother G, leaving him with this parting remark before exiting the stage. Upon leaving the boxing gym, Su Ran instructed Long Air to take him back to Tsuanwan. Once home, he promptly disconnected the telephone line, removed the battery from his cell phone, and collapsed into bed, entirely ignoring the stammering girl beside him. Chen Haonan was apprehended at the scene of Liang Kuan's fall. Being a member of Hung Hing, Su Ran found it inappropriate to hire a lawyer for bail, thus he remained detained. Meanwhile, the amnesiac girl, left alone after Su Ran's departure, was uncertain of where to go and could only wait on the rooftop for his return. Fortunately, Zhou Wenli had been preoccupied with work these past few days and did not ascend to the rooftop. Otherwise, Su Ran would not have enjoyed such a peaceful slumber. Sleeping until noon, Su Ran awoke to find a sumptuous lunch laid out on the table. It was then that he remembered the amnesiac girl still in his home. Observing her busily toiling in the kitchen, he shook his head and sighed. Alas, what shall I do? Suddenly, for the first time, Su Ran found the presence of women to be a vexing predicament. Downstairs, Zhou Wenli. Beside him, the stammering girl, and in the hospital, the mother of his daughter. As the array of dishes on the table was swiftly devoured, replenishing his energy, Su Ran suddenly had an epiphany. I merely sought enjoyment. I never intended to enter the grave. He promptly strode into the kitchen, resulting in a startled scream. Chapter 58. Preparing to become a chef in 2 years. In the world of Hong Kong cinema, as Su Ran stepped outside, he immediately spotted Long Air waiting for him at the entrance. Air, is something the matter? Long Jin called. Deng Bo is looking for you. Then go ahead. Remembering that his phone was still on the rooftop, and considering the annoyance of calls, he decided against bringing it. Su Ran settled into Long Air's crown car and safely arrived at a Tang building. At that moment, a lackey rushed forward, attempting to open the car door to assist Su Ran. However, he was quickly pushed aside by Long Air. Second brother, I'm Aze, I work for Brother Lo. Cornered against the wall, Aze looked terrified at Long Air's imposing fist and hurriedly introduced himself. Don't bother me if it's nothing important. Or even Lin Huai Lu 1T be able to protect you. After exiting the car, Su Ran merely tossed out a remark before heading upstairs. Upon entering the room where Deng Bo awaited, he noticed the portly figure of Deng Bo already seated in the prime position on the left, prompting him to naturally take a seat. Deng Bo, what do you need? I still have to make a trip to the dock. Aran, have some tea. Deng Bo smiled warmly at Su Ran, offering him a cup of fragrant tea. Excellent tea. Su Ran, who enjoyed both alcohol and tea, could discern that this was the treasured old fried tea from Chaozhou that Deng Bo had collected over the years. It was sweet upon entry and left a lingering aftertaste. Aran, I'll get straight to the point. The boss has agreed to let you open a hall in Mong Kok. That saves me the trouble of arguing with Brother Lo. Lin Huai Lu was indeed the decision-maker for Lian Sheng and had the authority to oppose the boss's plans in Mong Kok. However, with Deng Bo's agreement, Lin's opposition became moot. But there is a small request. Please, Deng Bo. Upon hearing the request, the smile on Su Ran's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. He anticipated that this small request pertained to the distribution of powder. We, the boss, earn our money through hard work. If there is profit to be made, we'll do anything. Lu and his crew want to distribute powder in Mong Kok. Deng Bo, you know I don't deal with powder, otherwise I wouldn't have relinquished the entire dock area in Tsuanwan. Mong Kok is my territory. If the boss wants to distribute powder there, it's not out of the question. Then it's settled. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Deng Bo's face lit up with delight, promptly agreeing, fearing a refusal. If you win, you can distribute powder. Su Ran ignored Deng Bo's reaction, instead focusing on pouring tea. Hearing Su Ran's statement, Deng Bo's expression darkened. His heart tumultuous. Had this been yesterday, he would have sent someone to challenge Su Ran. However, now, it was best to let it go. Although the pressure from Hung Hing on Su Ran was conducted in secrecy, there's no wall in the world that doesn't let the wind through. Su Ran's single challenge against Hung Hing's prince, sending him into a vegetative state with a single kick, had already stirred the waters of the underworld. Su Ran's reputation had skyrocketed. First, he planted his flag in Mongkok, then swiftly eliminated Liang Kuan. Within 2 seconds, he had taken down the Hung Hing battle god prince, and now Tsimsha Sui was under Jiang Tiansheng's control. The prince was indeed Hung Hing's most formidable double-flower red stick, having never lost a match in his life. Known for being the strongest fighter, he was unexpectedly brought down by Su Ran in mere seconds. Rumors had it he had become a vegetable, leaving the big bosses of Hong Kong's underworld utterly astounded. The impact was not limited to Hung Hing. In the new territories, in less than a night, Su Ran had become an idol. In the eyes of the Triads, they revered those who made their names through fighting. They believed Su Ran single-handedly dealt with Hung Hing, a feat not seen in many years. A decade ago, Axe Jun had used a mountain axe to dominate Yao Ma Ti. Now, Su Ran had transformed into a true spiritual idol, the kind whose mere mention commands respect. The title of Boss Ran resonated throughout the entirety of Hong Kong's underworld. Haha, I'm getting old. I've said what I needed to say. You can discuss other matters with Lu and the others. You're already quite formidable. Prepare to become the decision-maker in 2 years. You will undoubtedly lead Lian Sheng to glory. After concluding, Deng Bo set down the tea and bid farewell. He did not oppose Su Ran becoming the decision-maker in Mongkok and held great expectations for him. In a nearby restaurant, the big bosses of Lian Sheng's 9th district were gathered. As Su Ran entered, several bosses stood to greet him. Ran, come sit. Long Jin greeted him with a smile, guiding him to take a seat beside him. Boss Ran, you're quite influential now. Even Brother Lu has to call Long Air to reach you. As soon as Su Ran sat down, the impatient Huanyo immediately spoke up. In response, Su Ran merely turned his head, not meeting his gaze, and softly said to Long Air, Air, you're doing it again. How many times must I tell you? That big mobile phone is too heavy. Don't carry it on you. It'll affect your walking. Quickly throw it in the restroom. Su Ran's veiled admonition aimed at Lin Huailu indicated that he should not expect to summon Long Air in the future. Understood, boss. Long Air readily accepted, then stepped away to fetch a cigar for Su Ran. Crack. At that moment, the previously dimly lit room was suddenly filled with the sound of several lighters igniting. Gao Lao had always been somewhat inconspicuous, even as he pulled out his lighter. Long Gu and Chuan Bao exchanged awkward glances and sheepishly extinguished their lighters. Depuhe, having dealt with Su Ran before, noticed the two uncles extinguishing their flames and immediately broke into a smile. Cupping the flame and cautiously approaching Su Ran to light his cigar. This scene raised no eyebrows, except for Lin Huailu and Huanyo. Huanyo, how many chickens do you have in Tunman? Which ones are the tastiest? I'll order 100,000. Let the brothers of Lian Sheng pick them up from your place, one for each, free of charge. Ha! The uncles who had taken Su Ran's money burst into hearty laughter. Huanyo, sending 100,000 people over would be enough to trample all of Tunman. Indeed. Huanyo, if you have no goods, just pack it up. Don't let anyone use you as a dog. Chuan Bao unexpectedly uttered a compliment that delighted Su Ran. My throat hurts. I want to say more. Huanyo sensed a strong hint of threat in Su Ran's words. Boss Ran could even intimidate Hung Hing, so dealing with him was no challenge. If it weren't for Lin Huailu, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly to Su Ran. Ran, I'm very pleased with what happened yesterday. It showcased our Lian Sheng brand. Mongkok is the area with the most oil and water. Even the Numbers gang has been keeping an eye on it, yet you managed to stealthily plant your flag. But after you subdued Hung Hing, even the Numbers gang hesitated to mention taking over Mongkok. Ran, you've just stabilized in Suanwan and already planted your flag in Mongkok. You might not have enough manpower. Do you need the boss to assist you? Today, Lin Huailu arranged for Huanyo, Shuang Fandong, and Fei Hua to confront Su Ran at the table, aiming to divide Mongkok and reap the benefits. However, upon witnessing Chuan Bao, Long Zhen, Depuhe, and others eagerly reaching for cigars, it was clear that Fei Hua lacked the courage to speak up and had to handle things himself. Chapter 59, Turning the Tables Again. How can we lay hands on Brother Lo? Inside the private room, upon hearing Lin Huailu's words, before Su Ran could respond, Long Jin directly confronted him. Lu, Ran's current territory is called Boss Ran. He is acknowledged not only by Lian Sheng, but by the entire Hong Kong underworld. As soon as he speaks, desiring to align his underlings from the harbor to Tsinwan, There is no need for you to fret over the matter of manpower on his behalf. Indeed, Alok, you are akin to an anxious eunuch while the emperor remains unperturbed. Ha. The chatter of a loose tongue is far more pungent than that of a firebrand. Yet this time, no one dared to utter a word against him. Brother Locke, although the type of black may lack prowess, we are fortunate to have a substantial number of followers. Once Brother Yin makes his request, they can seamlessly shift allegiance to his banner. The type of black, who needs not even a temple, has executed the final assist. This move has effectively shattered Lin Huailok's plan to pressure Su Yin by colluding with He Liansheng. In the face of mounting pressure, Lin Huailok, the satisfied brother, displayed no change in demeanor. When one scheme fails, he resorts to plan B, playing the card of personal favors. Yin, the head has consented to your establishment in Mongkok, but I fear that Hung Hing may conspire behind the scenes. I recommend Dongguan Boy to assist you. Dongguan Boy was originally the foremost horse of type of black, forcibly transferred by Lin Huailok under the pretense of being a representative of He Liansheng. Within a month, he was sold off to Su Yan. The big bosses present exchanged knowing glances, amused by the unfolding drama. What a mess. Upon hearing this, type of black rose, pointing at Lin Huailok and bellowing in rage. Just days prior, when the firebrand swept through Mongkok, Lin Huailok had hoped Dongguan Boy would testify, solidifying Su Yin as Hung Hing's traitorous pawn. Instead, he became a formidable witness against Lin Huailok, leading to his considerable embarrassment, hence today's altercation. Brother Black, do not be angered. As soon as Su Yin spoke, type of black promptly took his seat. The formerly ink-dark countenance broke into a rare smile, reassured that Su Yin would stand up for him. Dongguan Boy is quite the talent. I can have him assist the firebrand in Mongkok. Once again, the firebrand. The tall fellow seems particularly intrigued by this name, exclaiming in astonishment each time it is mentioned. The firebrand is a well-conditioned horse, excellently trained by Master Su. Master Su, who previously held no prominent position in the Firebull faction, now finds his capabilities acknowledged under the firebrand's command. Just days ago, dozens of blades were poised at his throat, as Master Su wielded Su Yan's feather as a command token, strategizing from the sidelines. Otherwise, with the firebrand's sharp wit, he would not merely have allowed the blades to hover, but would have struck decisively. However, this time, the loose-tongue's remarks were not genuine praise for the firebrand, but rather a maneuver for personal gain. Many present were aware that Su Yin does not dabble in drugs. Sending Dongguan Boy to Mongkok was, in fact, a consensus among them, a strategy most likely to succeed. Lin Huailok sought to pressure Su Yin into submission, compelling him to agree to disperse drugs. Yet, knowing Su Yan's preference for a gentle approach, Long Gu and the loose tongue opposed this, proposing to send a representative to execute the plan discreetly. This would grant Su Yin face while securing benefits for everyone. Thus, it was decided. With the objective achieved, Lin Huailok intended to rise and depart. He was acutely aware that no advantage could be gained in Su Yan's presence. Remaining seated could potentially lead to old grievances being revisited. Brother Locke, now that Dongguan Boy has been transferred to my side, according to protocol, a red envelope is in order, yes? Just as Firebull opened his mouth to confront Su Yin, he was met with icy glares from all present, save for Lin Huailok. Sending Dongguan Boy to Mongkok guarantees everyone's interests. Your words at this moment would only obstruct our financial avenues. I merely have a sore throat. Firebull had initially intended to challenge Su Yin regarding the acceptance of a red envelope from the representative. However, he stifled his words and concocted an excuse to withdraw. Lin Huailok scanned the room, realizing that all had turned their heads, clearly unwilling to share the burden of the transfer's red envelope. Knowing it would not bode well to erupt, he silently cursed, "This bunch of fools. Expecting me to foot the bill." Discussing finances often strains relationships. This has long been the unwritten rule among the hoodlums. By the established norms, should Su Yin willingly accept Dongguan Boy, he would owe Lin Huailok a red envelope. However, since Lin Huailok had pushed Dongguan Boy towards Su Yin, he was now expected to offer a token envelope as a gesture. Yin, what do you believe would be an appropriate amount for the red envelope? Dongguan Boy, seemingly more formidable than the Prince of Hung Hing, would warrant at least 5 million for the transfer. It was Fatwa who exclaimed in disbelief. He had assessed Dongguan Boy's strength. How could he possibly be compared to the Prince of Hung Hing? Su Yin was evidently trying to squeeze Lin Huailok. However, as Fatwa spoke, he too received the treatment reserved for Firebull. All eyes were on him, particularly those of the loose tongue, whose gaze seemed ready to pierce him. The loose tongue had earned quite a bit from the Tsuanwan dock, adept at profiting from both sides. Alok, since Dongguan Boy is your top horse, I find it entirely reasonable for Yin to request a 5 million red envelope. He is assisting Lin Huailok by placing Dongguan Boy near Mongkok, enabling both drug distribution and preserving Su Yin's dignity. Naturally, he would push for this without reservation, as the funds are sourced from Lin Huailok. I too find it justifiable. A yen stands to gain nearly 1 million every minute. What is 5 million in comparison? Long Jin, well acquainted with Su Yen, understood that as long as he procured benefits for him, there would surely be a share in the profits. Within that 5 million red envelope, he would undoubtedly claim a portion. At this moment, Lin Huailok's face darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at this group. Internally, he lamented. Of course, for the esteemed brother Yen, 5 million is trifling. He casually donates over 10 million in a day. But I am Lin Huailok, the satisfied brother. Where do I find such funds? With all present tacitly agreeing that Lin Huailok should bear the financial burden, he could only speak in a tone tinged with imploring. Brother Yen, a 5 million red envelope is indeed excessive. How about I offer a token of 500 instead, as a gesture of goodwill? Upon hearing this, Su Yan's ire flared, and he slammed his palm on the table. Help you? Who is aiding old Root? A man in his 50s, constantly toiling, and yet burdened by your machinations as the representative. Previously, Lin Huailok had managed to squeeze 50,000 from Liang Cohen, only for the fool to send 3 individuals over, which Su Yan dismissed entirely. The airplane, disloyal, privately informed Fishhead Biao. Although Su Yan valued loyalty, the airplane should have approached the former leader before making any announcements. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the firebrand immediately arranged for the airplane to monitor the dock daily, ensuring that Fishhead Biao was not re-engaging in any dealings with Seven Happiness. In essence, he would return from whence he came, without needing to provide a transfer red envelope. As for the pestering Mi Jai, Su Yan understood that this character was solely interested in profit. If all the earnings were siphoned off by Mi Jai, what room would there be for the firebrand to excel? Before the firebrand had established himself, even with knowledge of his immense capability, he had to be suppressed. Frustrated, he simply passed the matter on to Long General now that the satisfied brother Lin Huailok had again implored Su Yan for assistance. One had to question who the true leader was. Indeed, Alok. Mi Jai squats at my doorstep daily, and I cannot seem to rid myself of him. This issue has yet to be resolved with you. Mentioning Mi Jai only intensified Long Jin's fury. Previously, whenever he had the urge, he would seek out Mi Jai, assured that there would be women to relieve his frustrations. Now, deprived of that outlet, he felt the pent-up frustration returning. With a blend of righteous anger and vexation, Long Jin was tempted to overturn the table. Observing Long Jin's vigorous attempts to upend the table, which remained steadfast, Su Yan, known for his respect towards the elderly and younger individuals, felt compelled to lend a hand. Smash! An antiquated pearwood dining table spiraled through the air before plummeting directly downwards, hurtling towards Lin Huailu. Startled, the spokesperson of Lien Sheng rolled on the ground without regard for his dignity, clumsily evading the impending crash. Boss Ran, how could you lay hands on our spokesperson? The quick-thinking Huan Yo and Fei Hua immediately confronted Su Ran. Chapter 60. If you utter another word, I shall truly turn you into a fireball. In truth, Su Ran had purposefully flipped the table, intending to suppress the audacity of this group of uncles, while simultaneously imparting a lesson to Lin Huailu. Cease with the petty maneuvers. Forcing Dongguan boys into Mongkok, was it merely for the sake of scattering fans? Or was there something more? During the altercation in Mongkok, not a single soul contributed a dime. Last night in Wanchai, when Huaxing cornered Jiang Tianxing and 10 prominent figures, it required a monetary bribe to escape unscathed. Now, to engage Su Ran in matters of favor. Did they truly believe him to be a sentimental young master? But are you, then, 18-year-old beauties? At this moment, hearing Huan Yo and Fei Hua's incessant chatter, Su Ran spat the cigar he had been holding towards Huan Yo. It burned me. The cigar arced through the air in a dazzling trajectory, striking Huan Yo's cheek with precision, causing him to yelp in pain and retreat, slapping at his face. Huan Yo, utter another word, and I shall ensure you truly become a fireball. With that, Su Ran surveyed the room. Those who harbored guilt, such as Chuan Bao and Xue Ji, averted their gazes, fearing to meet Su Ran's eyes, while the others lowered their heads in unison. Even Huan Yo, who had been threatened, dared not speak another word. At that moment, Lin Huai, covered in dust, propped himself against the wall and stood up. Su Ran coldly fixed his gaze upon him and said softly, Brother Lu, the transfer red envelope for the Dongguan boys is 5 million. If it falls short by a single cent, this matter is off the table. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Given Su Ran's current influence, even Uncle Deng had to tread carefully, consenting to Su's establishment of an incense hall in Mongkok. Threatening Huan Yo, flipping the table to admonish Lin Huailu, what did it truly amount to? Demanding a 5 million red envelope for the transfer was an explicit attempt to compel those idle, overly enthusiastic uncles to pressure Lin Huailu, the compliant brother, into parting with his funds. Ding. Task of becoming the spokesperson in Mongkok completed. Reward of 50 million has been successfully distributed. Upon receiving the notification in his mind, Su Ran opened his status panel to ascertain his current wealth. Name, Su Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, trainee at the Hong Kong Police Academy, red poles of Lian Sheng, owner of a garment factory. Physique, 88, ordinary person, 60. Intelligence, 93, ordinary person, 60. Strength, 91, ordinary person, 60. Wealth, 30, 15 billion. Career skill, wealth display. Phew, my fortune has reached 3 billion. Yet it falls short for developing that plot into a comprehensive shopping center. Previously, Su Ran had consulted an accountant regarding this. After all, his ambitions were lofty. At least $1 billion in capital was necessary to initiate construction. If he were to mortgage the land to a bank, it would indeed suffice for the development of a large shopping center. However, Su Ran was averse to incurring debt and becoming a slave to the bank. As he sighed, momentarily troubled by financial concerns, he noticed Long Jin hastily approaching. "Ran, do you have a moment to talk?" "Uncle Long, hop in. I actually have something I need your assistance with." "All right." Long Jin did not hesitate, promptly opening the car door to enter. However, once inside, he glanced around and felt that the vehicle seemed somewhat incongruous with Su Ran's stature as a big shot. At the Kuntong restaurant, Su Ran was hosting Long General Ran. "Your recent rise is nothing short of impressive. Even Jiang Tianxing dares not cross you. Uncle Deng has spoken, ensuring everything runs smoothly for you." Long Jin naturally tucked away the 50,000 in front of him, extolling Su Ran to the heavens. "Uncle Long, it's merely a trivial matter. I invited you over for tea today, but there is indeed something I require your help with. Ran, whatever it is, feel free to speak. Our spokespersons are engaging in underhanded tactics, and it's rather displeasing to me." Su Ran lifted a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. "Displeased, you say? What do you wish to hear from Su Ran?" Long Jin responded with a hint of bewilderment. Wasn't he flipping the table sufficient for venting his frustrations? "Who do you intend to deal with?" He mused internally. All the big shots from Kuntong now looked to Boss Ran for guidance. Could it be that he wished to take over the docks? "Uncle Long, let us get to the point. In a few days, we need to settle accounts. How should I approach the matter in Kuntong?" After speaking, Su Ran did not await Long Jin's reaction, but instead rose and walked toward the window, gazing out at the bustling sea to the west. Observing Su Ran's demeanor, Long Jin silently thought, "We had previously agreed to split Kuntong into 2 portions. Ran's words imply he seeks to secure the docks." With a somewhat grave expression, Long Jin inquired, "Ran, although your ascent has been rapid and many are eager to associate with you, you must understand that Chuan Bao and Chue Ji have united. Penetrating their ranks is no simple task. Be cautious not to give Lu and Uncle Deng any leverage." Long Jin's message was clear. Lian Sheng had been engaged in a power struggle, cautioning Su Ran not to sever their financial lifelines. Hearing this, Su Ran turned to Long Jin, wearing a smile. "Uncle Long, you misunderstand. I merely desire a deep-water dock capable of facilitating the movement of goods." Phew. He exhaled deeply, thinking, if it's not about territorial conquest, then this matter becomes much simpler. Long Jin's expression softened, and he replied gently, "Our business typically transpires at night. I shall negotiate with Chuan Bao and the others, securing 5 hours daily for you to load and unload goods. If that is insufficient, we can discuss further." "That would be much appreciated, Uncle Long. And regarding the 5 million transfer red envelope, I would count on you to assist further." Having achieved his desired outcome, Su Ran poured Long Jin a cup of tea. Half a month prior, Su Ran had invested some funds to import obsolete video game circuit boards from the East. By sourcing some controller parts and cases in Hong Kong, he could assemble them for play. The shipment had now arrived, but without a dock for loading. Future receptions would also necessitate one. Hence, he sought Long Jin, as entrusting this task to him was most fitting. "Ran, Jam Mei is persistently requesting me to give you a chance." Indeed, upon hearing the name Jam Mei, a faint, imperceptible smile graced Su Ran's lips. Now that Mong Kok was under his control, allowing Huazue to make profits amidst a pack of wolves, with only a single aide, Su Ke, was indeed insufficient. It was time to have Jam Mei step in to assist. Last night, Jiang Tianxing had agreed to let them plant their flag in Tsim Sha Sui. Yet, as soon as the prince entered the hospital, he immediately uprooted the Tsim Sha Sui flag and replaced it with Jiang Tianxing's. It was a blatant message to Su Ran. A mere Huazue could not hope to seize Tsim Sha Sui. "Uncle Long, what car do you think I should purchase? After all, I am a spokesperson for 2 factions. A common vehicle simply 1 T suffice." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Jin beamed with a smile. "Haha. I will definitely have Jam Mei assist you in resolving the car purchase." Not wishing to delay Su Ran's precious time any further, he took his leave, clutching the cash as he departed. In truth, even had Su Ran remained silent, Long Jin would have been exceedingly keen to secure that 5 million red envelope from Lin Huailu. After Long Jin's departure, Su Ran instructed Long Air to take him to Mong Kok. A crown vehicle is flanked at both ends by a pair of trucks. Forming a protective detail led by Long Air, specifically tasked with safeguarding Su Ran's well-being. Hey Air, stop at the tea restaurant up ahead and indulge in some beef brisket noodles. As a dozen individuals entered the establishment, the proprietor was immediately paralyzed by fear. Once Su Ran took a seat, he swiftly notified the local enforcer. In Hong Kong Island, conducting business on the streets invariably requires the cover of a triad, or else survival becomes precarious. This tea restaurant, situated at the juncture of Mong Kok and Sham Shui Po, falls under the dominion of Hung Tai, with the enforcer known as Wei Jixiang overseeing the territory. Originally, Xiang Di was enjoying fishball noodles nearby with his family when he received the proprietor's urgent summons and promptly rushed over. Boss, what's going on? However, before the owner could respond, Wei Jixiang caught sight of Su Ran and instinctively recoiled towards the entrance. Grandmaster Ran, what brings you here? The mere presence of such a formidable figure in this unassuming tea restaurant made it evident that matters of significance were at hand. After a moment of consideration, Wei Jixiang cautiously approached Su Ran. Grandmaster Ran, I'm the enforcer here, known as Xiang Di. This meal is on me. Please enjoy at your leisure. With that, he immediately began ushering other patrons out to create a tranquil dining environment. Su Ran merely cast a sidelong glance at Wei Jixiang, recalling that this individual was the tragic protagonist from his previous life in the Underworld. Adhering to the philosophy of not involving oneself in others' affairs, he continued to savor his beef brisket noodles. As Wei Jixiang reached the doorway, he was confronted by two other troublesome figures entering the tea restaurant. Internally, he lamented, "What kind of day is this, encountering three prominent figures simultaneously?" Chapter 61. Finish your noodles, then return them? In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, the boundary street between Sham Shui Po and Mong Kok once witnessed the formidable presence of Leon Kuen, under whose reign Hung Tai's members would never dare to cross. Now, barely a day had passed since Su Ran claimed Mong Kok, and the territory was already under the occupation of Hung Tai's Bai Mei. While indulging in his beef brisket noodles, Su Ran noticed an elderly man in a tang suit and a young man clad in gray entering the establishment. Halt! Upon spotting newcomers, Long Air immediately rose to block the passageway. His 200-pound frame loomed like a wall, preventing Bai Mei and the prince from entering. Get lost. Do you not realize this is Hung Tai's territory? As the prince of Hung Tai was about to erupt in fury at Long Air's obstruction, Bai Mei quickly intervened. Grandmaster Ran, what winds have blown you here? You didn't even give me a heads up, allowing me to extend my hospitality. Hey Air, let that father and son in. Upon receiving the command, Long Air bypassed Bai Mei and forcibly ejected several of their associates. For those reluctant to leave, Long Air employed his massive fists to impart a lesson about the consequences of defiance. Hey you! As Long Air dragged the lackeys out, the prince of Hung Tai felt a surge of anger rising within him. However, with Bai Mei present, he could only swallow his rage. Bai Mei and the prince took their seats directly across from Su Ran, observing him as he finished his noodles. Uncle Mei, your beef brisket noodles are quite unpalatable. Grandmaster Ran, if they're indeed dreadful, consider this meal on me. Unbeknownst to Bai Mei, the news that Su Ran had become the authority in Mong Kok had yet to circulate. He wondered if his sudden appearance was related to Su Ran's encroachment on this street. Hearing this, Su Ran flicked a toothpick towards Bai Mei and produced a cigar to place between his lips. Observing the prince of Hung Tai's impotent rage, he scoffed derisively. Uncle Mei, I typically focus on generating profit and am not well acquainted with the localities. Is this area Mong Kok or Sham Shui Po? Hung Tai had nearly wiped Sham Shui Po clean of any competition, save for the Hong Hing faction's colored streets. Yet, the venue where Su Ran enjoyed his beef brisket noodles belonged to Mong Kok. Since Hung Tai had ventured into his territory, it was only fitting for him, as the authority, to pay a visit. Before Bai Mei could utter a word, he was interrupted by the prince of Hung Tai, who, emboldened by a history of impunity in Sham Shui Po, seized the opportunity to lash out. He leaped to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ran, and bellowed. This is Mong Kok. Across the way lies Sham Shui Po. I seized this territory from Hong Hing yesterday. Su Ran merely chuckled coldly in response. Smack. Long Air, having been by Su Ran's side for quite some time, recognized the signal to strike from the laughter. The unfortunate prince of Hung Tai, having been arrogant for but a fleeting moment, was swiftly met with the butt of Long Air's gun, crashing his head onto the table. As Bai Mei prepared to resist, he felt several Black Star pistols pressed against his neck. Meeting Long Air's icy gaze, he realized that any sign of defiance would lead to dire consequences. He had not anticipated that Su Ran would show him no semblance of mercy. The situation escalated without warning, quickly bringing both father and son under control. Uncle Mei, you've grown old, still clinging to the outdated notion of courtesy before aggression. You Hung Tai have taken over this street in Mong Kok. Were you not being astute? In truth, it was the prince of Hung Tai who had led the charge to seize Boundary Street, a fact that Bai Mei would only come to learn in hindsight. He had initially intended to negotiate with Long Jin regarding Su Ran, but found himself face to face with him today instead. Grandmaster Ran, what will it take for you to release my son? I will return this street to you. Su Ran's cold laughter echoed once more, and the prince felt the butt of the gun strike his head again, blood oozing from the wound. Uncle May, if I were to serve you your son's head on a platter, how would you feel about that? With that, Su Ran gestured ominously towards the prince's neck. Grandmaster Ran, let's not take it to such extremes. Leave a little room for reconciliation. It will be beneficial for future encounters. The name of Grandmaster Ran had only recently gained notoriety. Bai Mei had even dispatched someone to investigate, receiving a call earlier that morning stating that Su Ran was not the type to act arrogantly. Any issue could be resolved through dialogue, even if it meant parting with some money. Yet, the reality had transformed dramatically, and now, finding himself at Su Ran's mercy, he could only mentally curse. Damn it, telecommunications fraud. I detest those who act first and negotiate later. If Hung Tai has its eyes on this street, just buy it. Violence is detrimental to the younger generation. At that moment, Su Ran regarded the visibly flustered Bai Mei with a mocking expression. He then seized the bowl of beef brisket noodles from the table and poured it over the head of the prince of Hung Tai. Su Ran's greatest disdain in life was for those who indulged in noodles. If you have such an affinity for noodles, then please, enjoy some beef brisket noodles. The prince, who had already slipped into unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the agony of salt being rubbed into his wounds. As he struggled to rise, Long Air pressed down on his cervical spine with one hand, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. Hearing his son's anguished wails, Bai Mei's lips twitched, his heart bleeding. Had he not known that Mong Kok was under Su Ran's command with an army of 5,000, he might have charged in with guns blazing to confront Su Ran. Grandmaster Ran, I concede defeat this time. What must I do for you to spare my son? The words escaped Bai Mei's lips, and he was left astonished by how long it had been since he had uttered such sentiments. Now, the balance of power had drastically shifted, leaving him no choice but to capitulate for the sake of his life. Even the leaders of Hong Hing and Lianxing had found no favor in Su Ran's presence. For Bai Mei to sacrifice a modicum of dignity to save his son would hardly invite ridicule. Heir, since Bai Mei has acknowledged his mistake, let him go. Have I not taught you to respect your elders and cherish the young? With that, Su Ran rose and made his way towards the exit. Long Air, upon witnessing this, released his grip on the prince of Hung Tai and followed Su Ran out. Behind them, several opportunists cautiously kept their eyes fixed on Hong Tai's white eyebrows, slowly retreating. Who? Standing at the entrance, Wei Jixiang had just witnessed his superior, Prince Hong Tai, being brutally beaten by Long Air, yet he dared not take a step forward. It was only after Su Ran exited the door that he stealthily made his way inside. Noticing the pained expression on Bai Mei's face, he carefully offered a clean towel. Although he felt deep sympathy for his superior's predicament, he couldn't help but admire Su Ran, believing that such assertiveness was essential for maintaining one's prestige. Unfortunately, his wife had passed away 2 years prior, leaving him somewhat disheartened about the path of a gangster. As Su Ran approached the car, he spotted a stunning beauty who bore a striking resemblance to the former pop star Liang Yongqi, hastily making her way towards him, prompting him to halt. Miss, I advise you to refrain from visiting that tea restaurant. The food there is rather unpalatable. Sandy Liang, Wei Jixiang's defense attorney, gazed at Su Ran with surprise. Just then, Wei Jixiang was ushered out by Bai Mei, and upon seeing the terrified Sandy Liang standing before Su Ran, he rushed over in urgency. Boss Ran, this is Sandy. She is my lawyer. Upon hearing this, Su Ran offered a slight smile and presented a business card to Sandy. I will consult you for any future legal matters. Sandy, taken aback as she received Su Ran's card, stood frozen in place. Are you foolish? Quickly hand your card to Boss Ran. Concerned that Su Ran might take action against Sandy, Wei Jixiang anxiously urged from the side. All right. Sandy, flustered, retrieved her own card from her briefcase and respectfully presented it to Su Ran. Lawyer Liang Yongqi. Reciting the name upon receiving the card was a sign of respect. Ding. Task initiated. Obtain Liang Yongqi's first blood. Reward, 5 million. Side quest. The host may decline. Hehe. Why does this system insist on having me claim a first blood? Su Ran mused. What can I say? I am a respectable person, and I shall refuse. He had no doubt that Liang Yongqi's first blood would indeed be available. After his refusal, he took a serious look at the pure and refined lawyer before him and casually remarked to Wei Jixiang, would you like to come and assist me? However, without waiting for a response, he directly proceeded to his car. Su Ran's statement was merely to maintain this inexplicable connection, believing that he could continue to engage with lawyer Liang Yongqi. After he left, Prince Hong Tai, supported by his subordinates, stood at the entrance, casting a dark glare at Wei Jixiang and Sandy Liang. In Chapter 62, you were told to study, yet you did not take it seriously. Inside the tea restaurant, Hong Tai Bai Mei applied white liquor to his son's head, causing Prince Hong Tai immense pain, making him wish he could kill his father. Son, endure it. After a few seconds, the pain began to subside, and his mind started to clear. His first words were a desperate call for help to kill Su Ran. Stop shouting. Consider it fortunate that you have your life back. Bai Mei, having mingled in the underworld for decades, understood that Su Ran's audacity in smashing his son's head was a warning to Hong Tai. Thus, if they were to reclaim their territory, this incident could be put to rest. However, should this incompetent son continue to provoke Su Ran, the latter would have every justification to send him off to a worse fate. In the gangland, conflicts and brawls were commonplace. Yet sending someone to ruin was not taken lightly. Just as Su Ran had dealt with Didi, it was due to the unwritten rule of not harming family members. Dealing with the leader of the Hongxing gang had been a result of Ling Kuan's prior attempts to claim Su Ran's territory. But he was met with a crushing defeat. Upon hearing Bai Mei's words, Prince Hong Tai, filled with unwilling rage, shouted, "Father, can I just let this incident of being shot in the head go? How will I ever survive in this world?" "Son, sometimes suffering is a blessing," Bai Mei replied. With Boss Ran being strong and dominating, even taking control of Hongxing's Mong Kok, it's clear how formidable his power is. Now, this little punk Su Ran dares to insult me and Hong Tai. Reluctantly, Prince Hong Tai struggled to rise, wanting to summon help. Slap. A dull sound reverberated within the tea restaurant as Bai Mei struck Prince Hong Tai. He coldly glared at Wei Jixiang. "Father, I was struck by someone. And now you strike me too?" Prince Hong Tai looked at Bai Mei with a pitiful expression, leaning helplessly against the wall. Observing this, Bai Mei shook his head with a sigh, his tone softening. "Son, I told you to study, yet you did not take it to heart. You are utterly foolish. You've been humiliated by Boss Ran once. Consider this a lesson. In the future, he won't bully you anymore, and we can maintain our hold in Sham Shui Pa, allowing you to continue your reign as the tyrant." "I am not satisfied." Bai Mei, seeing his son's defiance, interrupted him, continuing, "Son, how much strength Hong Tai possesses? You know best. If Boss Ran wanted to take us down, no one would come to our aid. Now that Ling Kuan is dead, the market is wide open. Making money is my priority, and once we have wealth, we shall deal with that punk Su Ran." Hong Tai understood that survival between Lianxing and Hongxing required a buffer zone. Otherwise, with only a few thousand men, Hong Tai could collapse overnight. "I understand now. I will keep a close watch on the video factory. You should return and take your medicine." Although Prince Hong Tai was arrogant, he was not foolish. He absorbed Bai Mei's words and remembered this lesson, suppressing the anger he felt towards Su Ran. Such is the life of a gangster. Today you outnumber me, and you strike me. Tomorrow I outnumber you, and I retaliate. After Bai Mei left, Prince Hong Tai summoned his subordinates to assist him in going to the hospital for treatment. As they approached the entrance, he spotted Wei Jixiang and Su Ran laughing together. Instantly realizing the situation, "Wei Jixiang, you little traitor, I will not let you off easily." While he dared not confront Su Ran, he bore no grudges against Wei Jixiang. Setting aside the matter of the video factory, upon seeing Wei Jixiang's girlfriend, Ruby Quan, holding a child, a new idea formed in his mind. Having lost his wife, he now sought to possess this woman. "Tonight, I shall have my way with her. Let's see what you can do." Hiss. Prince Hong Tai, distracted by his thoughts of Ruby, accidentally bumped into a lamp post, wincing in pain as he cursed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wei Jixiang was blissfully unaware. Believing that his superior, Prince Hong Tai, was taking good care of him, even having opened a video factory together. He had also declined Su Ran's invitation to transfer under his wing, citing lack of capability as the reason. "Whose card is this?" "Boss Rance, it's for Lawyer Liang." "Oh." Ruby Quan, with an enticing figure, curiously pinched Su Ran's business card between her fingers. The office building in Mong Kok, which Su Ran had instructed Jose to purchase, had undergone renovation in less than 24 hours due to the immense power of money. In the spacious second-floor lobby, spanning nearly 3,000 square feet, only Su Ran's desk was present. As Su Ran reached the entrance of the Tongha building, he spotted Jean Mitzi waiting there. The ground was littered with cigarette butts, indicating he had been there for quite some time. As Long Air finally brought the vehicle to a halt, Jean Mazai promptly approached, respectfully opening the door for Su Ran while addressing him with a courteous, "Boss Ran. Jean Mazai, you ought to be aware of my disposition. No need for such formalities. Just be yourself." Su Ran remarked before striding directly into the Tongha building. Upon entering Su Ran's office, Jean Mazai looked around but found no tea utensils, prompting him to turn and descend the stairs. After a brief interval, he returned, cradling a bottle of white liquor and 2 glasses. After filling his own glass, Jean Mazai, with an air of reverence, addressed Su Ran, saying, "Boss Ran, I hope you will grant me an opportunity." At that moment, Su Ran cast a casual glance at Jean Mazai. Sensing the look in Su Ran's eyes, Jean Mazai instantly comprehended the unspoken message. He immediately downed the entire glass of white liquor, its high alcohol content searing through his stomach like fire. The burning sensation made him want to cough, and his stomach felt as though it was ablaze. Yet, he understood that he must endure. Over the past month, every individual associated with Lianxing had regarded him as if he were a mere animal, having been cast out by Long Jin only to be thrown back. He had endured a barrage of cold glares that could fill a barrel. I will never be inferior to Master Su. Master Su thrived in the company of Huazue and was often compared to the likes of Jean Mazai, who was mercilessly mocked for being deemed less competent than a stutterer. With unwavering determination, Jean Mazai gulped down the white liquor from the red wine glass. In truth, Su Ran recognized that Jean Mazai was unlike the ordinary thugs. He held no enthusiasm for the affairs of the Triads. Of course, his sole motivation was personal profit. More importantly, Jean Mazai harbored profound resentment towards Lin Huayue. According to Long Jin, Jean Mazai had been cursing Lin Huayue while seeking his help, vowing to return the indignity inflicted upon him by this three-surnamed servant if given the chance. Boss Ran, I know your time is precious. Uncle Long mentioned you were in the market for a car, and I have already located a suitable one for you. Jean Mazai, having regained his composure, dove straight into the matter. Last night, Long Jin had called him, stating, find a fine car for Boss Ran. This is your last opportunity. I implore you not to mess it up again. Do you know which model I prefer? Su Ran regarded Jean Mazai calmly, harboring no doubts about his capabilities. At that moment, feeling the trust conveyed in Su Ran's words, Jean Mazai stood tall. There are over 200 vehicles for you to choose from. The Liani and Lianxing factions have some connections in Yuan Long. Brother Che has recently acquired a new batch of cars, including Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, and Porsches. After listing them all, Jean Mazai gradually stepped back, his face flushed, anxiously awaiting Su Ran's response. Should Su Ran agree to inspect the vehicles, it would signify Jean Mazai's reinstatement under Long Jin's banner, allowing him to follow Su Ran with confidence. Conversely, if Su Ran offered no response, it would merely be a gesture of goodwill in consideration of Long General Chapter 63. How have I endured this past month? In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, the Triads and Lianxing are regarded as the most formidable, akin to the flagship brand of Hyson. Brother Che is a prominent figure within Liani, dealing in everything except human trafficking and narcotics. It is said that even firearms from above can be obtained. Ding, mission issued. Accept Jean Mazai's allegiance. Reward, 2 million. Side quest, the host may decline. How could one refuse a financial opportunity? System, I accept. After accepting the mission, Su Ran picked up the red wine glass on the table. Seeing this, Jean Mazai hurriedly approached with the white liquor, pouring a couple of drops into Su Ran's glass before filling his own halfway. After clinking their glasses, Su Ran smiled at the pained expression on Jean Mazai's face and said, very well, let us go take a look. Ding, mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Su Ran, well aware of Brother Che's reputation, felt quite satisfied with Jean Mazai's earnestness. Upon hearing Su Ran's affirmation, Jean Mazai's previously pained expression transformed into one of elation, his eyes glistening with moisture. At that moment, he yearned to embrace a pillar and weep. Do you have any idea what I've endured over this past month? Having exhausted all his savings, Jean Mazai had aligned himself with Brother Che solely to find a splendid vehicle for Su Ran. Now, his wish had finally come to fruition. How could he not cry? After half an hour, Su Ran and Jean Mazai arrived at the Yuan Long Pier. Brother Che, who appeared to be in his 50s, was dining with his family when he spotted Jean Mazai and immediately set down his utensils, rising with a beaming smile. Jean Mazai, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you to bring that big water pipe for quite some time. Hearing Brother Che's jovial jest, Jean Mazai quickly stepped forward, whispering, Brother Che, let us keep it polite. Upon seeing Jean Mazai's earnest demeanor, Brother Che promptly retracted his playful smile. His previous comment about the big water pipe was a euphemism for a lucrative opportunity, but given the nature of the current company, he felt the need to adopt a more serious approach. He had no desire to provoke any formidable individuals. He merely wished to live out the remainder of his days peacefully. Brother Che? Su Ran alighted from the vehicle and approached Brother Che, calmly greeting him. Haha, how fortuitous. I just woke up to the sound of a magpie serenading outside my window. It seems today is destined for encountering a benefactor. In the presence of the formidable boss Ran from Lianxing, Brother Che felt he couldn't possibly allow Su Ran to address him as brother. Just call me Brother Che. It's more endearing. Brother Che recalled his moniker from his early days and decided to share it with Su Ran, hoping to make a favorable impression. The esteemed boss Ran before him was a legendary figure, surpassing both Hung Hing and Lianxing's prominent personalities. He dared not show any disrespect. Then I shall call you Boss Che. I am merely a guest. Given the courtesy extended to him, Su Ran reciprocated with respect. Boss Che, what model do you have in mind for me this time? After exchanging pleasantries, Brother Che directly transitioned into the main topic. In response, Su Ran did not answer, but instead scanned the array of vehicles before him. Although they were covered with red, white, and blue tarps, He could discern which were sports cars and which were sedans. At this moment on Hong Kong Island, the luxury cars commonly seen on the streets were predominantly from the German trio of BBA. Puffing on a cigar, Su Ran approached a particular E86, a car he had greatly admired in his previous life, known for its dominance on the slopes of Aquina. Brother Che followed suit, producing a lighter to ignite Su Ran's cigar. This AE86 is my favorite. It has accompanied me through mountains and seas. I'd rather not see it sold to you. Brother Che subtly remarked. I understand. I'm just taking a look. Su Ran recognized Brother Che's misunderstanding and simply smiled in response. Boss Ran, come inside the warehouse to take a look. There are all new cars in there. Brother Che was confident about the vehicles in his warehouse, certain they would meet Su Ran's approval. Navigating through the dimly lit and cluttered warehouse, Su Ran followed Brother Che aboard a cargo ship. This is how we handle the goods, Boss Ran. The ship is always ready to set sail. I've modified it, and even the water police can't catch up. Brother Che cheerfully showcased his operations to Su Ran. Noticing Su Ran's disinterest, he proceeded to unveil the adjacent tarp. This is a Porsche 918, brand new at 1.88 million, but mine has only been driven 2,000 kilometers, just half a year old. If Boss Ran is interested, you can take it for 500,000. Upon hearing this, Su Ran merely circled the Porsche before shaking his head, recalling that even the previous red GTR felt somewhat constricting. At present, I have no desire to drive a sports car. Having Long Air to chauffeur is sufficient. Upon hearing Su Ran's request, Che Gu meticulously surveyed Long Air and, somewhat uncertainly, remarked, Indeed, there exists a vehicle quite suitable for you, esteemed Ran, but, before Che Gu could finish his sentence, he turned and strode inside. With a swift motion, he unveiled a black car cover. Pointing at a silver-gray Rolls-Royce, he inquired, What do you think of this, esteemed Ran? Upon catching sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with delight. After circling it a couple of times, he even opened the door and sat inside for a few minutes. Damn, the comparison is staggering. The disparity between vehicles is disheartening. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Reflecting on the cars parked outside, in stark contrast to this Rolls-Royce, they seemed fit only for the depths of the sea. Esteemed Ran, this Rolls-Royce is one of 100 limited editions worldwide, having traveled merely 800 kilometers, although it has been in existence for 3 years. If you desire this vehicle, I can offer it to you for 880,000, and I will handle all the paperwork. Here, with money, anything is achievable. As long as we alter the chassis and engine numbers of this Rolls-Royce, it can be transferred to Su Ran's name as if it were new. Does this car have a soul ring? Che Gu looked at Su Ran in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the term. Has anyone died in it? Su Ran chuckled at Che Ge's confused expression. How could that be? This car is so imposing that anyone would keep their distance. It certainly possesses no soul ring. Che Gu, eager to reassure Su Ran, quickly responded, This is the one. I will go to the car to retrieve the money, cash in hand. And the car is yours. Feeling quite exhilarated, Su Ran did not haggle, focusing solely on admiring the car, growing fonder with every glance. A new Rolls-Royce typically costs 4 to 5 million, and even wealth cannot guarantee acquisition. In Hong Kong Island, one must hold a certain status to purchase such a vehicle. Given Su Ran's current standing, he had no qualifications to procure this car through legitimate channels. Perhaps only by developing that piece of land into a large shopping complex would he earn the right. Esteemed Ran, should you fancy it, drive it away now. There's half a tank of fuel inside, sufficient for your journey back to Tsuen Wan. Just send a subordinate over with the cash later, and we will settle the paperwork immediately. All right. Su Ran did not hesitate, instructing Long Air to fetch the keys from Che Gu, observing the Rolls-Royce. A rare smile graced Long Air's typically stoic face as he seized the keys from Che Gu and swiftly entered the vehicle. With a roar, the 12-cylinder engine sprang to life, its growl rivaling that of any street racing sports car. The entire vessel reverberated with the fierce growl emanating from within the car. At that moment, one of Che Ge's subordinates approached, whispering in his ear, Boss, isn't this the car ordered by the Hong Tai prince? He mentioned it was a birthday gift for his father. If you sell it now, how shall we handle it when Hong Tai's people come around? Hong Tai? The prince? Just mentioning that scoundrel caused Che Ge's blood pressure to surge. Silence. That scoundrel from Hong Tai said 3 months ago that he wanted the most prestigious car, and now that it has arrived, he claims he wishes to keep it. Considering he is the offspring of Bai Mei from Hong Tai, I didn't even collect a 300,000 deposit. In this business, trust is paramount. This car has been here for a month without him collecting it. That scoundrel only knows how to talk. If he wishes to keep it, so be it. I'm not his mother to coddle that waste. Chapter 64. Just seeking an opportunity to earn with you. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, whenever anyone utters the term prince, the formidable and imposing figure of the Hong Xing war god prince immediately springs to mind. As for the good-for-nothing prince of Hong Tai, Many are unfamiliar with him. Were it not for Bai Mei still being around, that inept Hong Tai prince would have been cut down long ago. Che Gu, with his blood pressure escalating, unleashed a torrent of curses. Inside the car, Su Ran frowned slightly upon hearing this. Hong Tai's prince, yet again this nuisance. No matter where he went, he seemed to encounter this character. As he exited the vehicle, Su Ran coldly addressed Che Gu. Since this car already has an owner, I shall wait. Upon hearing Su Ran's disinterest in the vehicle, Che Gu hastily interjected. There's no need to wait, esteemed Ran. That scoundrel from Hong Tai hasn't even placed a deposit. How could it possibly belong to him? This car is yours. You can drive it away right now. At that moment, while Che Gu was vocally persuading Su Ran, he internally cursed Hong Tai's prince multiple times. He had acquired this vehicle for nearly 500,000 and had it sit idle for a month without any buyers. Now, at last, he had encountered a significant client. How could he allow Su Ran to leave empty-handed? Then I shall put down a few thousand as a deposit, and then we will step outside to get the money. Esteemed Ran, do you look down upon me? You may take the car now. As for the payment, you can settle it after the paperwork is completed. Throughout Hong Kong Island, even if I trust no one, I have faith in esteemed Ran's integrity. Che Gu continued to extol Su Ran, eager for him to drive away in the Rolls-Royce immediately. All right, Air, drive out and get the money for the boss. Su Ran, ever respectful, reciprocated kindness. Seeing Su Ran's resolute demeanor, Che Gu refrained from further insistence. Esteemed Ran, the dog meat here is quite delectable and nutritious. Would you care to dine with us? Having completed this business deal, Che Gu, in high spirits, found it customary to treat his guests. No, I just had a bowl of beef brisket noodles at Hong Tai. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Su Ran's response, Che Ji's curiosity was piqued. One of his subordinates had a relative in Hong Tai. Rumor had it that this morning, Hong Tai's prince had suffered a gunshot to the head. He wondered if it was the work of the esteemed Ran before him. If so, one must tread carefully. Boss, how much for these 4 vehicles? Recalling that Long Air's gunmen were still driving a small cargo van, he decided to trade for these 4 Japanese commercial vehicles. Esteemed Ran, if you wish to take all 4, I can let them go for 500,000. As Che Gu quoted the price, Long Air approached with a travel bag. He had already tested the car, and the smile on his face confirmed his satisfaction with the Rolls-Royce. Boss, here is 1,000,000. I will return tomorrow for the remaining 380,000. No problem. Che Gu accepted the travel bag with both hands, not opening it in front of Su Ran. But he couldn't help but feel the contents. Hurry and prepare that black dog for slaughter. I want to treat esteemed Ran to dog meat hot pot. Hearing this, Su Ran smiled in agreement. He hadn't quite filled his stomach earlier. Most of the beef brisket noodles had gone to the Hong Tai prince's head, and he was eager to sample the dog meat. While arrangements were made to slaughter the dog, Che Gu opened the bag, revealing shiny stacks of cash within. He immediately beamed like an 8-year-old child. Long Air, Su Ran, and Jean Mizi gathered at a table. Despite having consumed nearly a pound of white liquor, Jean Mizi remained coherent. However, after downing half a glass of beer, he began to spill his heart's woes. Esteemed Ran, I joined He Liansheng solely to earn a living. I remain indifferent to the affairs of the hierarchy. After speaking a few words, Jean Mizi's face turned a deep shade of red. Esteemed Ran, I merely wish to earn alongside you, regardless of the endeavor. I harbor no ambitions for ascension. I implore you to grant me an opportunity. At that moment, Su Ran deftly grasped his wine glass with his left hand while his right hand busily picked at the dog meat in the pot. With his skills activated, he showed no fear of Brother Che potentially poisoning him. Boss Ran, if there are any business opportunities, please consider me, he said. It doesn't matter the scale. My ship can navigate both the high seas and venture down to the South Seas. At this juncture, Brother Che, emboldened by the wine, candidly expressed his thoughts to Su Ran. Boss Che, the waters are indeed rich, but rest assured, my women's garments will be valued too. Su Ran was somewhat perplexed by this. How could a bigwig like Brother Che, who thrived by the sea, suddenly desire to come ashore? Though the sea is bountiful, it cannot sustain one for a lifetime. Relying on luck for a few voyages can lead to ruin. My entire family depends on this ship. Yet the sustenance is becoming increasingly difficult to procure. Brother Che spoke while raising a toast to Su Ran, clinking their glasses before downing his drink. Indeed, Boss Che, I do have a venture I can share with you. Thank you, Boss Ran. I toast to you with a bottle. Brother Che was taken aback by Su Ran's prompt agreement and immediately grabbed a bottle of beer, twisting off the cap and gulping it down. At that moment, the previously inebriated Zhang Mitzi perked up. I acquired a batch of arcade machine motherboards from the East, but the legitimate route has taken far too long. If Boss Che could assist me in making a trip to the East. Before Su Ran could finish his sentence, Brother Che interjected, Boss Ran, I have no qualms about going to the East. We can make the trip in 5 days. Then it's settled. Once I assemble the arcade machines, we shall discuss the details further. Cheers to that. In response to Su Ran's affirmation, Brother Che once again retrieved a bottle of beer, without hesitation, and twisted it open. Observing this, Zhang Mitzi, despite feeling queasy, followed suit and opened a bottle for himself. Boss Ran, I cannot accept this 1 million. Consider it the first investment. With that, he promptly handed the bag to Long Air. Boss Che, I am quite meticulous with my accounts. If you refuse this money, then we need not discuss business. Brother Che cast a troubled glance at Su Ran. After a few moments of silence, he finally took back the 1 million. Su Ran had merely agreed to consider him for a share, yet had not specified how much. How much equity could 1 million secure? Was it 10% or merely 1? Furthermore, the profitability of the arcade machines remained uncertain. Initially, Brother Che had intended to gamble on acquiring a 10% stake with this 1 million, but seeing Su Ran's demeanor, it seemed that 1 million might not even suffice for a stake. Zhang Mitzi, sensing Brother Che's internal conflict, promptly reassured him, Brother Che, have no worries. Since Boss Ran has made a promise, he will surely remember you. Indeed, I have complete faith in Boss Ran. Come, let us drink. After a few rounds of beer between Long Air and Brother Che, the latter succumbed to intoxication and collapsed. Zhang Mitzi, who was also feeling quite tipsy, hastily declared that he could return on his own, unwilling to impose on Su Ran for a ride home. Upon exiting the Yuanlong Pier, Su Ran's convoy of 5 vehicles nearly monopolized the road. However, in an effort to test the performance of the Rolls-Royce, Long Air pressed the accelerator to the floor, quickly creating a significant distance between them and the 4 business vehicles from the gunman team. Boss, there's a black car trailing us. Pull over and assess the situation. Su Ran immediately instructed Long Air to stop, not wanting any trouble with his newly acquired vehicle. As soon as the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, the black car did the same, and 3 muscular men, adorned with tattoos, exited the vehicle. Who the hell is Shanzai Ran? Daring enough to steal our Hong Tai Prince's car. Chapter 65. The weather is hot. Let us go play by the sea. Upon hearing the brazen taunts, Long Air stepped out of the car. His imposing stature startled the trio, causing their voices to drop substantially. You, punk, how dare you steal from my boss? Su Ran had only just pulled out of Yuanlong and had not yet reached Sun Wan when they had already caught up. It was evident that Brother Che had leaked information to Hong Tai. Meanwhile, Su Ran sat calmly in the car, observing the 3 men before him. He had no doubt that Long Air could handle them effortlessly in 3 seconds. However, he was somewhat surprised by the driver of the black car. The 3 thugs, seeing Long Air approach without uttering a word, grew furious. One brandished a steel pipe, pointing it at Long Air and shouted, Hey punk, I'm asking you a question. Smack. The response came in the form of Long Air's formidable fist, instantly incapacitating the man standing in front. Long Air merely adjusted his suit, appearing unfazed, and continued to walk towards the remaining 2. Who the hell are you? We must have mistaken you for someone else. Witnessing their companion's swift defeat, the remaining 2 thugs were immediately struck by fear. As they began to open their mouths to apologize, one was swiftly dealt with by Long Air's kick. The last one froze in terror, discarding the steel pipe and fleeing back to the black car, where he yanked open the door and yelled, Punk Xiangdi. Hand me the gun. Seeing this, Long Air leaped forward, using all his strength to jump into the air. Just as the man was getting into the car, Long Air's massive frame came crashing down onto the black car's hood. Bang! With a resounding thud, the black car's radiator exploded, rendering it immobilized. However, even without Long Air's dramatic entrance, the black car would not have escaped, for the driver had not even started the engine. The large man in the car quickly fled, while the black car's driver remained seated, unmoving. Standing atop the hood, Long Air was about to kick in the windshield when he heard Su Ran's voice from behind. Concerned about excessive violence, he jumped down, intending to pull the driver out. Hey Air, let him come out on his own. Upon hearing Su Ran's command, Long Air found it puzzling why they should spare these punks, but he said nothing further, stepping back from the black car. As Su Ran exited the vehicle, the driver of the black car, realizing the situation, promptly opened the door and got out. Did Hong Tai send you? Yes. You want to kill me and reclaim the car? Yes. So what is your plan? Wei Jixiang pulled open his shirt, revealing the black star tucked in his belt. As Long Air laid eyes on the black star on Wei Jixiang's belt, he had already disengaged the safety and aimed it at his head. Noting Wei Jixiang's lack of resistance, he cautiously approached to seize the black star. Boss Ran, I didn't want to come, but the prince kept pressuring me. Now that you're here, and the gun is in your possession. Su Ran's nonchalant tone sent a chill down Wei Jixiang's spine. I understand. Those 3 words carried a heavy weight, articulating Wei Jixiang's internal struggle and his resolve to refrain from further immoral actions. Come with me. We need to clarify this matter. With that, Su Ran's eyes radiated a cold intensity. Upon learning that Su Ran had been ambushed by Hong Tai's men on the road, Zhang Mitzi and Brother Che were startled awake from their drunken stupor and rushed over. when Zhang Mitzi spotted Hong Tai's head enforcer, Wei Jixiang. Alongside the two thugs now in Su Ran's grasp, he promptly approached to disavow any involvement, swiftly distancing himself from Brother Che. Seeing the situation, Che Gu had no choice but to brace himself and approach, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance as he said, "Boss Ran. This matter has nothing to do with me." Just as his words fell, long ere through the black star he had taken from Wei Jixiang at his feet. The act of murder and robbery had escalated beyond mere carjacking. Che Ji's complexion turned ashen as he knelt before Su Ran, hastily exclaiming, "Boss Ran. I am merely a transporter. I lack the audacity to engage in such matters. Someone must be framing me." "Framing you? Who?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran let out a light chuckle. "I don't know, but give me some time, and I will provide you with an explanation." "Haha." Su Ran coldly laughed again, and Long Air, understanding immediately, signaled towards the 4 business vans. In a swift motion, 10 black stars were pressed against Che Ji's head. If he failed to clarify the situation now, his head would surely burst. With the weapon pressed against him, Che Gu instinctively ducked down in fear. Meanwhile, Zhang Mizai was equally terrified, his face pale as he fixed his gaze on Su Ran, deeply shaken. Indeed, Boss Ran was formidable, venturing out with a dozen firearms. At that moment, Che Gu was drenched in cold sweat, glancing at the black star on the ground. He then clasped his hands over his head, gradually lowering his entire head to the ground. "Boss Ran, just give me a little time, just a couple of minutes." 2 minutes. Seeing Che Gu behaving like an ostrich, Su Ran stifled a smile. "Enough." Che Gu immediately acquiesced, sensing the gun barrel had shifted away, and he quickly surged towards Wei Jixiang and his companions. "Speak. How did you know Boss Ran took the car? Speak, bastard." Che Gu seized Wei Jixiang by the collar and unleashed several powerful punches to his stomach. Wei Jixiang, his hands bound, became Che Ji's punching bag, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Bastard, I can't endure this." After delivering his blows, Che Gu spread Wei Jixiang's legs apart and promptly fetched a stone nearby. At that moment, Wei Jixiang, panic-stricken, watched Che Gu approach with dread, his heart racing as he cast a pleading look towards Su Ran. "Change it." As Che Gu stood before Wei Jixiang, ready to strike, he heard Su Ran's voice. "These individuals are heinous thugs. Removing even one of them could significantly improve the environment of the harbor." Immediately shifting his target, he smashed the stone down onto the nearby man. A chilling scream echoed across the hills beside the road. The remaining thug, witnessing his companion's leg shattered, with bone piercing through skin and flesh, felt a wave of terror wash over him. "I told you, it was Huang Mao who informed me." Che Gu, of course, recognized Huang Mao as the sailor who assisted him. It was Huang Mao who had warned him earlier on the ship that the Rolls-Royce was a birthday gift from the Prince of Hong Tai to his father. Che Gu had always been aware that someone was plotting against him, attempting to usurp his business. The ship often encountered mishaps, and there had been several instances of delayed deliveries recently, resulting in considerable penalties. Yet, he had never been able to uncover the perpetrator. Now, after reflecting seriously, he finally understood. It turned out that the Prince of Hong Tai had long since bribed Huang Mao. "Boss Ran, I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter, and you need not worry about the vehicle's outstanding payment." Realizing who had framed him, Che Gu approached Su Ran, bowing his head in apology. "Che Gu, our boss will not spare you." The man whose leg Che Gu had shattered still dared to threaten him, though he did not dare to meet Su Ran's gaze. With a dozen armed men accompanying him, even the governor would not have such a formidable security detail. Who would dare to harbor ill intentions? The weather is too hot. This fellow is rather irritable. Che Gu, why don't you take your crew to the seaside for some leisure? Chapter 66. In truth, you know, in the world of Hong Kong films, in Yuan Long standing aside, Zhang Mizai, who wished to remain quiet, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Su Ran's words, inwardly reflecting. Reputation is forged through strength. No established boss is without their ruthlessness. Che Gu, upon hearing this, abruptly looked up. He had initially thought that beating these few fellows and leaving them with a few broken bones would suffice. To his astonishment, Su Ran was so merciless as to send them to be shark bait. "All right, I know what to do. There's still one who escaped." Long Air interjected, reminding Che Gu that anyone attempting to harm Su Ran would meet a bullet. "My men are all around the dock. We will undoubtedly retrieve him." Che Gu confidently assured Su Ran, then proceeded to knock out the 2 men with stones and toss them into the trunk of the car. As for Wei Jixiang, Che Gu knew Su Ran had other plans for him, hence his earlier suggestion for a change. Watching Che Ji drive away, Su Ran had no doubts that he might secretly harbor ulterior motives. If he dared, it would provide an excuse to seize control of the Yuan Long dock, which could be utilized for exporting electronic motherboards to the east. After all, Che Gu's nearly 100 men were not sufficient to fill the gaps. "Boss Ran, do as you please. If you wish to strike or kill, I implore you to spare my son and friends." At this moment, Wei Jixiang had not yet considered Ruby, whom he admired, as his girlfriend, fearing for her safety. Haha, since you are aware of your impending demise, why do you still approach? The prince treats me well, elevating me to prominence. I cannot betray him. Mentioning the Prince of Hongtai, Wei Jixiang clung to the last shred of gratitude he felt. This time, he had been ordered to collect Su Ran's debt, but internally, he firmly refused. He also advised the prince not to provoke Boss Ran. However, the prince leveraged his favor to compel him into action, leaving him in a dilemma, thus becoming a mere chauffeur. Yet, he kept the only Black Star pistol on him. Knowing their target was Boss Ran, once the gun was fired, there would be no escape for him. So, he resigned himself to surrender. Upon learning the circumstances, Su Ran merely chuckled mockingly and said softly, "Haha, what a fool. Boss Ran, how can you insult me thus? I am fully aware of the stakes involved, which is precisely why I dare not act against you." Wei Jixiang had spent over a decade in this line of work. He considered himself both brave and cunning. With his past act of saving the Prince of Hongtai as proof, I have had someone investigate Hongtai. You claim to be intelligent, but do you know where the largest drug warehouse is? Wei Jixiang, feeling somewhat bewildered, thought that since he was already in Su Ran's grasp, life and death were inconsequential. And he relaxed his mood. I know, I never touch drugs. Haha, to call you foolish and you still refuse to acknowledge it. Inform this foolish squid where Hongtai's drug warehouse is located. Once Su Ran finished speaking, he turned and stepped into the Rolls-Royce, not wanting to cast another glance at Wei Jixiang. Without a word, Long Air seized Wei Jixiang and shoved him into the trunk of the Rolls-Royce. As he closed the door, he coldly remarked, "Sham Shui Pa, Xiangtai Video Factory." What? Though Wei Jixiang did not resist being roughly shoved into the trunk. Upon hearing this, he was struck with shock, his body suddenly tensing as he attempted to break free to clarify with Su Ran. That factory was one he had co-founded with the Prince of Hongtai, owning half the shares. He frequently visited. How could it possibly be a drug warehouse? With a swift motion, Long Air, determined not to let Wei Jixiang escape, delivered a precise blow, sending him into unconsciousness. Just as they returned to the new office building in Mongkok, the car had yet to come to a complete stop. At a glance, Huazue recognized the Rolls-Royce that was causing quite a stir on the street. It undoubtedly belonged to Su Ran. Indeed, as he stepped outside, he spotted Long Air carefully opening the car door for Su Ran. Wow, boss, this vehicle of yours is truly magnificent. There are hardly 10 of these on the entire Hong Kong island, and your arrival just now certainly attracted a lot of attention. Huazue circled the Rolls-Royce a few times, unable to restrain his exuberant praise. His hands roamed over the car, finally bestowing a flurry of kisses upon the golden goddess emblem. Enough, don't gross me out, Su Ran chided, giving Huazue a light tap on the head before ascending the stairs. Boss, where on earth did you acquire this car? I want to change mine too. 880,000 from the Yuan Long Liani car brother. Have someone keep an eye out for any opportunities to snag it. Understood. Huazue, sensing Su Ran's seriousness, immediately responded with gravity. Later that evening, as Su Ran prepared to return to Tsuanwan, he contemplated discussing with Zhou Wenli the question of whether dressing provocatively is more alluring than not dressing at all. At that moment, his phone rang. Only a handful of people knew Su Ran's number, and upon seeing the unfamiliar landline number, he thought for a couple of seconds, suspecting it might be related to Wei Jixiang. Speak. The coldness of his voice startled the caller, who emitted an enticing gasp. Are you the legendary Boss Ran? Yes. And who might you be? The voice on the other end struggled to suppress a wave of excitement, as Ruby Guan had pinned her last hope of locating Wei Jixiang on this call. I am Ruby Guan, a friend of Wei Jixiang, often seen at the dance hall. Do you know where he is? Upon hearing that name, an image of a woman with an alluring figure and captivating face flashed through Su Ran's mind. I do. Ruby Guan's voice echoed with excitement over the line. At that moment, Su Ran allowed a mischievous smile to emerge. I apologize for my enthusiasm, but may I inquire about his current whereabouts? It is quite urgent. In the trunk. What? If you wish to find him, come to Mongkok. With that, Su Ran abruptly ended the call, instructing Long Air to confine Wei Jixiang, capturing a couple of photos as evidence. Half an hour later, Ruby Guan arrived at the location Su Ran had specified, her face etched with anxiety upon seeing the imposing Long Air. However, she understood that Wei Jixiang must be in dire trouble tonight. Ascending to the second floor, she found Su Ran sitting alone in a presidential chair, a cigar between his lips, his expression melancholic and, under the light, exuding an air of authority. Ruby Guan had never met Su Ran before, yet in that moment, she realized he was the very boss who had captured Wei Jixiang. She was taken aback, wondering how such an enchanting man could also be a formidable figure. Hello. I am Ruby Guan. Might you be Boss Ran? This evening, Ruby Guan donned a black qipao, and as she moved, her fair thighs were enough to entice anyone to reach out and touch. Su Ran gestured to the sofa with a smile, Please, have a seat. Hearing Su Ran's gentle invitation to sit, Ruby Guan's anxieties began to dissipate. She felt reassured that with Wei Jixiang in Su Ran's hands, he would surely be safe. However, when she caught sight of a photograph showing Wei Jixiang, bruised and bound to a chair, with a handgun nearby, her previously relaxed heart tightened once more. Kneeling before Su Ran, Ruby Guan clutched the photo. Boss Ran, I implore you, spare Xiangdi. In her journey of less than 5 meters, the slit in her qipao had allowed Su Ran to indulge in a bit of visual pleasure. Do you have any idea what Wei Jixiang did today? I do not know, nor do I wish to know. Boss Ran, what must I do to secure his release? If you are unaware, then he is as good as dead. Ruby Guan collapsed to the floor in terror upon hearing Su Ran's words. Observing her tears flowing freely, Su Ran lifted her chin with a teasing smile. In truth, you do know. As Ruby Guan knelt before him, the system notification echoed in Su Ran's mind. Ding. You have become Ruby Guan's second in AN. Reward, 1 million. Side quest. Host can refuse at any time. The second one. Who was the first? Su Ran mused, before accepting the task with a wicked grin directed at Ruby Guan. Chapter 67. Save me. I don't want to be an undercover forever. In a previous life, Su Ran had often fantasized about being the main character in such films, allowing him to engage deeply with stunningly beautiful women. Now, immersed in the world of Hong Kong cinema, fantasy had morphed into reality, thanks to his strikingly handsome visage that captivated 99 out of 100 women. At that moment, Ruby Guan, having spent many years in the dance hall, could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of Su Ran's words. Gazing up at his charming smile, her heart raced. She had encountered countless men before, yet none had ever successfully intimidated her. However, for reasons unknown, upon hearing his words, her body instinctively felt exhilarated, devoid of any notion of resistance. She recalled Wei Jixiang's past counsel. When you meet a man who truly cherishes you, marry him. Do not waste your youth on someone like me. In that fleeting second, Ruby Guan resolved that Su Ran was indeed that man worthy of her devotion. Ready to forsake her long-held reservations, she forgot the traumatic experience of having her innocence taken from her against her will. Ruby Guan straightened, revealing her alluring lips before Su Ran. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Mayan has arrived. What difference does that make? With that, he swept Ruby Guan into his arms. In the restroom, Ruby Guan struggled to relieve herself, but with the outside already swollen, she could only manage to squeeze out a little. Upon emerging, she found Wei Jixiang waiting at the door, and suddenly felt that the suffering she had just endured was worth it. Ruby, why are you here? Were you not supposed to attend a Han's parent-teacher meeting? Wei Jixiang looked at Ruby Guan in surprise, completely oblivious to her flushed face, which had just enjoyed 3 rounds of bliss. I called Boss Ran, and he asked me to come pick you up. But why were you in the restroom? I had a stomach ache. I've been on my period for the past few days and ate something cold yesterday. Oh, I see. Well, let's be off. Can we leave now? Ruby Guan was slightly taken aback by how readily Wei Jixiang was acquiescing. Boss Ran asked me to act as an informant to investigate the matter regarding the videotape factory. I agreed to it, and he let me go. Ever since Wei Jixiang's wife passed away, he had harbored no secrets from Ruby Guan. That's splendid. Let us hasten. Ruby Guan was eager to return and apply medicine, as the swelling was quite painful. Please do not speak of this, otherwise, I am finished. Is it that serious? How did you end up captured? I was pressured by Prince Brother to deal with Boss Ran and Yuan Longfu. Upon learning the reason for Wei Jixiang's capture, Ruby Guan took a deep breath. Had it not been for her sacrifice, perhaps Wei Jixiang would never have reached school, nor would he have had the chance to see his son Dahong. At this moment, Su Ran stood calmly by the 3rd-floor window, observing Wei Jixiang assist Ruby in leaving, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events. As for emotions, there was a flicker of sentiment, albeit insufficient to bear the weight of affection. The first batch of gaming machines had been assembled, totaling over 500 units, and it was time to launch them into the market. Hua Zue was also busy scouting for venues, harboring candidates in his mind to manage this lucrative venture. Only through profit could Su Ran truly experience joy. Upon returning to Tsuan, Longair suddenly spoke with earnestness. Boss, Ali has issues. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, and a decision formed in his mind. Initially, out of camaraderie for being fellow undercover operatives, he had intended to grant Zheng Zhili an opportunity. However, if even the typically unperceptive Longair could discern a problem, then it was time to send this undercover agent, Ali, to meet his fate. Let us go take a look. Longair drove the Rolls-Royce, turning off the headlights as he navigated towards a dilapidated industrial area. Boss, should we go up? Longair inquired as they reached the rooftop. Su Ran lifted his gaze slightly towards the 6-story building ahead and, deep in thought, replied, no need. Air. Activate the device and listen to what they say. In this era of Hong Kong, listening devices were quite large and categorized as controlled items. Su Ran had expended a considerable sum to procure one from the east, gifting a mobile phone equipped with a listening device to Ali after persuading him to remain loyal. The reception range was 250 meters, just sufficient to capture the conversations clearly. Sir Su, I no longer wish to be an undercover agent, Ali exclaimed. You promised me that once we reached the volcano, the mission would be accomplished. Upon hearing the nickname Volcano, Su Ran's expression turned icy. This moniker had only been used when he first entered the underworld at 17. And now only Huazue was aware of it. Surely, he must have been intoxicated to let that slip. Upon return, he would have to be soundly beaten. Sir Su, it's been 3 years. I've endured so much. Ali lamented. My father is ill, and I cannot care for him. My mother has passed, and I was unable to see her one last time. Now, I do not wish to continue as an undercover agent. In the dim light of the night, Su Inspector regarded Zheng Jili, who was squatting with his head in his hands, and felt a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one who walks the path of death does not hinder another. Once an undercover agent, always an undercover agent. Ali, I promise you, if you can hold on for just 3 more years, I will help you restore your identity. By then, you can proudly tell your parents that you are a police officer. They will surely understand and be proud of you. After speaking, Su Inspector approached and gently patted Ali on the shoulder, imparting motivational words to the wavering undercover agent, a duty of every undercover superior. Zheng Jili looked up at his superior, whom he had trusted for 3 years, and voiced his final plea. Sir Su, my sister is entering university and needs money. All the earnings Ali had made were required to be turned over. His monthly stipend was a mere half of $800, with half safeguarded by his superior. In the event of an incident, this salary would be handed over to his family. Now, Ali sought to withdraw the salary that had been in Su Inspector's possession for 3 years. Ali, you're making it difficult for me. I need to apply for permission, Su Inspector began, but was interrupted by Ali. Sir, is it true that you are now a senior inspector? Does Chief Guanhong know of my existence as an undercover agent? At that moment, Ali's gaze was resolute. If the police could not provide what he desired, he would completely defect. Is that clear? Su Inspector observed Ali's determined expression and sighed softly. He then retrieved a stack of cash from a hidden pocket in his coat, counted out 3 bills, and handed them over. Ali, here are $3,000 for you to use for now. I will find a way regarding the money. You know, everything must be done according to the rules. Upon seeing the cash in Su Inspector's hand, Zheng Jili suddenly erupted into laughter, bending lower and lower, almost collapsing. Ali, Su Inspector, taken aback by the undercover agent's sudden outburst, rushed to support him. With a swift motion, Zheng Jili shook off Su Inspector's hand. Then, summoning all his strength, he pushed forcefully towards Su Inspector, whose face bore the bewilderment of the unfolding situation. Ali, Su Inspector barely had time to exclaim as he was propelled backward by the sheer force. The dilapidated factory's rooftop guardrails had long been removed, and Su Inspector's heel shattered the edge of a brick, causing him to lose his balance. As he watched the sky recede, a singular question loomed in his mind. However, with the protection of divine providence, Su Inspector found himself entangled in scattered wires during his fall, hanging precariously in midair. Ali, save me. I am your superior. Why would you wish to kill me? If I die, you will never regain your identity. Chapter 68. I'll support you to sell fishballs in Causeway Bay. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, Su Inspector never anticipated that the undercover agent before him would suddenly turn against him. Unable to climb back up, he caught sight of Ali. Yet, amidst the wind, he also heard a furious roar. Sir Su, the cash in your hand was procured by Boss Ran to bribe the underworld, to erase my records. It bears my marks. I never imagined the money would be in your possession, proving you are that corrupt officer. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Zheng Jili shouted furiously at the ground below, his voice tinged with excitement, anger, and sorrow. After a full minute of cursing, Ali drew a small knife and began to cut the wires. Bang! A muted sound echoed through the dilapidated building. Apart from startling the vermin below, no one knew that a senior inspector lay in this forsaken place, a disgraceful figure, a corrupt officer who accepted bribes. As the shadow on the rooftop vanished, Su Ran removed his earpiece and whispered to the astonished Long Air, Air, it's time to leave. Since Zheng Jili had violently pushed Su Inspector, it indicated he was now usable again. There was no need to further pollute the marine environment. After all, Su Ran also bore the title of an environmentalist in Hong Kong. The following day, Su Ran did not reach out to Zheng Jili, who had fully defected and become a murderer. Instead, he headed to Mong Kok, accompanied by a beaming stutterer. A few days prior, Huazue had found a 30,000 square foot, 3-story establishment. Following Su Ran's instructions, he secured it at a remarkably low price. The previous owner had no business acumen, despite hundreds of patrons crowding the store daily. He failed to recognize the customers as kings, only calling the police. Within 3 days, he hastily transferred ownership to Su Ran. Boss ran. Will this place be under my management? Stutterer exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the vacant shop. Even in a state of amnesia, she recognized the store's size and expensive rent, feeling an overwhelming joy in her heart. Indeed, soon you shall become the world's first gaming goddess. Is that true? At this moment, Stutterer could already envision her grand entrance, met with explosive cheers from the crowd. Beside her, Jean Mizai beamed with delight, indifferent to who his elder brother was. Even if she were a woman oblivious to everything, only knowing that Lao Ding is a formidable figure, it suffices to say that whatever he undertakes will undoubtedly yield profit. Huazue, will the renovations be completed in 2 days? Su Ran presented the renovation design plans to Huazue, eager to expedite the development of the arcade. With funds secured, multiple projects could commence simultaneously, racing against time. Boss, there will be no issues with the renovations, Huazue declared confidently as he took the design plans from Su Ran and swiftly handed them to his advisor, Su, behind him. The technicalities of such professional blueprints eluded him, rendering his comprehension futile. Pulling Su Ran aside, he whispered, Boss, this area actually belongs to Hongtai. I worry they might stir up trouble. At that moment, Su Ran, observing Huazue's fidgeting hands, smiled gently and replied, Huazue, I previously instructed you not to provoke trouble in Mongkok, but I never implied you should endure bullying without retaliating. Mongkok is now under your purview. Do as you see fit. Since we are establishing our presence in the lucrative Mongkok, I have no intention of merely guarding this small plot of land. Hongtai and Sham Shui Po will eventually be uprooted. Haha, boss, I know you understand me best. Rest assured, the arcade will open in 3 days, I promise. Huazue, bursting with laughter, produced a mobile phone and dialed several numbers, promptly summoning a construction team to the site. After departing the shop, Su Ran instructed Long Air to circle Sham Shui Po, confirming the usual activities of Hongtai's prince. He then took the stuttering girl directly to the police station in Causeway Bay to bail out Chun Haonan. Boss Ran, upon seeing Chun Haonan, the girl immediately pressed against Su Ran in a state of panic. Please take good care of her. Chun Haonan, gazing at the girl, spoke with a heart-wrenching tone that evoked sympathy. What is love? Su Ran pondered. Yet he could sense Chun Haonan's profound feelings for the girl. Regrettably, fate had not favored them. By his side, the girl would undoubtedly thrive, and in the future, Chun Haonan would not be embroiled in conflicts for dominance in Causeway Bay. Nor would he fall victim to the East Star's crows. Liang Zainan, what are your plans moving forward? Su Ran inquired directly, intending to integrate him into Hongxing as a pawn. Boss Ran, as long as you treat the girl well, I will do whatever you ask. Chun Haonan perceived the girl's reliance on Su Ran, evident from her presence alongside him, offering her far greater security than she felt with him. With the prince in the hospital, Jiang Tiansheng was in dire need of talent. If you return to Hongxing, I will support you in becoming the figurehead in Causeway Bay. All right, Boss Ran, I will. Just ensure you treat the girl well. But Chun Haonan, casting a wary glance at Long Air, remained silent about the last harsh words he had intended to say. After arranging for Chun Haonan, Su Ran took the girl on a leisurely stroll through Mongkok. With a dozen suited henchmen trailing behind, wherever Su Ran went, he was the center of attention. While visiting Temple Street to pay homage, he suddenly heard Long Air's furious shout, Get out. Ah Air, what happened? Initially, Su Ran intended to disregard the commotion, but the girl, filled with curiosity, tugged at him to investigate. Boss, a punk just barged in, claiming to know you. Tell him to come over for a chat. Su Ran recalled that he had first ventured into the streets near Temple Street 5 years ago. The person who recognized him was likely someone who had met a grim fate. As Long Air escorted a scrawny punk into the scene, Su Ran immediately recognized him. The punk's face bore the unmistakable mark of arrogance, declaring, I'm the boss, don't mess with me. It turned out to be Fly. Remembering the expression he had made in his past life, you ate shit, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the resemblance. Fly, being overly familiar, saw Su Ran and the girl still paying homage and shouted loudly, Hey, Boss Ran. It's me, Fly. Remember, we fought together 5 years ago at Temple Street. Once someone becomes well known, they often wish to forget their past embarrassments. Indeed, Fly turned out to be a hopeless case. Su Ran had already given him a chance. Who would accept a lackey who spoke such words? Ao Air. Understanding the disdain in Su Ran's eyes, Long Air immediately knew what to do. He stepped forward and seized the grinning Fly by the collar. Hey, I'm an old acquaintance of your boss. How can you treat me like this? Fly protested, but was met with Long Air's massive fist. With a single punch worth tens of thousands, Long Air struck Fly squarely in the abdomen. With combat prowess almost non-existent, Fly could not withstand the blow. He cried out in pain, clutching his stomach, and slowly collapsed to the ground. By the time Su Ran finished paying homage, Fly had yet to recover, lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Just then, a ruckus erupted at the temple entrance. I'm here to find someone. Let me in. A gangster clad in denim attempted desperately to storm into the temple. Fly, are you alright? You punk, you hit my little brother. Upon seeing Fly writhing on the ground, he immediately clashed with Long Air's group of armed henchmen. At that moment, Long Air noticed the handgun crew he had brought along. Outnumbered 3-1, they struggled against their opponents, his expression turning slightly ashen. Just as he was about to intervene, he heard Su Ran's voice. Air, let him in. It seems we need more brothers. Chapter 69, previously assisting Huazue. At a seafood restaurant in Mongkok reminiscent of Hong Kong films, the girl nestled happily beside Su Ran, watching Fly, who was standing in the corner, drooling. The banquet was lavish, featuring delicacies such as lobster sashimi, hairy crabs, and golden abalone, each a prized dish of the establishment. Awa, why aren't you eating? Sitting opposite Su Ran, Awa, clad in denim, was overwhelmed by the delectable aromas wafting from the table, his stomach protesting vehemently. Each dish laid out was beyond his means. Despite hearing Su Ran's warm invitation, Awa hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, fearing that the imposing figure of Long Air behind Su Ran would retaliate if he dared to eat. Boss Ran, I don't know how Fly offended you, but considering our past acquaintance, could you let him off this once? Awa gazed at Su Ran with pleading eyes, wishing fervently that time could rewind to 5 years ago, sparing them this predicament. Haha, Awa, if it weren't for your sake, do you think Fly could still be standing there drooling over the delicious food? Su Ran's tone remained calm, not even raising his gaze to meet Awa's. Yet, upon hearing this, Awa felt a chill run down his spine. 5 years ago, Fly and Huazue had fought over a parking space, and Su Ran and Awa had intervened to mediate. However, the situation quickly escalated into a brawl, resulting in Su Ran and Huazue sending Awa and Fly to the hospital, sustaining injuries themselves while losing several parking spots to others. Now, as old adversaries reunited, Su Ran's decision not to eliminate Fly was already an act of mercy. Had it not been for the intention to win over Awa, Long Air might have already disposed of Fly in the sea for a refreshing dip. Boss Ran, I toast this drink to you. Fly's affairs are my own. If you wish to strike or kill, just direct it at me. Upon finishing his words, Awa abruptly seized a bottle of red wine from the table, swiftly uncorked it, and was about to down it in one go. However, he was stopped by Su Ran, who extended his hand. Awa, this bottle of red wine costs 88,000. You should atone by purchasing a cheaper one outside. The moment Awa heard the price, he gasped in shock. Such an exorbitant wine, if consumed, would not only mean atonement. He couldn't even afford it if he sold himself, thereby inadvertently offending Su Ran once more. Give me 30 seconds. Awa reacted quickly, and as he spoke, he was already at the door, with Su Ran unable to stop him. Air, what do you think of Awa? His skills are formidable. 5 years ago, I fought him and barely won by a hair's breadth. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Long Air fell silent. The figure before him was capable of dispatching the Prince of Hongxing in merely 2 seconds. Just how strong was Ahua's prowess? Could he possibly defeat him? At that moment, Su Ran discerned Long Air's inner thoughts and offered a gentle reassurance. Don't overthink it. Ahua's abilities are no match for yours. He's merely slightly better than Huazue. Just as Long Air breathed a sigh of relief, Ali returned, carrying 2 bottles of cheap white wine. Boss Ran, I come to atone. He stood before Su Ran and immediately began pouring the white wine into his stomach. Boss, Wu Ying knows that Ahua has a stomach ulcer. Drinking like this could absolutely lead to a perforated stomach. He rushed to Ahua's side and seized another bottle of white wine. Boss Ran, I don't know where I went wrong, but I now come to atone. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ying tilted his head back, and in the blink of an eye, the bottle of white wine was downed. Wow. Having already been punched by Long Air, he now couldn't withstand the onslaught of the white wine and promptly vomited. Wu Ying's vomit splattered all over Ahua, who was in the midst of drinking the white wine, drenching him completely. Gagging, Ahua's eyes were instantly assaulted by the alcohol and gastric acid, and he expelled the white wine from his stomach as well. Thus, Wu Ying and Ahua put on a dramatic display of brotherly affection, inflicting mutual harm before Su Ran. The drinking session was a disaster, and once again, Wu Ying had ruined Ahua's atonement to Su Ran. Ahua glanced at the wine bottle and, without a second thought, attempted to smash it against his head. Boss, if anyone's going to take a hit, it should be me. Upon saying this, Wu Ying immediately brought the bottle down onto his own head. No way, I'm your boss. If you make a mistake, I'll take the blame. The two continued to enact a scene of mutual destruction before Su Ran, leaving onlookers utterly speechless. Hey, with such a mess, do you still have an appetite? The amnesiac stutterer's thoughts had become exceedingly simplistic, and he spoke directly, completely disregarding the spectacle of Wu Ying and Ahua's mutual harm. Their faces turned from crimson to ashen, standing there foolishly, utterly at a loss. All right, take this money and get yourselves some new clothes. If you want to associate with me, you must at least wear a suit. With that, Su Ran produced a stack of 10,000 cash and tossed it across the table towards Ahua. in the world of Hong Kong Island's underbelly. Wearing a suit was a hallmark of a big boss. Yet, for Su Ran, it had become a form of uniform. Hey, Air, go settle the bill. Then call Huazue and let those two come over. Understood. Long Air was always prompt in his duties, and as soon as he agreed, he pulled out his mobile phone to contact Huazue. After Su Ran and the others departed, Wu Ying looked at Ah Hua in disbelief. Boss, we. Ah Hua wiped his mouth and shouted excitedly. Surviving a great disaster will surely bring future blessings. We will prosper from now on. The entire Hong Kong Island was aware that Su Ran was a generous benefactor, loyal to his brothers. Those who wished to align themselves with him would need at least 80,000 to become part of his crew. So how could they not be thrilled? The most important aspect of mingling in this world was to ally oneself with the right boss. Ah Hua felt no objection to the idea of serving under Huazue, whom he had once fought against. After all, just days ago, Huazue had commanded nearly 10,000 men to clear out Mongkok. He was formidable and had a strong sense of loyalty. Money equated to loyalty, and red envelopes would be distributed freely. Acknowledging a mistake and working diligently under him would surely lead to prominence within a few years. Huazue, having learned 7 to 8 parts of Su Ran's methods, wasted no time upon receiving the orders and promptly headed to the Mongkok seafood restaurant with his men. Boss, let us have 18 arits. No problem. Just now. Boss Ran opened a bottle of Lafite. Would you like to try one? The seafood restaurant owner smiled broadly at their new guardian, completely unconcerned about the tens of thousands spent on entertaining the two brothers that night. To continue operating the restaurant in Mongkok, such expenses were essential. No, we don't drink while working. Huazue was very prudent, knowing that if he got drunk, he would lose his tongue. Wherever they went, they would only eat and not drink. Just days ago, after successfully taking over Mongkok, he had accidentally let slip Su Ran's former nickname and had been scolded by Long Air for an entire morning, drenched in saliva. Ah Hua, Wu Ying. Nice to see you. The moment Huazue spotted Ah Hua and Wu Ying, he beamed as if he had just won 5 million. Brother Hua. Ah Hua greeted him with ease. Brother Hua. However, Wu Ying, upon seeing Huazue, could not express himself as freely as Ah Hua and spoke in a very low voice. Huazue approached Wu Ying and delivered a punch. Since my boss has spoken, all past grievances are hereby forgiven. Now, take me to find your boss and prepare a red envelope to signify your allegiance to me. Huazue, don't be nervous. It's a simple matter. Ah Hua observed Huazue's smug demeanor, feeling a myriad of emotions. He, too, was once a boss. Yet now Huazue's status allowed him to disregard even his former superior. After satisfying their hunger, Huazue swaggered out of the restaurant, while Ah Hua and Wu Ying followed behind, still feeling hungry. On the streets of Mongkok, Huazue's roar echoed, "Get out of the way. It'll cost me 1 million to switch allegiances." Following that was a cacophony of metal clashing and glass shattering. Over 300 people clashed in the streets, prompting the police to arrive immediately upon hearing the commotion. As a result of Huazue's fury, Ah Hua's transition went unresolved. When Su Ran learned that Huazue had taken out Ah Hua's former boss, Hong Tai Bao Rong, he realized it was time to take the initiative. Bao Rong controlled 2 streets in Mongkok, and Su Ran's arcade was conveniently located there. Initially, he had intended to wait until everything was settled before seizing control. But such an opportunity could not be overlooked. Air, have Huazue press on, and take 500 men to directly remove Bao Rong's flags in Mongkok. The brief interval provided just enough time for Huazue to lead 500 individuals in seizing the parking spaces and small venues surrounding the arcade. After half an hour, Huazue strolled over, yawning, and casually perched himself on the office desk. Boss, shall we continue tonight? Of course. The arcade will be our most lucrative venture moving forward. We cannot afford any slip-ups. All right then, I shall take Lightning with me during the negotiations tonight. Huazue was still oblivious to the concept of blitzkrieg. Clearing out Mongkok and planting the flag were perceived as actions taken by Su Ran with Lightning. It seemed rather impressive to him, and he often boasted about it. Pointing at a nearby ice room, Huazue, he cheerfully suggested, "Boss, I haven't eaten yet this morning. Let us go have some beef brisket noodles. Let us go." Speaking of beef brisket noodles, Su Ran felt that the best ones were at the establishment he visited yesterday in Hong Tai's territory. However, it was prudent to avoid that place now to prevent alarming any snakes in the grass. The owner of San Shui Ice Room was quite familiar with Huazue. Upon seeing him arrive in a Rolls-Royce, he greeted him enthusiastically as he rolled down the window. He mistakenly thought the car belonged to Huazue and walked around it several times, praising the statue of the goddess on the hood. "Haha, Huazue, you're quite the figure now. Not even 10 of these Rolls-Royces exist across all of Hong Kong Island. If it were me, I'd have to sell hundreds of thousands of bowls of beef brisket noodles to afford one." Huazue stepped out of the car, grinning, and replied, "Just a minor achievement. This car is 880,000, owned by Yuan Long S. Lien Iche Go. If you're interested, I can introduce you." When it came to boasting, Huazue could outshine 99 of the world. 880,000. I only earn around 30 to 50,000 a year. Forget it. I'll stick to driving a van. After that, the ice room owner went inside to cook the noodles, knowing well Huazue's fondness for them. Who is he? Su Ran inquired, nodding towards Huazue. This fellow had snatched Long Air's keys to drive over directly. Long Air was still on foot. Fortunately, the journey was short. Otherwise, Huazue might have faced a beating. Boss, his name is Brother Shark. He used to be with the number gang, but has been retired for many years. The last time I came for beef brisket noodles, he refused to serve me. I guess we didn't hit it off. Huazue smiled awkwardly, clearly recalling that he had been bested by this man known as Brother Shark. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression turned serious, and he scolded Huazue. Then hurry up and have the owner prepare a few more bowls. Brother Shark soon delivered 3 bowls of beef brisket noodles to Su Ran's table, smiling warmly. Ah, Boss Ran, what a rare guest. This meal is on me. Feel free to enjoy. With that, he casually turned and left. Su Ran fixed his gaze on Brother Shark for a few seconds, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The tranquility in Brother Shark's eyes was a wisdom born from weathering life's storms. Realizing Brother Shark's indifference, Su Ran chose to ignore it. This man had long since shed any fears or obsessions, embodying a unique form of living death. Just as Su Ran finished his meal, Huazue and Brother Shark engaged in conversation, trying to unearth the past. Wondering if it aligned with what Su Ran had said, that they no longer cared for life or death, power or wealth. At that moment, the glass door of San Shui ice room swung open, and Brother Shark, thinking it was a new customer, cheerfully greeted, "Welcome to our humble establishment. Order whatever you like." However, 7 or 8 gangsters clad in denim barged in, led by a rotund man with slicked back hair, a face full of excess flesh, and a gold chain thick as a finger dangling around his neck, clearly meant for restraining dogs. Hong Tai's Bao Rong surveyed the room, noticing 4 tables occupied with patrons enjoying their noodles. He cracked his knuckles and snapped his fingers. Hearing the cue, his underlings promptly advanced, intending to drive out all the customers inside. Unfortunately, as a few of them approached, they were swiftly pulled into the tables, as if they had never existed. Observing this peculiar situation, Bao Rong felt a twinge of confusion. After all, he was accustomed to his domineering ways in this area. Yet, he did not retreat, but rather instructed 3 of his subordinates to inquire further. "You scoundrel," Bao Rong, daring to intrude upon Huazue's Mong Kok. As Bao Rong's men were all subdued by the gunmen, Huazue, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly leaped from the table, gripping a bottle of cola. He swung it fiercely at Bao Rong's head. Bang! The bottle, sturdy and thick, could not be shattered even with all of Huazue's might. However, when the bottle struck Bao Rong's head, he froze in place as if hit by a paralyzing spell. After a few seconds of Huazue's furious expression, Bao Rong slowly crumpled to the ground. At that moment, Su Ran noticed Huazue was poised to continue striking Bao Rong and stood up, sternly saying, "Huazue, remember this is Brother Shark's territory. Do not soil it." In truth, Su Ran was primarily concerned about avoiding any fatalities. Though these gangsters had committed numerous wicked deeds and their deaths would be of little consequence, he considered himself a good person at heart, intent on making a profit. Thus, it was wise to temper his actions. Understood. Brother Shark calmly observed Long Air and Huazue, stuffing the subdued gangsters into a business vehicle. Even Bao Rong, whose head was bleeding profusely, was unceremoniously dragged out, his expression remaining unchanged. Just as Su Ran had said, Brother Shark had seen through the brutality of the underworld and the intricacies of human relationships, rendering him impervious to emotional upheaval. Once Bao Rong regained consciousness, he found himself bound like a large dumpling. The ingrained nature of a gangster compelled him to shout at Su Ran, "Shanzai Ran, release me, or Hong Tai will not spare you. You fool, dare to threaten my boss." With a swift move, Huazue stepped forward and landed a hard slap on Bao Rong's face. Had Su Ran not intervened earlier, Bao Rong would not have been able to wake up so quickly. Now, upon regaining consciousness, he barked incessantly like a dog, unable to contain himself. "Huazue, you scoundrel! Daring to strike me. Even the bosses of Liansheng would not lay a hand on me." Slap, slap. Huazue, with his fiery temperament, lost all sense of restraint and unleashed a flurry of blows, turning Bao Rong's face into a mess. "Ah, if you have the guts, then kill me. Huazue, that's enough." Su Ran, witnessing Bao Rong's state, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he considered himself a good person. Huazue, unwilling to relent, landed one final strike before retreating behind Su Ran. He was uncertain of the purpose of this rotund man before him. Simply stuffing him into a sack and tossing him into the sea would suffice. Why go through all this trouble in Sunwan? Bao Rong, why are you so furious? Barging into Mong Kok unprovoked? Su Ran's mocking voice prompted Bao Rong to open his eyes. "Boss Ran, You stole our Hong Tai prince's car. Kidnapped my man sent to retrieve it. And yesterday, you even assaulted me. Today, not only did you assault me, but you also bound me. I've been in this business for decades, and I have never endured such humiliation. I've never seen anyone bully like this. Chapter 71. It is indeed a bit of bullying. How about 5 million for tea? At this moment, Su Ran, immersed in the world of Hong Kong movies, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed the glimmer of tears in Bao Rong's eyes. Have I been too excessive? Have I truly made an old man cry? Bao Rong, growing increasingly agitated, suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide open as he fixated on Su Ran. Even the influential Lin Huailu of Lianxing would not dare to be so arrogant. A towering tree attracts the wind, and you, the esteemed Run, will inevitably meet your demise. Behind Hong Tai stands Hongxing. Provoke them, and the two major factions will unite, leaving even Lianxing unable to protect you. This Bao Rong is indeed a tough character. Even when captured by Su Ran and beaten to a pulp, he did not plead for mercy. Instead, he patiently advised him to adopt a more discreet approach in his dealings. Such arrogance may incite the enmity of all factions. Being overly rigid can lead to a swift downfall. A ruffian like him does not have long to live. Ding. Mission issued. Release the long-lost undercover agent from the Hong Kong police. Reward, 10 million. Non-main quest. The host may refuse. Oh, this rather endearing Uncle Bao Rong is actually an undercover agent, and a long-lost one at that. Suddenly, Su Ran recalled a famous saying from his previous life. 5 years, then another 5, and now 20 years, sir. I have become a figure of authority. Come out and arrest me already. Just moments ago, Su Ran had heard Bao Rong express his inner sorrow. The Rolls-Royce was originally arranged by the Prince of Hong Tai, not by Bao Rong. Those few who were sent to the sea by the flying car were likely minions dispatched by Bao Rong under the orders of the Hong Tai Prince. Ahua and Wuing are both on Bao Rong's side. After a failed negotiation with Huazue last night, he suffered a blow to the head and was now brought back. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unfair. The situation was instigated by the Hong Tai Prince, and it appeared that Bao Rong was the one suffering. System, I accept the mission. Even if I must let Bao Rong go, I wish to test him first. Bao Rong, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? At Su Ran's words, Bao Rong was momentarily taken aback. After 2 seconds, he hurriedly began to explain, Did I? I was merely warning you. Indeed, just a warning. Foolish Bao Rong, still attempting to threaten me, the boss. In order to ensure the successful opening of the arcade, Huazue would be more than willing to toss Bao Rong into the sea at the first opportunity. Air. Let him go? Upon hearing this, 3 of the 4 individuals present were left with large question marks floating above their heads, instinctively exclaiming in surprise. As Long Air approached, Bao Rong desperately struggled and shouted, Boss Ran, don't think that by letting me go, this matter can simply be brushed aside. Huazue immediately rushed forward, pinning Bao Rong to the chair, disdainfully stating, Silence, you old fool. You are already in your 50s. My boss has shown you mercy by letting you go, and you should be kneeling in gratitude. Speak so much nonsense. And I might just send you down to sell salted duck eggs with Liang Cohen. In facing a long-lost undercover agent, Su Ran reconsidered and speculated that Bao Rong had 2 motives for clinging to Hong Tai. One was an inner conviction, to punish evil and eliminate treachery, to dismantle Hong Tai. The other was to amass enough wealth for retirement. At this moment, Bao Rong, even with the ropes loosened, made no attempt to escape. Instead, he fixed Su Ran with a gaze full of unwillingness. Smack. Seeing this, Su Ran threw a hefty bundle of approximately 500,000 in cash at Bao Rong. Hissing at the sight of the money, Bao Rong's breathing quickened, his eyes gleaming with greed. Indeed, it was all about the money. 20 years ago was the golden age of black gold. Back then, all factions and the Hong Kong police were allies. There was no need for undercover agents. 500,000 had revealed Bao Rong's true intentions. If money could resolve this, the matter would become much simpler. Smack, smack. At this moment, Huazue and Long Air watched Su Ran repeatedly throwing cash, their lips twitching in disbelief. They simply could not comprehend why he would shower money upon the aging Bao Rong. After tossing 3 million, Su Ran fixed his gaze on Bao Rong, who was intently focused on the money on the ground, and calmly asked, Is that enough? Not enough. I told myself I need to gather 5 million before I retire. You little pimple. Upon hearing this somewhat dazed response, Huazue immediately drew out a black star, aiming the dark muzzle at Bao Rong. Unfortunately, he was ignored. Compared to his safety, the elderly man before him seemed far more enamored with money. 5 million could spare the need for weapons and violence. A very profitable venture for Su Ran. Smack, smack. Turning, Su Ran entered the inner room, retrieved another 2 million from the system, and unceremoniously dumped it onto Bao Rong. Ha! At this moment, the previously dazed Bao Rong was knocked back 2 steps by the cash, his face breaking into a joyful grin. Enough, I have enough. No sooner had he spoken than Bao Rong immediately crouched down, frantically stuffing the bills into his embrace. However, with only 2 pockets on him, he could only manage to take away 2 million. Smack. Though Jose did not understand Su Ran's reasoning, he nonetheless tossed his travel bag, meant for carrying tools, in front of Bao Rong. Bao Rong wasted no time in emptying the bag's contents onto the floor. On the ground, he hurriedly grabbed the cash and stuffed it into the bag. Thank you, Boss Ran. All my territory is yours, just take over. Bao Rong managed 5 streets, 6 mahjong parlors, 3 dance halls, and 10 parking lots under Hong Tai's management. Now, he was selling it all to Su Ran for a mere 5 million. After Bao Rong departed, Huazue approached Su Ran, his expression one of confusion. Boss, do you think this old fool will cause trouble? Even the usually cautious Su Ran harbored such doubts. However, the money had already been spent. They could not return empty-handed. Huazue, take 300 men to finalize the deal. Let Ahua and Wu Ying lead the way. Ali, you need not come along. Boss, no problem. If 5 million can secure Bao Rong's territory under Hong Tai, then it was indeed a worthwhile investment. Huazue had always managed the manpower affairs. Last night, he had brought nearly 100 men to confront Bao Rong, and the entry and medical fees alone had cost 50,000. Su Ran was recognized across the island as the top facilitator. The red packets he provided for the confrontations were the most generous. If it had been Bao Rong, he would have brought nearly 200 men to face Huazue last night, yet spent less than 50,000. As Huazue stood before the 300 men, he first patted Ahua on the shoulder and said, Ahua, Wu Ying, take 50 men to clear out Bao Rong's mahjong parlors. Hooray! Upon hearing this, Wu Ying immediately leaped up in excitement. He didn't care whose territory it was. As long as he could make a name for himself, he would go all out. However, Ahua cast a disheartened glance at Huazue, feeling uneasy about sending them to clear out the former boss's territory. This was a clear sign of distrust. How many parlors could 50 people manage? It was evident he wanted to see how he would perform. Charge! Wu Ying, brandishing a large machete, shouted loudly as he was the first to charge into the mahjong parlor. Unfortunately, the proprietor of this establishment was superstitious and had a high threshold. Before he could even enter, Wu Ying fell flat on his face. Ahua closely followed Wu Ying, seeing him fall, and immediately rushed in to save the situation, shouting, We are the people of Lianxing, inserting our flag here. Anyone unrelated, get out. However, everyone inside continued playing mahjong, seemingly unfazed by Ahua's proclamation. After Wu Ying got back up and witnessed this scene, he exclaimed, Boss, what is going on? I have no idea. Ahua rolled his eyes and stood aside, quietly observing the unfolding events. Wu Ying, feeling an itch on his back, began scratching it with his machete. Approaching a mahjong table, he curiously asked, We are from Lianxing, and we are inserting our flag now. Why aren't you afraid? Chapter 72. This establishment is entrusted to you. Perform well. In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, since Bao Rong has accepted Su Ran's money, he shall honor his commitment. He has managed this locale for over a decade, with nearly all the patrons being his loyal confidants. Finding an excuse to reassign Hong Tai's men, he instructed his trusted subordinates to hang Lianxing's banner at the entrance. When Wu Ying charged ahead, Firemouth caught sight of the flag at the door and immediately erupted in anger, cursing, Damn you, Bao Rong. You conduct your affairs so meticulously that finding an excuse to withhold payment is impossible. At that moment, the proprietor of the mahjong parlor approached, disdainfully shouting at Wu Ying, Look for yourself at the flag hanging at the entrance. Hearing this, Ahua dashed out of the mahjong parlor. Indeed, he spotted the Lianxing flag displayed prominently and was engulfed by a wave of despair as he returned to summon Wu Ying. Firemouth, it's understandable if you don't trust me, but is it necessary to play such games? If we can't manage things properly, it could harm the patrons. Firemouth, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, arrogantly fixed his gaze on Ahua and, upon hearing these words, was instantly incensed. What? Do you have objections? Ahua intercepted Wu Ying, who was about to retort against Firemouth, and made an apologetic gesture towards him. No, how could we dare? Firemouth, we just want to make a good impression today. Upon hearing this, Firemouth merely smirked. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he handed the cigarette to Ahua. Then you better perform well from now on. This mahjong parlor is entrusted to you for oversight. You are to deliver the accounts punctually on the 15th of each month. Or even if the boss favors you, I will personally see to it that you meet your end. Though Firemouth's words were brash, Ahua felt a surge of excitement, standing tall and declaring earnestly, Understood. I will certainly oversee it diligently. What do you mean by overseeing this mahjong parlor? Wu Ying was still in disbelief, his eyes fixated on the establishment before him. In a mere 10 minutes, Firemouth had completely taken over Bao Rong's territory without alarming any other factions. An hour later, once Hong Tai by Mei realized what had transpired, he promptly summoned Bao Rong for a meeting. Bao Rong, Are you out of your mind? You've handed over all the venues to Shan Ziran. What benefits have you gained? 5 million, Bao Rong replied calmly from his chair, stating the figure directly. Since Su Ran had paid him, he had relinquished his territory. According to the rules, Bao Rong had already established a strong rapport with the big boss of Lianqing. Even if Hong Tai by Mei wanted to take action against him, he would have to weigh whether it was worth the risk. Damn it! Hong Tai Zi shouted angrily, cocking his gun with a click aimed at Bao Rong's head. Shoot! The disgraceful acts you and your son have committed over the years will spread throughout the entire Hong Kong police force. You can gamble on it. Even if my men fail, Boss Ran's people are still around. Wait. Bai Mei furrowed his brow, halting Hong Tai Zi's reckless behavior. He was well aware of the formidable influence of Boss Ran of Lianqing, just having planted their flag in Mong Kok. It was a classic case of a new official wanting to establish authority. Damn. Frustrated, Hong Tai Zi reluctantly lowered his gun and sat heavily in his chair. Bao Rong, I have never wronged you over the years. Why would you do something like this? Bai Mei, realizing that threats were ineffective, opted to appeal to emotions. Heh. Bao Rong cast a glance at Hong Tai Zi and chuckled softly. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Bai Mei. Brother Mei, I have followed you for over 20 years, rising from a mere nobody to my current position. If you wish to favor your son, I have no objections. But are you aware that this waste has backed me into a corner? You old fool, what did you say? Hong Tai Zi, who despised being called incompetent, felt his suppressed anger flare up upon Bao Rong's blunt words, and he withdrew his gun once more in fury. Bao Rong, it's fine if you insult me, but do not speak ill of my son. He is exceptional. Bai Mei looked at Hong Tai Zi with a paternal gaze, completely disregarding Bao Rong's words. Damn. Then hold on to him tightly. I have nothing more to discuss. With that, Bao Rong rose abruptly, preparing to leave. Old fool, you must give Hong Tai an explanation. You will not leave this door today, mark my words. Hong Tai Zi blocked Bao Rong's path, his gun pointed at his head. Get away, incompetent. You think no one knows about your dealings at the videotape factory? Bao Rong nonchalantly pushed the gun away from his forehead. Damn. Hong Tai Zi was furious but dared not pull the trigger, resorting instead to venting his frustration on the chair. Bai Mei stepped in front of Bao Rong. His expression grave. Bao Rong, we have known each other for decades. There must be an explanation. At this moment, Bao Rong fixed his gaze on his superior, a glimmer of tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. But he quickly wiped them away, took a deep breath, and spoke in the most composed tone. Brother Mei, your precious son is using the accounts to threaten me. He has instructed me to intercept Boss Ran and Yuan Long. And 3 of my top men have already gone missing. My subordinates are being reassigned, and I've nearly been taken out by Firemouth twice. Boss Ran is gaining momentum. Who would dare confront him? If you do not provide financial support or manpower, my territory will eventually fall to Firemouth. It would be wiser to surrender it willingly, thus mitigating some losses and allowing me to enjoy my twilight years. Bao Rong candidly relayed the situation regarding Hong Tai Zi's ambitions to Bai Mei. Without waiting for any reaction from the once great boss, he turned and exited the establishment. As he walked out nonchalantly, Hong Tai Zi contemplated shooting him in the back. Son, but he was sternly stopped by Bai Mei, seeing his father's murderous gaze. Hong Tai Zi reluctantly softened his tone. Dad, that Rolls Royce was a birthday gift for you, but that bastard Ran snatched it away, so of course I must act. Slap. Bai Mei struck Hong Tai Zi across the face before turning to re-enter the room. The truth was that his son had erred, and he could not blame Bao Rong. The loss of territory was unavoidable. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall on Boss Ran of Lianqing. Yet, lacking the courage to confront him, he could only retreat to his room in frustration. Damn. With no outlet for his anger, Hong Tai Zi began to smash objects within the room. Hong Tai will eventually be mine. I cannot let him get away with giving away my territory. Damn it. Old fool. What is so frightening about that bastard Shan Ziran? Isn't it just that he has more men? I'll hire soldiers to deal with him. After releasing his pent-up frustration, he picked up the phone and shouted into it. Xiangdi, wait for me at the videotape factory. At this moment, Hong Tai Zi gazed coldly in the direction of Mong Kok, his resolve solidifying. Not only would he reclaim those 5 streets, but he would also deal with Bao Rong, Firemouth, and Shan Ziran. Having secured Hong Tai's 5 streets, Su Ran prepared to simultaneously open 3 arcade centers in Mong Kok, Suanwan, and Sham Shuepa. The largest would be overseen by Xiao Jiaba, with Zaimi managing the accounts and Elise supervising operations. In pursuit of efficiency, Su Ran's arcade was rapidly renovated. Once the plumbing and electricity were set up, they moved in, with walls adorned with a variety of gaming advertisements. On opening day, Su Ran rented 2 small bus lines across Hong Kong Island for advertising. He even brought over costumes from the previous anime festival. On the streets of Mong Kok, Xiao Jiaba led a throng of over 100 attractive, sweetly dressed young women handing out flyers. Men of all ages flocked into the arcade. By afternoon, The overcrowded scene had only slightly eased. However, it was also exceedingly lively. At this moment, the Prince of Hongtai, accompanied by over 500 individuals, was striding towards the narrow street where the arcade was nestled. With a mocking expression plastered across his face, his grin stretched from ear to ear. Anyone who laid eyes on him could discern his intent to stir up trouble at Su Ran's newly opened arcade. In Chapter 73, shall I escort you to the Northern District? Inside the bustling arcade, Huazue and Su Ran observed the cacophony below from their office on the second floor. Huazue, with a look of astonishment, pointed towards the long line at the game token exchange counter and exclaimed, "Goodness, my friend. The speed at which this arcade generates revenue is more outrageous than selling Liangkuan. The queue has not diminished since morning. Each person exchanges 100 for 10 tokens. And my stock of 500,000 tokens is nearly depleted." After speaking, he took a deep drag from his cigarette, his voice quivering with excitement. 5 million in daily revenue. Even a money printer couldn't match that pace. Huazue, your vision is too narrow. There is but one arcade on the entire island. And if we do not profit, even the heavens shall not tolerate it. At this moment, Su Ran sat on the sofa, directing a scathing gaze at Huazue. Yet his own heart raced with exhilaration. However, as the big boss, he knew he must maintain an air of composure. Exuding an aura of one who commands the world, how could he possibly reveal his excitement? Ding, task completed, a reward of 50 million has been successfully issued. With a chuckle at the cold notification echoing in his mind, Su Ran's smile deepened. The system had assigned him a task upon waking that morning. Currently, Su Ran was in dire need of funds, eager to construct the sole comprehensive shopping center on the island in the Kowloon area. He was certain that profits would soar exponentially compared to now. As afternoon approached, an inappropriate voice rang out within the arcade. "Boss Ran, it seems we'll have to start calling you Suzone from now on. You opened the new store without prior notice, causing half the police force from the Yao Mati and Mongkok area to come over to maintain order. Your influence is even greater than that of the top dog." The upright Huang Ziqing entered the arcade, flanked by a dozen associates. With great effort, they managed to navigate through the throngs of patrons and arrived in Su Ran's office. The crowd inside was truly overwhelming, particularly the line for exchanging game tokens that crisscrossed the center. Even the police had to endure the ire of the crowd as they attempted to pass through. Should any misfortune occur here, it would undoubtedly make headlines on Hong Kong Island. Seeing this scene, Police Chief Guan Hong's heart raced. He quickly dispatched Huang Ziqing, someone capable of conversing with Su Ran, to the arcade to address the situation. As Huang Ziqing and his associates stood there, drenched in sweat from the press of the crowd, they gasped for air in front of the air conditioning unit. "Officer Huang, I have always emphasized that I am a businessman, with an accountant assisting me in filing taxes each month. Shouldn't the police protect a taxpayer like me? Why does it sound like you're offering charity? Should I perhaps donate to the police welfare fund for a thorough investigation into you?" From the black and white surveillance, Su Ran observed the sea of people outside, with dozens of officers maintaining order in their uniforms. At this moment, Huang Ziqing heard these words and bore them without retort. He merely fixed a silent stare upon Su Ran. "Officer Huang, you ought to be grateful to me. Look, there are at least 3,000 people here, either gaming or waiting in line to game. If they were not here, the idle youths on the streets would surely be causing trouble. Wouldn't you be concerned? 100 Hong Kong dollars for 10 tokens can occupy them for half a day. It's far better for them to be here than out on the streets fighting." With that, Su Ran pointed to the game token exchange window, where 5 attractive young women were diligently attending to patrons. Some were exchanging tokens, while others sold beverages or took orders for takeout. Their perspiration wafted through the air, stimulating the hormones of the crowd. Had it not been for the dozen suited enforcers guarding the exchange counter, many would have rushed in to savor the scent of the young women's sweat. Huang Ziqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Su Ran's forthrightness. He scanned the crowd with his self-proclaimed keen eyes, particularly honing in on the group of young ruffians with dyed hair. Upon spotting a green-haired delinquent in the corner engaged in dubious activities, a smile crept across his face. "Boss Su, you are quite right. I appreciate your efforts in maintaining order on Hong Kong Island. However, do your young ladies happen to sell any cold desserts? With so many people coming and going, surely they would generate quite a bit." Huang Ziqing suddenly pointed at the green-haired youth and instructed his associates to investigate whether the young man was carrying anything illicit. Su Ran, who had been in the midst of explaining his arcade's equipment to Huang Ziqing, felt his expression darken upon witnessing this. His icy gaze fixated on the green-haired youth. Su Ran understood that the Dongguan youths, as representatives of Lianqing, distributed goods in certain venues around Mongkok. He had instructed Huazue to ensure that dance halls, parties, and mahjong parlors under his management barred them from entry. However, the Dongguan boys were adept at ingratiating themselves. Upon arriving in Mongkok, they first presented Huazue with a bribe of 5 million for passage and then identified which venues could distribute goods for Lianqing. He never anticipated that on the very day his arcade opened, an audacious individual would brazenly enter to distribute goods. Internally, he vowed, anyone daring to distribute goods in my establishment must be dealt with severely. Observing Su Ran's frigid demeanor, Huang Ziqing felt he had gained the upper hand. Adopting a slightly arrogant tone, he remarked, Su Zong, do ensure my associates do not find anything amiss. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to apologize. Your arcade just opened today, and it may need to be shut down for repairs this afternoon. Yet, in the face of Huang Ziqing's threat, Su Ran merely smiled faintly. Showing no signs of concern, he calmly lit a cigar in front of Huang Ziqing, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the green-haired youth being cornered and searched. The youth was being thoroughly inspected by Huang Ziqing's men, who turned him over with such force that they nearly tore off his underwear to check for contraband. Officer Huang, are your men so idle today, even taking on the role of a narc? Shall I simply donate today's revenue, so you can join Kai Quan and Fan Zhongxin? He jested, referring to the individuals who had previously been assigned to guard the water reservoir in the northern district after being transferred from their posts. Kai Quan was the one who had brazenly presented 5 million to Chief Guan Hong in front of the police officers, while Fan Zhongxin was the attorney who had lodged a complaint with the Human Rights Tribunal and was subsequently reassigned. Now, only Huang Ziqing remained. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Huang Ziqing's lips quivered in anger, his body shivering as if plunged into icy water. Today he had initially come at Chief Guan Hong's behest to slightly admonish Su Ran, warning him against conducting illegal business under the guise of the arcade. Yet, after being continually pressured by Su Ran, the sight of the green-haired youth had ignited a spark of excitement, leading him to unwittingly entangle himself in trouble. It seemed that today, he must be psychologically prepared in advance. Let Su Ran use cash to send him to guard the pond, feeding the mosquitoes. Chapter 74, Brothers. Find any excuse to bring back tea. In the mind of Huang Ziqing from the Hong Kong film O Record, if there is no decisive blow to successfully send Su Ran to Stanley, one must absolutely not provoke him. Otherwise, the unfortunate consequences will undoubtedly fall upon oneself. Today, Huang Ziqing has become the third senior inspector on Hong Kong Island to be directly reassigned to guard the pond after completing a mission, effectively retiring early. Just moments ago, as this green-haired turtle entered the room, Su Ran immediately recognized him as a dudu, a slang term for drug users. Before Huang Ziqing could notice, he quickly signaled to his companion, Huazue. Upon seeing Su Ran's glance, Huazue instantly understood. He immediately informed the suited thugs below to approach the green-haired turtle and stealthily relieve him of several small bags of powder, then escape through the sewer to the Pacific Ocean. In terms of gathering subordinates, Huazue also adhered to Su Ran's instructions, ensuring that those with particular skills would be utilized to their fullest potential. Today, the individual who stole the powder was a professional pickpocket known as the Mong Kok Small 3, a master of thievery who had plundered throughout Mong Kok, treating the footbridge and police station as his domain. He had just rendered Su Ran significant assistance. Although Huang Ziqing did not find any jelly in the arcade, Su Ran's expression remained grave. Before the grand opening today, word had already spread that regardless of which faction it was, anyone daring to distribute goods within his territory would face the wrath of the Lion King. He had already acted with utmost seriousness, and after today's incident, no one could bind him with the rules of the underworld. Moreover, Su Ran's reputation now resonated loudly. He was the figurehead in both Suanwan and Mong Kok, having risen to power over the corpses of the Big D of Lian Sheng and the stylish Kuan of Hongxing. Ding, mission issued. Spare Huang Ziqing. Reward, 5 million. Side quest, the host may decline. Just as Su Ran was about to refuse the mission, he noticed through the street surveillance that the Prince of Hongtai was approaching with his entourage, and he immediately understood what needed to be done. System, I accept the mission. After accepting the mission, Su Ran called for Huang Ziqing, who was about to leave. Sir Huang, are there many mosquitoes in the northern district pond? Upon hearing this, Huang Ziqing suddenly turned around, visibly startled, and replied, Yes, there are indeed many, not just in the northern district. Even the mosquitoes in the police station are abundant. Then you should take good care of the mosquitoes in the police station and don't let those in the northern district benefit. With his expression returning to normal, Su Ran patted Huang Ziqing's shoulder and calmly said, having confirmed that Su Ran would not file a complaint against him. Huang Ziqing felt as delighted as if he had consumed hundreds of pounds of mosquito blood. If it weren't for maintaining the image of the Hong Kong police, he would have surely jumped with joy. That's splendid. Since Boss Ran wants me to feed mosquitoes in this district, I'll head back now. I won't see you off. But before you go back to feed mosquitoes, let's check him first. Su Ran pointed at the black and white television screen, where the Prince of Hongtai was seen approaching the arcade with hundreds of people. Upon seeing the prince, Huang Ziqing's eyes instantly lit up with a gleam of determination. Feeling a sense of redemption, he immediately bellowed, Damn it, causing trouble on my turf. brothers find any excuse to bring him back to the police station. In truth, Su Ran's intention to let Huang Jiqing, who had verbally threatened him, go was to utilize this senior inspector to intercept the Prince of Hongtai and ensure a smooth opening today. When the green-haired turtle was brought before Su Ran and Huazue, Su Ran merely shot a glance at Huazue as he observed the young man with 5 earrings in one ear. Damn it, daring to distribute goods in my territory. Huazue roared, swiftly executing his action. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the arcade. However, compared to the exuberant cheers from downstairs, it barely stirred a ripple. Once the scream subsided, Su Ran approached and gently patted the now one-eared green-haired turtle, speaking in a cordial tone. My apologies, young man. My brother Huazue has always had a fiery temper. I will certainly persuade him not to stuff you into a sack and toss you into the sea at Saigon. The green-haired turtle, clutching his ear, was already terrified to the point of trembling. Oh no, please. I swear, I was sent here by Prince Hongtai to distribute goods. And it was very obvious. Before Su Ran could ask, he had already spilled everything. Oh, so you're the Prince of Hongtai? Yes, I am the Prince of Hongtai. A subordinate under his command. Boss, please spare me. I know nothing. I just joined the faction 2 days ago, and upon entering, I was searched by the police. As long as you're here, you're a guest. Huazue, give him 200 game coins and let him play for 3 days and 3 nights. After saying this, Su Ran turned and left through the executive passage. Hearing Su Ran's words, the green-haired turtle immediately collapsed onto the ground in fear. 3 days and 3 nights? I will either die from exhaustion or bleed out. Please, boss, spare me. Huazue, observing Su Ran's serious demeanor, understood well. Tonight, Mongkok and Sham Shui Po were destined for a bloodbath. He called for Ali, instructing him to keep an eye on the green-haired turtle, and hurriedly caught up with Su Ran. After catching up, Huazue squeezed into the Rolls-Royce, looking at Su Ran with confusion. Boss, how did you know this kid was a doo-doo and had powder on him? Su Ran, taken aback by Huazue's question, sighed and replied, Little brother, I implore you to read more about detoxification. You're not new to this. That green-haired kid had a light gait, vacant eyes, and was constantly wiping his nose. These are basic indicators of a doo-doo. At this moment, Huazue instinctively retorted, Boss, I've never done powder. How would I know? He then boldly declared, I only went out to earn a living because I didn't want to study. If you want me to read, you might as well kill me. Seeing Huazue's defiance, Su Ran decided not to argue further. Fine, tonight gather the troops, inform Wei Jixiang, and first target Hongtai's useless powder stash. Then, we will gradually encroach upon Sham Shui Pa. Oh, Huazue, upon hearing the plan to dismantle Hongtai's flag, was elated. Boss, why not directly establish our flag in Sham Shui Pa? This way, we would control territories in 3 districts. Sighing at Huazue's lack of foresight, Su Ran felt mentally exhausted. Taking Mongkok means we leverage our reputation with Lian Sheng to threaten Hongxing. Dongguan guys coming to Mongkok is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Hongtai and Hongxing are intricately connected. If we take them out too quickly, Hongxing will surely retaliate. And other factions will not want us to rise so swiftly. At that point, we would be in a world of trouble. Can you handle it? Sure thing. Huazue, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replied directly. I'll have you out there every day, working 24 hours straight. Can you manage that for 3 months? Damn. Boss, are you trying to kill me? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Huazue immediately threw down his responsibilities, lying back in his seat and refusing to budge. Upon reaching the entrance of the bar in Mongkok, he instructed, Tonight, let Ali take people to sweep that video store. Ahua and Wu Ying will negotiate with Bai Mei. After finishing his sentence, Huazue got out of the car, completely oblivious to the impending storm of bloodshed. Chapter 75. If you can capture him, why not me? In the realm of Hong Kong cinema, the figure of Hongtai looms large. With the underworld sprawling across Sham Shui Po and several streets in Sing, should Su Ran completely seize Hongtai's banner, he could unify Tsuen Wan and Sham Shui Po into a singular entity. However, such a move would inevitably trigger monumental changes across the entire Kowloon Peninsula. Within the lucrative district of Yau Ma Ti, there are numerous influential players. If Su Ran truly manages to consolidate Tsuen Wan and Sham Shui Po, the response from those powerful figures would be significant. Some lesser-known bosses might even be so terrified that they would lose sleep. A tall tree attracts the wind, and these influential figures would band together, forming a tempest capable of toppling Su Ran's mighty tree. Nevertheless, solutions often outnumber difficulties. The princely heir of Hongtai is both arrogant and inept. It may be wiser to elevate Wei Jixiang instead, thereby also linking Tsuen Wan and Sham Shui Po. After Su Ran's departure, on the streets of Mongkok's arcade, Huang Jiqing casually intercepted Hongtai's princely heir. Excuse me, but you need to accompany me to the station. Who do you think you are, you pathetic officer? You're merely a senior inspector. Do you think you can just take me away? The heir of Hung Tai angrily jabbed a finger at Huang Ziqing's nose. He had originally intended to exploit his status to have Su Ran apprehended, seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc at the arcade. When Su Ran was eventually released on bail, witnessing the destruction would surely infuriate him, making him think twice about provoking Hung Tai. However, to his dismay, this senior inspector turned out to be incompetent, failing to capture Su Ran and instead coming to arrest him. Who else could he blame but himself? Publicly insulting a civil servant? Take him away. Huang Ziqing wiped the spittle from his face, nonchalantly issuing arrest orders to the dozen or so associates behind him. Pathetic officer, there are people inside distributing powder, and you, incompetent fool, couldn't even apprehend them. Oh, how do you know about the distribution? Did you send them in? Huang Ziqing regarded Hung Tai's heir with a bemused smile. Inadvertently confessing, the heir had unwittingly revealed his own culpability. I suspect that arrogant Su Ran must be distributing goods at the new venue. The heir remained oblivious to the fact that he had just betrayed himself, still struggling to defame Su Ran. Quickly take him back. I've never seen such a lowly thug. Huang Ziqing shook his head in dismay at Hung Tai's heir. With such a feeble mind, he still harbored thoughts of framing Su Ran. In his next life, perhaps he might be reborn into better circumstances, granting him a sliver of hope. Amidst a cacophony of angry shouts, Huang Ziqing patted the badge on his shoulder and disdainfully remarked, "This is what a lowlife truly is." Historically, the officers have always kept these scoundrels in check. Individuals like Su Ran, who readily donate to charity, are not to be trifled with. Upon entering the Liuli bar, Josue immediately dialed for his subordinates. This bar, owned by Su Ran, had become Jose's base of operations, as he preferred it over the confines of an office. With the heir of Hung Tai distributing goods in my territory, Big Boss Ran has decreed that tonight we clear out all his operations. Josue mimicked Su Ran, pulling out a cigarette case and placing one between his lips. At that moment, a fly immediately produced a lighter to ignite it. Grinning as if he had just won 5 million. Fly, you have a good eye. Now go negotiate with Hung Tai's Bai Mei about how to settle this account. Sure thing. Josue, such opportunities are my favorite. Fly had transitioned to Josue's side specifically to gain prominence. Now, he had the chance to negotiate on behalf of the formidable Su Ran with the former big boss. Such a significant affair was one he could not refuse. At this time, Josue exhaled a smoke ring, noticing Ahua hesitating to speak, and immediately smiled. Ahua, you're going too. After all, Bai Mei is your old superior. So it should be easy to negotiate. Understood, Josue. Ahua, who had been worried about Fly, quickly agreed. Although they represented the formidable Su Ran, Bai Mei would likely not treat them harshly. Even if negotiations failed, they could always resort to fighting. Ahua was no longer just Fly's subordinate. Josue had arranged for 100 men to back him up. After Ahua and Fly left, Josue observed the bar, which was closed during the day. With only a few shadows moving about inside, he clutched his hair tightly, feeling that his rapid rise was overwhelming. With numerous venues, but fewer capable individuals, the intellectual challenges were never Josue's forte. After a moment of hair pulling, he called Su Ran. Boss, I've arranged for Ahua and Fly to divert Bai Mei's attention. Josue, contact Wei Jixiang and have him take you to the videotape factory. Bring plenty of manpower. I want Hung Tai to eat dirt from now on. Su Ran's icy voice on the other end sent a shiver down Jose's spine. The last time he heard such a tone was when Liang Kuan fell. Upon completing the task, Su Ran returned directly to Tsun Wan. Little Ran had not entered Zhou Winley's embrace for 2 or 3 days, and he felt an itch in his heart. Time flew rapidly, and by 7 in the evening, Su Ran was enjoying a candlelit dinner with Zhou Winley and Tsun Wan. Just as he was about to go for a drive after finishing his meal, he spotted a plume of black smoke rising from Sham Shuepa, followed by the blaring sirens of fire trucks and police cars. Boss, Josue called. The matter has been resolved. Upon hearing Long Air's report, a satisfied smile spread across Su Ran's face. This is worth celebrating. Let us go enjoy the night view. Great. I want to go to the peak. Zhou Winley had been busy with work lately and felt somewhat guilty towards Su Ran. She was eager to pamper him tonight. Not a problem. Air. Hand me the keys. Driving the Rolls-Royce all the way to Central Peak, Su Ran disregarded the envious gazes along the way and embraced Zhou Winley passionately. Under the night sky, within the starry car rooftop, Little Ran boldly navigated in and out of enemy territory with flair, leaving without a trace. Amid Zhou Winley's gasps of surprise, a white path was forcefully carved through the moist marshland. In the tranquil night, after a long period of busyness, Su Ran finally felt a sense of inner peace. After half an hour, Long Air approached with a phone box. Boss, there's something you need to know. Taking the phone, Su Ran grumbled irritably. Josue, unless it's of utmost importance, your backside will definitely be split into 3 pieces tomorrow. Boss, Wei Jixiang has been captured. By the police or Bai Mei? Neither. It's someone named Sang Bo, just released from prison. That shouldn't concern you. Su Ran was ready to hang up. Although he wished to elevate Wei Jixiang as a puppet, he trusted his abilities to handle Sang Bo. But it's related to you. Lawyer Liang contacted me and asked me to inform you. The urgency in Huazue's voice was palpable. Chapter 76. I want you to be my exclusive lawyer. Upon hearing this, Su Ran recalled the innocent visage of Liang Yongqi from Hong Kong cinema, which bore a distinct flavor compared to Zhou Wenli in his arms. Take him back to the office first. I'll be there in 2 hours. Rangu, do you have something urgent? If so, I'll head back. You go on with your business. Zhou Wenli, understanding as always, spoke gently. Seeing the beautiful woman in his arms being so considerate, a resolute spirit rose within Su Ran. Ready to face another 500 years of struggle. No need. This is precisely when we are busiest. After driving Zhou Wenli back to Tsuanwan, Su Ran allowed Long Air to take him to Mong Kok's Tonghua building. However, upon alighting, he was confronted by Huang Ziqing standing at the entrance. Boss Ran, I truly wish to avoid troubling you, but as per protocol, I must ask a couple of questions. The visibly anxious Huang Ziqing bore no resemblance to the demeanor he had displayed during the apprehension of Hong Tai's prince. You have 5 minutes. That should suffice. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziqing instantly broke into a smile. The videotape factory of Hong Tai has caught fire. We detected the composition of the jelly from the smoke. And we are unsure if this incident is connected to you, Boss Ran. In response, Su Ran's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Huang Ziqing. His lips twitching slightly. The whole world knows that I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards jelly. Huang sir, have you prepared your belongings to head to the North District to guard the water reservoir? At the mention of guarding the reservoir, Huang Ziqing's legs weakened, and he hurriedly retreated. Understood, I won't trouble you further. I'm leaving. Ignoring Huang Ziqing's hasty exit, Su Ran strode directly into the office. Upon switching on the light, he found Liang Yongqi sitting on the sofa, her expression fraught with panic. Su Sheng, Wei Jixiang has been captured in Mong Kok. They say only you can save him. Him? Su Ran seated himself in a chair, regarding Liang Yongqi with a puzzled expression. And also Wei Jixiang's girlfriend, Ruby Guan, and their son, Da Hong. Shouldn't we report the kidnapping to the police? Su Ran replied nonchalantly. It's futile. That scoundrel's influence is substantial. My ex-boyfriend is a senior inspector at the Wanchai police station, Fan Zhongxin, but he was reassigned to guard the water reservoir after apprehending a Triad member. It was then that Su Ran realized the officer he had previously complained about, who was sent to guard the reservoir, was Liang Yongqi's ex-boyfriend. Prompting him to respond with slight exasperation, why should I save Wei Jixiang? Because, upon hearing Su Ran's words, Liang Yongqi suddenly faltered. However, recalling Wei Jixiang's pitiful state, she felt a sense of urgency. Consider this a plea for me. Please go save him. I will assist you in any way. Hearing this, Su Ran gazed at the beseeching Liang Yongqi, the corners of his mouth curling into an inscrutable smile. I can save Wei Jixiang, but I require you. Under the bright office lights, Liang Yongqi, the esteemed lawyer, felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing Su Ran's words. She had approached Su Ran solely to rescue her friend and client, Wei Jixiang, never anticipating that it would lead to such a proposition. I don't want to. Just as Liang Yongqi was preparing to leave with a downcast expression, Su Ran suddenly spoke. I merely wish for you to become the exclusive lawyer for my gaming company. If you are unwilling, then. Su Ran observed Liang Yongqi's reaction closely, desiring her to come willingly rather than through coercion or temptation. Phew. Upon hearing this, Liang Yongqi took a deep breath. All right, if you save Wei Jixiang, I will resign and join your company. She promptly interrupted Su Ran. Receiving her affirmative response, Su Ran retrieved a contract from his drawer. Sign here. I am quite astute with accounts, so I hope you understand clearly and do not fall into a trap. Liang Yongqi scrutinized Su Ran for a moment before taking the contract. However, she merely glanced at the title before signing it. She did not fully grasp what Su Ran meant by being astute with accounts, but she trusted his character, believing he could not be a bad person. After stowing the contract away, Su Ran turned to pick up the phone on the desk. At that moment, his smile vanished, and his expression turned serious as he prepared to locate Sang Bo's position. Boss, at 69 Mong Kok, in the 3rd floor, Block B. Mong Kok now belonged to Huazue, and within 10 minutes, they located Sang Bo's whereabouts. Lawyer Liang, would you like to accompany us? Yes, I must go. In the dilapidated Tong building, raucous laughter echoed through the corridor. The dimly lit passage, once guarded by 2 henchmen, was now deserted. Huazue, wielding a machete, charged ahead. As Su Ran approached the building, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Ding, mission issued. Eliminate Sang Bo to rid the community of harm. Reward, 10 million. Side quest, the host may decline. Free money, how could I refuse? Su Ran replied to the system, I accept. Under Long Air's protection, Su Ran strolled leisurely upstairs. Damn it, they don't even spare children. As he reached the 2nd floor, Huazui's furious roar echoed throughout the corridor. Amidst the sounds of violent clashes and agonizing screams, Su Ran continued calmly towards the third floor. "Boss, it's all taken care of." However, without waiting to hear Huazui's subsequent remarks, Su Ran entered Block B, immediately spotting Ruby Guan, who had previously engaged in deep conversation with him, cowering in a corner. The moment Ruby saw Su Ran enter, her initial look of panic vanished, replaced by a faint blush. The floor was awash with blood. Those ruffians had already been cleared out by Huazue. Wei Jixiang stood brandishing a cleaver, shouting at Sang Bo, who was standing by the window. "Sang Bo, if you seek revenge, come for me, spare my son." "Haha, I'm in charge now, why should I spare him?" Sang Bo, notorious for his ruthlessness, remained audacious, displaying an utter disregard for death even after losing several henchmen to Huazue. At this moment, Wei Jixiang noticed Su Ran's presence and immediately stepped back. "Boss Ran, I apologize for seeking your help at such a late hour." Slap. Su Ran did not even glance at Wei Jixiang, directly delivering a forceful slap to his face. "Ah!" Both Liang Yongqi and Ruby Guan gasped in shock. "Sang Bo, release that child, and you may leave safely." After striking Wei Jixiang, Su Ran calmly glanced at Sang Bo, speaking nonchalantly. Upon seeing Su Ran enter, Sang Bo's expression darkened instantly. He had assumed Wei Jixiang merely sought casual assistance, not realizing he had summoned a formidable force. Sang Bo was well aware of Boss Ran's reputation. Although fear gripped him, he clung to the hostages, believing he could still negotiate terms. Chapter 77. I am Sang Bo from the Triad. I beg you to spare me. Before the legendary figure of Boss Ran, Sang Bo, prepared to gamble everything, sought a desperate plea. "Haha, who do you think you are? If I want to spare him, I will." Bang! A deafening crash interrupted Sang Bo's arrogance. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Air had shot him in the arm, causing him to drop Wei Jixiang's son, De Hong, in agony. Phew! When Liang Yongqi and Ruby Guan saw Wei Jixiang seize the opportunity to rescue his son, they both exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Sang Bo, wounded, stared at Su Ran with palpable fear. He understood that falling from the third floor would not lead to death, but would surely result in broken limbs. Once in the hands of Wei Jixiang, backed by Boss Ran, it would be far worse than death. Yet, if he knelt and begged for mercy, perhaps a slim chance remained. Sang Bo was ruthless, unafraid of death, but he was not foolish nor truly fearless. "Boss Ran, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. I will never trouble Wei Jixiang again." In front of everyone, Sang Bo knelt like a submissive puppy, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to Su Ran. "Sorrowful Bo, are you not despondent? When seeking help, one must exude a certain bravado." Upon hearing Su Ran's mocking voice, Sorrowful Bo immediately thumped his head heavily against the floor, growling fiercely, "I, Sorrowful Bo, beseech the esteemed Su Ran to spare me." "Good, you're quite obedient." Su Ran's indifferent voice echoed throughout the cramped room. It was evident to all that he had no intention of granting Sorrowful Bo mercy. Rather, he was toying with him. Laughter erupted among the crowd, causing the kneeling Sorrowful Bo to avert his gaze in submission. Realizing the underlying meaning in Su Ran's words, Wei Jixiang, after handing the child Hong back to Ruby Guan, seized a cleaver and charged towards Sorrowful Bo. "You scoundrel, I shall slay you. The one who owes you is that worthless Prince Hongtai, yet you took my wife's life and dare to confront me." Even before he reached his target, his furious shouts sent dust raining down from the ceiling. Earlier, Su Ran had slapped Wei Jixiang upon entering, intentionally diverting Sorrowful Bo's focus entirely onto him, allowing Long Air the opportunity to take aim. Now witnessing Sorrowful Bo groveling like a submissive dog, Wei Jixiang sensed something was amiss. A slight probe revealed Sorrowful Bo's true nature. However, he did not anticipate Wei Jixiang's combat prowess to diminish so drastically as he lunged forward. Sorrowful Bo countered with a ferocity akin to a cornered beast. Air fire. Bang. Sorrowful Bo, who initially aimed to lower Su Ran and his companion's vigilance by pleading for mercy, seized the moment to rebel, successfully snatching the cleaver from Wei Jixiang. Yet, before he could press the blade against the latter's throat, Long Air's gunfire struck down one of his underlings. The bullet's force propelled Sorrowful Bo back 2 steps, leaving him no time to check on his fallen comrade or to cultivate his fear of becoming a eunuch. His legs met the window ledge, causing him to lose his balance and tumble out. When the cleaning crew arrived, they discovered a corpse beyond recognition, forcing them to pay out of pocket for several trucks of paper offerings. With a resounding clap, Su Ran's tour of the Tang building came to a close. "Thank you, Su Shang." Liang Yongqi stood before Su Ran with sincerity etched across her face, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Lawyer Liang, from now on, we are allies. No need for such formality." Su Ran's nonchalant response sent a blush rippling across Liang Yongqi's cheeks. Moments ago, Su Ran's demeanor had not been particularly menacing. Yet surrounded by onlookers, his unique aura was unmistakable. With a single utterance, he had subdued the exceedingly fierce, sorrowful beau. This impression of command had indelibly etched itself in Liang Yongqi's mind. As a child, she had adored the emperors depicted in films, dreaming of becoming a queen. Now, standing before her was a figure akin to an emperor, Su Ran, gradually melting her heart. His words of camaraderie pierced through her steadfast heart like a sharp blade. As a lawyer, Liang Yongqi often dealt with wolves in sheep's clothing or sheep in wolf's garb. Daily encounters with the most hypocritical of individuals had taught her to guard herself. Yet she found herself defenseless against someone who acted in accordance with their true nature. The striking image of Su Ran, handsome and exuding unparalleled authority, was forever imprinted in her consciousness. As night fell, heir, send lawyer Liang home. After Liang Yongqi entered the vehicle, her beautiful gaze lingered on Su Ran, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Big Boss Ran, I am grateful for your rescue. After returning the child Hong to Wei Jixiang's care, Ruby Guan approached to express her thanks. At that moment, Su Ran observed Ruby Guan's face, radiant with the relief of survival, her attire still unscathed. Her alluring figure remained as tempting as ever. What if I said I came to rescue you? Ah, at this moment, Ruby Guan, having just recovered from her fright at sorrowful beau, felt a tightening in her core upon hearing Su Ran's words and involuntarily gasped. It's quite late, if you have no other matters. Perhaps you should return home to freshen up and rest. Su Ran's mischievous voice echoed in Ruby Guan's ears, leaving her dazed and her delicate wings unwittingly dampened. Thank you so much for the ride home. Under Wei Jixiang's puzzled gaze, Ruby Guan boldly declared her gratitude before blushingly stepping into Su Ran's Rolls Royce. Old bean, did Aunt Ruby go home to sleep? Then where shall we sleep tonight? At that moment, Wei Jixiang, gazing at his disheveled doghouse, could only carry his son toward the apartment. That night, he led Huazue to torch the videotape factory, filled with cold noodles. Originally intending to turn himself in at the police station, since he was the licensed owner of the factory, he received a call from sorrowful beau just as he approached the station. His son Hong and friend Ruby Guan had been captured. Rushing home in a frenzy, he was met with a brutal beating. Had Huazue arrived even a moment later, Ruby Guan might have met a tragic fate. With Big Boss Ran escorting her home, she was assured safety. Wei Jixiang's suspicions were well-founded. Su Ran had indeed merely returned Ruby home and watched as the alluring beauty ascended the stairs before departing. However, a journey that should have taken merely 10 minutes stretched into over half an hour under long ARS driving. Inside the spacious backseat of the Rolls Royce, Ruby Guan used a fragrant pack of moist wipes to clean herself. Meanwhile, in the narrow corridor, the now-awake Xiao Ran felt the chill of the dew on his bald head and instinctively burrowed inside. He soon began to explore the confined passageway back and forth, ultimately leaving behind 2 cups of soy milk before reluctantly exiting. Chapter 78. With differing identities, do not clash with the pot. The following morning, Prince Hongtai emerged from the O record in West Kowloon, his expression grim. The lawyer beside him kept his head bowed, the gleaming expanse of his bald head glistening with spittle, clearly having been doused with verbal abuse moments prior. Upon spotting Wei Jixiang, Prince Hongtai rushed over, only to be firmly blocked by the lawyer, who urged him to merely point and shout, "You scoundrel! You've betrayed me, burn my warehouse. I shall ensure your entire family pays for this." Wei Jixiang, still with his head bowed, calmly retorted, "I, Wei Jixiang, am not your dog." With Wei Jixiang's support, providing substantial evidence, Prince Hongtai merely stepped outside for a breath of fresh air before being apprehended once more by Huang Jiqing. The videotape factory had been confirmed as a drug warehouse, leading to formal charges being filed against the inept Prince Hongtai for multiple offenses, condemning him to a life of confinement in Stanley Prison. In a lively bar in Mongkok, Huazue awoke at noon and summoned several beautiful women to dance with him. Upon seeing Su Ran's arrival, he swiftly leaped off the stage, eager to engage. The bar, closed during the day, was still filled with raucous music. Aware that Su Ran preferred tranquility, Huazue intended to turn off the music, only to discover Su Ran was nowhere to be found. Early in the morning, Su Ran had walked straight into the exclusive private room, where the cacophony of the main hall faded into silence. Big Boss, Wei Jixiang is quite astute. He allowed me to easily burn down Hongtai's drug warehouse. From now on, they shall only feast on dirt. Tonight, I shall decisively seize control of the remaining territories of Hongtai. Bai Mei, with his swift and lethal strikes, shall surely meet his end this very night. After the fire at the powder depot last night, I sent my men to assist Ah Hua and Wu Ying. Unfortunately, we encountered Bai Mei, and the two exchanged heated words in the air, nearly escalating to a deadly dance of blades. It was only the timely arrival of reinforcements that prevented the situation from spiraling out of control. Presently, Huazue harbors a lingering resentment that he has yet to unleash. Meanwhile, Su Ran feels that merely burning the powder depot was insufficient. He believed that by neutralizing Liang Kuan and severely injuring the crown prince, he could maintain a firm grip over Hongxing. With a stronghold in Mongkok, he thought he could intimidate other factions. However, the results have not been as favorable as he had envisioned. Though he wishes to distance himself from the conflicts among the factions, his sole focus being profit, there are always foolish individuals eager to step forward. This time, the inept crown prince of Hongtai dared to distribute powder in his territory, a clear provocation. Thus, he intends to orchestrate a grand spectacle, sending that incompetent to Qishan for a lifetime. Subsequently, he shall elevate Wei Jishang to power, compelling Bai Mei to abdicate. At this moment, after downing a glass of whiskey, Huazue, noticing Su Ran's slightly skeptical gaze, immediately rose and proclaimed, "Boss, I've recruited numerous underlings recently. If you wish to dismantle Hongtai's banner, I can accomplish that without issue. Huazue, you are indeed a boss now. Refrain from getting involved in every matter personally. Our wealth and influence render our lives quite valuable. We must not clash head-on with the likes of the underlings. Boss, if I don't sweep the scene, then who will?" Huazue considers himself Su Ran's foremost lieutenant. Tasks assigned by the boss are never delegated. They must be executed with utmost precision. Let Wei Jishang handle it. Our takeover of Mongkok has already unsettled many from the factions. If we further dismantle Hongtai's banner, I fear that Lianxing and Hongxing may unite to force our hand. This era on the island is rife with chaos, with factions proliferating. Yet, a complete set of rules governing the underworld has been established, maintaining a semblance of balance. The three major factions have stood for over a century, preventing any one side from gaining excessive power. Unless Su Ran ascends to a position of authority within Lianxing, even if he were to consume the entirety of Hongxing, no one would dare voice dissent. However, achieving that would invite even greater troubles. Su Ran has no desire to spend his days donating to the police department or dispatching individuals to the northern district or the outlying islands. This contradicts his singular ambition of amassing wealth. It would be far more prudent to support Wei Jishang as a puppet, thereby allowing him to focus entirely on profit. Wei Jishang, I am aware of this decision. Upon hearing Wei Jishang's name, Huazue was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, coldly remarking, "Let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario among themselves. Huazue, when will you learn to use your brain?" At this juncture, Long Air, who had been silent for quite some time, instinctively exclaimed, "Do I not bring my brain with me, or do I simply choose not to use it?" Huazue countered, retorting sharply. Nevertheless, after their exchange, he poured a glass of whiskey for Long Air. After all, they were still brothers. Su Ran watched with amusement as Huazue and Long Air engaged in a drinking contest. When both were left gasping for breath, they erupted into laughter. "Haha, Huazue, perhaps you should leave your brain at home. From now on, I shall handle the strategizing, and you shall take care of execution. Together, we shall become the most formidable figures in all of Hong Kong." Following Su Ran's establishment of a foothold in Mongkok, many from Shatan flocked to him, seeking to align themselves. The combined territories of Tsuanwan and Mongkok are vast, and the manpower shortage is significant. Huazue, ever welcoming, has already amassed over 1,000 followers. These individuals have yet to fully transition and do not count among Lianxing's ranks, making them perfect for Wei Jishang's use. Upon entering the police department, Wei Jishang, having provided compelling evidence and secured the lawyer's guarantee from the welfare office that he was completely unaware of the powder depot incident, faced only a fine of 2,000. He was released from custody in under 2 hours. Upon his release, he encountered Ali, who was waiting with over 1,000 followers from Mongkok. The Crown Prince of Hongtai has numerous dance halls and powder dens in Shamshuepa. Under Wei Jishang's leadership, the completely treacherous Undercover Zheng Zhili stormed into one such powder den, armed with a black star. He has adopted an admirable trait from Su Ran, an unwavering hostility towards those dealing in powder. After clearing the powder den, he faced considerable resistance, as those guarding the venue were not inclined to relinquish control easily. The conflict escalated as both sides grew increasingly heated. However, Wei Jishang proved astute, first consuming the smaller venues before surrounding the larger establishments. Both fire and water tactics were employed. The guardians of these venues soon found themselves overwhelmed, unable to reach their crown prince, and resorted to calling Bai Mei, the decision-maker of Hongtai. During the fierce battle, Bai Mei, who had been furious over the distribution of goods in the arcade the previous night, was incensed to the point of a hypertension crisis after confronting Wu Ying. Following a violent encounter with Wu Ying, he then nearly burst a blood vessel after being verbally assaulted by Huazue, necessitating a late-night trip to the hospital for intravenous fluids. As for the internal strife within Hongtai, he found himself powerless. Wei Jishang observed Ali as if a tempest sweeping away fallen leaves, effectively clearing all territories under the Crown Prince's control, and raising his own flag in the process. Within less than half a day, he had become the second most influential figure in Hongtai, following only Bai Mei. Upon learning that the powder depot had been destroyed, Bai Mei, lying in the hospital, was eager to eliminate evidence and distance himself from any suspicion. This morning, he was also preoccupied with hiring a lawyer to rescue his inept son, finding himself entirely helpless against Wei Jixiang's aggressive territorial expansion. Chapter 79. Speak slowly if you have matters to discuss. There is no need to resort to violence. As Wei Jixiang gazed upon the numerous bars and dance halls adorned with his flags, he felt a surge of emotions. After spending over a decade in this line of work without achieving much, he reflected on how, had he not sold his wife to save the life of the Hongtai Crown Prince, he would never have earned even a meager reputation, merely managing a couple of car repair stalls and a few underlings. Yet now, in less than a day, he had fulfilled his long-held aspirations, leading him to remark, with the backing of a formidable boss like Ran, even a pig can ascend to greatness. Indeed, I, Wei Jixiang, am that pig soaring into the skies on the winds of fortune, but do not emulate me. The life of a Triad member seldom ends well. Having poked fun at himself, Wei Jixiang now finds himself devoid of any interest in the violent struggles of the underworld. His motivation for following Su Ran's directive stems from a desire to repay the life-saving debt and to ensure a good life for his son, De Hong. As for Ruby Guan, ever since meeting the esteemed boss Ran, she has adopted a vegetarian diet, claiming it is for weight loss. In retrospect, it seems she wishes to distance herself from him. The conflict over territory between Wei Jixiang and the Hongtai Crown Prince has already spread like wildfire through the streets. When the perpetually tardy police finally arrived at the scene, they managed to capture only a few minor players. The mortuary, however, was bustling, with 10 full truckloads of the deceased, all casualties of the powder trade. At this moment, Senior Inspector Huang Bingyao of the Sham Shui Police Station held a report in one hand and a righteous firearm in the other, repeatedly shaking his head in disbelief. These idiots, of all times to clash, do they not realize today is my mother's birthday? If I discover who the mastermind is, I shall unleash my legendary flying scissors and crush their pig-like head. Seated in the conference room with Huang Bingyao was Huang Jiqing. After reviewing the report, he casually remarked, poking fun at the short, rotund classmate and superior before him. Come on, Huang sir, you've become so plump, you might as well just crash to the ground. Shui Zicheng, what did you just say? Have you never witnessed my flying scissors? Even if I've gained weight, do you doubt my ability to crush your head? Your prowess is commendable, indeed. Now, whom shall we apprehend? Huang Jiqing is hardly inclined to encounter his superior in a compromised state and hastily shifts the topic. Have you perused the CID report? The individuals embroiled in the conflict with Hongtai are all affiliated with Huazue, and that Ali is aligned with Long Air. We simply need to bring them in. Upon hearing Huang Bingyao's words, Huang Jiqing slightly shook his head with a sigh. Sir Huang, we cannot execute an immediate arrest, and presently, we lack substantial evidence. What purpose would it serve to apprehend them? Although Huang Jiqing spoke with an air of calmness, his heart was laden with trepidation. If we were to suddenly capture the 2 main lieutenants of Boss Ran, would we not face complaints and end up guarding the pond instead? Lack of evidence? Young Jiqing, do you consider the shells and corpses strewn about mere decorations? Huang Bingyao glared at Huang Ziqing with indignation. Sir Huang, the bullet casings bear no names, and the deceased cannot articulate their plight. They are currently reveling in the bars of Mong Kok. Perhaps you should dispatch someone to apprehend them for questioning. Huang Jiqing, ignoring Huang Bingyao's insistent proximity, spoke with a tone steeped in resignation. Upon hearing this, Huang Bingyao too exhibited a look of helplessness. He was well aware that 2 of his colleagues, holding positions akin to Huang Jiqing, had already been reassigned to guard the pond. Stirring the grass might provoke a snake. For heaven's sake, young Jiqing, they are both lieutenants of Boss Lianxing. Since we cannot procure evidence, why not keep a close watch on them? Do not allow this squid to intrude upon my territory. After finishing, Huang Bingyao stormed off. At that moment, Huang Jiqing, feeling the remnants of saliva on his face, found himself too preoccupied to care. His brow furrowed, and internally, he felt utterly powerless. A mere senior inspector's position hardly suffices to keep a watchful eye on a formidable figure like Su Ran. It was evident that Boss Ran had swept through Hongtai's domain. Yet he could do nothing. The forces dispatched by Huazue shouted vengeance for Wei Jixiang. The young prince of Hongtai had exploited Wei Jixiang as a scapegoat. Now, the incident had occurred, and individuals had been captured. Who could possibly thwart Wei Jixiang's quest for retribution? Clearing out the venue was merely the mildest of measures. If things escalated, it could lead to the downfall of the Hongtai patriarchs. In such a case, Hongtai would be left leaderless, and Sham Shui Pu would descend into further chaos. This would only exacerbate the headaches of the police force. Hong Kong Island, in truth, is quite small. News of the events at Hongtai spread swiftly throughout the underworld. Many speculated about the origins of the enigmatic Wei Jixiang. Within half a day, He had nearly swept across all of Sham Shuepa. Even Hong Tai's Bai Mei could only feign illness to avoid the turmoil. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, these magnates could only sigh. Boss Ran is a fierce dragon. Clearing venues without a flag leaves one with no recourse. In the world of mingling, one fears neither life nor death, but dreads the machinations of conspiracy. Su Ran, under the guise of Wei Jixiang, had cleared out Hong Tai's territory. This was an overt power play. No one could constrain him with the rules of the underworld. Since the origin of his actions lacked legitimacy, they could only await how Bai Mei of Hong Tai would respond. Bai Mei spent an entire day in the hospital receiving saline, instructing his subordinates to make hundreds of calls to Su Ran, all of which went to voicemail. It was not until someone informed him that to negotiate with Boss Ran, one must first contact Huizue. Of course, reaching Long Air would suffice as well, but Long Air, being Su Ran's bodyguard, had his contact details known to few. Hello. You are the lieutenant of Hong Tai's Bai Mei, seeking to speak with my boss. Since Wei Jixiang had asserted himself, Bai Mei's feigned illness had left the other magnates in a state of unease. Huizue understood the implications of Bai Mei's call, deliberately raising his voice so that Su Ran could hear. Upon observing Su Ran's gesture of refusal to negotiate, Huizue suddenly shouted into the phone. Who is Bai Mei of Hong Tai? Tell him to first consume a few pounds of dung. Only then would he qualify to discuss matters with my boss. Less than 10 minutes passed before the ringing phone this time belonged to Long Air. Boss, it's Lin Huayue. After a moment's consideration, Su Ran still refrained from answering Lin Huayue's call. It was evident that this was Bai Mei's tactic, attempting to have Lianxing's spokesperson approach Su Ran for negotiations. Unfortunately, Su Ran had no intention of acknowledging the scheming Lin Huayue. Brother Lu, my boss is not in Hong Kong. He has gone to Old You for a golden cat. Su Ran provided Long Air with a convenient excuse. The result left Huizue momentarily stunned. Ah, Air, you are quite impressive. You can lie without batting an eye. Ignoring Huizue's flamboyance, Long Air promptly ended the call. Su Ran, observing Long Air's demeanor, felt a flicker of astonishment, with his influence growing. Even the previously thoughtless Huizue and Long Air had begun to think strategically, which brought him great satisfaction. As Su Ran dismissed Huizue and descended from the building, preparing to leave Mongkok, he had just settled into a Rolls-Royce when he heard Long Air's vigilant voice. Boss, Lin Huayue awaits you up ahead. Chapter 80. Let's take our time discussing matters. There's no need to draw weapons. The Hong Tai spokesperson Bai Mei summoned Lin Huayue to confront Su Ran, regardless of his reluctance. He had to extend some courtesy to Lianxing's representative. Otherwise, word would spread that Lianxing's spokesperson was merely a facade, and who would then regard the title as formidable. Allowing Long Air to drive the Rolls-Royce to Lin Huayue's side, Su Ran did not exit the vehicle, but instead lowered the window halfway. Brother Lu, what brings you to Mongkok? Do you find the beef brisket noodles here delectable? If you desire beef brisket noodles, just say the word and call me. I'll have Long Air deliver them to Jordan for you. There is no need for you, the spokesperson of Lianxing, to traverse all this way just to seek me out. If one were unaware, they might think you were smitten, enamored by my robust physique. At that moment, Su Ran began to speak in circles. Lin Huayue was well aware of the current situation. Although he felt aggrieved, he could only endure. His gaze lingered on the opulent and imposing Rolls-Royce. The gleaming emblem of the goddess continually dazzled before him, filling his heart with admiration. What a magnificent vehicle! If nothing else, this car alone would overshadow my status as a spokesperson. At this juncture, Lin Huayue, enviously contemplating Su Ran's possession of a Rolls-Royce, did not perceive Su Ran's reluctance to exit the vehicle as a slight. After all, given their acquaintanceship, Su Ran not driving away immediately was already a significant gesture of respect towards him as the spokesperson. Ran, if you have the time, let us share some beef brisket noodles together. Uncle Mei from Hong Tai has recently welcomed a child and is quite jubilant, treating us. Upon realizing that Su Ran, donning the persona of Wei Jixiang, had cleared a third of Hong Tai's territory, Lin Huayue pondered not on how to resolve this matter, but rather on how to exploit the situation for personal gain. Today, he had come to Mongkok with Bai Mei to confront Su Ran, having received a $300,000 bribe for mediation. At over 60, he still had the vigor to engage with women. Since he was in high spirits, he might as well join in. After Su Ran spoke, he instructed Long Air to drive to the San Shui ice room. Since Bai Mei of Hong Tai had summoned Lin Huayue to negotiate, the location was, of course, predetermined by him. Brother Lo, do you think Lin Huayue's driver, Ace, will see Su Ran driving away? Ace, observing the departing Rolls-Royce, was momentarily taken aback. Ace, follow that Rolls-Royce, then call Bai Mei to inform him that the negotiation location has changed. Let him await further notice. Lin Huayue finished speaking and directly opened the car door to get in. This time, he was being paid to do a job. The money had already been received. And whether the task would be accomplished well was left to fate, specifically, to the fate dictated by Su Ran. Upon arriving at the San Shui tea restaurant, Su Ran pushed the door open, allowing Long Air and the gunman to follow closely behind. The restaurant's owner, Brother Shark, greeted Su Ran with great enthusiasm. However, when Lin Huayue entered, Brother Shark's demeanor instantly turned icy upon seeing him. I can't believe you dare to come here. While I'm still calm, get lost. Shark, I never expected you to be running a tea restaurant here. Lin Huayue was equally astonished, staring at Brother Shark, completely unaware that the negotiation venue chosen by Su Ran was owned by an old acquaintance. But seeing Shark's murderous gaze made it clear that Lin Huayue had wronged him severely, indeed, in a manner akin to a pitfall. Do not make me repeat myself, leave. After being dismissed twice by Brother Shark, the surprise on Lin Huayue's face had vanished. With a slightly grim expression, he fixed his gaze on Shark for 2 seconds before slowly saying, Shark, do me a favor, just this once. I'm here to negotiate with A Ran. Upon hearing Lin Huayue's words, Brother Shark immediately turned to Su Ran. Brother Shark, I only came for a bowl of beef brisket noodles, courtesy of Bai Mei from Hongtai. Brother Shark, initially suspecting that Su Ran had invited Lin Huayue to his territory to draw him into trouble, let out a sigh of relief when he learned it was Bai Mei footing the bill. The internal strife within Hongtai had reached a point where any influential figure had caught wind of it. Moreover, Shark's Tea Restaurant was conveniently situated at the intersection of Sham Shui P and Mong Kok, making it a mere coincidence for the negotiation to take place here. After his expression shifted several times, Brother Shark finally nodded at Su Ran, then pointed at Lin Huayue at the door and shouted angrily, just this once, eat and then get out. A few minutes later, Bai Mei from Hongtai entered the tea restaurant, flanked by 2 henchmen, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Su Ran and Lin Huayue gathered around a square table formed by 4 small tables, he immediately sat down across from Su Ran. Big Boss Ran, I sought you out today. The beef brisket noodles are here. Just as Bai Mei began to speak, Brother Shark brought over a steaming bowl of aromatic beef brisket noodles and placed it directly in front of Su Ran. Lin Huayue and Bai Mei had to sit idly without even a cup of tea. If they dared to order, Shark would surely send them off in a fit of rage. Under the lethal gazes of the 2 influential figures, Su Ran leisurely picked up his chopsticks, wiped them with a napkin, and began to eat the noodles. As Su Ran savored the vibrant beef brisket noodles, Lin Huayue and Bai Mei exchanged glances before both shut their eyes in silence. 15 minutes later, Su Ran requested Brother Shark to take the bowl away. He had eaten long enough, and any further consumption would be excessive. Wow, Uncle Mei, what brings you here? As Su Ran's gaze lingered on Bai Mei's grim face, he suddenly exclaimed exaggeratedly. The expression of surprise on his face seemed genuine. Anyone witnessing it would feel that Su Ran was sincerely expressing his emotions, devoid of any pretense. Bai Mei, who was 65 this year, had his previously tranquil demeanor shattered by Su Ran's words. After enduring hundreds of unanswered calls, tolerating being berated, and waiting for over 10 minutes for Lin Huayue, now being ignored was the last straw. In a fit of rage, Bai Mei abruptly stood up, slamming his hand forcefully on the table. You little punk Ran, I'm here to negotiate, and you're playing games with me. But Su Ran's reaction was swifter. Even Liang Kuan praised his speed in drawing his gun. Before Bai Mei could finish his sentence, a black star was already pressed against his neck. Lin Huayue was taken aback by Su Ran's sudden action. If Bai Mei had risen in anger, he might have been able to react. But Su Ran's speed was so astonishing that in the blink of an eye, he had completely subdued Bai Mei. Ran, let us talk things through. There's no need for the gun. As the mediator for this negotiation, if Bai Mei were to perish at Su Ran's hands, Lin Huayue would no longer have a role to play and would instead be reduced to selling fish balls on the street. He hurriedly stood up, urging Su Ran to lower his weapon. Brother Lu, I came here to negotiate out of respect for you. If I see anyone slamming the table again, I might tremble. And if my hand shakes, don't blame me. Su Ran's calm voice echoed in the relatively spacious tea restaurant, with cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Bai Mei turned his stiff neck to nod at Su Ran, signaling his submission. With Su Ran holstering his gun, both Lin Huayue and Bai Mei exhaled deeply, attempting to expel the resentment that had been instantaneously suppressed by Su Ran. As the atmosphere returned to tranquility, Bai Mei, having regained his composure, sought to ascertain Su Ran's bottom line. Big Boss Ran, what exactly do you want in order to cease hostilities? In the San Shui Tea restaurant, Brother Shark, who was peeling onions, witnessed Su Ran's rapid draw and displayed a contemplative expression. In his understanding, even professional marksmen, who had guns glued to their hands, drew slower than Su Ran. Such speed was honed in the crucible of life and death. After his initial astonishment, he instinctively reached for his phone to investigate Su Ran's past experiences. At that moment, Su Ran remained unaware that he had caught Brother Shark's curiosity. Haha. Hearing Bai Mei's resigned tone, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Ding, mission issued. Negotiate with Hongtai Bai Mei to support Wei Jixiang's rise. Reward, 50 million. The absence of a prompt to decline the mission indicated that this was a main storyline task. It seemed that this negotiation would require some thoughtful consideration. At this moment, upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Ran dismissed the initial intention to have Bai Mei step down. After the laughter subsided, Su Ran replaced his previously smiling demeanor with a menacing expression. Some individuals, from the very start, gain an advantage at the starting line. Yet their minds are filled with nonsense. I stepped into this world at 17, with broken ribs and a punctured skull. A fortune teller once said that my life would lead to great achievements. As Su Ran spoke, seemingly to himself in front of the two influential figures, he suddenly paused. Uncle Mei, what do you think my life will become? Under Su Ran's cold gaze, Bai Mei took a deep breath. He certainly grasped the implications behind Su Ran's three statements. The first was a rebuke for his failure to properly educate his son, allowing the heir of Hongtai to become a useless wastrel. The second was a blatant threat. I have clawed my way up from nothing, relying solely on my fists. The third statement, in Bai Mei's view, was crucial. If he aided Su Ran in achieving greatness at the cost of countless others, this negotiation would be irrevocably doomed. For Su Ran would undoubtedly follow through on Bai Mei's words, directly obliterating Hongtai. Faced with Su Ran's intimidating presence, Bai Mei's complexion turned pale as he glanced at Lin Huayue beside him. Having accepted 3 million from Bai Mei, Lin Huayue was naturally inclined to maintain a peaceful negotiation environment. Previously, due to the transfer of Dingguan's resources, I personally disbursed 5 million in red envelopes to Su Ran. And now I must recoup that loss from Hongtai. With a beaming smile directed at Su Ran, I softly remarked, Ran. The rise of one general often comes at the expense of countless bones. I too share this fate. I consulted with the fortune teller, Blind Bing, in Temple Street. Oh, Brother Lu, what a coincidence. I sought his counsel as well. As Lin Huayue, the peacemaker, had initiated the conversation, Su Ran seized the opportunity. Having already exerted sufficient pressure on Bai Mei, the next discussion would revolve around the conditions he could propose to persuade Su Ran to relent rather than test his limits. Today, Bai Mei of Hongtai found himself engaging in deep breaths, endeavoring to calm his tumultuous emotions. His gaze darkly fixed on Su Ran. His heart echoed with silent lamentations. I am growing old. This world now belongs to the youth. This formidable figure, Ran, truly lives up to the legends of the Triads. Even I, a seasoned veteran of the Underworld for decades, find no advantage. After a moment of reflection, Bai Mei retrieved a photograph from his pocket. Today, I went to the police station and scolded Azai, with so many leaders in Kowloon Peninsula. Why provoke the formidable Ran? The charges of drug trafficking could cost us conservatively 20 million. Yet, he shows no sign of remorse, even proclaiming that upon release, he intends to send Ran to sell salted duck eggs. He then pointed at a 7 or 8-year-old boy in the photograph and said, Ran, this is my youngest son. I wish for his safe growth. Upon seeing the sunny young boy in the photograph, a look of astonishment crossed Su Ran's face. He had thought Lin Huayue's earlier claim about Bai Mei having a late-born child was merely a convenient excuse, but it turned out to be true. Once the big shot is rendered useless, one must cultivate the smaller ones. This trend is already prevalent in today's age. Ran, what do you think? Lin Huayue, too, had not anticipated Bai Mei's words to be truthful and understood the significance of presenting this photograph. Now, it awaited Su Ran's response, to eradicate completely or to withdraw gracefully. Among those present, Long Air looked at the photograph with some confusion. Isn't this a negotiation? Why is he showcasing his child? Is he taking advantage of Ran's unmarried status? As Long Air reached into his pocket, everyone awaited Su Ran's decision. However, under the collective gaze, Su Ran refrained from providing a direct answer and casually inquired, Uncle Mei, are you content with this? Hearing Su Ran's question, Bai Mei abruptly closed his eyes and, after a moment, slowly replied, not content. Indeed, Bai Mei was not content. Yet what could he do? Su Ran had already donned Wei Jixiang's mantle, seizing a third of Hongtai's territory. To outsiders, this appeared as an internal strife within Hongtai, a family matter in which no one could interfere. Without external forces, Bai Mei recognized his inability to resist Su Ran's advance. Hongtai's primary source of income stemmed from drug trafficking. However, with the powder warehouse burned and the young heir imprisoned, this revenue stream had vanished. Without funds, there would be no followers. In a single day, Hongtai had been reduced to a shadow of its former self, and the remaining bosses would hardly heed Bai Mei's commands. Even if Bai Mei currently possessed 20 million, he would not utilize it to oppose Su Ran, but rather to cultivate the younger generation. A gentleman avenges himself. Even 3 generations are not too late. Since that is the case, Su Ran's seemingly indifferent voice incessantly prodded at Bai Mei's nerves, prompting him to hastily declare, Ran, I am not content. However, for the sake of my young son, I am willing to wash my hands of this life and retire from the underworld. Upon hearing this, Su Ran laughed, a pure, unadulterated laughter, simply for the joy of it. Originally, he intended to support Wei Jixiang in managing Hongtai, ensuring a stable income for him. He never anticipated such an outcome. Yet, he understood. In his past life, Su Ran had experienced similarly. Having exhausted his resources on the larger enterprises, he was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the smaller ones, often staying up for nights on end. Presently, Hongtai's Bai Mei was in the same predicament, willing to relinquish his position as the decision-maker. The condition was to spare his family, allowing him to live peacefully in retirement while nurturing the younger generation. As for the now-defunct larger enterprise, which had even dared to threaten Su Ran with selling salted duck eggs, that could be left to his whims. Then it is settled. Uncle Mei, this meal is on me. Do not dispute it. With a smile, Su Ran tossed down $100 bill and strode towards the door. Upon reaching the exit, he paused and, turning to Bai Mei, remarked, "The name Hongtai is splendid. Wei Jixiang should not change it." Hearing this, a weight was finally lifted from Bai Mei's heart. The signboard of Hongtai was crafted through his own efforts, and he certainly did not wish for Su Ran to erase it. He hurriedly stood, saying, "Ran, I hope you honor your word. My dealings have been built on trust until now. If you doubt, you may inquire with Liang Cohen. Even Big D would affirm it." With that, Su Ran turned and exited the San Shui Tea restaurant. Air returned to Tsuanwan. Tsuanwan was Su Ran's stronghold, where he could find tranquility on the rooftop. After a brief interval, Long Air glanced into the rearview mirror and slightly turned his head. "Boss, Lin Huailu is still following us. Let him be. However, there are 3 more cars behind. Their intentions unclear." Chapter 82, 20 Years of Raising a Useless Son. After Su Ran departed, Bai Mei of Hongtai exchanged a few words with Lin Huailu. "You've produced a formidable general in Lianxing. I wonder if you, as the second in command, can keep him in check." Lin Huailu initially intended to offer Bai Mei some consolation, but was taken aback by the insinuations, laughing insincerely. "Uncle Mei, in Lianxing, we elect a leader every 2 years. Who knows who will be the commander and who the fierce general 2 years from now?" Having settled the negotiations, Lin Huaili's mission was accomplished, allowing him to pursue his own interests. Regarding Bai Mei, he was merely curious whether the long-esteemed heir of Hongtai was indeed his biological son. Otherwise, how could he so easily relinquish everything? I shan't see you out." Bai Mei understood Lin Huaili's character and did not believe his earlier insinuations would bear fruit. It was merely an attempt to irritate Lianxing, ideally inciting them into internal conflict over Hongtai. As Lin Huailu reached the door, he suddenly turned back to the still-seated Bai Mei and inquired, "I think the heir of Hongtai resembles you less." After waiting for 2 seconds with no response from Bai Mei, time was of the essence, and Lin Huailu hurried off to catch up with Su Ran and discuss the handling of Hongtai's affairs. After Lin Huailu left, Bai Mei, with a stern expression, remained for a few minutes before rising to depart, muttering angrily to himself in the short corridor, "Humph, after raising a useless son for decades, he turns out to be that disgraceful Bao Rong. Once that good-for-nothing is gone, will Bao Rong seek revenge on Shan Ziran? Ha. The real drama is only beginning." As the 3 great figures departed in succession, the boss, Brother Shark, finally emerged from the kitchen, unable to conceal the gossiping gleam on his face. "Wow." Bai Mei of Hongtai steps down and unexpectedly becomes a father. What explosive internal affairs are unfolding? However, he thought, but what does it have to do with me? Back to chopping beef brisket. Upon realizing that Lin Huailu and 3 unknown vehicles were following him, Su Ran picked up the phone. The lighter, upon casting $1 million down, serves to enrich those entrenched within the organization, ushering forth the heir of Hongtai. "Understood, my esteemed friend." After concluding the call, Su Ran instructed Long Air to drive to the territory of Lianxing. Should those 3 vehicles dare to follow, they would undoubtedly be in league with Lianxing, trailing behind him for a share of the spoils. Upon arriving at the venerable 7-courtyard compound, Su Ran discerned the bright lights within, indicating the presence of others awaiting his arrival. Indeed, as soon as he stepped through the entrance, a voice filled with joy resonated from inside. "Ran, come over for tea." The true arbiter of Lianxing was not the agreeable brother Lin Huailu, but rather the rotund Deng Bo before Su Ran. Upon entering the hall, Su Ran, astonished, pointed at the turtle in the fish tank before Deng Bo and exclaimed, "Deng Bo, you even possess the art of divination, foreseeing my arrival." Deng Bo, unfazed by Su Ran's jest, poured a cup of tea and slid it towards him. "Ran, I have traversed this world for decades. I have encountered all manner of individuals, draped in the banner of Hongtai. Wei Jixiang has secured 1/3 of the territory in Shamshuepa. Given my understanding of Bai Mei, he will undoubtedly seek negotiation with you. Your presence here signifies an accord has been reached. Bai Mei should be prepared to step aside." After listening to Deng Bo's analysis, Su Ran couldn't help but applaud. Were it not for Lin Huailu serving as the mediator this time, Su Ran would have found it hard to believe Deng Bo's accuracy. Yet the evidence lay plainly before him. Deng Bo, who had managed Lianxing for so many years, was not merely a figure of idle reputation. The sheer weight of his bulk alone was worth millions. Indeed, Brother Lu serves as the mediator. I cannot disregard that, hence I must consent to Wei Jixiang's ascendance. Deng Bo, in jest, added, in truth, Bai Mei has an illegitimate son, quite the clever lad. Haha. Upon hearing Su Ran's flippant remark, Deng Bo burst into laughter. Bai Mei has but one child, the very sprightly boy you just mentioned. At this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. If this were the case, then his throwing away $1 million would be utterly pointless. Recently, Bai Mei had commissioned an investigation into that useless offspring of Han Tai, and through DNA testing, it was confirmed they were not father and son. How utterly scandalous. Su Ran couldn't help but exclaim at such gossip. Well, I shall not meddle in their family affairs. I shall refrain from further idle chatter. With Bai Mei's abdication, the territory of Sham Shui Pa has become available, and your elevation of Wei Jixiang will merely serve as a puppet. The organization need not be overly numerous. A mere half will suffice. Haha. Upon hearing Deng Bo's words, coupled with the scandalous gossip regarding Bai Mei, Su Ran erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth resounding so loudly it threatened to dislodge the tiles from the roof. After laughing for nearly 5 minutes, he finally composed himself and, in a cooler tone, remarked, Deng Bo, at your age, you ought not to jest with one so much younger than yourself. Wei Jixiang's ascendance is a matter concerning Han Tai. What business is it of mine? Su Ran would never admit that his support for Wei Jixiang's rise was a strategy to gain complete control over Han Tai. Presently, He Lianqing boasted 10 factions, of which Su Ran controlled 2. If he were to acknowledge Sham Shui Pu as part of his domain, it would undoubtedly provoke a scramble among He Lianqing's factions. Faced with internal and external pressures, Su Ran was compelled to bow his head. Yet, if he stubbornly refused to concede, no one could hold him accountable. Let them dispatch a faction within He Lianqing to seize the opportunity during Bai Mei's abdication and march into Sham Shui Pa, removing the flag of Han Tai. Ran. We are not fools. We can clearly see this is your handiwork. One cannot feast alone. Deng Bo recognized Su Ran's subtle refusal and immediately began to plead with earnestness. Deng Bo, previously the organization consented to my establishment of a new faction in Mongkok as a condition for Dongguan's boys to transition under my banner. You are well aware of the business at hand. At that moment, Su Ran, with a cold gaze fixed upon Deng Bo, articulated his acceptable limits. Such substances, as long as there is a market, will never vanish entirely. Even one as powerful as Su Ran cannot claim to eradicate them completely. One can only delineate boundaries to better control and gradually diminish this harmful element. Ran, I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you that you already possessed Suanwan and Mongkok. To absorb Sham Shui Pu as well would lead to your ruin. Upon hearing the name Dongguan's boys, Deng Bo's expression changed dramatically. This fellow had taken 5 million from Lin Huailu to transition to Mongkok and had only managed to disperse a mere tens of thousands of goods over several days. It is worth noting that the fellow selling salted duck eggs, Liang Kuan, could easily disperse over 1 million in merchandise within a single day in Mongkok. If, as Su Ran suggested, one were to send a representative to Sham Shui Pa to deal in such substances, there would be little to no profits for He Lianqing. Was there any point in further discussion? At this juncture, Su Ran sensed the palpable threat in Deng Bo's words and chose to drop the pretense. Deng Bo, Sham Shui Pa belongs to Han Tai. It is neither ours nor mine. Repeatedly rebuffed by Su Ran, Deng Bo finally stood in anger. Ran, I am not discussing this with you. I am notifying you that He Lianqing demands half of Sham Shui Pa. Deng Bo, if that is your stance, then there is no need for further discussion. With that, Su Ran took a cigar between his lips, a devilish grin forming as he rose, reaching beneath the table and forcefully flipping it. Bang! With a resounding thud, Su Ran, before the authoritative figure of Deng Bo from He Lianqing, overturned the ancient rosewood table, a relic of decades past, which had served numerous arbiters. In the face of a fuming Deng Bo, he left with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 83, The Heir's Terminator. This morning, the Han Tai heir was apprehended. Due to overwhelming evidence and the absence of a competent lawyer, he was promptly detained. I am the heir of Han Tai, and if I am released, I shall have your heads, he bellowed, threatening those around him, causing the guards to grow increasingly irritable, wishing they could cast him into the toilet to wallow in filth. Following Su Ran's directive, after casting 1 million down, the thugs within He Lianqing went into a frenzy, seizing any excuse to attack passers-by, leading many to be incarcerated. Upon hearing Bai Mei's declaration regarding his ineffectual son being sent to Su Ran to sell salted duck eggs, as the spokesperson for He Lianqing, he felt compelled to assert his authority. After 30 years of unwarranted fatherhood, Bai Mei sought to use the demise of his useless heir to bring trouble to Su Ran, discreetly sending his own men. In no time, 3 factions converged upon the Sham Shui Pa police station. Soon, the detention center became overcrowded with hundreds of individuals. After a strenuous effort, the officers managed to secure these thugs when, within 10 minutes, news broke of the Hongtai heir's accidental demise from colliding with a wall. At that moment, sitting in a private booth at a bar in Mongkok, Huazue gazed mournfully at the triumphant figure before him. Alas, it has been a month since I issued the Jianghu summons, yet to no avail. A mere toss of 1 million, and within half an hour, it was taken away. After Su Ran had dramatically overturned the table in front of Deng Bo, he exited the 7-courtyard compound with ease. As he stepped through the doorway, he spotted Long Air's imposing figure blocking Lin Huailu, Chuan Bao, Huanyo, and others. Ran, let's have a word. Talk to your mother. Su Ran had already flipped the table. What more was there to discuss? He spat a mouthful of saliva right in Lin Huailu's face. However, following this confrontation, Lin Huailu underwent a transformation. Even when being verbally assaulted by Su Ran, he wore a smile that gleamed with composure. Noticing that Su Ran had a cigar clenched in his mouth, he surprisingly produced a lighter amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. With a snap, a faint flicker of flame illuminated the pitch-black night, casting light upon the impoverished hearts of several individuals from Liansheng. This flame ignited a new path of wealth for Lin Huailu. After lighting Su Ran's cigar, Lin Huailu beamed, his smile seemingly proclaiming, "Not everyone has the privilege to light a cigar for a big shot." At that moment, Su Ran gazed at Lin Huailu's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Lu, what do you wish to discuss?" "Ran, I am not interested in matters concerning Hongtai." "Oh, then what else piques your interest?" In reality, Lin Huailu's territory was situated in Jordan, a rather modest area between Mongkok and Tsim Shui, with only 110 in Suanwan and 13 in Mongkok. Had he not been chosen as the spokesperson for Liansheng, he would have been thoroughly ridiculed for his previous dealings, such as having Yu Tu Biao handle the 7-Up contract. Earning money. These 2 words escaped Lin Huailu's lips, surprising Su Ran slightly. Observing the surprise in Su Ran's eyes, Lin Huailu suddenly felt a sense of validation. Previously, he had felt like a turtle hiding from the imposing presence of Big D. Finally stepping into the role of spokesperson, he found himself overshadowed by Su Ran's formidable rise. The gaze of all the benevolent elders in the hierarchy was fixated on the illustrious Ran. As a spokesperson, he felt utterly insignificant. Nevertheless, outside, Lin Huailu remained the most influential spokesperson among the 3 major factions of Hong Kong Island, thanks to the legend that the gangsters viewed Ran as one of their own. Brother Man frequently ventured out to conduct business and would express his satisfaction with Ran's actions to every big shot he encountered. Within a month, even Jiang Tiansheng of Hung Hing began to show warmth towards Lin Huailu. "Brother Lu, haven't you always been in the money-making business? Surely, you can't expect me to trust you easily based solely on lighting a cigar." "Hee. Ran, your arcade just opened today. I imagine it should have generated a few million in revenue, right? Conservatively speaking, it should net at least 100 million in a month, with profits exceeding 50 million. As he spoke of specific figures, Lin Huailu's breathing noticeably grew heavier. Customers seek novelty. Once the novelty fades, they return to the mundane. Su Ran did not anticipate that Lin Huailu had set his sights on his arcade. Regardless of his intentions, he tactfully declined. "No, Mongkok is too small." However, Hong Kong Island is vast enough to accommodate several arcades simultaneously. At this juncture, Lin Huailu leaned in slightly, whispering, "Brother Ran, do me a favor. It doesn't matter whether it's a large or small share, just reserve me a portion." "Hee. I see now. It appears Lin Huailu has become quite astute. In this world, after years of intimidation, making money is the ultimate goal. Yet, given Su Ran's current influence, what qualifications does Lin Huailu have to negotiate business with him?" "Brother Lu, let me think it over. I'll invite you for tea sometime." After Su Ran finished speaking, he promptly opened the car door and departed. Virum. Long Air deliberately pressed the accelerator hard, sending a thick plume of smoke billowing towards Lin Huailu at the rear. Despite the choking exhaust engulfing him, Lin Huailu did not flinch. Moments later, other uncles from Liansheng gathered around. "Lu, how did the discussion go? What share of Hongtai's territory did you negotiate?" "Indeed, there are a few docks in Shamshui Pu, perfect for loading and unloading goods." At this point, Lin Huailu glanced at the eager individuals, still fixated on their own gains, and shook his head with a sigh. "Let us keep tonight's matters under wraps. Otherwise, Uncle Deng will lose face." After saying this, he departed. Along the way, Lin Huailu mused to himself, "I am no longer the same as these ruffians." Su Ran's acceptance of him lighting a cigar signified that their previously frozen relationship was beginning to thaw. The opportunity for substantial profit was not far off. Today, merely playing the mediator for Hongtai's by May had already netted him 3 million, nearly equivalent to half a year's income. Moreover, this money didn't have to enter the faction's accounts. He could pocket it entirely. Lin Huailu was convinced that Su Ran's arcade would surely be a lucrative venture. Even if tonight's negotiations did not yield results, future discussions were still possible. Furthermore, it was evident that the potential profits within the arcade were not solely visible to him. Su Ran was notoriously difficult to approach. Thus, the referral fee alone could bring him unexpected gains. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Huailu suddenly smiled, realizing the landscape has shifted. Several uncles from Liansheng, witnessing Lin Huailu's retreating figure, began to speculate. What exactly transpired in their conversation? Chuanbao, you are familiar with the big shot Ran. You should follow up. Are you kidding? Can't you see Uncle Deng's face has turned dark? Sigh, with Uncle Deng's table flipped over. It appears we are unlikely to reap any benefits from young Master Ran. The usually reticent Gao Lao suddenly captured everyone's attention. Young Master Ran? Chapter 84, A Name Change. Under the gaze of the Hong Kong film crowd, Gao Lao paced back and forth, clasping his hands, deliberately feigning an air of mystery. Brother Ran has exposed the war god of Hong Hing, the young master, and has also dealt with the young master of Hong Tai. Observing the entirety of Hong Kong Island, I believe only he possesses the fortitude to withstand the backlash of the young master title. If not young Master Ran, then what else could he be called? After hearing this, several uncles fell into deep contemplation. The title of young master holds significant weight. A century ago, it denoted a status just below the emperor, above all others. Throughout the annals of the underworld, many have borne this title, yet none have survived for long. Some didn't even last a single day. The young master of Hong Hing only lasted 2 years before succumbing permanently. It has been calculated that the astral sign associated with the young master is the greedy wolf, notoriously ruthless, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to contain, inevitably leading to backlash. However, after careful consideration, they concluded that only Su Ran could truly be deemed the authentic young master, not merely a spokesperson among the factions, but one whose prestige eclipsed that of any other big shot. He is the true young master of the Hong Kong factions, young Master Ran. At this moment, Su Ran was returning to Tsuen Wan, unaware that his moniker had transformed from Big Shot Ran to Young Master Ran. Upon reaching the rooftop, he took a shower and collapsed into bed. Today he had satisfied Zhou Wenli and had even let Ruby's faucet spray a 2-meter-high fountain. Even though a sensually alluring stutterer lay beside him, little Ran remained unperturbed, merely embracing her in slumber. The next day, Su Ran was awakened by a phone call. Initially, he intended to toss it aside, but upon seeing the caller was Huazue, he reluctantly answered. Huazue, you have 3 seconds, or I'll blow your head off. Boss, word is spread like wildfire outside, claiming you are the young Master Terminator, with a new nickname, Young Master Ran. Huazue spoke breathlessly, and just as he reached the 3-second mark, he hung up. Young Master Ran? Hearing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, then dismissed it. Sleeping was as vital as making money. By noon, the sun blazed fiercely into Su Ran's bedroom, rousing him slowly from his slumber. Originally intending to enjoy a morning blast, I found that my stammering companion had already departed, presumably to take up residence at the arcade. I instructed Long Air to drive us to the Mong Kok arcade, as the pent-up energy within me urgently needed release. Otherwise, it might manifest as illness. The arcade was still bustling with fervor, with eager youths queuing all the way to the street's end. Not even the blazing sun could deter their fervent desire for gaming. At the entrance, I overheard an EU submachine gun, a covert way of keeping an eye on Su Ran. Ascending from the CEO's elevator to the 3rd floor of the arcade, I entered the general manager's office, only to find no trace of my stammering friend. However, the surveillance footage revealed that this absent-minded girl was once again donning the uniform of the gaming goddess, promoting blind consumption in the lobby. Just as I was about to make a phone call, my peripheral vision caught sight of an elegant workplace beauty approaching slowly. Knock knock. CEO Su. I have some documents here. Sandy Leong had already resigned from the law firm and commenced work at the arcade yesterday. At that moment, she entered with a stack of papers, only to unexpectedly encounter the one who had completely occupied her heart. CEO Su. Sandy Leong lowered her head, greeting softly. Meanwhile, Su Ran, filled with a restless energy, turned to see Sandy Leong, her fitted office attire accentuating her delightful figure. More importantly, he noticed the blush rapidly rising on her cheeks. Having already conquered 2 initial challenges, Su Ran could easily discern her readiness for more. He set down the phone and deliberately sauntered toward the door, brushing past Sandy Leong. Just as he reached the threshold, a voice filled with longing and disappointment called from behind. CEO Su. I. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran closed the door and turned to embrace Sandy Leong from behind. At that instant, both their hearts raced uncontrollably. At 26, Sandy Leong was wholly devoted to her legal career, rarely experiencing such intimate proximity to a man. The intoxicating scent enveloped her, flooding her senses and coursing through her veins. In an instant, she felt her legs weaken. Hee hee. Su Ran chuckled lightly upon witnessing her reaction. With a sudden surge of strength, he lifted Sandy Liang. Drawn to her alluring cherry lips and the captivating fragrance wafting from her. Without a second thought, he leaned in for a kiss. The ensuing moments are left to your imagination. Approximately 5,000 words later, a refreshed Su Ran settled into a Rolls-Royce. Ah, air, take me to Yuan Long Pier. Recently, I had discussed with the driver from Liani about reserving a batch for the arcade. The gaming machine motherboards procured through legitimate channels from Japan had been exhausted. Out of 10,000 motherboards, only 70 were deemed functional. Coupled with my experimental assembly approach, the failure rate approached 20. Originally, there were plans to open 3 arcades in Mongkok, but due to the motherboard issues, the assembled gaming machines were only sufficient for one. Thus, I was preparing for the driver to make a trip to Japan to procure several thousand more motherboards. However, before we could leave Tsuanwan, Long Air suddenly slammed on the brakes. The Rolls-Royce, a veritable chariot of gold, ensured that even with the abrupt stop, Su Ran's body merely leaned forward slightly without colliding with the front seat. Boss, I apologize, Wei Jixiang suddenly darted out. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The mission was to elevate Wei Jixiang's status, yet profit remained paramount. Now that we had crossed paths, it was time to resolve matters. Have him come over, Su Ran instructed, rolling down the car window to converse with Wei Jixiang. In the back seat of this vehicle, only he was permitted to sit. If Wei Jixiang wished to experience a Rolls-Royce, of which there were fewer than 10 on the entire island, he would first have to undergo a transformation. Xiangdi, did you know the person who blocked my car has already gone into hiding? Wei Jixiang, panting heavily, struggled to regain his composure. Hearing Su Ran's words, he immediately expressed his urgent apologies. I'm so sorry, Prince Ran. I couldn't find you. And when I saw the license plate of this Rolls-Royce ending in 966, I chased after it. Prince Ran. This was the second time Su Ran had heard this title today. Though he felt a slight aversion to it, it somehow seemed more imposing than the moniker Boss Ran, lending him an air of youthfulness. Many perceived Boss Ran as a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Indeed, the heads of the entire island are aware that the boss is the prince's terminator. Before you, no one dares to utter the word prince. So, I have become Prince Ran. Su Ran mused aloud, as Wei Jixiang chuckled foolishly, stroking the back of his head. With clarity established, it was time to delve into the matter at hand. Su Ran regarded Wei Jixiang earnestly and inquired softly, what brings you to seek me? If it pertained to Sandy Liang or Ruby Guan, there was no need for discussion. Any further chatter would result in him being thrown into the sea. Chapter 85. I trust you to handle matters. Wei Jixiang glanced awkwardly at Su Ran, and after a few moments of hesitation, he finally spoke. Boss, I am now the decision-maker for Hongtai. What must I do to meet the requirements? Yesterday, Wei Jixiang and Ali had swept through Sham Shui Pa, seizing control of 13 territories. Today, Hongtai held a meeting, during which Bai Mei announced his retirement, elevating Wei Jixiang to the position of decision-maker. No one opposed this transition. However, now that he occupied the position, Wei Jixiang felt entirely out of place and uncertain of his responsibilities. Consequently, he sought Su Ran's guidance after the meeting. Air, provide Xiangdi with a phone. Observing Wei Jixiang grasping the oversized mobile phone, Su Ran smiled and said, Xiangdi, from now on, you can do as you please in Sham Shui Pa. If you come across anything you dislike, simply call Air. Is it really that simple? Wei Jixiang looked at Su Ran in astonishment. He understood that his rise as the decision-maker of Hongtai was facilitated by Su Ran. Typically, one would expect to submit all accounts, lists, and territories for scrutiny, managing the other subordinates according to the rules laid out by Su Ran. Yet, he had not anticipated the simplicity of his role. Xiangdi, it really is that simple. You are the decision-maker, and I have complete faith in you. Should any issues arise, discuss them with Long Air. With that, Su Ran instructed Long Air to drive away, leaving Wei Jixiang in a state of bewilderment, staring at the thick plume of exhaust trailing behind the car. Ding. Mission to elevate Wei Jixiang complete. Rewards dispatched. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Ran pondered how much wealth he possessed and whether it sufficed for acquiring the territory in Quite Sing. With a thought, he accessed his attribute panel. Name, Su Ran. Age, 22. Occupation, boss of Lianxing and Hongkouan, owner of the arcade. Constitution, 88. Average person, 60. Intelligence, 93. Average person, 60. Strength, 91. Average person, 60. Wealth, 36. 15 billion. Career skill, wealthy display. Alas, I still have quite a distance to reach 10 billion. Initially, Su Ran had intended for Huazue to take over Hongtai. However, upon further reflection, it seems that the situation for Firemouth is rather dire. After all, the territories of Tsuanwan and Mongkok have left him utterly exhausted, each day a relentless battle. Although Lung Air may not match Firemouth in management skills, he possesses unwavering loyalty, making him entirely capable of keeping YG Chung in check. Suddenly, Su Ran felt a profound scarcity of trustworthy allies by his side. One might say, there are few whom he can place his faith in. Air, have Ali wait for me in Mong Kok. Lung Air was well aware that Ali had been exceptionally fierce yesterday, causing Hong Tai to scatter in disarray. He knew Ali was an undercover agent and initially intended to offer some words of caution to Su Ran. However, as the words formed on his lips, he found himself at a loss, realizing his intellect paled in comparison to that of the boss, and could only respond with a simple, understood, boss. After arranging for YG Chung, Lung Air drove Su Ran towards Yuan Long suddenly, and Audi swiftly caught up, weaving through traffic before seizing the opportunity to merge directly into the convoy of the gunman's business vehicle. Flashing its headlights at the Rolls-Royce, it exuded an air of arrogance. Lung Air, catching sight of the car's license plate in the rearview mirror, spoke up with displeasure. Boss, Firemouth is tailing us. Air, what is the top speed of our Rolls-Royce? Su Ran asked, lightly patting Lung Air's shoulder. Given that he is currently the most formidable figure in Suan, it was time for others to witness what true dominance looks like. Haha, let Firemouth experience the prowess of the car god of Suan. Brace yourself, boss. Roaring to life, the V12 engine beneath Lung Air's foot unleashed a ferocious growl, spewing out plumes of thick black smoke. Su Ran felt himself pressed back into the seat by an immense force. In the blink of an eye, the Rolls-Royce accelerated from 60 to a staggering 120. Damn it, are you trying to bully my vintage car? Firemouth, who initially intended to catch up and acquire a new vehicle in Yuan Long, watched as the rear of the swiftly vanishing car ahead disappeared from view, his frustration causing him to pound the steering wheel. Nonetheless, Firemouth was known for his fiery temperament, and even in an old car, he would not be outdone in spirit by Lung Air. Pressing the accelerator hard, he quickly surged forward. In this era, those capable of driving on the road were not ordinary individuals. However, the dozens of vehicles on this road were all engulfed in the thick exhaust fumes emanating from Su Ran's Rolls-Royce. Damn, driving that fast. Are you trying to race to the afterlife? Yet, upon realizing that the car overtaking them was a Rolls-Royce, they promptly fell silent, hastily rolling up their windows. Anxious not to disturb the boss's fervor for high-speed driving, Lung Air's driving skills were impeccable. He maneuvered smoothly, overtaking whenever there was space, avoiding any mishaps. However, Firemouth, trailing closely, did not possess such finesse, relying solely on raw determination to keep pace. Encountering slower vehicles, he resorted to brutish overtaking. Crash! A shattering sound erupted behind Firemouth, but at that moment, his sole focus was on catching up to Su Ran, disregarding everything else. As he found himself completely unable to see the rear of Su Ran's Rolls-Royce, the relentless acceleration had caused the vintage car to shudder violently. Fearful of the engine exploding, Firemouth, though reluctant, had to ease off the speed. At that moment, two BMWs caught up, rolling down their windows to hurl insults at Firemouth. Damn it. If you have the guts, get out of the car. You worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit my car? Pull over. On the three-lane Suan Avenue, Firemouth, lacking driving skills, found himself sandwiched in the middle, infuriated as he shouted, "Screw you. Get behind me. Screw you, get out." At this juncture, unable to catch up to Su Ran, Firemouth's inner turmoil reached a boiling point. Seeing the two sports cars flanking him, he furiously slammed the brakes. The two cars followed suit, decelerating yet still trapping the Audi in between, pointing at the enraged Firemouth and cursing, "Trash. You think you can hit my car and escape? No way." Sandwiched on his own turf in Sunwon, Firemouth could hardly tolerate such humiliation. "Damn it. How dare you insult me? Do you not know the meaning of death?" After venting his rage, Firemouth suddenly yanked the steering wheel. Bang! A deafening crash resonated from the front of the Audi, followed by a cacophony of screeching brakes. The sound of three cars colliding echoed throughout Suan Avenue. As Firemouth kicked open the car door, he stumbled out, his head still spinning from the collision. He noticed several young men struggling to emerge from their vehicles behind him. "Damn, are you seeking death?" Seeing their disheveled state brought a sense of satisfaction to Firemouth. Upon recognizing the one responsible for wrecking their beloved car, one of the young men pointed at Firemouth, shouting, "Brothers, this is the bastard who hit us. Let's take him down. Kill him. Go all out, I'll take the blame." Chapter 86. No need for you to compensate for our car. Firemouth, still dazed from the crash, muttered a curse. Now faced with 4 or 5 young men charging toward him with fierce determination, he cursed again and without a second thought, turned to flee. At that moment, he no longer cared about the boss's imposing presence. Meanwhile, Lung Air, having left Suan, noticed the absence of Firemouth's Audi and gradually slowed down. "Boss, Firemouth hasn't followed us. Let him be. That old car can only go up to 80. Let us find Brother Lieni. Hearing Lung Air's concerns, Su Ran paid them no mind. Even if something went awry, on his own turf in Sunwon. As long as Firemouth called out, dozens of lackeys would immediately appear. His worries were unfounded. Alright. However, Su Ran's assumption proved to be incorrect. At that moment, Firemouth was running down the road in a rather disheveled manner, surrounded by hills, with not even a convenience store in sight. There was no one to call for help. After nearly 5 minutes of running, Firemouth could no longer keep up the pace and slowed down. Glancing back over his shoulder, he paused to catch his breath. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Firemouth straightened his back and suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his mirth brimming with arrogance. After his laughter subsided, he pointed at the young men sprawled on the ground ahead, yelling, "A few punks think they can catch me? Go eat SHT. I can't keep running, you go get him. I can't run anymore either, Li Xiao. Hear us a bat. Go take him down." The young man who had initially suggested taking on Firemouth, seeing his friends were out of breath, struggled to stand. For the sake of pride, he still clutched the baseball bat and slowly approached Firemouth. Now somewhat recovered, Firemouth, noticing a young man daring to approach him, charged forward with a grin. Slap. With a swift sidestep, Firemouth effortlessly evaded the feeble swing of the baseball bat, then extended his right hand, delivering a heavy blow to the young man's stomach. A scream erupted, nearly shattering Firemouth's eardrum. Following that, a repugnant liquid gushed forth onto the ground. Startled, Firemouth quickly recoiled, fearful of getting splattered. The young men behind him, witnessing their comrade being dispatched in a single blow, had their faces drain of color. Nevertheless, they quickly rushed forward, assuming fighting stances to shield Firemouth. "Li Xiao, are you alright?" In response, he expelled a mouthful of acrid stomach acid. A young man clad in a suit. Despite his heart racing with trepidation at the prospect of being violently assaulted by Huozue, nevertheless mustered the courage to point and curse with trembling fingers. "You are doomed." Li Xiao's father is the wealthiest man in Hong Kong Island, the real estate magnate, Li Sishu. Upon hearing this, Huozue inhaled sharply. For even a 3-year-old child on Hong Kong Island would recognize Li Sishu's name. However, after the initial shock, Huozue regarded the group with disdain. "What does Li Sishu matter? You are the ones who have offended me," Huozue of Lianqing. "Whether you can leave Suanwan tonight is uncertain." Huozue was a man of the streets. He had no qualms about disregarding any wealthy individual. As for Lianqing's Huozue, these young men, coming from affluent backgrounds, often frequented dance halls and nightclubs, and were well aware that Huozue ruled the Suanwan scene. The presence of such a prominent figure before them shattered the fragile courage they had feigned. Within the business circles of Hong Kong, many wealthy individuals supported lesser-known figures, ready to call upon them for assistance in times of trouble. Huozue had once heard Su Ran mention that Lianqing had a major financial tycoon backing them, though he remained unaware of the man's identity. Observing the self-proclaimed son of Li Sishu before him, a wicked smile crept upon Huozue's lips. Had Su Ran been present to witness Huozue's expression, he would undoubtedly have dealt him a heavy blow, sending him soaring through the air for a while. This smile signified the return of the troublemaker who had been subdued. With a sharp crack, Huozue picked up a baseball bat from the ground and swung it, producing a resounding whoosh through the air. The ferocity that had built up through recent brawls surged forth from him. "Big brother, please don't hit me." The 4 young men huddled together on the ground, sensing the violent aura emanating from Huozue, instinctively recoiled, utterly devoid of the courage to resist. The bat scraped against the ground, emitting a jarring sound. Huozue, with an insidious grin, advanced step by step towards the frightened youths. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing broke through the tension from the wrecked Audi. "Hello, I'll be there shortly." Upon seeing that it was Su Ran calling, Huozue immediately discarded the baseball bat, and his menacing aura vanished without a trace. To Huozue, Su Ran's words were commands, compelling him to abandon all else. After searching the vicinity for a while and finding no passing vehicles, he had to call someone for a ride to Yuen Long Pier. "How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Suddenly, a voice that Huozue found exceedingly irritating arose from the group of young men. "Hey, big brother, we don't need you to compensate for the car anymore." Huozue approached, brandishing the baseball bat, and coldly retorted, "Say that again. My hearing isn't great. You have only one chance. Big brother, forgive him. He has had too much to drink today and is a bit out of it." A bespectacled man swiftly stepped in front of Huozue, wearing a broad smile. "Well then, how do you propose we settle this?" Upon hearing this, Huozue lowered the bat from pointing at the one called Li Xiao. "It was our mistake for colliding with your car. We will compensate you with 100,000. As these words escaped the lips of the bespectacled youth, his companions stared at him in disbelief, each harboring the same thought. Why should we pay when we were the ones who were hit? Damn it, my Audi is a limited edition. Huozue, upon hearing the mere 100,000 offered, felt it fell short of the status befitting a Suanwan big shot, and his temper flared instantly. With an explosive shout, he swung the bat against the rearview mirror, causing the group to scream in terror. They were pampered rich kids, unaccustomed to facing such ferocity from a prominent figure. Instantly, they scrambled backward, desperate to avoid being on the receiving end of Jose's wrath. 500,000. At last, it was Li Xiao, the son of Li Sishu, who raised his arm and shouted, "Deal." Upon hearing this amount, Josue finally broke into a satisfied grin. The compensation for the damaged car belonging to its Suan Big Shot was a respectable sum, lending him a sense of prestige. After Josue accepted an anonymous cash check, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from behind. Chapter 87. This 500,000 is a gesture of goodwill. Reserve me a share. Ali arrived in a red Jetta, coming to a steady stop beside Josue's vintage car. Brother Josue. Upon seeing Josue standing before the terrified group of young men, Ali hurried over. Ali, today has been unfortunate. The car was wrecked, which is a minor issue, but it has delayed a business deal worth several tens of millions. Upon seeing Ali, Josue tucked away the cash check, his face lighting up with excitement. This 500,000 was earned through his own prowess, entirely unrelated to Su Ran. A testament to his own formidable capabilities. Brother Ran is still waiting for us. Let us hurry. When Su Ran arrived at Yuan Long Pier and failed to spot Josue, he had long air call Ali to find him. "Ah, I hold such importance." A bit of self-aggrandizement slipped from Josue as he hopped into Ali's car, heading toward Yuan Long Pier. "Li Xiao, you swallowed that indignity? Oomph, how dare he touch me? I will ensure Josue pays for this. Quickly call Camel from Dongxing." Haha. With Li Xiao having Dongxing as a backing, we trust that Josue will surely beg for mercy. Soon, the Camel of Dongxing received a call from the Li family, informing him that Li Sishu's son had been extorted for 500,000 and requesting his assistance in reclaiming their dignity. Lianxing, the younger brother of Prince Ran, Josue? Although Camel readily agreed, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Su Ran. Had the caller not been Li Sishu's second son, he would have outright refused. "Let us invite him over for tea first. This matter is quite troublesome." The ambitious crow happened to overhear the call and immediately concocted a plan. At Yuan Long Pier, Josue's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the Porsche 911 on the boat, completely oblivious to Long Air calling his name. Only when Su Ran approached and tapped him did he snap back to reality, immediately shouting to Che Gu, "Che Gu, I want that Porsche." After spending 500,000 to acquire the car, Che Gu joyfully slaughtered a black dog, and the group gathered to partake in the dog meat. "Brother Ran, what else should we bring for our trip to the east?" "Of course, color videotapes." Josue stuffed a piece of dog meat into his mouth, scalding himself. Yet he continued to chatter excitedly. "Haha, no problem. Let us bring dozens of boxes. There are plenty of varieties." Che Gu replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I only want those 18-year-old little lowly, nothing else." "No problem. We've got 2 ways and 3 ways." "Haha, then let us get plenty of 3 ways. Shout it out loud." As Josue and Che Gu engaged in their inappropriate banter, Su Ran remained calm, simply savoring the dog meat. At that moment, Ali, having downed a bottle of white wine, suddenly spoke to Su Ran. "Brother Ran, I wish to be with Brother Jose." Upon hearing Ali's words, Long Air, who had been eating meat, suddenly trembled. "Ah Air, are you not being treated well?" Su Ran, still composed, continued to pick at the steaming pot of dog meat, his gaze lingering on it. "No, my second brother treats me exceptionally well, yet Ali dares not meet Long Air's gaze. At this juncture, he guzzles down yet another bottle of white liquor. He has been following Long Air for quite some time now, yet has encountered no opportunities for advancement. Even Ah Hua and Wu Ying, who recently allied with Josue, have ascended to the ranks of venue leaders. Just the day before, they stormed into Sham Shui Pe, sweeping through over a dozen establishments. He narrowly escaped being shot, believing he would finally be elevated. However, Long Air has made no indication of such a promotion, clearly signaling his disinterest in Ah Li's ascension. Zhang Mizi, by passionately consuming alcohol, seized an opportunity from Su Ran. Now, he wishes to employ a similar strategy, wagering his own stomach in the process. "Ah Air, what do you think?" Ignoring Ali's fervent drinking, Su Ran's gaze shifted towards Long Air, eager to hear his perspective. Long Air remained silent, merely shaking his head gently. They all recognized that Ali was a traitorous infiltrator, ruthlessly having eliminated his immediate superior. For the sake of Su Ran's safety, despite knowing that Ali has been relentless lately, Long Air has consistently kept him in check. After downing 2 bottles of white liquor, Ali, with a burning throat and churning stomach, noticed Su Ran's lack of reaction and was about to reach for a 3rd bottle. However, this time, Su Ran intervened, softly uttering a melodious assurance. "I will make the arrangements." The traitorous infiltrator Zheng Zhili poses a significant threat to Su Ran. Yet, every individual holds value. If utilized wisely, they can wield immense influence. Just moments ago, Su Ran discerned no trace of loyalty in Ali's eyes, only an unmistakable determination to claw his way upward. Such a person teeters on the brink of extremity, devoid of emotion, driven solely by the desire for ascent. Brother Che, I entrust this matter to you. No problem. Let us drink. Brother Che seized a bottle of white liquor, uncapped it, and gulped it down fiercely. Cough, cough. Unfortunately, Brother Che, being older, could not down it in one go like Ali. His throat stung painfully, causing him to cough several times before he regained composure and attempted to raise the bottle again. But Su Ran restrained him. Brother Che, what troubles you so that you feel the need to drink to oblivion? Calm down. Rango, do your previous words still hold weight? Brother Che, with reddened eyes, spoke instinctively. Damn, my boss's words carry weight. Do you know what that means? It can suppress an entire nation. You insolent fool. How dare you question my boss's eloquence? Upon hearing Brother Che's words, Huazue instantly flared up. Despite their earlier lively conversation, he swiftly seized a nearby dog-slicing knife and pressed it firmly against Brother Che's neck. Huazue, observing the situation, Su Ran intervened to halt Huazue. Following the incident with Wei Jixiang, Brother Che indeed needed to make a statement to regain Su Ran's trust. Initially, he had intended to discuss the matter after retrieving the arcade's mainboard. However, it seemed that this representative from Lien Yi could no longer wait. Haha, Rengo. Just call me Che Zai. I was in the wrong last time. With that, Brother Che downed the remaining liquor in one go. Fueled by this determination, he dashed into the house and emerged with a travel bag. Here as 5 million. I just want to share. This 5 million represents Brother Che's desire to acquire a stake in the arcade. He had investigated and discovered that the arcade in Mongkok, which had only been operating for 3 days, had already amassed a revenue of 20 million. What does that imply? The revenue that Brother Che painstakingly generated over a year at Lien Yi's dock in Yuanlong is equivalent to this figure. The arcade's profits are exceedingly high, making it an object of envy for various prominent figures, all of whom wish to partake in its success. Yet, Su Ran is no pushover. The legends of the Triads are birthed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This arcade was established atop the remains of Hong Tai. Even the leaders of the 3 major factions in Hong Kong would think twice before making a move. Now, Brother Che seeks to stake his claim through this venture. 5 million is merely a token of sincerity. Chapter 88. My car was damaged. Naturally, I deserve compensation. Haha. Upon seeing the 5 million before him, Su Ran merely chuckled lightly. The arcade serves merely as a means for accumulating capital. Although it is currently lucrative, over time, its appeal will wane. It is suited for quick profits, not intended as a permanent business. This influence is second only to Lien Sheng's Lien Yi, which has dispatched Brother Che as a representative. With a fish on the hook, how could one not strike? Brother Che, is this your personal desire or that of Lien Yi? Brother Che yearned to assert that it was his own, yet found himself unable to articulate it. After grappling with his inner conflict for a few moments, he ultimately revealed that Lien Yi had instructed him to negotiate with Su Ran. I can assure you, within a year, you could receive a bonus of 20 million. Truly. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Brother Che felt a surge of joy, though this excitement faded within seconds. As for Lien Yi, I am not well acquainted with Han Shun. With that, Su Ran rose to depart, showing no interest in the travel bag filled with cash on the table. Brother Che, already 7 parts intoxicated, hurriedly stood up, calling out as he ran, but ultimately failed to catch up with Su Ran, watching helplessly as the Rolls-Royce swiftly vanished from sight. After a prolonged period, Brother Che finally picked up the phone and dialed a number. Chingu, the Prince Ran does not agree. Oh, what were the exact words? The voice on the other end exhibited no shock, but rather a hint of joy at having anticipated the outcome. I am not well acquainted with Han Shun. Brother Che, feeling the urgency, carefully recalled Su Ran's exact words. Soon there will be an opportunity to become familiar. The camel from Dongxing has invited me for tea. Let's bring Huazue along tonight. After saying this, Han Shun promptly hung up, as if deliberately conveying this to Brother Che. Damn, why do these people enjoy speaking in riddles? What does it all mean? Over 50. Brother Che struggled to decipher Su Ran's intentions and failed to grasp the meaning behind Lien Yi's spokesperson, Han Shen's words. He could only pick up the phone to inform Huazue. However, Huazue's mobile phone was left in the Porsche 911. Upon hearing the ringing, Ali chose not to answer, coldly driving the eye-catching sports car back to the bar in Mongkok. His own vehicle lay abandoned at the Yuanlong dock, ignored by all. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, Huazue fidgeted restlessly, not from fear, but from excitement. It was akin to the first time he engaged intimately, incessantly exploring every inch of his companion, ensuring not to overlook a single detail within the luxurious vehicle. Since he had just purchased the Porsche 911 without complete paperwork, Su Ran, concerned that Huazue might speed off the moment he entered, had opted to place him in the passenger seat. Huazue, how did you come by a check? At that moment, Su Ran knocked on the partition from the back seat, looking at Huazue with curiosity. Cash checks are bank instruments, but require substantial assets and employment to acquire. Given Su Ran's current net worth of several hundred million, even he would find it challenging to obtain a checkbook from the bank, let alone Huazue. Boss. It was compensation given to me. In a state of exhilaration, Huazue instinctively replied. Compensation? My car was damaged. Of course, I deserve to be compensated. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Huazue immediately sat up straight. The sound heralded the execution of familial justice, instilling such fear in him that he divulged every detail of the recent events. Boss, it truly has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Huazue's tone was steeped in deep grievance. He was no longer the troublemaker he once was. He had transformed into the esteemed leader of the strongest faction alongside the prince of Lianqing, Ran. Consider this a misunderstanding. Do not embroil me in further trouble. Suan and Mongkok are vast enough for you to indulge in for a lifetime. Yes, boss. Observing Huazue's playful demeanor, Su Ran promptly opened the rear seat partition. Had it not been for Huazue saving his life, he would have long since abandoned any concern. Meanwhile, in a restaurant near the coastal area of Yao Ma Ti, the East Star's enforcer, Luotu, had just finished his meal and emerged, followed closely by the Crow and the Smiling Tiger. Luotu handed a newspaper he had tucked under his arm to the Smiling Tiger, who had just returned from the Netherlands. The headline praised Su Ran for donating 10 million to the Hong Kong Island Affairs Office. Smiling Tiger, pay close attention to him. Do not provoke him. The Crow, with his long, tousled hair, glanced at the news in the Smiling Tiger's hand, and, upon seeing Su Ran's handsome visage, scoffed disdainfully. What kind of philanthropist is this? Lavished with praise, yet he is merely a triad thug. What era are we in, where even the news is fabricated? If he has so much money to donate, why still be a thug? At that moment, the Smiling Tiger, recently returned from the Netherlands, chuckled at the Crow's contradictory remarks. His face perpetually wore a hypocritical smile, as if concealed behind a mask. Crow, are you envious that this so-called Prince Ran is more handsome than you? Humph, I am far more dashing than him. Although the Crow shot a disdainful smile at the Smiling Tiger, his voice had notably softened. It must be said, Su Ran did indeed look striking in the newspaper. Boss, I heard a game arcade has opened in Mongkok, and it's incredibly lucrative. Should we consider starting one as well? After thoroughly reviewing the news, the Smiling Tiger quickened his pace to catch up with Luotu. At that moment, Luotu turned back to gaze at the Smiling Tiger's insincere face, instantly irked, and without a second thought, flatly refused. Start what? I know that arcade is indeed profitable, but where would we find so many machines? After saying this, Luotu turned away, unwilling to gaze upon the Smiling Tiger's mask-like visage. It's fine to smile at outsiders, but to oneself as well? 2 years prior, it was precisely this arrogant fool who thought he could outsmart Big D from Lianqing, only for the plan to backfire. Enraged, Big D issued a bounty of 1 million across Hong Kong Island, forcing this fool to flee to the Netherlands. Luotu had hoped to enlighten him that there are always greater forces at play. Yet, unexpectedly, upon his return, he sought to meddle with Prince Ran of Lianqing again. Were it not for the fact that the Smiling Tiger was a rare talent in East Star, Luotu would have long ceased to protect him. Now, he merely sought a suitable reason to discuss Huazue's matters with Su Ran and provide an explanation to the Li family. He wished to avoid complicating matters further and had no desire to see these two fools again. At this moment, the Crow, having learned from the Smiling Tiger about the arcade's profitability, with his simple mind, immediately rushed to Luotu. Boss, do we have any connections with Prince Ran from Lianqing? Should I ask him if he has any spare machines? I could simply pay to buy them. If he refuses, I'll bring people to deal with him. Then, the machines and the venue will belong to East Star. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and after finishing, he struck a pose with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily in front of Luotu. The Smiling Tiger, listening beside him, also joined in the laughter. They both believed that seizing a profitable venue was only natural. Chapter 89. The Crow wishes to invite Huazue for tea. Amidst the laughter of the two fools, Luotu's face turned ashen. Deal with what? You two better not cause trouble. Prince Ran is no ordinary figure. He can even suppress the leaders of Lianqing and Hung. Upon seeing the Crow being berated by Luotu, the Smiling Tiger immediately chimed in. Boss, I believe the Crow has a point. He returned from the Netherlands, fully aware of the profits of an arcade, and is understandably envious. However, knowing he has no influence just back from his trip, he can only encourage the Crow to approach Luotu. What do you mean, Smiling Tiger? The Crow may lack sense, but are you also losing your mind? If it weren't for Big D's demise, you'd still be munching on snow peas and wouldn't have returned to Hong Kong Island at all. That very Big D who forced you out was dealt with by Prince Ran. The entire Hong Kong Island underworld knows better than to provoke him. Seeing through the intentions of these two fools, Luotu pointed at them and berated them fiercely. Hearing the remark about lacking sense, a flicker of cold malice crossed the Crow's eyes, thinking to himself, you old fool, I will eventually have your head. At this moment, noticing both the crow and the smiling tiger had bowed their heads in silence, Luatu assumed they had taken his words to heart, and his expression softened. We are in this line of work. We must adhere to the rules. Prince Ran of Lianqing can operate an arcade and earn substantial profit. While we may be envious, we can approach him to discuss a partnership. Never entertain any crooked ideas. You too cannot handle him. Do not create trouble for me. Luatu's finger jabbed repeatedly at the crow and the smiling tiger's heads, and after delivering his message, he turned and entered his vehicle. Ultimately, these two fools were merely his subordinates, not his own children. He had said what needed to be said. If they caused too much trouble, he would simply expel them from East Star. After Luatu left, the crow, filled with resentment, whispered in the smiling tiger's ear. I heard the boss mention wanting to invite that Huazue for tea today. Huazue? Who's that? Prince Ran's sidekick? Upon hearing the crow's words, the smiling tiger fell silent for a few seconds. If we invite Huazue back first, won't the arcade profits be ours to share? After saying this, he blinked, already envisioning himself in control of the arcade. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. The crow chuckled, but then his expression turned serious. Huazue has considerable influence and has always been active in Mongkok. He must have some firepower. Noticing the trepidation in the crow's eyes, the smiling tiger chuckled lightly. No problem. Having firepower is one thing. We can use bombs. What? You have bombs? Upon hearing this, the crow immediately became irritated and scolded him. The entire Hong Kong Island underworld knows that bombs are highly potent and strictly controlled. To acquire them, one must either source from Hung or Lianqing. East Star cannot obtain such heavy artillery. However, the smiling tiger had no intention of explaining himself to the crow. Give me 10 minutes. Leaving just that statement, he departed. 10 minutes later, the crow, beaming, held a travel bag containing a bomb, handing it to his trusted subordinate. He instructed him to go to Mongkok and bring Huazue back. Su Ran and his companions remained unaware that they were already entangled in the schemes of the smiling tiger and the crow. Upon arriving in Mongkok, Su Ran headed straight for the Tongha building, while Huazue, with a beaming smile, fixed his gaze on Long Air. Hey Air, take me back to the bar. Here's $50. It should be enough for you to get back. No, I want to ride in a Rolls Royce. Hey Air, take me back. After Huazue concluded his words, he was about to pull open the rear door of the car. The esteemed Ran had previously stated that only he, as the sole man, could occupy the back seat. Do you wish to become a eunuch? Upon hearing Long Air's remark, Huazue instinctively drew in a sharp breath. He hastily stretched out his arms, gripping the handles inside the vehicle with great determination. Fortunately, his Rolla was still 5 centimeters away from the seat. Otherwise, he would indeed have to undergo surgery at the old Thai. Fuming with indignation, Jose reluctantly accepted the $50 offered by Long Air and took a taxi. The taxi driver adjusted his cap, glancing at Huazue in the rearview mirror, and chuckled, Brother Huazue, my boss Crow has business with you. Inside the taxi. Upon hearing the driver's words, Huazue couldn't help but laugh. Before the driver could shift his gaze back to the road, Huazue had already drawn a black star from his pocket, aiming it at the driver's head. Huh, what makes you think that any minor character can seek me out? Do you take me, Huazue, for a mere street-side roast duck? The driver, unfazed by the gun pointed at him, calmly activated the turn signal. Pointing to the travel bag in the passenger seat, he said softly, Brother Huazue, I dared to venture into Mongkok, and I am well prepared. Just take a look over there. Upon seeing the flashing bomb inside the bag, Huazue gasped, his heart tightening instantaneously. Under the driver's audacious smile, Huazue holstered the black star. That's right, Brother Huazue, make yourself comfortable. Regrettably, even after spotting the bomb, Huazue's fear lasted only a fleeting second. Noticing the red light ahead, as soon as the driver halted the vehicle, he swiftly unleashed a right hook. Crack! The driver's head was struck by Huazue's fist, rendering him unconscious in an instant. After finishing off the driver, Huazue disdainfully remarked, My boss is Prince Ran, who has long instructed me to keep an eye on these reckless flames. Throughout the entire Hong Kong island, apart from Lianqing, only Hung Hing has such fools. Attempting to intimidate me with counterfeit goods? They might as well go eat shit. After his furious tirade, Jose exited the vehicle with an air of nonchalance, and not far ahead was the Lilian bar. With a sharp whistle, Huazue blew into it. It's Brother Huazue. Hurry up and come out. At the sound of Huazue's whistle, hundreds of individuals surged onto the streets of Mongkok. Mongkok belongs to us, and Lianqing. Standing before the crowd, Jose pointed skyward and roared. Although the subordinates behind him were oblivious to the situation, they too were swept up by Huazue's fervor and immediately joined in the chant, Lianqing. Lianqing. With Huazue's rallying call, he declared sovereignty over Mongkok, then pointed at the taxi with a wicked grin, saying, Take that scoundrel back, coldly observing as the driver was dragged into the bar. It soon became apparent that someone had already reported the incident, and the nearby police had been alerted, hastily making their way over. At that moment, Hwazue swaggered towards the approaching officers with his entourage. "Two sirs, what do you intend to do?" The two officers, having just begun their patrol, turned pale upon seeing Hwazue and his large following, their right hands instinctively hovering over their holsters. Under the sun, Hwazue spread his arms wide, wearing a smile as he addressed the two uniformed officers, chuckling, "No need to be tense. I am the one who reported it. There are suspected bomb materials in that taxi." The moment the officers heard the word bomb, they immediately abandoned Hwazue and rushed towards the taxi. However, before they could reach it, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. Chapter 90. I'm treating, can you not eat? A taxi had been idling at the green light for quite some time. At that moment, a delivery truck sped around the corner. The driver, noticing the green light above, was unaware that the taxi was stationary. By the time he realized, it was too late to hit the brakes. Boom. With a loud crash, the sound resonated. "Bomb! Get down!" The two officers, who had just intended to check the taxi for bombs, shouted in terror. As the truck driver stepped out of his vehicle, he looked at the two officers lying flat on the ground. He felt an urge to laugh, but restrained himself. Hwazue, already knowing that the bomb in the taxi was a fake, didn't want to contemplate who would employ such a method to invite him. Haha. After mocking, Hwazue turned to his entourage and declared, "With such officers around, it's no wonder we thrive. Let us head back for drinks and dancing." Upon entering the bar, however, Hwazue's smile vanished in an instant as he picked up the phone to notify Su Ran. "I've got it. Hwazue, you must be cautious from now on." After hanging up, a frosty expression settled on Su Ran's face. He had an unsettling intuition that it must be related to that man named Li Xiao from earlier. After all, Hwazue had crashed into someone else's car and extorted 50,000. It was only natural for someone to seek revenge. After careful consideration, he deduced that He Lianxing would never resort to bomb threats against Hwazue. As for Hung Hing, Jiang Tianxing would use a more direct method to invite Hwazue. Given Su Ran's current influence and reputation, only Dongxing would dare to provoke Hwazue. Among Dongxing, the most arrogant were Crow and the freshly returned Smiling Tiger. Realizing this, Su Ran felt the need to orchestrate a grand play. Ding, mission released. Become the spokesperson for He Lianxing. Reward, 100 million. Upon seeing this main mission, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the system would issue such a task at this juncture. Although the mission had no deadline and could wait until 2 years later to be completed, time was precious, and he did not wish to be tethered to a mission for 2 years. Regaining his composure, Su Ran immediately turned to Long Air, saying, Air, call Lin Weilu and arrange for him to meet. If he were to accomplish the mission, he needed to establish dual spokespersons within He Lianxing. Of course, there was a simpler way, directly sending Lin Weilu down to sell salted duck eggs. However, Su Ran was not willing to take that risk. After leaving the Yuan Long Pier, he had already intended to relinquish his shares in the gaming company, aiming to saturate the entire Hong Kong island in a short period by consolidating the power of other factions. The arcade business generated quick money, but was difficult to monopolize. Su Ran understood that the core of the gaming machines was not the mainboard but the games themselves. He had already procured a substantial quantity of game discs from the East. Once this trend took off, the gaming industry in Hong Kong would experience explosive growth. By then, the pace of updates for gaming machines would need to keep up. Even without managing an arcade, profits would be substantial. However, for Su Ran, the more crucial aspect was leveraging the strength of other factions to directly eliminate Crow from Dongxing. At the San Shui Cha Chan Tong, upon receiving Long Air's call, Lin Weilu dropped everything upon hearing that Su Ran wanted to see him and drove over immediately. Even though he was aware that the owner here was quite unwelcoming, he brazenly walked in amidst cold glares and derisive remarks. By the time of their appointment, Su Ran entered the tea restaurant and spotted Lin Weilu sitting alone. Without even a glass of water, he immediately approached with a smile, saying, Brother Lo, why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Would you like some beef brisket noodles? No need, Ran. Whatever you want to eat, it's on me. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Lin Weilu stood up, his face beaming with smiles, as though a leader had graced him with a visit. This time, I sought you out to discuss the arcade business. How could I let you treat me? It must be Brother Shark covering the bill. Su Ran looked up and smiled at the counter, where a shark with a sullen expression lingered. The shark had never been particularly welcoming towards Lin Huayue, and upon hearing Su Ran's words, it couldn't help but internally scoff. What does this Prince Ran think he is doing? You're treating, but I'm footing the bill. However, since Su Ran had made such a statement, the shark, desiring to keep its business running, reluctantly set aside its resentment and personally prepared a steaming bowl of fragrant braised beef brisket noodles, which it carefully placed before Lin Huayue. As the noodles were served, the shark observed Lin Huayue's cautious demeanor and couldn't resist taunting. Don't worry about it. With Prince Ran here, I wouldn't dare poison the dish. Su Ran, wearing a broad smile, watched Lin Huayue intently, his expressive eyes fixed on the bowl of noodles glistening with red oil. As if to say, I'm treating. If you don't eat, that would be quite disrespectful. The moment Lin Huayue took a bite, he felt as though his tongue was being sliced by a knife, and he instinctively gasped for air. Within the noodles lay the shark signature, outrageously spicy chili peppers. One bite sent him reeling, and 2 bites left him reeling on the floor. At that moment, Lin Huayue realized that if he didn't eat, Su Ran would certainly not discuss the arcade business with him. Over the past few days, everyone had witnessed the arcade's skyrocketing profits, with many influential figures from Lianxing seeking him out to negotiate with Su Ran. Moreover, other leaders had offered him money to approach Prince Ran for discussions regarding the arcade venture. Determined to profit, Lin Huayue, embodying the formidable aura of a Lianxing spokesperson, polished off the entire bowl of infernally spicy brisket noodles without leaving a trace. Su Ran, noticing Lin Huayue's flushed face and beads of sweat, smiled even more broadly. Previously, Lin Huayue had been scheming behind the scenes, but now, thanks to the shark's bowl of fiery noodles, his grievances had been avenged, paving the way for discussions about the arcade. Seeing Lin Huayue rendered speechless by the spice, Su Ran chose to be direct. Brother Lo, I am willing to offer 10% equity for the leaders. How do you propose we divide it fairly? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Lin Huayue's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. He opened his mouth to respond, but quickly realized his throat was scorched from the spice, and urgently gestured for water. Brother Lo, there's water here. Understanding the importance of their business discussion, Su Ran ensured Lin Huayue could speak. After gulping down 2 bottles of water, Lin Huayue finally felt some relief in his throat. Brother Ran, as long as you allocate 10% equity to the leaders, I will help you divide it. And no one will dare to claim it is unfair. Though his voice was somewhat hoarse, it was evident to anyone that he was filled with enthusiasm. Let you divide it? Su Ran merely responded with a hint of skepticism, not elaborating further. He simply puffed on a cigar, his gaze somewhat distant, seemingly fatigued and disinterested in continuing the conversation about the arcade. At that moment, Lin Huayue understood that securing a stake in the arcade would come at a price. He calculated that if they filled the entire island with arcades, the market could easily generate billions, with profits around 100 million. This was the most conservative estimation from all the influential leaders, requiring no promotion from Su Ran. 10% equated to 100 million, ample enough for all the leaders in Lianxing to indulge. More importantly, if entrusted to him for distribution, he would undoubtedly secure a significant portion of that 10%. It was crucial to note that working with Lianxing for a year yielded only 50 million in profit, fraught with risks. In contrast, opening an arcade posed no such dangers and could be a lifelong endeavor. With good fortune, it could even be passed down to the next generation, a truly lucrative opportunity. Seeing Su Ran's cigar, Lin Huayue hesitated not a moment to produce a lighter and ignite it for him. With the flicker of the small flame, he solidified his decision. Brother Ran, if you grant me this 10% equity, I will surely persuade Uncle Deng to implement a dual spokesperson system in our Lianxing. Hearing this, a flicker of interest ignited in Su Ran's previously distant eyes. Lin Huayue maintained his gaze on Su Ran intently, catching the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed there was potential for success. Historically, Lianxing had always operated with a single spokesperson, yet many leaders had begun advocating for a dual system. Lin Huayue aimed to utilize this reform as a gesture of sincerity to sway Su Ran. In the future, I will be the spokesperson for Lianxing, Brother Ran. And you will be too. Within the confines of the small tea restaurant, upon hearing Lin Huayue's proposal, the shark owner was taken aback, dropping his pen in disbelief. How could this scoundrel possibly agree to such terms? No, relinquish half the spokesperson position? In stark contrast to the shark's astonishment, Su Ran remained remarkably calm, barely lifting his eyelids. Brother Lo, Lianxing is not yours alone. You think implementing a dual spokesperson system will be easy? Brother Ran, if you desire this and I possess the capability, what is there that cannot be accomplished? Lin Huayue, having completely shed his identity and pride as a spokesperson for Lianxing, was now merely a horse following Prince Ran to earn money. Under the influence of Su Ran's wealth, should any issues arise concerning him, the other uncles and leaders of Lianxing would show Lin Huayue no respect as a spokesperson. Throughout the past month, Lin Huayue had reflected carefully. He realized that Su Ran displayed no interest in any affairs concerning the leaders, as there was no conflict of interest for him. In this world, one does not mix with others without the motivation of profit. He sought to capitalize on his remaining status as a spokesperson for Lianxing, hoping to earn significant money alongside Su Ran. Brother Lu, my arcade company will only open 10 locations in Hong Kong, one each in Sunwan, Mongkok, and Shamshui-Pa. Do you have any other locations to recommend? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Lin Huayue's heart raced. He had not anticipated Su Ran's willingness to agree so readily, especially in terms of dividing equity by each arcade. indicating that the earlier 10% was entirely independent. If he secured Su Ran's consent, Lin Huayue would gain control over an arcade. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Lin Huayue replied, "Brother Ran, my area in Jordan has the highest concentration of prestigious schools. Opening there would surely yield great profits." "I agree." With Lin Huayue showing such deference, Su Ran readily acquiesced. "Understood. Tonight we will meet in Tunmun to finalize the dual spokesperson arrangement. Let's go." Having obtained what he desired, Lin Huayue knew he had to return and prepare, determined to secure Uncle Deng's agreement. After Lin Huayue left, Su Ran approached Shark, chuckling, "Thank you for that explosive bowl of beef brisket noodles." It really opened Lin Huayue's eyes. The shark merely smiled at Su Ran's words before seriously inquiring, "Prince Ran, are you truly considering implementing the dual spokesperson system in Lianxing?" If Lin Huayue wished to pursue it, Su Ran had no objections. After all, he had little to lose. He held no expectations for Lin Huayue. If he failed to convince Uncle Deng, Su Ran would step in himself. The dual leaders are not performing well, yet it could incite internal strife. "Oh, Shark, it seems you have a story to share." Su Ran approached Shark for a conversation, eager to gain insight into the Number Gang. Strictly speaking, Dongxing is an independent faction of the Number Gang on Hong Kong Island. As a veteran of the gang, Shark must possess some valuable knowledge. "I have no significant tales to tell, but it appears that Prince Ran has taken an interest in the Number Gang. My curiosity is merely piqued regarding Dongxing. In that case, allow me to share what I know." Su Ran learned from Shark that today, the Dongxing Five Tigers, Golden Mane Tiger Wu Ye and Grinning Tiger Wu Jiwei, were summoned by the bomb-throwing Firemouth. Meanwhile, the leader, Camel, was entirely oblivious to these events. "Brother Shark, your sharing of this information seems to carry an ulterior motive." Shark gazed calmly at Su Ran. Indeed, he had distanced himself from the gang for many years. Had it not been for Camel knowing that Su Ran frequently dined on beef brisket noodles at the San Shui Tea restaurant and personally sought his assistance, he would have remained silent. Now that Su Ran had discovered the truth, he could only utter, "It is simply a matter of obligation." Upon hearing this, Su Ran merely cast a sidelong glance at Shark and softly remarked, "It appears that venturing out today is ill-advised. Brother Shark, I shall return for beef brisket noodles tomorrow, and I shall no longer be paying." With that, he turned and exited through the door. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Shark, who had maintained a stoic expression, revealed a rare smile. Watching the carefree figure as he drove away, he quietly remarked, "Having repaid Camel's favor, I now owe Prince Ran a debt of gratitude. May he always come to me for beef brisket noodles." Upon returning to Mongkok, Su Ran produced a piece of paper and began tallying his assets. Cash, 6 billion. Assets, Tongha Garment Factory valued at 80 million. Tongha Electronic Gaming City valued at 30 million. The total on the paper amounted to a mere 7 billion. To develop the land in Kwai Tsing, he still lacked half. In Hong Kong Island, only real estate magnates could truly penetrate the upper echelons of society. In this era, the four great families virtually controlled everything on the island. No matter how formidable a triad member might be, they were merely seen as dogs in the eyes of these elites. From Shark, Su Ran had learned that Camel was seeking a conversation, not due to the gaming arcade issues, but rather stemming from a call from the Li family. The troublemaker, Firemouth, had collided with someone's vehicle and extorted 500,000. Those with power would never tolerate such affronts. Su Ran was still unaware of Camel's intentions for resolution. If it was about handing someone over, he would simply flip the table. However, if it was merely for an explanation, then discussions could be held. He could only postpone it until tomorrow, hoping to become one of the dual leaders alongside Lianxing tonight. Chapter 92. Do not stand in the way of our fortune. At the Tsuinwan wine gathering, Su Ran spent the afternoon tasting wine with Zhou Wenli. The atmosphere was harmonious, and the chemistry was palpable. When Long Air received a call, Lin Huailu was convening a meeting with Lianxing. After charming the beauty in his embrace, Su Ran entered the Rolls-Royce. Upon stepping into the aged courtyard, Su Ran noticed that all the influential figures within Lianxing had already assembled. He glanced at his watch, worth several million, and exclaimed, "Wow. So many esteemed leaders, uncles, arriving so early. Aran, take a seat across from me." Upon Su Ran's entrance, Lin Huailu immediately stood, pointing to the only vacant spot at the round table. The others also rose, nodding continuously towards Su Ran, except for Deng Bo, who sat beside Lin Huailu. Casting a glum stare at Su Ran, "I have summoned all the leaders for today's meeting to discuss." Lin Huailu, with a beaming smile, surveyed the room and began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Deng Bo. "Aran, do you remember this table?" Su Ran casually glanced at Deng Bo, placing a cigar between his lips, and replied nonchalantly, "Deng Bo, I have overturned this table before. Of course, I remember. In Lianxing's century-long history, this was the first instance of a table being flipped, and he was the pioneer. You are such a..." Deng Bo adjusted his belt and stood, his voice booming with vitality. not at all resembling a man in his 70s. Deng Bo, speak plainly, why beat around the bush? At that moment, before Su Ran could retort, he seized the opportunity to clean his glasses, speaking with a sarcastic tone, eager to ascertain Deng Bo's true intentions. Yes, Deng Bo. We are here to discuss the gaming arcade. Those trivial matters can wait for another time. Currently, Long Jin was a staunch supporter of Su Ran. He had discerned Deng Bo's intent to target Su Ran from his words and promptly interjected to shift the topic. Indeed, Deng Bo. The arcade has only been operational for 3 days, and profits have already approached 10 million. It outperforms any industry I know of. So perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much and let us prosper. Depu frowned and directly confronted Deng Bo. Deng Bo, Firemouth borrowed a person from me. Do you know what he borrowed them for? To count money, of course. Hundreds of people counting money until their hands are sore, Long Jin proclaimed with a smile. However, it made it clear to everyone that the arcade was exceptionally lucrative. Deng Bo observed several attendees nodding in agreement with the trio, which infuriated him, causing him to slump back into his chair. Even those who usually opposed Su Ran, like Huan Yo and Fei Hua, were discussing how to profit from opening an arcade. This made Deng Bo feel as though his decades of authority had crumbled before Su Ran. Although, I am unaware of what you have already deliberated. But Lianqing absolutely cannot have dual leaders. In truth, Deng Bo had interrupted Lin Huailu's speech to find an excuse to provoke Su Ran, hoping to incite him into flipping the table and leaving. However, unexpectedly, before he could finish, many began opposing him. Thus, he could only directly address the matter. Deng Bo. We previously had no understanding of how gaming machines generate profit. It seems we never considered that pressing a button could connect us via phone. I'll be direct. I am old and cannot comprehend your words. Deng Bo, having resigned himself to the situation, showed no regard for Lin Huailu's standing as a leader in Lianqing. Deng Bo, you may be aging, but we are still young and wish to earn more for our futures. Su Ran could establish an arcade for the leaders, but with his current identity as Tsuanwan's leader, he could not brandish the Lianqing emblem. Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently to Lin Huailu's words. When it comes to lucrative ventures, no one wished to miss a single syllable. Brother Lo, my status is lowly, with Deng Bo presiding over the meeting. My hands are tied, forget it. With that, Su Ran slowly rose, preparing to leave. Hey, Ran, don't go. Brother Ran, how can you leave? Deng Bo, Brother Ran is leaving, you cannot allow this. Indeed, Deng Bo, our Brother Ran possesses noble character, having donated millions. Now, considering our futures, how can you hinder him? Among the gathering of uncles and leaders, half attempted to restrain Su Ran, while the other half persuaded Deng Bo, leading to a rather awkward impasse. Su Ran wished to depart. Deng Bo also wished to leave. Yet both were pulled back to the negotiation table, listening to the teachings of the leader, Lin Huailu. As the representative of He Liansheng, I propose that Tai Zi Ran be appointed as a co-representative alongside myself, as we endeavor to reform He Liansheng and establish a dual leadership. At that moment, I heard Lin Huailu directly concede half of his position as a representative. Deng Bo could only place his hopes on the center of attention, Su Ran. Ran, please refrain from causing trouble. If we pursue dual leadership, the entire organization may collapse under your influence. Deng Bo asserted. I assure you, in the next term, I will wholeheartedly support you as the representative, and there will be no unforeseen circumstances or contest from others. As soon as Deng Bo finished speaking, Huan Yo intervened, declaring, Deng Bo, I have contributed significantly to the organization and intend to run in the next term. Indeed, I may be the poorest in Depu, but poverty does not diminish ambition. So I shall also contend for a position. Deng Bo responded, if all of you are running, then I shall join the fray as well. Long Jin forcefully slammed his hand on the table, shouting with fierce determination. Hold on. I, Chuan Bao, was the previous representative. I announced that I shall reclaim my position in the next term. Upon witnessing these uncles rise to declare their intentions, Su Ran shook his head in disbelief. It was astonishing how merely proposing a non-existent arcade could incite such fervor among them. Next term? Once again, Deng Bo, you have made such promises to Didi. But Didi no longer has a next term. At that moment, Lin Huailu glared at Deng Bo with a look of resentment. His position as a representative was entirely propped up by Deng Bo, yet he had always been constrained by him. Now, he sought to seize this opportunity to rid himself of the oppressive old man. Our He Liansheng has a history spanning over a century. We have been selecting representatives long before the governor's office. Now that the uncles are present, let us proceed to vote. If we favor dual leadership, I shall hand over the dragon staff or the roster to Ran, acknowledging him as a representative of He Liansheng. Lin Huailu proclaimed, raising the dragon staff high. I, Long Jin, am the first to agree. I, Chuan Bao, second that. I, Huan Yo, the fire-breathing bull, am the third to agree. Huan Yo believed that his antics before Su Ran were merely to assert his presence, and today he could finally redeem himself. I agree. Gao Lao's voice, though low, carried a compelling strength. After Gao Lao stood, nearly 10 others rose to raise their hands in agreement. Ultimately, the uncles and bigwigs who supported the dual leadership of He Sheng passed this monumental reform by an overwhelming majority of 12-1. The decision was made. And at that moment, Deng Bo's face turned ashen, leaning back against the cold wooden chair. With his eyes closed and remaining silent, one might have thought he had passed, were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his ample belly with each breath. In the midst of the uncle's support, Lin Huai-Lu presented the dragon staff to Su Ran, signifying that Su Ran had become the first ever dual representative in the history of He Sheng. However, the typically low-key Su Ran declined, stating that he only desired a nominal title, as he had never aspired to be a prominent figure. He merely wished to amass wealth that spanned the globe. Furthermore, he publicly committed to opening an arcade in Jordan within a week, comparable in scale to that in Mongkok. Ding, task completed, reward of 100 million has been successfully dispersed. At that moment, Long Air approached with a phone in hand. Boss, Dongxing's camel cannot wait until tomorrow. He needs you to discuss matters tonight. Standing before a Rolls-Royce, Su Ran furrowed his brow at this news. Dongxing's camel had sought him for negotiations through Shark, but time was running short. What had transpired to necessitate such urgency? Give me the phone. We just concluded a call. Dongxing, that hunchback, dared to threaten our representative, unaware that the moon belongs to me. Tonight, we must discuss matters. Chuan Bao's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Diao, you lot, I will immediately return to gather our forces and head to Sai Kung to take down their flag. Iran is the most outstanding among my Long Jin's banner. That shameless camel dares to cause trouble, and I will bring 1,000 men to support you tonight. Observing the fierce uncles behind him, Su Ran suddenly felt that being a representative held some merit. As Su Ran placed the phone to his ear, before he could utter a word, a grave voice came through. This is Dongxing's camel. I did not expect you, Taizi Ran, to become the representative of He Sheng. However, this matter is of great importance. I hope you can give me face and come to discuss it tonight. All right. See you in Mongkok tonight. Taizi Ran replied, knowing that Mongkok was his territory. Dongxing's camel called to gain the upper hand. Just as he contemplated a refusal, Su Ran had already hung up, and further attempts to call went unanswered. What a nuisance. How did he become a representative? Had Su Ran remained a representative of Tsuan Wan, he would merely be a lower-tier figure compared to Camel. According to the rules, the time and place for negotiations would be determined by him, which was why he had called. Unexpectedly, Su Ran's transformation allowed him to stand on equal footing. Iran, do not worry. Tonight we will bring our men to Mongkok to support you. If Camel dares to cause a ruckus, we will deal with him. Chuan Bao said earnestly, patting Su Ran on the shoulder. Iran, now that you are the representative of He Sheng, you need not fear Camel's attempts to impose rules. Even if you wish to take down Dongxing, we will support you. Long Jin, unwilling to lose face, shot a glance at Chuan Bao before also placing his hand on Su Ran's shoulder. With your support, I will lead 5,000 men to Mongkok tonight. If Dongxing's camel does not heed the warning, we shall take down their banner. No problem. The uncles exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing. With Su Ran as the representative of He Sheng, if he wished to fight, other factions, regardless of their reluctance, would have to act. When Dongxing's camel learned of Su Ran's arrangements, he was taken aback, almost burning his fingers on the cigarette he held without noticing. What? Taizi Ran is bringing 10,000 men to Mongkok? After a full 3 seconds, the seasoned camel finally reacted, muttering to himself. Isn't this merely a discussion regarding the extortion of the Li family? Why the grand show? In the hours leading up to the negotiation, a restless camel ultimately led his men to Mongkok. At the San Shui Chok and Ting, Shark sat at the entrance with lifeless eyes, gazing at the empty street. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to scream at the sky. Damn you, Taizi Ran. Damn you, camel. What does it mean to occupy this street merely for negotiations? At the end of Kai Lim Street, He Sheng had 200 people guarding the area. All muscular men ready for a fight, their faces betraying a determination to confront Camel tonight. Meanwhile, the smiling tiger, standing behind Camel, cautiously inquired, Boss, are we really going in? Is he trying to intimidate me with a show of force? We are in the right this time. Why be afraid? Let us go in. Shaking off his suit, Camel strode confidently forward. The men of He Sheng merely watched with cold glares, refraining from an immediate confrontation. Shark, has Taizi Ran arrived? Shark, who had some connections with Dongxing, was slightly surprised to see Camel approach, but he still stood to greet him. Prince Ran is waiting for you inside. Humph. The camel snorted coldly, rallying the 4 subordinates trailing behind him. As he stepped inside, he spotted a young dandy seated at 2 conjoined tables, grinning at him. Towering behind him was a burly man, standing at 2 meters tall, flanked by 2 lackeys. In that moment, they were equal in number and status within the tea house. The camel slid out a chair and sat down, looking up at Su Ran, and icily declared, I am East Star's camel. And you are Prince Ran from Lianxing. Su Ran remained silent, while the typically taciturn Long Heir took it upon himself to introduce them. Haha, so the legendary Prince Ran turns out to be mute. At that moment, the smiling tiger suddenly interjected, his face etched with palpable disdain. His voice seemed to mock the so-called legends of the Underworld, merely a fabrication of flattery. The fiery brother behind Su Ran could not tolerate such ridicule and immediately stood up, ready to confront the smiling tiger. However, he was forcibly restrained by Ali beside him. Brother Hua, do not act rashly. Boss Ding has everything under control. Even upon hearing the derision, Su Ran continued to puff on his cigar, not uttering a word, nor even casting a glance at the smiling tiger. Prince Ran, I have come to seek you out because your underling, Hua Zue, has offended our benefactor at East Star. This matter must be addressed, the camel bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Had the prince not orchestrated such a grand affair tonight, he might have articulated his intentions more delicately, wishing to preserve mutual amicability. Yet now, he needed to assert the formidable presence of East Star's authority. Numbers may wane, but the aura must not falter. Camel, our boss has agreed to negotiate with you because your East Star's smiling tiger and fly have resorted to explosives against Huazue, and not to provide you with some so-called explanation, Long Heir replied, his coarse voice echoing throughout the tea house. What? Explosives against Huazue? The camel's face registered shock upon hearing Long Heir's words. He hastily clutched his chest, his heart suffering another blow. Once he regained his composure, he immediately glared at the smiling tiger, his eyes ablaze as if they sought to annihilate him. Smiling tiger, is what he said true? Under the frigid gaze of the camel, the smiling tiger maintained his facade of a plastic smile. Boss, does East Star possess explosives? What are they using against Huazue? I believe they are merely trying to intimidate us. With a single statement, he deftly shifted the blade's edge. This was the skill that allowed the smiling tiger to maintain his standing within East Star. Hearing this, the camel cast a doubtful glance at Su Ran. Just as he was about to speak, Su Ran's voice resonated in his ear. Uncle Camel, at your age, how can you still be so muddled? I do not concern myself with what Smiling Tiger and Fly are using against my underling, but they have already made their move. As Su Ran's words fell, Long Heir reached into the booth beside him and seized a small, wiry man. Chapter 94, Bowing and Acknowledging Mistakes, bringing 2 million to settle countless matters. This man was the taxi driver who had threatened Huazue, now stripped bare as a newborn. Upon seeing the camel, he immediately extended his dark hands. Boss, save me. At that moment, the smiling tiger's face turned ashen upon seeing the man in Long Heir's grasp. Yet he quickly regained his composure and interjected, I know this man. He is a lackey of the crow. The camel, witnessing Long Heir bring the man out, initially intended to deny any association and absolve himself of the situation. However, upon hearing the smiling tiger's words, his expression soured considerably, feeling more distressed than a father giving away his daughter. This statement had solidified East Star's involvement against Huazue. In an instant, the camel transitioned from a creditor to a debtor, becoming the one in the wrong. No wonder Su Ran had orchestrated such a substantial scene. He clearly wished to prevent their departure. Now, all the camel could do was abandon the pawn to protect the king. He resolved to forsake the smiling tiger and golden hair tiger from East Star's 5 tigers, completely disregarding the driver in Long Heir's hold. Otherwise, the camel might find himself unable to exit the tea house, let alone escape from Mongkok. Where has the crow gone? To the Netherlands to procure goods. The smiling tiger was exceptionally astute. His previous comment had shifted all blame onto the crow. After all, the crow was not present. Better the death of a friend than a loss for the Taoist. Bring him back and hand him over to Prince Ran for disposal. After the camel finished speaking, he immediately rose, intending to leave. However, the lackeys stationed at the entrance surrounded him. Since Su Ran has yet to speak, none of you from East Star are permitted to leave. Seeing this, the camel boldly approached Su Ran, adopting a demeanor of indifference. He shrugged off his coat and declared loudly, Prince Ran, I will certainly provide you with an explanation for this matter. I must return to execute family law. Do you intend to stop me? Camel, I have faith that with the crow's intellect, he would not resort to using fake explosives to intimidate Huazue. Su Ran remained composed, even as the camel appeared cornered. Damn it, Prince Ran. We were merely joking with Huazue. Do you wish to take my life? The smiling tiger, just returned from the Netherlands, was entirely unaware of Su Ran's protective nature. Had he known that Big D was sent down to sell salted duck eggs for having kidnapped Huazue, he would have surely fled instead of pointing fingers at him in anger. The camel swiftly grabbed a bottle of cola from the corner and hurled it violently at the smiling tiger's head, who had yet to finish his threat. Bang! With a resounding crash, the camel gazed at the glass bottle in his hand, somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, am I truly getting old? Unable to shatter even a glass bottle? After striking it twice, the bottle still remained intact. Crack! The smiling tiger's head burst open as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. He never anticipated that after merely one day back, he would find himself destined to sell salted duck eggs. Huazue witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire his boss. With just a few words, he had compelled the camel to personally handle one of East Star's 5 tigers. He also felt a twinge of sympathy for the smiling tiger. Having bowed to such a boss, may he have better luck in his next life and grow a pair of extra eyes. Watching the smiling tiger lie in a pool of blood, the camel displayed no emotional fluctuation, casually discarding the cola bottle, and turning to Su Ran said, "Prince Ran, are you satisfied now? Sit." Since the camel had shown such deference, Su Ran did not wish to squander time. Given the situation had escalated to this extent, what further discussions could they possibly have? Did he truly intend to keep him there? The camel straightforwardly pulled out a chair and sat down, still maintaining a confrontational demeanor. If Su Ran truly wished to detain him, then there was nothing left to discuss. "I am a straightforward person. What is right is right. You claim my underling extorted money from the Li family. Then let him come forth and clarify." After speaking, Su Ran waved his hand toward the door. Immediately, someone entered to remove the smiling tiger's corpse, while also tidying up the floor. "Air, let our people disperse first." With Su Ran's command, the 5,000 people surrounding the street all scattered in their own directions. "Prince Ran, since you are giving me such face, I will clarify the matter regarding Huazue tonight." With that, the camel produced a lighter and lit the cigar that Su Ran had been smoking. He then stepped outside to retrieve his mobile phone, notifying the Li family to come over. "Li Shao, I have persuaded the other party. They are willing to come and discuss. Moreover, you should exercise caution upon your arrival." At this moment, the camel, whose words were abruptly cut off as the call was disconnected, stood disheveled in the wind. He wished to remind the other party that he did not have complete control of the situation and needed to temper his approach. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ran could not help but smile. He was eager to leverage the troubles caused by Huazue to make the acquaintance of the family of Uncle Li Si, one of the 4 prominent clans of Hong Kong Island. Prior to his arrival, he had thoroughly investigated through Lianxing's intelligence network. Today, the individual being extorted by Huazue was none other than Uncle Li Si's youngest son. The call requesting the camel to intervene was made by Uncle Li Si's second brother. This presented both an opportunity and a challenge. 10 minutes later, a golden Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of the tea restaurant, perfectly aligned beside Su Ran's vehicle. From within emerged a young man with a sinister demeanor, accompanied by an elegant elderly gentleman in his 60s, who exuded the air of a professor steeped in knowledge. Upon entering, the young man immediately spotted Huazue and began to hurl insults at him. "You worthless fool, didn't you claim to be a big shot with Lianxing? And yet, here you are, groveling. I'm in a hurry. Kneel and apologize, and then hand over 2 million, and we'll consider this matter settled." After delivering his arrogant tirade, the young man brazenly pulled out a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and continued to shake them, completely ignoring Su Ran, who occupied the principal seat, exuding an air of invulnerability that suggested he had Huazue completely under his thumb. Meanwhile, the refined elder, whose mobility was somewhat impaired, moved at a leisurely pace. Observing the young man's uncharacteristic lack of decorum, he turned to greet the camel. "Brother Camel, I must trouble you with this matter." Before the camel could respond, the elder swiftly delivered a slap to the young man. "Li Jiaqing, how many times must I remind you to greet others upon entering?" Li Jiaqing, having received a slap from the elder, rose slowly, grumbling towards the camel. "Uncle Camel, hello." "Enough of that, second uncle," he retorted, turning back to his seat and resuming his restless leg shaking, presenting a more disheveled appearance than a street thug. At that moment, Huazue could scarcely believe that the individual he had extorted 50,000 from that day was indeed the second young master of the Li family. "I recall this fellow being quite cowardly, reduced to a shell of himself with a mere punch. Perhaps I should give him another." With that thought, Huazue picked up the baseball bat he had prepared earlier and approached Li Jiaqing step by step. "Huh, with Dongxing Camel as your watchdog here. Do you dare strike me? Go ahead and try." As Huazue stood before Li Jiaqing, his eyes burning with rage, he taunted, "I knew you wouldn't dare. What are you? I'm putting my head right in front of you, and you won't even lift a finger." Li Jiaqing stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Huazue, spewing insults. His brazen demeanor incited the urge in anyone watching to deliver a good beating. With a grinding sound, Huazue, provoked by such insults, was filled with fury. His hands gripped the baseball bat tightly, almost to the point of shattering it. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, recalling Su Ran's earlier instructions to follow his lead and avoid escalating the situation. "Huh, you're a waste, standing right in front of you. And you won't even hit me." At that moment, Su Ran regarded Li Jiaqing, the second young master of the Li family, and was taken aback by the inadequacy of the progeny of real estate magnate Li Zhaoji. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to connect with one of Hong Kong Island's for major clans, believing it would greatly assist in the development of the Kwaichung area. Now, he reconsidered, thinking perhaps he should seek out another family. There were 3 other prominent clans, and surely one of them would be more respectable. Su Ran had no desire to be like the camel, subservient to the elite and treated like a dog. Huazue. Since there are those who seem to enjoy being beaten, why not fulfill their desires? Chapter 95. Huazue, how did your car get damaged? Inside the San Shui tea restaurant, Su Ran spoke softly, yet his words elicited varied reactions from all present, like receiving a royal decree. Huazue swung his golf club with fervor. Whoosh. The swift sound of air being sliced through indicated there would be no hesitation. Brother Camel, the refined elder, startled by Su Ran's remark, quickly called out to the camel beside him. Smack. In truth, even without the elder's interjection, the camel would have intervened to stop Huazue. Huazue, fueled by a bloodthirsty impulse, swung the golf club with unrestrained enthusiasm, his expression filled with excitement. However, it was abruptly halted by a pair of chopsticks wielded by the camel. In the face of Li Jiaqing's bewildered expression, the golf club came to a halt within mere centimeters of him, causing him to collapse to the ground in shock, forgetting the several cuts he had sustained from the splintered chopsticks. Street punk camel, if you keep stopping me, you won't be leaving Mongkok tonight. Huazue was furious at Li Jiaqing's previous mockery. How could he quell the anger from earlier without breaking his limbs? Prince Ran, they are my benefactors. We cannot resort to violence. The camel, now in his 50s, felt the decline of his physical abilities, having already injured his arm while trying to block Huazue's swing. He realized he could no longer restrain the impetuous youth and placed his hopes on Su Ran. Yet, even as the camel stood valiantly in front of the Li family duo, Su Ran remained unresponsive, merely letting out a cold laugh. Ha, boss, rest assured. I have secured this place. Not a single one of them will be permitted to leave. Huazue, having fought alongside Su Ran through numerous altercations, understood their silent communication. Upon hearing the 2 mocking laughs, he knew he was given the green light to continue his assault. Crack. With a cacophony of shattering sounds, Huazue relentlessly swung the golf club at the stumbling Li Jiaqing, who was now crawling on the ground. Had it not been for the camel's persistent efforts to pull him away, he would have been severely injured by now. Before long, they were cornered against the cash register, and Huazue's malevolent grin had replaced Li Jiaqing's earlier bravado with sheer terror. Time to go sell salted duck eggs. Just as Huazue raised his golf club, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Li Jiaqing, a commanding voice rang out from the refined elder standing at the door. His eyes, locked onto Huazue, seemed to blaze with intensity. Yet, Huazue was not one to heed such warnings. In this moment, only Su Ran held the power to make him cease. Having been forcefully pushed aside by Huazue moments earlier, the camel turned pale at this sight. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, attempting to shield Li Jiaqing from the impending strike of the golf club. He owed everything to the Li family, having been elevated to his current status by their support. Even his family resided abroad. He was bound to them. Thus, the camel was determined to protect Li Jiaqing, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Huazue, that's enough. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Huazue immediately halted his swing. He tucked the club behind his neck, casting a mocking glance at the camel, before making his way to stand behind Su Ran. At that moment, the camel protecting Li Jiaqing exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Ran's calm voice. Li Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine, Li Jiaqing responded, a man who inherently cowers before the strong and bullies the weak. His earlier brazen provocation of Su Ran and his companions stemmed from his belief that the Eastern Star's camel had subdued the entire crowd. Little did he know that it was the camel who had been subdued by others. Under the onslaught of Firemouth's chaotic blows, he had already transformed into a meek little pup. Camel, please take a seat. And you, esteemed elder, I kindly request that you join us as well. As for you, little pup, it would be best if you remained standing. My associate may not be as forgiving a second time, Su Ran said with a beaming smile, addressing the 3 individuals before him. In that moment, he was the sovereign of this underground realm. Even the 4 great clans of the Hong Kong island were compelled to heed his words. Although it was still before midnight, Mongkok had already become their dominion. What should I call you? Facing the 2 elderly men with ashen faces, Su Ran smiled as he regarded the refined elder. Li Jiaqing intended to introduce him to Su Ran, but was swiftly interrupted. I am Li Xiaolin. You may call me second uncle. Su Ran, upon hearing this, felt no surprise, though a twinge of dissatisfaction stirred within him. Why not let me call you second fool instead? Meanwhile, the camel gazed in astonishment at this member of the Li family. He had served the Li family loyally for decades, yet had never been granted the privilege of addressing him as second brother. Yet now, it seemed Su Ran was permitted to call him second uncle. Was this not an overt indication of favor towards Prince Ran, a desire to cast aside the loyal servant? After the initial shock, the camel's expression grew even grimmer. An uninformed observer might have thought he was a white-haired man, sending off a black-haired youth. Li Jiaqing. Upon hearing Li Xiaolin's words, was profoundly shaken. Forgetting he had just been reduced to a meek little pup by Firemouth, he immediately exclaimed, "Second uncle. What qualifications does he have to call you that?" Silence. Li Xiaolin's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Li Jiaqing. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with tension. "Mr. Li, I believe it would be more appropriate to address you as such." Though Su Ran harbored a heart of respect for the elderly and love for the young, he had no inclination to be treated like a dog. To extend a warm title as an olive branch, expecting compliance in return, was a notion utterly implausible. Ding. Task issued. Spare Li Jiaqing, the illegitimate son of Li Xiaolin. Reward, 5 million. Side quest, host may decline. Haha, the melodrama of aristocratic relations. Alas, I find myself disinterested. I decline. After rejecting the task, Su Ran smiled at the visibly discontented Li Jiaqing. Li Xiao, what was it that prompted you to summon the camel tonight? Upon hearing this question from Su Ran, Firemouth and Long Air exchanged eye rolls. Yet they couldn't help but admire Su Ran's artful pretense of ignorance, feigning confusion with remarkable finesse. At this moment, Li Jiaqing harbored a desire to eliminate the camel with a single stroke. He had called them over, yet the matter remained unclear. Was he merely summoned to play the fool for others? Had the camel been privy to the thoughts of the second young master of the Li family, he would have surely drawn forth a sniper rifle capable of striking enemies from 800 li away. His phone call had been abruptly cut off before he could finish speaking. Now, what good was it to lament? At this juncture, Li Xiaolin interjected, interrupting Li Jiaqing. So, Prince Ran, it was I who requested Brother Camel to assist my nephew in clarifying the circumstances surrounding the car accident. With a deft maneuver, he shifted the focus from their reason for being there tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded with a smile. Those who have navigated the turbulent seas of commerce for decades are never simpletons. So it is thus. Firemouth, please reiterate to the two gentlemen, Li, the particulars of how your vehicle was struck. Who was responsible for the collision?